Chapter 1. The Tattoo of the Great Heavenly Dragon, from now on a member of society. Ouch! Lin Feng clutched his head, waves of piercing pain coursing through him. It was an indescribable agony, as though his very soul were being torn asunder. Fortunately, this torment did not persist for long. Just as Lin Feng felt he could bear it no longer, it ceased. What's happening? Where am I? Regaining his composure, Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings. It is instinctual for one to glance about in an unfamiliar place, seeking assurance of safety. Before him lay an endless expanse of ocean, golden sands stretching along the shore, seagulls gliding just above the water's surface, occasionally stirring ripples. The sea, the beach? Lin Feng was utterly bewildered. How had he ended up here after merely taking a nap? Kidnapped? That seemed implausible. As a young man of no particular standing, the truth was that abducting him would be far less advantageous than simply employing him in a job. As for enemies, that was even more unlikely. Who had ever heard of a reclusive nerd having adversaries? Who on earth brought me here? Lin Feng shouted in despair. At that moment, an ethereal voice resonated, seemingly in response to Lin Feng's helplessness. Ding! Congratulations, host, for binding the Multiverse Role-Playing System. The host may summon characters from the multiverse to assume their roles. The greater the fidelity, the more formidable the powers gained. Then, Lin Feng noticed a translucent panel materialize within his mind. Host, Lin Feng. Character, none. Role-playing progress, none. Characters owned, none. Summoning attempts, none. In an instant, Lin Feng was overwhelmed with joy. Although he had only grasped the gist of the system's announcement, it did not diminish his elation. The mere mention of a system indicated that Lin Feng was undoubtedly in an extraordinary environment. He had traversed worlds, without a doubt. After enduring over 20 years of hardship, his pinnacle had finally arrived. Ecstatic, Lin Feng could hardly contain himself and eagerly communicated with the system. System, hurry. I want to draw. Ding. Newbie gift pack being distributed. The host gains one random character summoning opportunity. Summon. Without hesitation, Lin Feng commenced the character summoning. In an instant, countless figures flashed through his mind. Give me a tough one. Give me a tough one. Lin Feng fervently prayed, hoping he would not summon a useless weakling. While he did not dare to aspire for a top-tier character, he would settle for a powerhouse from any realm. Gradually, a silhouette came to a halt before Lin Feng. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the character of Fahai. Due to the initial character summon, role-playing progress increased by 40 abilities, enhanced fivefold. Note, when role-playing progress exceeds 80, the next character may be unlocked. With that, the system's voice faded away. At this moment, Lin Feng's gaze fixated on the character within his mind, and his hands began to tremble. A shining bald head, exuding an air of righteousness, with a Zen staff in his left hand and prayer beads in his right. It was none other than the infamous monk Fahai, the wielder of the great heavenly dragon's might. Emballed, and I've become stronger? Lin Feng's excitement was palpable, reaching heights of exhilaration. This was Fahai, a character already formidable in his own right, not to mention the fivefold increase in power. Had Fahai possessed such strength in the original tale, he would have easily commanded the Western paradise. Enter character role. Lin Feng could hardly wait to immerse himself in the role. Simultaneously, his physical form began to shift, transforming into that of Fahai. In no time, a transcendent monk stood in his place, staff in hand, beads at the ready, draped in a crimson robe, radiating celestial light. With the tattoo of the great heavenly dragon, he was now a member of society. I am Fahai. After activating the progress, Lin Feng did not immediately test Fahai's abilities. Instead, he began to mentally prepare himself. Stanislavski once stated that acting requires complete immersion. Self-brainwashing is one of the most effective methods. After a while, Lin Feng opened his eyes, his gaze now imbued with an extraordinary wisdom, starkly different from his previous expression. He had thoroughly absorbed the essence of his character. At this moment, Lin Feng was Fahai, and Fahai was Lin Feng. In response, his role-playing progress incremented by 1%. Excellent. Lin Feng cast a glance at his attribute panel. His emotions concealed, he had fully embraced his role. Let me see what kind of world this is. Lin Feng slowly scanned his surroundings, eventually fixing his gaze upon the distant sea. On the surface of the water sailed a moderately sized vessel, a blood-red skull flag billowing in the wind, evoking an air of menace. The world of Pirates of the Caribbean? Lin Feng murmured, propelling himself skyward towards the ship. Eliminating evil begins with me. On board, the pirates were still boasting about their recent exploits. Captain Mark, the treasures on that island were truly abundant. Indeed, who would have thought such a small island could hold such riches? Captain Mark responded, producing a strangely shaped fruit from his pocket. It was the coveted treasure of the sea, a devil fruit. From its appearance, it seemed to belong to the Logia type. Captain, when you become one of the 4 emperors, don't forget about us. The crew eyed the fruit in Mark's hand, greedily licking their lips, clearly harboring thieving intentions, but lacking the courage to act. Haha, fear not, my lads. Once I claim my position among the 4 emperors, you shall all be my lieutenants, Mark boasted, holding the fruit aloft as if he could already see the throne of the 4 emperors beckoning to him. Eat it, Captain. Let's see what powers you gain. Yes, Captain, hurry and eat it. Haha, all right. Mark's grin nearly stretched to his ears as he brought the devil fruit to his mouth. At that moment, a panicked pirate rushed to Mark's side. Captain, Captain, someone is approaching. At the sound, Mark halted his actions, glaring coldly at the speaker, feeling his excitement dampened and thoroughly displeased. Is it the Iron Bull gang? Fire the cannons and drive them away. Captain, it's not the Iron Bull gang, it's someone who. The subordinate stammered, but his words were abruptly cut off as he raised a trembling finger towards Mark's back, his expression one of sheer terror. Mark immediately sensed his subordinate's unease, and as one who lived on the edge, his battle instincts were finely honed. He swiftly drew his pistol. With a swift turn, he fired towards the direction indicated. Bang! 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 The sound of Mark's gunfire ignited chaos among the crew, who hastily drew their weapons and opened fire. A cacophony of gunshots ringing out, turning the wooden door into splinters until the last of their gunpowder was expended. Let me see who dares to intrude upon my ship. Mark licked his lips with a cruel grin, instinctively aware that the intruder might still be alive, possibly lurking just behind a shattered door. To him, the individual was likely gravely injured. Yet, the seasoned Mark was not one to take unnecessary risks. He turned to a nearby subordinate and commanded, Shino, go check it out. Yes, Captain. Shino approached the door leisurely, pushing it open, only to find it utterly empty. His face fell in shock. Captain Mark, there's no one here. What? Mark was taken aback. His crew would not lie. Yet his instincts had never failed him. His innate intuition, a gift from birth, was his greatest means of survival. He had escaped numerous perilous situations thanks to it. Impossible. There must be someone on board. Search for the intruder. Mark, now flustered, immediately ordered a thorough search. At that moment, a commanding voice echoed from behind him. Are you looking for me? Chapter 2. The Poor Monk, Golden Mountain Temple, Fahai. The instant the voice rang out, Mark's eyes widened in shock as he spun around, drawing his gun and unleashing a barrage of shots towards the source of the sound. Boom! 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 The explosive sounds persisted, swirling into a cloud of smoke. Calm yourself, good sir. As the dust settled, Lin Feng's voice emerged, his form enveloped in golden light, embodying the protective aura of the Buddha. How can this be? Mark was utterly flustered. He had never encountered a creature impervious to bullets. Who are you? Mark managed to suppress his impulse to flee, directing his question at Lin Feng. Me? Lin Feng smiled, his eyes glinting with menace. I am a poor monk from the Golden Mountain Temple, known as Fahai. Fahai. Mark racked his brain for any notable powers in these waters, having never heard of a Golden Mountain Temple, let alone Fahai. No matter who you are, let me tell you, I am a prospective officer of the Don Quixote family. As he spoke, Mark rolled up his sleeves to reveal the family's distinctive insignia. Ah, so this is the world of One Piece. Lin Feng chuckled, uttering a phrase that Mark could not comprehend. Well, load of nonsense. You'd best vacate while you can, or my captain is not one to be trifled with. Mark threatened, hoping to intimidate Lin Feng by invoking the name of Don Quixote da Flamingo. But he was sorely mistaken. Lin Feng was far from swayed, casting a cold glare at Mark. "Impudent wretch, you dare to threaten me? Great heavenly dragon!" With a single strike, all aboard the ship were sent sprawling, crashing into the distant island, their fates uncertain. Lin Feng had deliberately restrained his power otherwise. These ruffians would have been reduced to dust. Humph! Unaware of the depths, Lin Feng let out a cold snort, casting a glance at Mark and the others before turning to leave. At that moment, a voice from the system echoed. "An energy source from another world has been detected. Absorption is expected to increase the progress of your roll by 3%. Lin Feng halted, inquiring of the system, "What exactly is this energy source you just mentioned?" In response to the host, "It is a devil fruit," the system replied, specifying the location of the fruit. "It resides on the person you just sent flying." "Oh, he possesses such a thing?" Lin Feng mused lightly, then stepped forward, landing beside Mark and eyeing the bulge in his pocket. Initially, he had dismissed it, but now it was indeed a pronounced half-circle protrusion. It must be the devil fruit. Lin Feng bent down and retrieved the devil fruit from Mark's pocket, scrutinizing it closely. "System, how does one utilize this? Are you suggesting that I consume it?" In response to the host, "That is unnecessary," the system replied, and a refreshing sensation coursed through Lin Feng as the essence of the devil fruit flowed into his body, allowing him to distinctly feel a slight enhancement in his power. Looking at the devil fruit in his hand, it had already shriveled, and a gentle breeze caused it to disintegrate into powder, scattering to the ground. Open the panel. Host, Lin Feng. Current role, Fahai. Role progress, 44. Own characters, Fahai. Character extraction opportunities, none. 44. The devil fruit truly possesses remarkable effects. Lin Feng mused to himself, realizing that exerting his utmost as Fahai did not yield as much satisfaction as the fruit had provided. Playing the role granted him a mere 1%, while the devil fruit directly awarded him 3%. What to do next was clear without a doubt. Devil fruit. Lin Feng pondered, with his understanding of the world of pirates. There were 3 likely places where a devil fruit might manifest. The residence of the celestial dragons, the Holy Land, Mariehua, the Marine headquarters, Marine Fort. However, both of these options were fraught with peril. Lin Feng lacked absolute confidence in approaching them. That left but one other location, the Sabedi Archipelago's underground auction house. There, provided one has wealth, one could find slaves, devil fruits, and everything in between. At that time, he could not only procure some devil fruits, but also spread the teachings of Buddhism. That's the one. Having made his decision, Lin Feng lifted his robe into the air, seated himself cross-legged, and soared toward the Sabedi Archipelago. Although he was unaware of its precise location, it was of little concern. After all, he had a mouth to ask for directions. After Lin Feng departed, a disheveled figure crawled out from the ruins. It was Mark, who had not actually fainted. He had merely refrained from moving out of fear that Lin Feng would kill him. Watching Lin Feng's retreating figure, his face twisted with malice, he swore vengeance for this grievance. Then, Mark pulled out a mini transponder snail from his pocket, a device used for secret communications by the Don Quixote family. Buru, buru, buru. Soon, the transponder snail was answered, and a deep, cruel voice emanated from within. "Fufufu. Mark, have you completed the task I assigned you? The island has been eradicated. I have not disappointed the young master." Mark spoke with tears streaming down his face, weeping uncontrollably. The voice on the other end became agitated. "Mark, what on earth has happened?" Doflamingo inquired, suppressing his fury, as his companions were his greatest taboo. "I was defeated by someone named Fahai, who hails from Jinshan Temple. He is extraordinarily powerful, far beyond reason, and the devil fruit I found was also taken by him." Mark replied earnestly. "Jinshan Temple? Fahai?" Doflamingo pondered, his mind racing to find any information related to Jinshan Temple and Fahai. Result: nothing. Doflamingo had never heard of such a force. At sea, it seemed to be a newcomer that had appeared not long ago. "Mark, do not dwell on the matter of the devil fruit. Take some time to recover and return promptly. As for that Fahai from Jinshan Temple, I will keep an eye on him." Those who harm my people will not escape so easily, fu. With that, the transponder snail fell silent. Fahai, once the young master is on the move, your demise is inevitable. Mart's expression turned cruel Doflamingo was notoriously ruthless, and once fixated on a target, the outcome was all but certain. Meanwhile, Lin Feng sat cross-legged on his robe, soaring above the ocean, completely oblivious to the fact that he had drawn the attention of the 7 warlords. Are we nearly there? Lin Feng gazed towards a distant dark spot, which marked the location of the Sabeti archipelago. It was indeed curious the place where Lin Feng had previously been was not far from the Sabeti archipelago, and after inquiring about the route, he had arrived so swiftly. Accelerate! With a thought, Lin Feng urged his rogue to increase speed, darting towards the Sabeti archipelago like a streak of crimson light. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the Sabeti archipelago was anything but tranquil for the first time in history. 11 supernovas had converged here. Tensions ran high among them as friction brewed, marking the commencement of the era of utmost villainy. In the lawless zone, numbered 16, Kemi is missing. The starfish Papagoo cried out, for mermaids were taboo on this island. They were also coveted by many wealthy individuals. Kemi must have been kidnapped by human traffickers. She must have. Papagoo, well acquainted with the Sabeti archipelago, was certain that Kemi had been abducted, destined for the auction block. Don't worry, let's search first perhaps. She merely got lost. Chopper comforted. All right. Papagoo nodded, harboring a glimmer of hope in his heart as he listened to Xiaoba's words, wishing that Kemi was merely lost. The prospect of rescuing Kemi from an auction was no less daunting than ascending to the heavens. The forces behind this operation were far beyond the current capabilities of a Straw Hat crew. All right, everyone disperse and search for Kemi with all your might. Luffy, unusually serious, issued commands to those present. Meanwhile, at the human auction, Pitman, shouldering a burlap sack, greeted the registrar with familiarity. Is there any new merchandise arriving at this hour? The registrar inquired. Well, you'll have to take a look to find out, Pitman replied, lowering the sack and unfastening its clasp, revealing none other than Kemi. Instantly, astonishment flickered across the registrar's face as he gazed at the tearful Kemi, his eyes glinting with avarice. Hey, isn't this a mermaid? Where in the world did you procure her? Compared to giants, this item will surely incite madness. I'll return shortly for payment, Pitman stated, unwilling to linger. After a brief exchange, he turned to depart. The registrar warmly bid him farewell, assuring him that even without deliberate price inflation, it would fetch a handsome sum. Subsequently, he summoned his subordinates to relocate Kemi to a specially guarded area that a mermaid, just her commission alone would suffice to secure him a lifetime of wealth. At this juncture, Lin Feng had also made landfall on Sabeti archipelago. Dressed in an incongruous manner, he attracted numerous curious glances. What is this? A monk. Looks like one, but why would a monk be here? Could it be an invitation from the celestial dragons? People whispered among themselves, speculating about Lin Feng's origins in this world. Monks were an exceedingly rare sight, especially those who ventured out to sea, aside from the wayward monk. Lin Feng was the only monk on the entire Sabeti. Sabeti is truly chaotic, Lin Feng mused as he searched for the auction venue, keenly observing the malicious gazes directed at him from multiple groups. Had they been able to see through his facade, they would certainly have attacked him. Extra! Extra! The auction house has acquired mysterious items. The highest bidder shall claim them. Items so enticing even the celestial dragons covet. Come and participate. The human traffickers began to promote Kemi, deliberately avoiding the term mermaid. After all, human trafficking required a degree of discretion, things that even the celestial dragons desire. Lin Feng chuckled, ignoring the commotion. The items he sought were beneath the notice of the celestial dragons, who would casually toss devil fruits to slaves. The case of Snake Princess was a testament to that. Let us wander elsewhere. Hopefully, I can uncover useful information. Lin Feng felt disheartened after wandering around Sabeti for a considerable time. He had yet to stumble upon the underground auction. It seemed that only those with insider knowledge could gain entry to such places. Just as he contemplated leaving, a thunderous shout echoed from afar. Accompanied by a flurry of gunfire, the celestial dragons are on patrol. Kneel! Bang! 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 The gun barrel spewed flames, aimed straight at Lin Feng. He paid them no mind, activating his diamond body, deflecting the bullets harmlessly away. "You lowly scum! How dare you still be alive?" The celestial dragon's fury erupted. He had been insulted too many times today, with that green-haired fool being one. And now, this additional affront that I am a world noble. These wretches deserve death. Hearing the commotion, Lin Feng turned to see a rotund, celestial dragon seated upon a slave, none other than St. Charlos. "You lowly scum! How dare you make eye contact with me?" "Guards, kill him!" St. Charlos roared in outrage upon noticing Lin Feng's gaze. Yes, the guards, receiving the command, charged towards Lin Feng, their spears aimed at his vital points. So that's the case, Lin Feng realized upon recognizing St. Charlos. Understanding the timeline he was in, this was the same celestial dragon who would later be nearly beaten to death by Luffy. These wretches are truly bothersome. With a mere wave of his hand, all the guards were sent flying, blood staining the air. "You dare retaliate?" St. Charlos was bewildered. This lowly scum actually dared to strike back in his presence. Unforgivable! "Guards, notify the Marine Admiral. I shall have this lowly scum executed." St. Charlos shouted at his attendant, frustrated that he had faced 2 insults in one day, even though the first had already met his demise. Yet, this did little to quell the rage simmering within him. "Understood. I shall take care of it immediately," the attendant replied solemnly, pulling out a snow-white din mushy emblazoned with the insignia of the world government, an exclusive communication device that could directly contact Marine headquarters. "You lowly scum, do not even think about escaping." St. Charlos glared at Lin Feng, a smug expression gracing his features. He was confident that no one could maintain their composure in the face of the Marine Admiral's intimidation. Trash is just trash. What worth do these people even have? Lin Feng observed St. Charlos with indifference. Being called lowly scum multiple times was vexing enough to unsettle even a being like the Buddha. Moreover, he was now Fahai, the notoriously ill-tempered monk. "Trash. Someone like you is unworthy of my compassion. Prepare to descend into hell for your sins." Lin Feng grasped his staff and waved it lightly in St. Charlos's direction. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very foundations of sobriety. "Damn it! What is happening? Who caused such a ruckus? It can't be the Marine Admiral coming to surround us, can it? I have no intention of dying today." The supernovas turned their attention towards Lin Feng, their hearts aflame with excitement. Such a commotion could only be associated with a Marine Admiral or perhaps one of the in a concealed corner of a human trafficking site. An elderly man with white hair held a small bottle and took a sip, casting a glance towards the source of the explosion. These youngsters today have no sense of danger. They dared to create such a disturbance. Not fearing the arrival of a Marine Admiral, I was hoping to enjoy a few more peaceful days. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, after the dust settled, surveyed the surrounding structures. Now in ruins, several survivors crawled out from the debris, shaken to their core by the earlier spectacle. How could anyone dare to attack a celestial dragon? Did they not fear the relentless pursuit of a Marine Admiral? Yet, Lin Feng strolled away nonchalantly after the explosion. He felt nauseated merely by the sight of such beings. What he did not realize was that his previous strike had not outright killed the celestial dragons and their entourage. A member of the CP organization, hidden amongst them, had managed to survive. Lorchi, whose body had morphed into root-like tendrils, enveloped the celestial dragons, concealing them. St. Charlos. Lorchi coughed up a mouthful of blood. As a devil fruit user, he had narrowly escaped Lin Feng's attack. In the final moments, he had exerted all his strength to rescue St. Charlos. Despite this, Lin Feng's overwhelming strength had left a profound mark on him. As a CP member, he had nearly lost his life to a single strike from the other. Such power was unprecedented in his experience. Coughing, Lorchi placed St. Charlos on the ground. Compared to himself, the latter was truly a useless sack of potatoes, born well, but lacking greatly. With a sigh, Lorchi retrieved his communication device to report the attack on the Celestial Dragon to the world government. Sabeti Archipelago, Celestial Dragon attacked. Life or death unknown. A simple statement that nearly ignited Marine headquarters into chaos. The notion of attacking a Celestial Dragon was tantamount to seeking death. This rule had been etched into the annals of time. Yet, despite such ironclad laws, someone dared to defy them. Yellow Ape, you must go at once. Hurry and return. This is a critical time, Sengoku, the Marine Fleet Admiral, lamented, holding his head in frustration, just when he thought one white beard was enough trouble. Now someone had the audacity to assault a celestial dragon. What on earth is happening in this world? Rest assured, Admiral, when it comes to the celestial dragons, I will spare no effort, Yellow Ape replied, nonchalantly, simultaneously instructing Momonosuke to deploy the pacifistas and completely seal off the Sabaody archipelago, leaving not a single fly to escape. Meanwhile, Yellow Ape decided to set off immediately. After all, the Marine headquarters was not too far from Sabaody. Rather than take a warship, his own speed would suffice. At the same time, on Sabaody archipelago, the news of the celestial dragon's attack spread, prompting the station Marines to spring into action. Based on Lorchi's description, they began their pursuit of Lin Feng, monk attire, wielding a staff. Upon sighting this individual, report immediately. The Marines stationed at Sabaody archipelago have issued the highest order, a human trafficking site, in comparison to the auction of mermaids. The assault on the celestial dragons is evidently more explosive. The remaining 2 celestial dragons are utterly enraged. They belong to the lineage of gods, and the dignity of the divine cannot be trampled upon. The elderly celestial dragon, his face clouded with gloom, retrieves a golden transponder snail to contact Mariehua without delay. Immediately inform the Holy Land to dispatch the God Guards. I intend to erase Sabaody from the map. The tone of Rhodes Ward, Saint, is frenzied. Merely for the life and death of a celestial dragon, he demands the sacrifice of the entire island's populace, such is the nature of the world's aristocracy. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Lin Feng, is still in search of clues regarding the devil fruits that he discovers that after taking action against the celestial dragons, his progress in the role-playing system has notably advanced. The celestial role-playing system. Host, Lin Feng. Role, Fahai. Progress, 45. Character acquired. Fahai. Opportunities for character extraction, none. Eliminating evildoers can also increase role-playing progress. Lin Feng ponders, gaining a clearer understanding of the requirements for the role. Everything must be guided by the character of Fahai. What is Fahai's true nature? Free from desire, devoid of worldly emotions, possessing only a singular ideology, to eliminate evil and uphold the righteous path, to eradicate all species he defines as evil. It would not be an exaggeration to say he seeks to save all sentient beings. With this in mind, those who commit heinous acts, including the world's aristocrats, have no right to continue living. Lin Feng's demeanor becomes solemn. At this moment, he deepens his comprehension of Fahai's character, if in response. His progress in the role-playing system directly increases by 2%, rising from 45 to 47. Lin Feng's strength burgeons, and just as he revels in this newfound power, a languid voice echoes from afar. Ah, monk, have you laid hands on the celestial dragons? Chapter 4. The Shock of Kizaru. Who are you? Lin Feng tilts his head, and in an instant, a flash of light reveals the speaker before him. Admiral Kizaru, Borsellino of the Navy headquarters. Upon leaving the Navy headquarters, Kizaru traveled at nearly supersonic speed, swiftly arriving here and confirming Lin Feng's location through the local Navy. Kizaru. Lin Feng gazes at him, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy. Ah, you actually know me. You don't seem like a reckless individual. Speak, why did you attack the celestial dragons? Kizaru's tone remains nonchalant, yet he subtly observes Lin Feng, sensing considerable pressure emanating from him. This person should not be underestimated. Trash should remain in the garbage heap. Lin Feng retorts coldly, provoking a strong sense of discontent in Kizaru. Even if the celestial dragons are trash, it hardly warrants their execution. You've created quite the predicament for me. Kizaru's voice carries a hint of complaint, while he forms a rough judgment of Lin Feng. Powerful, extreme in personality, and exceedingly dangerous I've truly found myself in a considerable dilemma. Kizaru feels exhausted, his curiosity regarding Lin Feng's identity piqued. Where has this person emerged from? Are you going to make a move? Lin Feng inquires, genuinely wanting to test his strength. He wishes to ascertain the extent of the gap between himself and the world's top combatants. I am afraid I must act, as I have come to resolve this matter. I cannot leave without taking action. Kizaru responds helplessly, and as soon as he finishes speaking, he vanishes from his position. Almost immediately, a languid yet lethal voice emanates from behind Lin Feng. Have you ever been kicked by light? Kizaru raises his foot, aiming a kick at the back of Lin Feng's head, confident that even if his attack doesn't finish Lin Feng off, it will certainly leave a significant impact. Yet Kizaru is gravely mistaken. In fact, he is spectacularly wrong. Just as Kizaru's foot approaches Lin Feng's head, the latter activates his diamond body. Kizaru feels as though he has kicked the hardest object in existence. The excruciating pain that follows shocks him. Kizaru quickly distances himself from Lin Feng, staring at his bloodied foot, his expression darkening to the utmost. Hey, is your head made of sea prism stone? Sea prism stone, Lin Feng murmurs. Considering that, based on his current strength, his diamond body is nearly on par with sea prism stone. You can understand it that way. Ha, truly arrogant. Kizaru's forehead veins bulge as he reacts to Lin Feng's response. He is seldom provoked to such anger. Clearly, Lin Feng has succeeded in doing so. Kizaru's typically nonchalant demeanor is infuriated by Lin Feng's dismissive attitude, which is more enraging than outright killing him. 8/4 Jewel. Enraged, Kizaru launches into a powerful move, transforming into light and hovering in midair, unleashing an overwhelming barrage of lasers. Countless light projectiles hurtle toward Lin Feng, intent on obliterating him. Unfazed by the incoming assault, Lin Feng tears off his robe and tosses it into the air. Boom, boom, boom. The myriad light projectiles are entirely intercepted by the robe, not a single one striking Lin Feng. How is this possible? Kizaru is astonished. For the first time, his attack has been so effortlessly countered, even if he hadn't exerted his full strength. Who are you? Kizaru asks, suddenly serious, inquiring about Lin Feng's identity. Such a person should not remain obscure at sea. Jinshan Temple, Fahai. Lin Feng states, coolly, as he speaks, his staff strikes out toward Kizaru, who hovers above. The end of the staff magnifies infinitely its reflected Buddhist light, instilling fear. Kizaru pauses. Jinshan Temple, Fahai, after so many years as an admiral. It is the first time he has heard of Jinshan Temple. When did such a force arise at sea? Is it a reclusive power or something else? Kizaru has no time to ponder as Lin Feng's staff approaches him, leaving him alarmed, knowing that even he would not emerge unscathed from such a technique. Impressive. Kizaru's gaze sharpens, instinctively activating his elemental transformation, one of his life-saving techniques. This unique ability of a Logia-type user, combined with the absence of haki from Lin Feng, suggests that this maneuver should be insurmountable for him. Elemental transformation. Lin Feng reflects, recognizing that such a tactic may work against others, but he is Fahai. In an instant, the Buddhist light emanating from the staff once again surges forth, the colossal end crashing into Kizaru. Under the illumination of the Buddhist light, the elemental transformation proves utterly ineffective. Bang! Kizaru is struck solidly. Sent flying a great distance, his body battered, his face a mask of disbelief. How can this be? Kizaru cannot fathom how Lin Feng has managed to pierce through his elemental transformation. This ability is nearly invincible. Most terrifyingly, Kizaru realizes that Lin Feng has not even utilized haki. How on earth did he achieve this? Kizaru's mood plummets. A person who can touch an elemental user without employing haki. Such a scenario is unprecedented. Who exactly is this person? At this moment, Kizaru contemplates many things as an admiral. His mind is exceedingly sharp, and he instantly grasps what Lin Feng's abilities signify for the Navy. Whichever faction controls this power will rewrite the dynamics of the sea in an instant. This individual must never fall into the hands of another. Kizaru swiftly concludes that Lin Feng must be disregarded for now. Better yet, he should be distanced from the Celestial Dragon incident to avoid attracting attention. Once the conflict with Whitebeard concludes, they can apprehend Lin Feng. With this in mind, Kizaru promptly informs the Navy station at Sabaody to erase all records related to Lin Feng, labeling the assailant of the Celestial Dragons as a supernova. The unfortunate supernovas are thus unjustly branded with baseless charges, becoming scapegoats for Lin Feng. Kizaru, are you not going to attack? Lin Feng, unaware of Kizaru's thoughts, retrieves his robe and staff, advancing step by step toward Kizaru. Fahai, you are indeed formidable, but this is not the time for us to engage in battle. We shall meet again in the near future. Kizaru surprisingly refrains from his usual lazy tone, indicating the level of seriousness he attributes to Lin Feng. Oh, Lin Feng chuckles lightly. He has no intention of letting the defenders of the trashy celestial dragons off the hook. Furthermore, Lin Feng has already gauged Kizaru's strength. Based on his current condition, facing a single admiral poses no threat. Even with an additional opponent, victory is attainable, yet capturing him would be a futile endeavor. Lin Feng plants his staff before him, forming a hand seal with one hand and uttering a familiar incantation of formidable power. Great Majesty, Heavenly Dragon, World, Honored Earth Store, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Bahamahong. As Lin Feng uttered each of his profound words, the pressure on Huang Yuan intensified. This sensation was one he had not experienced since his promotion to admiral. Only individuals at the level of the four emperors could exert such immense force upon him. Chapter 5. The struggling supernova. Hey, are you forcing me to take this seriously? Huang Yuan gritted his teeth and drew his Amitsukami sword, charging towards Lin Feng. For beings of their caliber, once a battle was acknowledged, seizing the initiative became imperative. Such trivial skills, daring to show off in front of me. Lin Feng snorted coldly. Having completed his incantation, Huang Yuan still dared to advance, truly underestimating himself. Great might Heavenly Dragon. Lin Feng formed a hand seal, directing his Zen staff towards Huang Yuan, with the prayer beads and Kasaya following closely behind. Heavenly Shroud. The Kasaya instantly expanded, enveloping the entire area, leaving Huang Yuan with no avenue of escape. What manner of ability is this? Huang Yuan stared in astonishment. In this world devoid of Buddhist teachings, he had never encountered such a technique before, and he immediately categorized Lin Feng as a devil fruit user. Starry array. At that moment, the prayer beads split into countless smaller beads, launching towards Huang Yuan. He raised his Amitsukami sword to defend, only to realize that each minuscule bead possessed power rivaling his own laser beams. Even more terrifying was the fact that these beads could be deployed multiple times. What a fearsome place is Jinshan Temple. For the first time, Huang Yuan felt a twinge of suspicion regarding the forces behind Lin Feng. If the monks in Jinshan Temple were all like him, one Lin Feng was already formidable enough. If there were several more, Huang Yuan dared not contemplate further. Damn celestial dragons. Why did I have to provoke such an existence at this moment? Huang Yuan was filled with rage towards the celestial dragons. The Marine headquarters was about to execute Ace. If he further entangled himself with the forces behind Lin Feng, the consequences would be dire. No, I must inform Admiral Sengoku immediately and investigate all information related to Jinshan Temple. Huang Yuan resolved that he could not afford to linger in battle. He needed to find a way to escape. The impending confrontation with Whitebeard was looming, and he could not afford to sustain injuries. Only on the defensive are we. Lin Feng observed Huang Yuan's actions, discerning his thoughts, and his offensive maneuvers only grew fiercer. Great King Hand Seal. In an instant, Lin Feng's hand swelled, carrying unparalleled might as it surged towards Huang Yuan. This was a supreme technique of the Buddhist sect, the signature skill of the Great Wheel King, capable of moving mountains and filling seas. What? Huang Yuan was struck with terror as he sensed an overwhelming threat from the approaching hand seal. I must retreat immediately. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed several beams of laser against the hand seal to buy time, then summoned all his strength to strike at the expansive Kasaya. True 8-span Yada, no Kagami. Countless light orbs rained down upon the Kasaya, converging at a single point, forcibly tearing a gap open. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Yuan transformed into a beam of light and darted through the opening. Racing towards the distance, Huang Yuan's escape was within Lin Feng's expectations, yet he had not anticipated the swiftness of his retreat. Boring, self-righteous scum. Lin Feng shook his head, retracting the Kasaya. His initial wariness of the admiral had proven to be unwarranted. Meanwhile, after distancing himself from Lin Feng, Huang Yuan arrived directly at the Marine Command Center in Sabeti. Upon landing, he encountered Bartholomew Kuma, who was carrying a massive axe. Old man, what happened to you? Kuma, taken aback by Huang Yuan's disheveled appearance, expressed his concern. Huang Yuan, in a foul mood, ignored Kuma and sought out a corner to contact headquarters via a din-din mushi. BRRR, BRRR, BRRR. The din din mushy was quickly answered, and Sengoku's voice resonated. Hello, Huang Yuan. Have things been handled? Not yet, Huang Yuan replied gravely. What? Sengoku sounded alarmed. There's something in Sabaody that an admiral cannot handle. Could it be that the attacker of the celestial dragons is one of the four emperors? Before Sengoku could inquire further, Huang Yuan recounted the battle with Lin Feng, and with each detail, Sengoku's astonishment grew, particularly upon hearing that Lin Feng could disregard elemental transformation. Paulusalino, are you saying this is all true? After a long pause, Sengoku's tone became heavy, and his address towards Huang Yuan shifted, reflecting the gravity of the situation. Reporting truthfully, Admiral Sengoku, Huang Yuan replied solemnly. Sengoku sighed deeply. You did well to place the blame on the supernova. After all, we are on the brink of confrontation with Whitebeard. Once the battle with Whitebeard concludes, I will have someone investigate this fellow named Lin Feng. Pausing momentarily, Sengoku continued, if what you say is true, this individual's value is beyond measure. The ability to nullify a devil fruit user's elemental transformation without the use of haki could elevate the Navy's overall strength significantly. What should I do next? Admiral Sengoku, Huang Yuan inquired, should I return to headquarters or? Sengoku took a deep breath before responding. First, go apprehend a few supernovas, preferably alive. This will help placate those celestial dragons. Understood. Huang Yuan nodded, promptly hanging up the din din mushy and turning his gaze towards Kuma. Kuma, gather all pacifistas. Target the supernovas. Having said this, Huang Yuan did not linger, transforming into a beam of light and vanishing, leaving Kuma in a state of confusion. Weren't the attackers of the celestial dragons just a monk? Why capture supernovas? Kuma muttered to himself. Upon arriving, he had already learned that Lin Feng was a mastermind behind the attack on the celestial dragons. Although puzzled by Huang Yuan's actions, he proceeded to gather the pacifistas. Wielding his massive axe as he headed outside, on the other side. After battling Huang Yuan, Lin Feng resumed his search for the location of the underground trading post. He sought not the kind overseen by Brother Ming, which dealt in human trafficking, but the true black market. Based on Lin Feng's understanding of the original narrative, there certainly existed such a place in Sabaody, though its precise location remained unknown. Never mind. I'll just ask someone. Determined to gather information, Lin Feng made his way towards the illicit zone, where he hoped to acquire valuable intelligence at that moment. Due to Lin Feng's presence, a clash had erupted between the Marines and the supernovas in the illicit zone. Have you ever been kicked by light? Huang Yuan's Clich D opening line sent one of the supernovas, Urki, flying across the area, his massive form crashing into the ruins, his fate uncertain. Little ones, my mood today is particularly foul. You'd best surrender obediently. After dispatching Urki, Huang Yuan cast a glance at the others, Apu, Drake, and Hawkins. The frustrations he had endured with Lin Feng would be exacted upon them one by one. Hey, do we really need an admiral to deal with us? Apu, perched atop a rooftop, swallowed hard. Faced with Huang Yuan's overwhelming presence, his limbs felt as heavy as lead, rendering him immobile. I'm not destined to die today. Hawkins sat calmly on the ground, initiating a divination, as if nothing could interrupt him. Meanwhile, Drake transformed into his half-dragon form and bolted away. He sensed that Huang Yuan was different from usual, as if stimulated by something. Trying to escape. Huang Yuan's gaze fell upon the fleeing Drake, and in an instant, he vanished from his position, reappearing beside Drake. Fallen Marine Major, what are you running from? Huang Yuan raised his leg and delivered a kick towards Drake's head. What? Drake was taken aback, swiftly adopting a defensive posture while internally lamenting, I'm an undercover agent. Why am I the first to be kicked? Before he could finish that thought, Huang Yuan's kick had already landed, sending Drake hurtling like an arrow towards a distant building. The immense impact causing an explosion. The thunderous sounds echoed continuously. Only you remaining. Come, let me kick to my heart's content. Chapter 6. Encounter with Rayleigh. Having dealt with Drake, Huang Yuan turned his attention to the remaining two, transforming into light and charging towards Apu on the rooftop. Hey, this is a joke, right? You should have taken him out first. Apu nearly cried out from his vantage point. Why not go after Hawkins first? His bounty is much higher than mine. But before he could complain further, Huang Yuan was already before him, delivering a kick that shattered the rooftop, sending Apu crashing to the ground, rendered unconscious. Only you left. After resolving the matter with Apu, Kizaru straightened his attire, descended to the ground, and sauntered towards Hawkins. However, the latter paid him no heed and continued with his divination. In an instant, Kizaru's thoughts drifted to Lin Feng, and his expression darkened. "Hey, little one, ignoring me comes with a hefty price." Upon hearing this, Hawkins looked up, transforming into his cursed scarecrow form, brandishing a scythe and swinging it towards Kizaru. Oh, how terrifying! Kizaru feigned fear, raising a hand to unleash a barrage of lasers that pierced through Hawkins. Boom! But on the island, several individuals collapsed, suffering varying degrees of burns, the cause unknown. Facing an admiral with merely 10 puppets was indeed too taxing. With the sudden loss of 3 puppets, Hawkins' countenance turned exceedingly grim. It was evident that the admiral was an insurmountable foe. Is that a nature type? Observing Hawkins withstand his attack, Kizaru couldn't help but feel astonished. Raising his hand to fire off another series of lasers. Could it truly be a nature type? Just as Kizaru was reveling in his assault, a voice resonated from afar. "You nearly hit me." Kizaru, Lin Feng, indifferent, regarded Kizaru from a distance, surprised that upon his arrival, he was greeted with a laser strike. Anyone would be incensed, especially since Lin Feng had unresolved grievances with Kizaru. Upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, Kizaru paused momentarily. He was far too familiar with it to need to look to know who it belonged to. Flipping Hawkins away, Kizaru directed his gaze at Lin Feng. "Fahai, you actually chased me all the way here. What is it? Do you intend to fight me to the bitter end?" "Chase you?" Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Realizing Kizaru had misunderstood his intentions, he then replied with indifference. "You think too highly of yourself. This monk merely happened to arrive here." "Really?" Kizaru, his lasers charged and ready, clearly skeptical of Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng cast a sidelong glance at Kizaru's right hand, disregarding him as he began to walk away. Compared to battling Kizaru, the allure of the devil fruit was evidently more compelling to him. As he walked, Lin Feng abruptly halted and turned to Kizaru, saying nonchalantly, "Do you know where the underground trading house is located?" Kizaru was taken aback by the question that "I am a Navy admiral. Is it truly wise to ask such inquiries?" "You don't know? How useless." Not receiving a response from Kizaru, Lin Feng paid him no further mind. Tossing a remark over his shoulder as he turned to leave tea that moment, Hawkins' voice emerged. "Senior, the underground trading house is located beneath Zone 9. Lin Feng paused, turning to the weakened Hawkins, nodding in acknowledgement. "Thank you, benefactor, but this monk is unaware of the precise location. I would appreciate it if you could guide me." Hawkins glanced at Kizaru, unsure of how to proceed. He was now devoid of cursed dolls, and with a mere flick of Kizaru's finger, his life could be forfeit. Sensing Hawkins' predicament, Lin Feng waved a hand, drawing him closer. Without even glancing at Kizaru, he bowed to Hawkins and gestured for him to lead the way. "Please, benefactor, guide me to—" Very well." Hawkins was momentarily stunned by Lin Feng's unexpected gesture, becoming somewhat dazed as he trudged heavily towards Zone 9 under Kizaru's watchful gaze. "There is no need for alarm, benefactor. A normal pace will suffice." Hawkins' speed was painfully slow, prompting Lin Feng to urge him onward. "All right." Hawkins, straining against his injuries, suddenly summoned his strength and dashed ahead, unperturbed by the thought of whether Lin Feng could keep up. "That's more like it." Lin Feng chuckled, pursuing Hawkins, casting one last glance at Kizaru. "Truly useless." "Useless, you say?" Kizaru's face twitched, and he resolutely decided that once the dust settled, he would certainly join forces with Akainu and Akiji to capture Lin Feng and bring him to the Navy headquarters as a guest. Meanwhile, at Zone 9, due to Lin Feng's presence, the narrative did not unfold as it typically would. Luffy and his crew refrained from attacking the celestial dragons and instead seized the opportunity amidst the chaos on the island to rescue Cammy. Accompanied by a white-haired elder. "What brings you here, Rayleigh?" Little 8 exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the elder. I merely sold myself for lack of drink money." Rayleigh laughed heartily, though his gaze was drawn towards Luffy. Or more accurately, to the straw hat perched atop his head. "Mr. Rayleigh, I encountered someone in the East Blue who spoke the same words as the captain. His name is Luffy. You must meet him when you have the chance." Rayleigh vividly recalled his encounter with Shanks. Time flies so quickly, he mused. Hey, old man, why are you staring at me? This hat cannot be given to you. It was a gift from Shanks. Luffy, noticing Rayleigh's gaze, replied cautiously, Huh, that hat suits you very well. Rayleigh responded with a hearty laugh, causing Luffy to feel somewhat bashful. Yes, that's true, old man. Thank you for the compliment. Luffy beamed, revealing a wide grin. You need to coat your ship? Right? Come to my place first. Rayleigh snapped out of his reverie, addressing Luffy and the others. Thank you, old man. You truly are a good person. Luffy expressed his gratitude, while Little 8 chimed in, Rayleigh, thank you, Nami. Coating is quite expensive. How much berries will it require? The expressions of the group varied, yet their steps were oddly synchronized as they followed Rayleigh towards Shaki's place. As they proceeded, several figures suddenly appeared before them. Straw Hat Crew, Captain, Straw Hat Luffy, bounty of 300 million berries. Pirate Hunter, Roronoa, bounty of 120 million berries. You cannot escape. Warlord of the Sea, Bartholomew Kuma, bore a massive axe, flanked by pacifistas. Navy, I shall refrain from involving myself in such conflicts to avoid drawing the government's attention. Rayleigh sighed, carrying Cammy and pulling Little 8 and Papagoo away towards the distance. Make sure to find me at Shaki's. That Rayleigh's reluctance to assist Luffy and the others stemmed from his position as the Pirate King's first mate, which necessitated caution. After all, the times had changed. All right, old man, I will seek you out, Luffy called out cheerfully. Warlord of the Sea? It feels off somehow. Zoro did not greet Rayleigh, but instead fixated on the pacifista. Who is that? Their speed is astonishing, nearly matching the old man. Bartholomew Kuma glanced at the fleeing Rayleigh, internally assessing the situation but refraining from ordering the pacifista to pursue, as per Kizaru's statement. Their target was solely the supernovas. Come on, axe-wielding fellow. Luffy instantly entered gear second, charging towards Bartholomew Kuma with his crew in tow. Gum Gum, Pistol Barrage, Gum Gum, Wind Pistol, Gum Gum, Bazooka, unfazed by the onslaught from the three mainstays of the Straw Hat Crew. Bartholomew Kuma prepared to capture them. PX Zero. The pacifista surged onto the battlefield, throwing the scene into utter chaos. Meanwhile, the retreating Rayleigh remained concerned for Luffy's safety, instructing Little 8 to take Cammy ahead while he turned back. Little Luffy, you are the one who made Shanks stake an arm on you. Let me see your potential. That Rayleigh's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he yearned to witness what kind of person could elicit such a response from Shanks. Just as he was about to set off, a voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Excuse me, benefactor, could you direct me to the underground trading house? Rayleigh was taken aback. Few could approach him so stealthily. He turned to face the speaker. Chapter 7. Conversation. The one who spoke was Lin Feng, who had originally been following Hawkins in search of the underground trading house, only to find that Hawkins was utterly unaware of its precise location. The earlier remarks were merely a ruse to escape Lin Feng's imposing presence. Recognizing this, Lin Feng did not press Hawkins further and, after a brief exchange, let him go. Hi, monk, I mean no harm. I beseech you for mercy. Reflecting on Hawkins' helpless expression, Lin Feng sighed in resignation. Who are you? Rayleigh scrutinized Lin Feng cautiously, his first impression being one of unfathomable depth. Rayleigh, Lin Feng was astonished, having not anticipated that the person he casually addressed would be the Pirate King's first mate. You know me? Rayleigh instantly grew wary, speculating about Lin Feng's identity. Was he from the CP organization or an underground force? Do not be alarmed, Mr. Rayleigh. This monk is Fahai, merely seeking the underground trading house. Lin Feng, perceiving Rayleigh's caution, explained. Underground trading house? Clearly, Rayleigh was skeptical about what could possibly attract someone like Lin Feng to that place. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded and stated there should be an underground trading hub in Sabaody. I intend to visit it to see if I can acquire a devil fruit. He candidly expressed his purpose, wishing to avoid any misunderstandings with the elder, for he held some degree of fondness for him. I see, Rayleigh sighed in relief, feeling reassured as long as the other party did not intend to disturb him. The underground trading hub is located beneath the naval base, and it's not difficult to find. The naval base? Lin Feng was taken aback, surprised that the underground trading hub would be situated beneath a Navy branch. Was it a case of playing in the shadows? Indeed, was it true that the most perilous locations were often the safest? Thank you, kind sir. I shall take my leave now. Lin Feng bowed respectfully and turned towards the direction of the naval base, which was quite conspicuous and easily located. Wait, just as Lin Feng had taken a few steps, Rayleigh called him back. I guess there's something you need, Mr. Rayleigh. Lin Feng turned to face him, unsure why Rayleigh had summoned him. You're seeking a devil fruit, correct? Rayleigh inquired. Yes, that item would be immensely beneficial to me. Lin Feng replied honestly, feeling no need to conceal anything in that case. Rayleigh pondered before uttering words that resonated deeply with Lin Feng. If you seek a devil fruit, I advise against going to the underground trading hub. To my knowledge, all the devil fruits there have already been reserved by significant figures, and they are no longer available. Significant figures? Lin Feng questioned, intrigued, to be referred to as a significant figure by Rayleigh. One must at least be of the caliber of the four emperors. Filtering through the possibilities, he deduced that there were only a few capable of such power. Big Mom had a limited demand for devil fruits. Whitebeard was preoccupied with rescuing Ace, leaving only red-haired Shanks and Kato. T must be one of them who has taken the devil fruits, Lin Feng surmised. Regardless of who it was, he was determined to reclaim one, as it was crucial for his enhancement. Kaido, Rayleigh uttered, then added, Master, I can see that your need for a devil fruit is quite substantial, but regardless of your intentions, Kaido of the Beast is not someone easily provoked. If you truly require one, I would recommend seeking alternatives. Beast pirates are not to be trifled with. Rayleigh spoke sincerely, as he had a good impression of Lin Feng and felt compelled to offer a few more words of caution, though merely as a friendly warning. Thank you, Mr. Rayleigh, I understand. Lin Feng bowed in gratitude. Indeed, it was still a bit premature for him to confront one of the four emperors. A reckless approach would likely result in failure. Yes, Rayleigh nodded, drawn by the distant sounds of explosions. Luffy and his crew had already defeated PX-0 and were now collectively attacking Seno. Lin Feng, too, was captivated by the scene. Somewhat capable, yet still too immature. Lin Feng assessed, noting that Luffy's crew was barely making their mark in the Grand Line, but once they reached the New World, such strength would be insufficient. Rayleigh glanced at him and chuckled. Young sprouts must undergo a process of growth. The future world belongs to them. The future world? Who can say for certain? Lin Feng replied with a faint smile. During his conversation with Rayleigh, Luffy and the others had managed to subdue Kizaru, the situation looking quite favorable. Suddenly, a beam of light rushed towards Luffy and his crew from afar. What is that? Luffy exclaimed in shock, but before he could react, a figure stood before them. Hey Kizaru, getting pressured like this by these kids. You still need to train harder, Kizaru remarked lazily, directing his complaint at the distant Seno. Old man, I'm sorry, Kizaru replied dejectedly, surprised by the extent of Luffy's crew's strength. Don't worry about it, Kizaru responded nonchalantly, then turned to Luffy and his companions. The game is over, kids. Any final words? Admiral, Luffy's sweat began to pour. He understood that given his side's strength, facing an admiral would leave them with no fighting chance. Young ones, we cannot contend with the enemy's strength. Scatter and flee. Luffy decisively commanded, realizing that against an admiral, there was no option but to retreat. Even fleeing is stated so boldly. You truly are Carp's grandson, Kizaru remarked, his face twitching, having encountered several eccentric individuals during this outing. Was fortune not on his side? Mr. Rayleigh, it's your time to intervene. These little ones stand no chance against a Navy admiral. Lin Feng looked at Rayleigh, sensing that it was time for him to take action, and hurry. I want to see how long these kids can hold out, Rayleigh replied with a smile, his tone calm, showing no concern for Luffy and the others. Suit yourself. I must take my leave. Lin Feng shook his head, chuckling at Rayleigh's mischievous nature. Since the underground trading hub here lacked any devil fruits, he had no reason to linger in Sabori for Luffy's battle. Lin Feng was not a savior. Meddling was not his style. What is your name? Rayleigh inquired as Lin Feng prepared to depart. I am Fahai, Lin Feng replied, shedding his robe, which floated gracefully in midair. He then exerted force beneath him, landing lightly and sitting cross-legged. This display astonished Rayleigh greatly. The float fruit? Has the golden lion perished? He speculated. As per his understanding of the golden lion, he was not someone who could easily meet his end. But if the golden lion were indeed alive, what could Lin Feng's ability signify? Was there perhaps another power akin to the float fruit? Lin Feng was unaware of Rayleigh's thoughts as he maneuvered his robe to depart from sobriety. Watching Lin Feng's retreating figure, Rayleigh felt a mixture of emotions. Fahai, Fahai, does this imply a desire to unify the laws of the sea? Who exactly are you? Chapter 8. Transformation of mindset. After bidding farewell to Rayleigh, Lin Feng alighted upon an island in close proximity to the naval headquarters. With the Marine-Forward War on the horizon, the naval logistics would surely harbor some valuable items. Lin Feng had not abandoned his quest for a devil fruit, believing that the impending war presented a splendid opportunity. All naval forces would be concentrated in the harbor, clashing with Whitebeard, leaving the logistics comparatively vulnerable. Within, there must be plenty of treasures. Just as he was contemplating this, the system's voice echoed, a long-awaited warning. Do not act in contradiction to the character you are portraying. A failure to comply will result in a direct reduction of your portrayal progress. The system's message arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, leaving Lin Feng momentarily stunned and at a loss. Character portrayal? Lin Feng muttered, realizing he needed to truly embody Fahai's character. Since setting his sights on the devil fruits, his subjective consciousness had been somewhat influenced, inadvertently causing him to forget Fahai's unique traits. This could be what the Buddha referred to as attachment. Ba. Lin Feng calmed his mind, relinquishing his obsessions, not deliberately seeking matters concerning the devil fruits, allowing everything to come naturally. The Buddhist philosophy emphasizes cause and effect, as well as fate. As a highly enlightened monk, Fahai held these principles in high regard. Indeed, having attachments clouded one's perception. After achieving tranquility, Lin Feng felt a newfound clarity, and he settled into a meditative posture. No thoughts, no desires, no demands, abandoned delusions, abandoned desires, abandoned attachments. After meditating, Lin Feng felt even more aligned with Fahai's essence, exhaling the impurities within him before opening his attribute panel. Celestial Portrayal System. Host, Lin Feng. Current portrayed character, Fahai. Portrayal progress, 50%. Character owned, Fahai. Opportunities to extract character, none. This revelation of his portrayal progress leaping to 50% astonished Lin Feng that this what they mean by to draw the person. First draw the bones. His eyes sparkled with insight. Previously, he had only possessed Fahai's strength without his mindset. After a period of reflection, his state of mind had elevated, yielding considerable results in his portrayal progress. To embody a character fully, one must immerse oneself entirely. He recognized his prior superficiality. Lin Feng now possessed a deeper understanding of Fahai. The Buddha teaches that all beings are equal. Lin Feng uttered a sigh. Gazing towards the Navy headquarters, he still intended to participate in the paramount war, albeit this time not to seize the devil fruit. The casualties in this conflict had been staggering, leaving countless innocent families in tears. What Lin Feng aimed to achieve was to prevent the war from transpiring, for the method of prevention. Should diplomacy and negotiation prove futile, he would resort to more forceful measures. Let us not forget. Although Fahai possesses compassion, it is only directed towards ordinary individuals. For those who refuse to heed his words, Fahai often reveals a more ruthless side. There is nothing that the great Wushenlong cannot resolve. Should there be an insurmountable issue, a further invocation of the earthly bodhisattva would suffice. With a few days remaining until the paramount war, Lin Feng noted the passage of time, meticulously calculating the opportune moment for his appearance. He planned to act once Little Oars launched his assault on the plaza, for why he did not strike earlier. The truth was, facing the entirety of the Navy headquarters left Lin Feng with little confidence. The three admirals, Garp and Sengoku, were formidable adversaries, not to be underestimated. Not to mention the 7 warlords of the sea. If a confrontation were to ensue, defeat would be inevitable for Lin Feng. This was beyond dispute. Thus, the timing of his intervention had to be impeccable. When Little Oars made his entrance, the balance of power between the two sides of the Navy would reach a delicate equilibrium. One crucial aspect to monitor was Akainu's instigation. He must not allow Whitebeard, this venerable father figure, to be attacked by his beloved son. With the plan firmly established, all that remained was the passage of time. Lin Feng pondered briefly before making his way into the depths of the island. In the ensuing days, rumors began to circulate across the island. A profoundly skilled monk had been performing acts of charity. As for when the monk appeared or departed, no one on the island cared. They only knew that this monk was genuinely benevolent, and the rest was of little importance. The Navy headquarters, within the marshal's office, Sengoku slammed his hand on the table, the tremendous force reducing it to splinters. He was seething with anger, especially at such a critical juncture. With the execution of Fire Fist Ace imminent, such troubling news was utterly unacceptable. Sengoku remained unaware that all of this was orchestrated by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's appearance had significantly accelerated the plot's progression. Luffy had not been sent flying to Amazon Lily by Kuma, but was instead imprisoned and impelled down, within the confines of that prison. He learned of Ace's impending execution, thus escalating the situation to its current state. Magellan, do not dwell on the responsibilities you must shoulder. Focus on restoring order and impel down. I shall handle matters once the war concludes. Sengoku ended the call, his expression darkening to the point of nearly dripping with frustration, a stark contrast to his reputation as a strategic genius. Sengoku, I will resolve the situation at impel down. In a rare display of determination, Garp requested to address the impel down incident. On one hand, he wished to evade the execution of Ace. On the other, he was concerned for Luffy's safety. Even someone as formidable as he could be swayed by familial ties. However, Sengoku rejected Garp's proposal. There is no need. We both know Magellan's capabilities. Yet Sengoku continued. But Sengoku, those imprisoned above the 5th level are all heinous criminals, each possessing the potential to obliterate nations. Can Magellan truly handle them? Garp argued fervently, eager to head to impel down, and attempted to leave. Garp, Sengoku's stern voice halted him in his tracks. There's also Shiryu in impel down. You need not go. Garp fell silent, for he had intended to depart under the pretense of resolving the impel down situation. Sengoku's words stripped him of his excuse, and the subsequent remarks sealed his fate. Garp, war is on the horizon. As a hero of the Navy, your presence is imperative. This is my non-negotiable stance. The morale of the Navy must remain intact. Sengoku's words were deliberate and firm. In terms of rank, Garp was not superior to Sengoku. But regarding military prestige, nearly all officers of comparable rank had benefited from Garp's mentorship. It could be said that if Garp so desired, the title of marshal would be within his grasp. Sengoku. Garp hesitated, comprehending the gravity of Sengoku's message. In such a significant battle, his absence would have dire consequences. Should the Navy face defeat, he, Garp, the hero of the Navy, would be deemed the instigator and thus a criminal. Sighing deeply, Garp slumped onto the sofa, pulling out a bag of sunbae from somewhere and devouring it with fervor. Before long, under Sengoku's watchful gaze, the entire bag of sunbae was consumed. Throughout the process, Sengoku did not intervene. He understood Garp's peculiar habit of indulging in sunbae during monumental events to gather his thoughts. I'm full, Garp declared. Tossing the empty bag onto the ground and looking towards Sengoku, having made his decision, I shall not depart at a concise statement. And Garp fell silent, leaning back on the sofa, maintaining his stance. Thank you. Sengoku refrained from elaborating further. He and Garp were far too familiar, having been comrades for a lifetime. Gratitude was all that needed to be said. Chapter 9. The war commences. While Garp and Sengoku conversed, Lin Feng had already departed the island. Infiltrating the Navy headquarters, he calculated the days. Tomorrow marked the onset of the Paramount War. In the family quarters of the headquarters, all residents had long since evacuated. Lin Feng settled in a house near the bay. The most perilous location was indeed the safest. He had played the game of concealment beneath the light. The Navy, indeed, appeared to be armed to the teeth. From the attic, observing the naval soldiers who patrolled every 5 minutes, Lin Feng could not help but marvel at the Navy's earnestness regarding this war. Yet, it was a necessity. The Paramount War represented the largest battle between the Navy and pirates since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era. It could be deemed a confrontation between the old and new regimes. Following this war, Blackbeard would rapidly ascend, usurping Whitebeard's position as one of the new 4 emperors. Sengoku would retreat to the sidelines, relinquishing the title of marshal. In the ensuing battle for the marshal's position, Akainu would ultimately prevail, while Akiji would depart from the Navy. All of this stemmed from the repercussions of this war. The Buddha teaches that all beings are equal. This war shall not conclude in tragedy. For history must be rewritten. Lin Feng gazed indifferently at the colossal fortress emblazoned with the characters for the Navy, murmuring softly as the sun dipped below the horizon. The crescent moon took its place in the sky, casting a gentle glow upon the earth. Bathed in moonlight, the tense atmosphere of Marineford softened. The Navy elites gathered together, savoring the tranquility before the stormed eye in the Grand Line. Within the doldrums, the Moby Dick sailed alongside 3 accompanying vessels. A giant with a crescent mustache stood at the stern, gazing at the silver sea illuminated by moonlight, his eyes filled with nostalgia. "Roger, your bloodline shall not be severed," that a simple statement, yet it bore the weight of countless memories. Simultaneously, renowned pirate crews of the New World converged upon Marineford. War was now unavoidable. At the same moment, within impelled down, the realm of the inhuman, Luffy and his companions had not escaped the underwater prison. Under Magellan's venom, they had suffered near total annihilation and were recuperating there. "Straw Hat Boy, your brother is about to be executed. That's your father. Dragon might come, right?" "Ah, it's been so many years. I wonder if Dragon will recognize the alluring me," Ivankov remarked, transforming into a female form. Exuding extreme charm, Luffy paused, contemplating before responding, "Ace, and I do not share the same father. My father is Dragon, and his father is Roger." "What? Hey, are you kidding me? The captain actually has blood relatives still in this world." Upon hearing Ace's true lineage, the crowd was astonished. The bloodline of the Pirate King could not possibly endure. This was utterly unfathomable. By the way, Luffy blurted without regard for the group's capacity to process such revelations. "This matter mustn't be spread. Ace dislikes being known that you've already revealed it. Damn Straw Hat." After the initial shock, the group began devising an escape plan. Time swiftly passed. The tranquility of the sea arrived quickly and departed just as fast. The first rays of morning sunlight kissed the ocean, heralding an extraordinary day. It already morning. Lin Feng was roused from slumber by the gentle caress of sunlight. Gazing through the window towards the harbor, he beheld a formidable assembly of 100,000 naval soldiers, standing ready for battle. The tense atmosphere rendered the very air oppressive. The entirety of Marineford was so still that even the sound of breathing was distinctly audible. The rustle of movement echoed as a figure was escorted to the execution platform, flanked by Fleet Admiral Sengoku. As the platform came into view, the 3 admirals, Kizaru, Akainu, and Akiji, arrived in succession, taking their seats prepared for them. In addition to these formidable figures, nearly all renowned naval commanders from around the world had gathered here. Furthermore, several silhouettes stood upon the elevated platform of the harbor, the 7 warlords of the sea. For this battle, the Marine headquarters had effectively concentrated the majority of its combat strength here. The singular objective was to confront the world's mightiest man, Edward Whitebeard Newgate, as he unleashed his absolute onslaught. "Ace, reveal your father's name," Sengoku declared gravely, grasping the transponder snail. Ace's expression darkened. He had already surmised Sengoku's intent, yet he uttered the name of the man he had always revered as his father. "Whitebeard." "Incorrect," Sengoku interrupted with a sweeping gesture, detailing Ace's lineage. With each revelation, the atmosphere in Marineford grew increasingly suffocating. Finally, Sengoku surveyed the surroundings, his voice heavy with portent. 1 year and 3 months after your father's death, a child born of the most sinister bloodline entered this world. That child is you, and your father is the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger. This is our reason for engaging in battle with the world's strongest man. The bloodline of the Pirate King must be eradicated. Sengoku's rallying cry ignited the spirits of all present naval forces. What is there to fear? We have the admirals and Fleet Admiral Sengoku with us. The Whitebeard pirates are of no consequence. The fervor of the Marines surged, their voices resounding with cries of justice prevailing. Lin Feng observed all of this, then shifted his gaze towards the inner bay, pondering if Whitebeard was on his way. Indeed, as soon as Lin Feng's thoughts concluded, the surface of the inner bay exhibited an anomaly, capturing the attention of all the powerful figures present. Did they miscalculate? Vice Admiral Tsaru, clutching her head, appeared troubled. Suddenly, a pristine vessel erupted from beneath the waves, stirring up tumultuous waters. It was none other than the Moby Dick, the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard has arrived. Someone shouted, and the atmosphere on the island instantly solidified that he truly comes from the most unfathomable depths. Carp mused, his gaze fixed upon the Moby Dick, his heart heavy with dread. If it were up to him, he would rather Whitebeard not appear at all, torn between familial bonds and a steadfast commitment to justice. These two elements were impossible to weigh against each other on the same scale. Clang, clang, clang. Accompanied by melodic metallic resonance, a colossal figure stood at the prow of the Moby Dick. Ace, are you all right? Whitebeard grinned, his face radiating paternal affection as he regarded Ace on the execution platform. Old man. In that moment, Ace could no longer contain himself. Tears streamed down his face like a torrential downpour. You need not go to such lengths for me. All of this is a result of my own recklessness. Silence. It was I who sent you. Whitebeard replied firmly, locking eyes with Ace before turning to Marco. Right, Marco? Yes, we all heard it. It was the old man who sent you, Marco affirmed, a smile gracing his lips. Hold on, Ace. We will rescue you soon. The captains of the various divisions were ablaze with fighting spirit. Whitebeard hurled his weapon aside, bringing his fists crashing down on either side. Crack, crack, crack. The air emitted a sound akin to shattering glass. The ocean on both sides trembled under the force of this impact, causing the sea level to sink dramatically. The atmosphere grew eerily silent. In an instant, towering waves erupted, shattering the stillness. The sea surged. Two colossal tsunamis surged forth from either flank of Marineford, as if intent on dragging the entire Marine headquarters into the depths. From the loft, Lin Feng gazed at the tsunami summoned by Whitebeard, his heart racing with astonishment. The experience was akin to stepping into an anime. The reality was indeed strikingly similar. The ability to manipulate the environment could be described as almost divine. I wonder if I could ever reach such heights. At that moment, Lin Feng acquired a clear understanding of the formidable power wielded by the four emperors. Were it not for Whitebeard's waning strength, he surely would have saved Ace. Alas, his increasingly feeble body could no longer allow him to wield his powers unchecked. Ice Age. Aokiji confronted the oncoming tsunamis, his powers fully unleashed, freezing the massive waves on either side. With a single hand, Whitebeard struck towards Aokiji, activating his tremor ability, causing the latter to plummet into the inner bay. Encasing it in ice. Aokiji, you little brat, Whitebeard chuckled, aware that from the tsunami to Aokiji's counterattack, it was all part of his premeditated strategy, ensuring safe footing for his crew. Whitebeard. Aokiji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixed on the giant aboard the vessel. The war had officially commenced. Chapter 10. The Flying Whitebeard. Kill. Save Ace. As the battle ignited, the Whitebeard pirates clashed with the Marines, plunging the scene into utter chaos. The narrative seemed to diverge slightly. Lin Feng observed the unfolding events, noting that the plot appeared to be advancing at an accelerated pace. In the original work, Aokiji was not injured by Whitebeard. He merely fell into the inner bay and froze the seawater. Though somewhat perplexed, the hastened progression of events presented an opportunity for Lin Feng. Once the battle reached a tipping point, he could intervene and gain the upper hand. On the viewing platform, Hawkeye stepped forward, slowly drawing the black blade from behind him. How rare for you to take action. This is quite a novelty, Doflamingo commented, surprised that Hawkeye would be the first of the warlords to engage. I merely wish to ascertain the gap between myself and that man, Hawkeye stated, locking his gaze upon Whitebeard. The black blade swiftly unsheathed, a fierce sword light directed at Whitebeard that a strike that could blot out the sun. Hawkeye! Lin Feng watched intently. The force of this strike was tremendous, reaching the zenith of combat prowess in terms of raw attack power. Whoosh! The sword light cut through the air, a chasm of unfathomable depth opening in the ice beneath it. In an instant, the blade was upon Whitebeard. Take down the king directly. Hawkeye is indeed a rarity. How terrifying, the world's greatest swordsman. Old man. The intensity of Hawkeye's strike drew the attention of all parties. For it was an attack emanating from the world's foremost warrior. Clang, just as the sword light was about to descend upon Whitebeard, a spine-chilling sound echoed. Accompanying this figure, The sword light halted abruptly. "Ah, get away!" A thunderous command rang out, and the sword light was forcibly redirected upwards, dissipating into the sky. The world's greatest strike was thwarted. Who is it? All were astounded. Who could possibly have blocked Hawkeye's attack? That figure. Observant individuals noted a substantial silhouette standing before the Moby Dick, emanating a radiant glow. Their identity was unmistakable. From the Whitebeard pirates, the captain of the 3rd Division, Diamond Jozu. The Marines were astonished. A mere captain-level individual could withstand the might of a warlord. How terrifying was the Whitebeard pirates? At that moment, Kizaru leaped from the admiral's seats, appearing directly before Whitebeard. The morale was unstable. As an admiral, he had to take decisive action to capture the thief. One must first seize the king. Whitebeard had to be taken down. Kizaru hovered in midair, utilizing the power of the Pika Pika Nomi to remain briefly aloft. Crossing his arms, his fingertips glimmered with brilliant light. Yada no Kagami. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A deluge of light projectiles surged toward Whitebeard, clearly intent on overwhelming him. Hey, that is a bit too dazzling, don't you think? Whitebeard squinted against the brilliance, standing firm without evasion. Just as the light projectiles closed in on Whitebeard, a blue figure suddenly emerged from an unknown location, directly confronting Kizaru's assault. Kizaru was taken aback, his gaze falling upon the blue figure. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of violent explosions resonated, shaking the very air. The blue figure astonishingly absorbed all the light projectiles, leaving everyone in shock. Hey, this can't be real. That was an admiral's attack. Good heavens, am I dreaming? The naval officers found themselves at a loss for words. The admiral was their pinnacle of combat prowess, yet the enemy had effortlessly countered their attack. It was truly terrifying that a blue aura coalesced in midair as Marco fixed his gaze upon Kizaru. His tone somber. Kizaru, how could you allow the enemy to strike the captain right from the start? More rare than the natural type, the Zoan type, particularly the mythical beasts, captain of the 1st Division. The Phoenix Marco. Kizaru's lips twitched as his eyes narrowed behind his sunglasses. The Whitebeard pirates were indeed formidable. Similar to Kizaru, Lin Feng also narrowed his eyes, fixated on Marco. It appeared that the strength of the Whitebeard pirates had already revealed itself to a significant extent. In stark contrast, the Navy's seasoned veterans, Sengoku, Garp, had yet to make a move, not to mention the presence of the overall commander, Fleet Admiral Kong. What could the Navy be so apprehensive about? Were they fearful of Whitebeard's potential counterattack in his final moments? Lin Feng glanced toward the execution platform, the corners of his eyes twitching involuntarily. He sensed that the war at the top was not as straightforward as it appeared. There must be some unknown secrets lurking in the shadows. What are you all so worried about, Navy? Lin Feng pondered as the sounds of battle roared around him, the conflict escalating with each passing moment. After observing for a while, Lin Feng resolved to take action early to halt the war. Ace was the source of the problem. Locking his gaze on Ace, he thought that if he could remove this individual, the war at the top would lose all significance. Yet he was uncertain whether he could contend with Sengoku and Garp at this moment. Lin Feng's eyes fell on Sengoku. The pressure he exerted was far beyond what Kizaru could muster, not to mention the formidable Garp, who had forced Roger into countless corners. Enough of this. It was time to act. Lin Feng's eyes sharpened, realizing that there was no time to waste in battle, and he vanished from his position in an instant. On the execution platform, Sengoku felt a sudden jolt in his heart. His formidable observation haki informing him that the time to delay was over. Ace's execution had to proceed immediately. Executioners, prepare. Sengoku held the transponder snail, casting a glance at the executioners flanking Ace. Admiral, it is not yet execution time. One executioner trembled, fearful of taking premature action and bearing the consequences. Sengoku perceived the man's hesitation and waved dismissively. Do not concern yourselves. I will take full responsibility. Understood. The executioner nodded, positioning 2 execution swords before Ace in an X formation. Commence the execution. Sengoku's voice echoed throughout Marineford, tugging at the heartstrings of all present. Damn it. The Navy that breaks its promises. The Whitebeard pirates were thrown into chaos. Surely there was still ample time before Ace's execution commenced. How could they begin prematurely? Did they not fear the world's condemnation for disregarding their own regulations? Marco. Whitebeard called out to Marco, who was engaged in battle with Kizaru, leaping from the ship's bow. The plan had changed. He would take action early. Old man. Marco delivered a powerful kick that sent Kizaru flying, then flapped his wings to soar before Whitebeard, transforming into the phoenix. I appreciate your assistance. Whitebeard said, surprisingly stepping onto Marco's back. Leave it to me, old man. Marco screeched, taking flight toward the execution platform with Whitebeard on his back. Is this even allowed? The Navy was thrown into disarray, completely unprepared for Marco's phoenix form to bear a rider. Sengoku stop, standing atop Marco's back, Whitebeard unleashed a single-handed blow into the air, producing a chilling, shattering sound that reverberated across the execution platform. The shockwaves rippled outward. Whoa! Cough! The executioner collapsed, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Their internal organs had been violently displaced, placing them in dire peril. Whitebeard. Sengoku's face darkened, having simulated countless scenarios for Whitebeard's entrance. He never anticipated that the man would literally fly in. Surprising, is it not? Whitebeard grinned at Sengoku. Just then, a fierce shout rang out. Whitebeard, have you forgotten something? Chapter 11. Sengoku's shock, the unexpected individual. Huh? Whitebeard, upon hearing the voice, turned to see a crimson figure soaring into the air, locking eyes with him. Magma Brat. Whitebeard's expression darkened. When it came to the three admirals, this one was undoubtedly the most troublesome. You shall not breach the execution platform. Akainu sneered, magma enveloping his hands as he launched an assault on Whitebeard. Unleashing a torrent of flames, the massive, magma-covered fist blotted out a significant portion of the sky, an utterly terrifying sight. Akainu had made his move. The Navy's faces lit up with excitement, though some vice admirals appeared less than pleased. They understood that should Whitebeard engage a canoe, the casualty count on their side would surely skyrocket. After all, the plaza was filled exclusively with Marines. Once Whitebeard unleashed his might, he would have no qualms about collateral damage. And indeed, as they had predicted, without any reservations, Whitebeard unleashed his full strength, shattering Akainu's magma fist with a single blow. Fragments of magma scattered across the plaza, igniting waves of flames. Some Marines, caught off guard, were consumed by the inferno. Akainu's expression turned ashen as his movements grew hesitant. What is the matter? Magma Brat. Aren't you supposed to defend the execution platform? Whitebeard taunted, crossing his arms as resonating shockwaves erupted in every direction. Block it, Magma Brat. Damn it, Whitebeard. Akainu glared coldly at Whitebeard, but refrained from attacking, knowing that the latter was merely trying to distract him in an attempt to breach the execution platform. Truly a chilling form of justice. Isn't it, Magma Brat? Whitebeard smirked, observing Akainu's lack of reaction. It seems you've learned much from the Gorosei. Humph. Akainu's expression darkened at the mention of the Gorosei, unwilling to elaborate further as he charged toward Whitebeard. No amount of words will prevent you from breaching the execution platform. If you can't act in the skies, then come down. Whitebeard laughed heartily, allowing Marco to maneuver freely as he descended from the air, causing the ground to erupt and send numerous Marines flying. Akainu followed closely, and the two engaged in fierce combat, the residual shockwaves sending shivers down the spines of onlookers. Old man. Marco glanced downward, hesitating to leave immediately, as he understood Whitebeard's condition better than anyone. His deteriorating health could no longer withstand a protracted battle. He needed to protect Whitebeard from the shadows that on the execution platform. Sengoku observed the fierce clash between the two, a sense of relief washing over him. Whitebeard had been obstructed, which was fortuitous. He immediately ordered, all units, focus fire on Whitebeard. Yes, Admiral. Countless elite Marines surged forth to attack Whitebeard. The cries of battle filled the air. Now, they could execute the sentence with peace of mind. Sengoku's focus shifted to the besieged Whitebeard, allowing himself to relax completely. However, he remained unaware of a figure standing atop the fortress. Not at Sengoku, but rather at Ace. Only Sengoku is here. There shouldn't be any issues. This figure was Lin Feng, who had taken advantage of the distraction caused by Whitebeard to ascend above the fortress and survey the entire battlefield. Ace, the root of the war. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon Ace. Noting the deathly pallor on his face, it seemed he felt guilty for the sacrifices made on his behalf. Such a willful child. Lin Feng sighed, his figure suddenly vanishing from sight as he prepared to take action. Summon another batch of executioners. Just as Sengoku finished issuing orders, a chill ran down his spine, sensing an immense threat. Who? Sengoku's heart raced as the Buddha fruit activated, engulfing the entire plaza in a radiant light. What is this? The Navy stood in shock, witnessing Sengoku utilizing his powers for the first time, utterly astonished. Is this the power of Admiral Sengoku? Below the execution platform, Garp's expression darkened as well. The fact that Sengoku had resorted to using his abilities indicated that he sensed overwhelming danger. Scanning the battlefield, Garp noted that anyone capable of posing a threat to Sengoku had likely been dealt with. But who could it be? Before Garp could ponder further, he hastily made his way toward the execution platform. Whitebeard also noticed this scene, instinctively glancing in Marco's direction, assuming it was his doing, only to find Marco still engaged in battle with Kizaru. I could see this moment. Who could possibly compel Sengoku to use his powers? The voice of a Kainu resounded, interrupting Whitebeard's thoughts. "Oh, dare to fight me and remain distracted. You truly underestimate the Marines, Whitebeard. Magma brat." In an instant, the two clashed once more, the sound of their battle reverberating loudly. On the execution platform, Sengoku's gaze fixed on the sudden appearance of a figure, his expression darkening to its utmost. A monk. Sengoku's eyes narrowed as he shouted angrily. "Who are you? Do you wish to oppose the Marine headquarters?" Unfazed by Sengoku's reprimand, Lin Feng replied calmly, "Mr. Sengoku, do not be angry. This humble monk has merely come to quell this war." Quell the war. Sengoku's heart tightened. There were only two ways to achieve that, either by defeating the Marines, securing a complete victory, or rescuing Ace, which would naturally lead the pirates to retreat. Neither outcome was what Sengoku desired. Ignoring Lin Feng's words, he fixed a cold stare on him and said, "Boy, standing here means you are an enemy of the entire Marine headquarters. Do you understand? Mr. Sengoku, anger is detrimental to your health." Lin Feng remained unperturbed in the face of Sengoku's threat. The more Sengoku pressed, the less inclined he was to attack. The ability to appear silently on the execution platform affirmed Lin Feng's strength. "I will give you one more chance. Withdraw from the Marine headquarters, or assist us in dealing with Whitebeard. Once the war concludes, I will advocate for your promotion to Rear Admiral." Sengoku exhaled sharply. But his eyes were drawn to the figure below the execution platform. "Mr. Sengoku, I shall reiterate. I am here to quell the war." Lin Feng smiled, aware that Sengoku was waiting for Garp, hoping to combine their strengths to drive him away. "What do you intend to do?" Sengoku took a large step forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Ace, already formulating a cautious response. "Quite simple," Lin Feng replied, smiling at Sengoku. In the next moment, he appeared directly beside Ace, pulling out a golden alms bowl and enveloping Ace within it. "Leave this fellow to me, and the war shall cease." "What?" Sengoku was taken aback, having not seen Lin Feng's movement as he approached Ace. "We cannot let them escape. Buddha's wrath, Buddha's impact." Sengoku raised his hand to strike Lin Feng, an enormous palm descending with overwhelming force, as if to crush Lin Feng where he stood. Boom! The execution platform could not withstand the might. Collapsing and sending dust and debris swirling, that a figure shot out, hovering in the center of Oris Square amidst the gazes of all. Lin Feng smiled at Sengoku, his voice echoing across the square. "Mr. Sengoku, is this what you call Buddha's wrath? Allow me to enlighten you on what true Buddha's wrath is. Great wisdom, heavenly dragon, earthly bodhisattva, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Permitha." As the words resonated, the yellow monkey, engaged in battle with Marco, felt a tremendous shock, staring incredulously at the figure suspended in midair, his pupils constricting. How could he be here? Chapter 12, Confronting the Two Admirals. Great wisdom, heavenly dragon, earthly bodhisattva, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Permitha. Lin Feng floated in Oris Square, enveloped in radiant light, exuding an aura akin to that of a deity. Who on earth is this person? Sengoku was alarmed, feeling as though his own Buddha form was on the verge of collapse. Before Lin Feng, he He felt like a disciple in the presence of the temple's abbot. Not only he, but all the powerful figures present were drawn to him, their expressions reflecting astonishment to them. Lin Feng's sudden appearance was utterly unexpected. Many were oblivious to the unfolding events, only hearing the thunderous noises from the execution platform, followed by Lin Feng's invocation. "Garp, I can barely maintain my form. This person is now your responsibility." Sengoku knelt on one knee. His fruit ability seemingly suppressed before Lin Feng's Buddha light, his internal strength gradually waning. "Sengoku." Garp's expression darkened. Having fought alongside Sengoku for so many years, he had never seen him in such a state and couldn't help but worry. At the same time, his gaze towards Lin Feng grew increasingly cautious. The top combat power of the Marines had been incapacitated without any bloodshed, whether it was a clash of abilities or something else. Garp could not ascertain. One thing was certain. This individual was exceedingly dangerous. After reciting the Buddha's invocation, Lin Feng felt several warm currents surge within him, simultaneously advancing his progress in the role he was playing. What? Lin Feng was puzzled, following the flow of warmth to see Sengoku kneeling, his face pale as paper, in a state of weakness. Such a development is possible. Lin Feng realized instantly. These warm currents were likely manifestations of Sengoku's fruit ability, though the reason they flowed into his body remained unclear. However, if this sensation persisted, his progress would undoubtedly increase significantly. Sengoku is a treasure, Lin Feng mused, gazing at Sengoku with an ardent fervor akin to that of a parent regarding their beloved child. Sengoku, already fatigued from utilizing his fruit ability, felt a chill as Lin Feng's gaze lingered on him. "Garp, he is now your responsibility." Sengoku's complexion was far from favorable as he uttered, preparing to find a place to recuperate. "Understood." Garp's expression hardened as he charged towards Lin Feng, determined to eliminate this unexpected variable in the war. At the same time, the yellow monkey, having sent Marco flying, also surged towards Lin Feng. "Fahai, I have vowed to defeat you upon our next encounter." Although he had not summoned a Kainu or Akiji, the yellow monkey was confident that he and Garp together would be sufficient to overcome Lin Feng. Whitebeard, sensing the unfolding scene, was momentarily startled by Lin Feng's sudden appearance. But given the current situation, it seemed that this individual was not an enemy. "Marco, assist that monk." Whitebeard swung his weapon, deflecting Akinu's attack, freeing himself to shout towards Marco in the distance. "Understood, old man." Marco soared into the sky, heading towards the yellow monkey, recognizing that Lin Feng posed no threat. Meanwhile, Lin Feng noted the gathering of powerful figures around him, a serene expression gracing his face. The war can conclude here, Lin Feng contemplated. Casting aside the robe draped over his shoulders, the demon-subduing robe expanded instantly. Enveloping the entire square, he intended to utilize the robe's power to invoke the Great Wheel King mantra, purifying the hearts of all and bringing the war to a definitive end. This was the second step of his carefully laid plan. "Fahai." The yellow monkey's expression darkened further at the sight, shouting to Akainu, who was engaged with Whitebeard, "Sakazuki, hurry over here and resolve this situation." As Akainu unleashed a great burst of flames, distancing himself from Whitebeard, he glared coldly at the yellow monkey. "Are you ordering me? Borsellino, no time for explanations. If you don't come over now, we will be defeated." The yellow monkey growled, his speed surging to new heights, leaving Marco far behind. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Akainu understood that the guy the yellow monkey mentioned was likely more formidable than Whitebeard. Immediately, he transformed into a pool of canine magma. Hellhound! With a fierce gust of heat, Akainu carved a path of magma directly toward Lin Feng. "That I won't let you succeed," Whitebeard bellowed, his hands swirling with tremors as he struck towards the charging Akainu. But his fist halted mid-air. Cough! Whitebeard spat out a mouthful of blood, his body experiencing significant strain. "Old man." Marco was horrified, fully aware of Whitebeard's condition, yet he had not anticipated a relapse at this critical moment. "Do not concern yourself with me. Go support that monk," Whitebeard commanded, refusing to allow Marco to return to his side. "Old man." Marco hesitated, torn between aiding Lin Feng and worrying for Whitebeard's safety. "Do not forget why we came here." Whitebeard's roar jolted Marco back to reality. Why did we come here? For Ace, Marco's spirits lifted as he glanced at Whitebeard with concern before swiftly heading toward Lin Feng to provide support. The square, now enveloped by Lin Feng's robe, radiated a blood-red light that challenged the nerves of all present. All right. Lin Feng glanced at the robe, preparing to invoke the Great Wheel King mantra, when a searing attack surged from his side. Not only that, but another dazzling light erupted beneath his feet. A canoe, yellow monkey. Lin Feng scanned the two assailants, a frigid glint appearing in his eyes as he gripped his staff tightly, swinging it without looking back. Boom! The Zen staff, imbued with the radiance of the Buddha, struck directly upon the form of Akainu, devoid of the natural element's enhancement. Thus, Akainu felt the full force of the blow. How is this possible? Akainu was sent hurtling backward, utterly incredulous that his elemental transformation could be so easily undone. Infuriating, below, Kizaru cursed silently, realizing that due to the pressing circumstances, he had failed to inform Akainu of Lin Feng's abilities, his grave oversight. It's your turn. After sending Akainu flying, Lin Feng cast his gaze downward, his tone frigid as he swung the Zen staff with a moment's charge, aiming it at Kizaru. Damn. Kizaru was taken aback. He had not anticipated Lin Feng's reaction time would be so swift. Attacking him immediately after dealing with Akainu 8-Sun Mirror, Kizaru braced his hands before him, intending to use the 8-Sun Mirror to negate Lin Feng's assault. After all, the 8-Sun Mirror was continuous. Lin Feng could hardly strike at Kizaru's true form directly. Such a naive thought. Lin Feng discerned Kizaru's strategy, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as the end of the Zen staff rapidly expanded, reminiscent of their first encounter, crashing down upon Kizaru. Troublesome! Kizaru's expression darkened as the enlarged Zen staff nearly enveloped the entirety of his 8-Sun Mirror's range. There was no escape. Must I confront it head-on? Kizaru dissipated the 8-Sun Mirror, gathering strength for another technique. Prepared to face the Zen staff directly. The immense staff, exuding an oppressive weight akin to 1,000 tons, descended upon Kizaru. In a moment of crisis, a pair of iron fists materialized from thin air, striking toward the Zen staff. Kid, do not be too arrogant. Boom! The Zen staff was sent flying, the tremendous force causing Lin Feng to stagger. Regaining his footing, Lin Feng turned his gaze toward the owner of the fists, his eyes narrowing. Hero Monkey D. Garp, Chapter 13. The Secrets of Battling Lin Feng. Indeed, the one who intervened was Garp himself. The current situation allowed no room for him to remain a mere spectator. Should two admirals fall consecutively, even if the Navy were to claim victory, it would be an empty triumph. Remember, this war is being broadcasted live to the entire world. Kid, you're undeniably strong, but the justice of a Navy is not to be desecrated. Garp's gaze was fixed on Lin Feng, his expression grave. Hero Garp, I believe you have misunderstood something. Lin Feng chuckled lightly, holding the Zen staff as he spoke slowly, saying he had come to quell this conflict. Not to target any particular side. Pirates or Navy alike. To me, all beings are equal. Lin Feng's voice resonated across the venue, drawing the attention of many. The notion of equality between the Navy and the pirates? What a farce. Where there is light, darkness follows. The enmity between pirates and Navy will never wane. Kid, such rhetoric is terrifying. Garp stared at Lin Feng, incredulity evident in his eyes, for the words spoken had profoundly breached the world's rules. Is that so? Lin Feng replied with a faint smile, entirely unfazed, for this was the world as he perceived it. The Buddha proclaimed that all beings are equal, and this is not mere rhetoric. Mr. Garp, I hope you do not engage in futile discourse with this man. He is exceedingly dangerous. At that moment, Kizaru appeared beside Garp, speaking in a low voice, and proceeded to inform him of Lin Feng's capabilities. Garp fell silent, taken aback to learn that Lin Feng possessed the ability to nullify powers, which explained Akinu's earlier defeat. He turned his head to glance at Sengoku, who was recuperating not far away. Surely, he too must have been hindered by this ability. Garp pondered deeply, unaware that Sengoku's weakness was not directly correlated to Lin Feng, but rather the result of the Buddha fruit's power, which sapped Sengoku's vitality. To put it plainly, the capabilities of the Buddha fruit and Lin Feng's Buddhist techniques were mutually attractive, albeit the former was significantly weaker, hence the absorption. This did not signify Sengoku's weakness. Rather, he was inherently countered by Lin Feng. Mr. Garp, I implore you not to intervene. Lin Feng regarded Garp coolly, the Zen staff humming in his grasp. The robe cloaking him above suddenly shimmered with an eerie red light. In the next moment, Lin Feng's voice reverberated throughout the Oris Plaza. Great wheel of the king of brightness incantation. The suffering of the world lies within the 6 desires and delusions. At that instant, whether navy or pirates storming the plaza, every heart trembled, purified by the great wheel of the king of brightness. Only a few formidable individuals remained unaffected. Fu, the ability to manipulate hearts, truly remarkable. This individual is quite powerful. All men are the same. Damn, how am I supposed to collect the corpses now? The unaffected strongmen turned their gazes toward Lin Feng. Expressions varied. Yet Lin Feng remained undisturbed. He did not aim for the great wheel of the king of brightness to cleanse everyone. Merely influencing the vast majority sufficed for his purpose. Rubbish. This is the Navy headquarters. Suddenly, a thunderous shout erupted, accompanied by a wave of heat, charging toward Lin Feng. Akainu bellowed, his expression twisted. Hellhound! He observed the Navy's transformation and would not permit the culmination of their life-or-death struggle to end at Lin Feng's hands. Great might, heavenly dragon! Lin Feng had long anticipated Akainu's assault. As soon as the latter moved, he had already prepared his incantation. The Buddha's radiance struck the world, the beads around his neck disintegrating and launching toward Akainu. Be careful! Kizaru was the first to react, warning Lin Feng. He had experienced the power of Lin Feng's beads firsthand, their might etched in his memory. Celestial fire meteor, true to his rank as the strongest admiral. Akainu, in his hellhound form, unleashed a barrage of magma projectiles. Bombarding the incoming Buddha beads, he pressed forward unrelentingly, charging directly at Lin Feng. Troublesome. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. This was the first time his beads had been blocked. From this, it became clear that Akainu's combat prowess exceeded his expectations. Yet, in a fleeting moment of distraction, Akainu's attack was already upon him. Die. The justice of the Navy shall not be desecrated. Akainu, engulfed in magma, seemed intent on incinerating Lin Feng alive, in an instant. Lin Feng raised his hand, manifesting a colossal handprint adorned with the swastika, crashing down upon a world-honored Earth store, king of brightness, great handprint. The enormous handprint struck solidly against Akainu, who was forced out of his elemental form. Magma erupted in all directions. Damn it, true to his nature, Akainu, expelled from his elemental transformation, did not display the same fear as Kizaru. His armament haki instantly enveloped him, and with unwavering strength, he countered the great handprint. I am an admiral. Break for me. Boom! A tremendous crash resounded as the handprint collided with the armament haki, creating a spectacle of brilliance within the battlefield. What? Lin Feng's heart shuddered. He distinctly felt the great handprint being gradually shattered beneath the armament haki. Though slow, the process was undeniably real. Was this a counter to elemental transformation? Lin Feng swiftly comprehended that his technique was significantly more effective against those with powers than against traditional armament haki, which diminished its efficacy by several tiers. This also elucidated why Garp had been able to send his Zen staff flying with a single punch. He had initially believed it was due to Garp's superior strength. But now it was apparent that was not the case. It is time to leave. Lin Feng whispered softly. Should the Navy discover that armament haki affected him, he would undoubtedly find himself in peril. Furthermore, his objective had been achieved, and it was prudent to depart swiftly. All Buddhas, only I am supreme. Lin Feng swung the Zen staff, delivering a mighty blow to Akainu's shoulder, the immense force leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. Akainu was instantly sent flying, crashing into the ground. Armament haki works on this fellow. Just before hitting the ground, Akainu uttered words that sent a tremor through Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng sighed. After all, he was an admiral possessed of acute battle instincts. With a swift motion, Lin Feng summoned the robe that had been hovering above. Allowing it to float before him, he stepped onto the robe. Fully aware that if he did not leave now, he might never escape. The moment Akainu's voice echoed, Lin Feng keenly sensed countless gazes directed toward him, some filled with murderous intent. Kizaru was among them. Fahai, attempting to flee now, is rather late. Just as Lin Feng sought to command the robe to depart, a languid voice, laced with malice, resonated. Before Lin Feng could react, a multitude of dark energy projectiles surged toward him. It was the 8th Sun Jewel. These were no ordinary projectiles. They were enveloped in armament haki. Kizaru, that fellow, truly knows how to adapt. Lin Feng found himself amused, never expecting to be detained by Kizaru at such a critical moment. Great might heavenly dragon, diamond Dharma. The Zen staff ascended into the air, taking on the form of a windmill, standing resolutely before Lin Feng as light projectiles ricocheted off its surface. You cannot escape. Mastering the nuances of combat against Lin Feng, Kizaru's assault grew increasingly frenzied. Following the barrage of light projectiles, a sword of light, enveloped in haki, materialized in his hand, slashing towards Lin Feng. Chapter 14. Immersive Role-Playing State. Utilizing the power of his devil fruit, Kizaru suddenly appeared beside Lin Feng, his dark-hued sword descending with ferocity. Fahai, let's see you block this. He had long harbored resentment over their earlier confrontation, unable to tolerate being bested and humiliated by an unknown adversary. The moment had come for retribution. Borsellino, Lin Feng seethed with fury. He had come to end this war, harboring no intent to kill, yet Kizaru's actions pushed him beyond the brink of patience. Shouting is futile. You must remain here today. Kizaru disregarded him, the dark sword already crashing down beside Lin Feng. How audacious! Lin Feng scoffed, activating his diamond body. He struck the dark sword with a powerful fist. Boom! To Kizaru's astonishment, the sword shattered upon impact. How is this possible? Kizaru was bewildered, never anticipating that his haki would be so easily defeated by Lin Feng. Yet, the assault was far from over. Lin Feng's fist surged forward directly towards Kizaru's face. This is bad, Kizaru thought, attempting to evade Lin Feng's punch, but it was too late. The golden fist loomed larger in his vision. Instinctively, Kizaru summoned his haki to resist, but was struck down, creating a deep crater in the ground. Despite using haki, a heavy sensation clouded his mind, leaving him on the verge of unconsciousness. Mr. Kizaru. Borsellino, how infuriating. The vice admirals were shocked. They were not affected by the great wheel of King Ming's curse. Yet witnessing 2 admirals being sent flying instilled profound panic. Such power from the Navy's elite, rendered so easily defeated, was truly astonishing. Who is he? The pirates, too, were taken aback, especially Whitebeard and his crew, who understood the caliber of an admiral all too well. Such individuals were not easily vanquished. Despite their confusion, the current situation was decidedly advantageous for them. Rescue Ace, the unaffected captain shouted, charging towards the demolished execution platform, unaware that Ace had already been enveloped by Lin Feng's golden bowl. Mistakenly believing he was under the control of Sengoku and others. Fahai. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before Lin Feng. Rage etched upon his face that it was Carp. Seeing this, Lin Feng instinctively became cautious. Carp's haki had reached a level far beyond that of Kizaru. Mr. Carp, you have chosen to intervene after all. Lin Feng's expression turned grave. Carp had likely refrained from engaging earlier, having witnessed him take Ace away. Perhaps moved by compassion. But the situation had changed. With admirals falling one after another, the Navy's prestige faced a devastating blow. Carp could no longer afford to be lenient. Kid, you're strong, but your weaknesses are glaring. Carp's gaze bore into Lin Feng, his pitch-black haki enveloping him, rendering him akin to a demon from the depths of hell. Glaring weaknesses? Lin Feng was taken aback. Aside from his haki, what other significant weaknesses did he possess? As he pondered, Carp's fist descended, a blend of power and speed that was incomparable to Kizaru's. Great King of the Dragon, law body of the king. Lin Feng gasped, a phantom appearing behind him, representing the highest form of Dharma in Buddhist teachings. Unmatched in power, Carp's eye twitched, yet his fist showed no signs of slowing. On the contrary, it accelerated, becoming even more forceful. Bang! The pitch-black fist collided with the phantom, the resulting pressure creating a gale that obscured vision. The magnitude of their clash was palpable. .6 styles. Finger pistol. Carp's dark fingers jabbed towards Lin Feng in rapid succession, forcing him to dodge frantically. Bang, bang, bang. While Carp's jabs missed their target, the Navy fortress behind Lin Feng suffered greatly. The fortress was punctured, leaving behind several terrifying holes, indicative of the sheer force of the attacks. Even without direct contact, glancing at the devastated fortress, Lin Feng was astonished, disbelief etched on his face. Carp's mastery had elevated a mere finger pistol to such a level. In that instant, Lin Feng was struck by a chilling realization. Should such an attack land on him, the consequences would be dire. It would not merely result in injury, but could indeed threaten his life. Retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng wielded his Zen staff towards Carp, while he himself utilized the opening to step onto his robe, preparing to flee. Attempting to escape, Carp perceived Lin Feng's intent. Moving with swiftness, evading the Zen staff, then flipping in midair to deliver a kick towards Lin Feng. Storm leg. In an instant, a flurry of kicks rained down upon Lin Feng, the scene overwhelming. Damn it! Faced with a barrage of kicks, Lin Feng's defenses crumbled, nearly breaking character. What was more alarming was that each kick was imbued with haki, resembling blades raining down from above. How formidable Carp truly was remained unclear to Lin Feng. But one thing was certain. With this technique, defeating a Kainu was far from a mere boast. There was no time to overthink. Lin Feng formed a seal with both hands, his red robe raised protectively before him. Earth Store's law, unmoving as a mountain. In an instant, the dark kick struck the robe that it swayed perilously under the relentless assault, yet managed to hold against the storm of kicks that was close, observing the tattered state of his robe. Lin Feng exhaled in relief. However, just as he relaxed, Carp's voice echoed from behind him. Kid, you can't afford to be distracted in battle. Your inexperience is your weakness. What? Lin Feng gasped, witnessing Carp's grim expression as his fist came at him from an exceptionally acute angle. Lin Feng attempted to evade, but it was far too late. Carp's fist was simply too swift. In a critical moment, Lin Feng chose to take the hit, the law body of the king materializing behind him. His eyes ablaze with combat spirit that if he could not evade, then he would confront it. At that moment, a system notification chimed at his mind. Entering immersive role-playing state, progress increased by 10%. Current role-playing progress, 60%. Lin Feng rejoiced. He knew not to underestimate this 10%. Under the quintuple enhancement of power, it was far more than just a mere 10%. He was now nearly equivalent to 3 times the combat prowess of peak Fahai. Carp's focus sharpened as he noticed the phantom behind Lin Feng becoming more solid, the aura transforming drastically. Suddenly, an ominous sensation washed over Carp. Am I going to lose? What a joke. He forcefully dismissed the troubling thought. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng became distracted, his fist crashing down upon Lin Feng's head. In an instant, Lin Feng's eyes flew open, resembling 2 golden phoenixes soaring forth, while the golden dragon upon his back shimmered, as if it were awakening. Great King of the Dragon, Earth Store's law body of the king. I alone hold supremacy. Chapter 15. The battle escalates. With each phrase Lin Feng uttered, the phantom behind him became increasingly corporeal, until the final declaration of supremacy echoed. The law body had become indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. Mr. Carp, are you ready for defeat? Lin Feng's gaze locked on a Carp, the law body moving in concert with his thoughts, one hand deflecting Carp's assault while the other launched a counterattack. Carp remained silent, his haki intensifying as he readied his fist to strike the law body. He understood that uttering another word would only squander precious time. Boom! A deafening sound erupted as a figure was sent flying. Tracing an arc through the air, upon closer inspection, it was none other than Carp. Carp? How could this be? The Navy personnel felt as though they had been struck. The being they regarded as invincible was now sent sprawling. How could this battle possibly continue? After landing, Carp sprang back to his feet, a crimson stain at the corner of his mouth, coldly regarding Lin Feng. That you've grown stronger. I'll give you that. Carp's tone bore no trace of anger from being knocked down, but rather a fervor for battle. It had been years since Roger's demise, and no one had compelled Carp to unleash his full might. Let us fight to our heart's content, kid. Kapu grinned widely, tearing off his shirt to reveal a muscular torso adorned with countless scars. Despite his advancing years, there was not a single sign of time's erosion on his body, save for his visage. As you wish, Mr. Kapu. Lin Feng responded with a serene smile, plunging down with the Dharma form behind him. And the two sides immediately engaged in combat, the intensity reverberating through the air, deterring anyone within 100 meters from approaching in the distance. Sengoku sighed softly, realizing that their adversary intended to completely disrupt the battlefield. What began as a response to the Whitebeard pirates had now escalated into a siege solely targeting Lin Feng. Who are you? Truly. And what is this place known as Jinshan Temple? Sengoku pondered, his thoughts racing, yet yielding no answers. Over the past several decades, there had been no trace, not even a whisper, regarding Jinshan Temple or Fahai. This individual seemed to have emerged from thin air, stirring up a tempest upon the seas. While Sengoku was lost in contemplation, taking advantage of Lin Feng's unpredictable element, the Whitebeard pirates decisively stormed into Aura Square. The pirates, in pairs and threes, sought their opponents. And the battle escalated once more. The man known as the world's strongest, Whitebeard, stood grimly not far from Sengoku. Sengoku, Whitebeard murmured, a fierce battle intent radiating from him, the tremors of his power swirling about. Sengoku was acutely aware of Whitebeard's strength, although he could not fathom what ability Lin Feng had employed to exhaust him. Nonetheless, he was not to be underestimated. After all, he was the fleet admiral of the Navy. The embodiment of their ultimate power. Sengoku sensed Whitebeard's fighting spirit and sighed inwardly, quickly steeling himself for battle. This confrontation between kings and generals was unavoidable. Come, Sengoku roared, instantly transforming into his Buddha form. Charging towards Whitebeard. Fight! Whitebeard uttered a single word, gripping his weapon, the tremor, and surged forth to meet Sengoku in an instant. The two clashed, the sound of their combat reverberating with the brilliance of Buddha light, wreaking havoc across the battlefield. Old man, Marco exclaimed, panic surging within him. He understood Whitebeard's condition all too well that if this continued, Whitebeard could very well exhaust himself to death. Where do you think you're going? Marco! Just as Marco was about to provide assistance, a languid voice rang out, followed by several beams of laser fire shooting from afar. Marco swiftly dodged, yet one laser grazed his shoulder, leaving a charred mark. Kizaru! Marco glared at the yellow figure, his fury igniting. It's me. Kizaru, now far from his initial nonchalance, bore the marks of Lin Feng's repeated assaults, looking disheveled, with most of his sunglasses shattered, leaving only the frame clinging to his face. Though he harbored a desire for revenge, he was aware of the gap between himself and Lin Feng. Moreover, Kizaru's usual philosophy was to avoid exertion whenever possible. His earlier encounter with Lin Feng had been partly fueled by irritation, but primarily because the higher-ups in the Navy were watching. With Sengoku under attack, he had no choice but to engage at that moment. With Lin Feng fiercely battling Kapu, it was clearly impractical for Kizaru to intervene. Thus he sought a captain-level figure to blend in. How dare you? Marco, unaware of Kizaru's true thoughts, roared, transforming into a blue phoenix and lunging towards him. How terrifying. Kizaru feigned alarm, transforming into a beam of light to engage Marco in combat, further escalating the chaos. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, immersed in his role, could not retreat, as it would jeopardize his progress. He had to press on against Kapu. Despite the support of the Embodied Dharma form, it was undeniable that Kapu's combat prowess was among the pinnacle in the pirate world. His sheer strength, coupled with an unpredictable fighting style, inflicted significant damage on Lin Feng. Yet Kapu was not without his struggles. Lin Feng's Dharma form, combined with an array of ever-changing techniques, made him increasingly astonished. Growing bolder with each exchange, this little brat is indeed a worthy opponent, Kapu thought, satisfaction radiating from his face that it had been many years since he had fought so exhilaratingly, the last time being with that scoundrel Roger. Is this fellow somewhat deranged? Lin Feng shuddered inwardly. To regard battle as a form of enjoyment was indeed the mark of an extraordinary individual. In contrast, he found himself nearing his limit due to maintaining the Embodied Dharma form for an extended period. I must make my exit, Lin Feng realized, Understanding that if he did not leave now, he might not be able to escape later, he knew well that his stamina was waning in comparison to Kapu's. Is every member of the D family this formidable? Lin Feng cursed under his breath, striking Kapu back and leaping several meters away. What's wrong, old brat? I haven't had my fill of fighting yet. Kapu, noticing Lin Feng's lack of action, immediately grew displeased. He had finally found someone with whom he could fight to the bitter end. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not allow Lin Feng to depart so easily. Madman, Lin Feng muttered silently, yet he concealed his feelings, instead chanting a Buddhist mantra. Mr. Kapu, our battle has lost its meaning. Lost its meaning? Kapu paused, then chuckled. Fighting is merely fighting. It has no relation to anything else. As long as there is combat, what significance could it possibly hold? Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words, realizing he was dealing with a battle fanatic. Come, let us continue to as he spoke. Kapu cracked his knuckles, once more enveloping himself in hockey, clearly intent on fighting Lin Feng to the end. Ba, Lin Feng thought, unsure of what to say next when suddenly, a warship plummeted from above. Ace, I am here to save you. Luffy, donned in his straw hat, descended from the sky alongside the Revolutionary Army and the others. Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled at Kapu, saying, Look, your grandson has arrived. Continuing this battle may bring about innocent casualties. Lin Feng emphasized the word innocent, making his meaning unmistakably clear. Do not think I cannot handle you, but I can certainly take on your grandson and see who can endure longer. Chapter 16. The Mad Monk, Fahai. Faced with Lin Feng's underlying implication, Kapu remained unfazed. His entire focus was captivated by Luffy. Luffy, how did you end up here? Kapu exclaimed, bewildered, staring blankly as Luffy descended from the sky. Momentarily forgetting the frozen, icy surface below, Straw Hat, I'm going to kill you. Old Sand quickly realized the peril. Given their descent speed, if they crashed onto the ice, they would not survive unscathed. Sandstorm. Old Sand narrowed his gaze, unleashing several sandstorms that tore through the ice, creating a hole large enough for a warship to fit through. With a loud splash, the warship sank into the sea, sending towering waves crashing around. Jinbei swiftly rescued Luffy and the others from the water, placing them on the deck. Devil Fruit users are truly troublesome. The others swam to the icy surface, gasping for air. I thought I was going to die. Bastard Straw Hat. Saved. The sudden turn of events captured the attention of most present. Straw Hat. Whitebeard glanced over, recalling the red-haired individual, realizing he was the one that man had spoken of. Dare to be distracted? Sengoku's voice thundered as he unleashed several shockwaves towards Whitebeard. Shatter. Whitebeard instantly reacted, enveloping his hand in tremors and striking back at Sengoku, and once again, the two clashed. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, due to Luffy's unexpected arrival, saw Kapu fall silent, refraining from launching further assaults. The battlefield fell into a tense silence. Mr. Kapu, I will be taking Ace with me. Continuing this war serves no purpose, Lin Feng declared calmly, summoning the tattered cassock from afar and stepping onto it. Kapu remained unmoved, fixated on Luffy, lost in thought. Lin Feng now controlled the cassock, floating it into the air. This war is about to come to an end. Lin Feng whispered, taking a deep breath and invoking the Buddha's voice. Ace is in my possession. This war holds no further meaning. His voice resonated throughout the entire Navy headquarters. In an instant, nearly all combatants ceased their attacks, turning their gazes toward Lin Feng. Who is this guy? Ace's companion? A monk? He has the potential to be a real oddity. Ace, my brother. The recently arrived Luffy and his companions found themselves bewildered. Although merely a makeshift team, their objective was clear, to rescue Ace. But now, Ace was in the hands of an unknown figure, leaving them in disarray. Hey, give me back Ace. Luffy took a deep breath and shouted into the air at Lin Feng, hearing the voice. Lin Feng smiled faintly and replied, Straw Hat, you have arrived late. With that, he controlled his Kasaya and soared into the distance. As he flew, a shadow, vast enough to obscure the sun, enveloped Lin Feng. He looked up to find a hand, terrifyingly large, descending upon him, its target unmistakably himself. Almost forgetting about them, Lin Feng's expression darkened as he activated his diamond body, being swatted away by the colossal hand, landing far off in the inner bay. What is that? Hey, even the country of ours doesn't boast such size, does it? The Navy and pirates alike were astonished, gazing at the immense figure concealed behind the fortress. Though termed hidden, the fortress could not entirely obscure its presence. It resembled more a toy beside the giant. Furthermore, beneath the giant, several figures stood on the edge of the wall, observing the two opposing pirate factions below, their expressions filled with amusement. Ha ha ha, old man, you actually managed to hold out this long. Teach remarked, glancing at Whitebeard. He recalled the mocking laughter. In truth, he had arrived here long before, waiting for the two to weaken each other so he could seize the spoils. However, Lin Feng's recent utterance made him restless. Should Ace be taken away, this war would come to an abrupt end, which was not the outcome Teach desired, nor did it align with his interests. Whitebeard's icy gaze fell upon the figures on the edge of the wall. His fury rekindled. Teach was indeed the spark that ignited this war. It would not be an exaggeration to say he orchestrated this confrontation. Old man, long time no see. Facing Whitebeard's furious glare, Teach remained unfazed, wearing a relaxed expression. Just as he was about to speak, a voice interrupted. Scum, do you wish to die? The chilling voice, laced with rage, caused Teach to shudder, and its owner was Lin Feng. Lin Feng was on the verge of exploding with anger. He was about to conclude this war, when unexpectedly, this nuisance appeared. Ha! Hearing the voice, Teach glanced towards the figure, his eyes narrowing in surprise. You are unscathed? In response, Lin Feng unleashed a furious attack. Great might, heavenly dragon, Lord of the earth and the underworld, king of the law body. In that instant, all the techniques Lin Feng could wield, Buddha beads, Zen staff, Kasaya, and Dharma forms, were unleashed upon Teach and his crew. Danger! This is bad. Teach and his crew were alarmed. They could not comprehend how someone ambushed by a colossal warship could summon such terrifying abilities. Yet, they had no time to ponder, as Lin Feng's various artifacts and attacks were already descending upon them. Damn it! Why doesn't my fruit ability work? Teach screamed, attempting to use his dark powers, only to find them utterly ineffective. Whether dark water or dark flow, these attacks bore no effect against Lin Feng's techniques. It even felt as though he was being suppressed. Where on earth did this monk come from? Teach shouted, I can't stop him, Captain! Rainy Shiryu and others were utterly horrified, astonished by Lin Feng's strength. Stop him! This monk can only strike once. We must hold him back. Teach roared, urging everyone to exert their full strength, adding, Don't forget our agreement. Humph! Shiryu and the others snorted coldly. They understood Teach's ulterior motives. But driven by their desire for power, they still launched their attacks. Together with Teach's crew and the few who emerged from Impel Down, they managed to block Lin Feng's onslaught. Although they succeeded, the cost was high. Having just appeared, each of them bore wounds, more or less. That damned monk, Teach seethed, astonished at Lin Feng's formidable power. After a fierce battle with Carp and enduring a strike from the colossal warship, he still had the strength to retaliate. This scene left both sides of the Navy in shock, pondering why such a minor injury warranted such fury. Observing Lin Feng's fervor, they deemed him a madman. Teach, how do you wish to die? Just as everyone thought the retaliation was over, Lin Feng's voice rang out once more, still filled with rage. Huh? Teach froze, instinctively stepping back in fear. He was genuinely afraid. He had assumed Lin Feng would vent his anger and conclude the matter, only to realize it was just the beginning. Hi, monk, let us discuss this. You go your way, and I shall not obstruct you. What do you say? Teach spoke in a conciliatory tone, hoping to divert Lin Feng. Meanwhile, he silently cursed, vowing revenge once he obtained the tremor fruit. Leave? Lin Feng laughed in anger. Where were you when I attempted to leave? Now you wish to let me go. Too late. Great might, heavenly dragon. Chapter 17. Atonement for Sachi's soul? Dare you? Seeing Lin Feng prepare to strike again, Teach's fury ignited. He was never one to be trifled with. His intent to divert Lin Feng was to concentrate all his power on Whitebeard in order to seize the tremor fruit's abilities, that if you won't leave, then stay. Teach commanded, his expression menacing. He believed Lin Feng, in his exhausted state, could not possibly defeat them all. However, as his command echoed, none moved to attack. They merely scattered to evade Lin Feng's strikes. Teach was taken aback, as he narrowly avoided being struck by the great, might heavenly dragon, which sent him hurtling into the ground. Damn it! Teach raged, brushing off the debris from his body, glaring coldly at Shiryu and the others. Don't forget our agreement. Teach, we haven't seen results yet. We have no intention of serving you blindly. Shiryu replied indifferently, voicing their true sentiments. These bastards. Teach's anger reached its peak. How could they expect to see results without resolving this monk first? Teach, in the midst of his thoughts, Lin Feng's chilling voice resounded once more. Advancing step by step towards Teach, I will fight to the bitter end. Determined, Teach resolved that unless he dealt with Lin Feng, his plans would never come to fruition. Dark Emperor. With a breath, he activated his dark fruits ability, plunging the surroundings into a state of darkness, akin to an abyss devouring all. Above Teach, a pitch-black sphere slowly coalesced. Monk, since you wish to fight, let's fight to the end, Teach declared coldly, dragging the dark sphere as if it were a manifestation of darkness itself. Has the dark fruit awakened? Lin Feng mused, recognizing Teach's talent in harnessing his powers to this extent in such a short time. However, such abilities were utterly insignificant before him. When facing a power user, he possessed a natural advantage. The Zen staff positioned itself before him as he initiated the King of the Law's Great Hand Seal. Boom! Before Teach could react, a colossal handprint surged towards him with tremendous force. Navi, Teach snarled, hurling the sphere towards the handprint, confident that it would absorb Lin Feng's attack. However, Teach was gravely mistaken. The moment of contact, the darkness from the sphere began to dissipate at a visible rate. Furthermore, Teach was horrified to sense a natural suppression emanating from the handprint, akin to a cat confronting a mouse, an imprint ingrained in his very bloodline. Lin Feng stated indifferently, realizing that if he could easily dismantle Kizaru's fruit ability, then Teach's powers were no match for him. How could this be? My ability is invincible. Teach had completely lost his mind, having concealed himself on Whitebeard's ship for decades to obtain the dark fruit. He was now confronted with its ineffectiveness against Lin Feng. What was the point of my decades of perseverance? Teach was lost in thought, allowing the handprint to approach him unimpeded. Captain, Champion Basis bellowed, leaping into action to intercept the handprint. Among the Blackbeard pirates, he was Teach's most loyal supporter. Now, half of Basis's body was enveloped in haki as he aimed an elbow strike at the handprint. Not good. Lin Feng was taken aback. His techniques exerted a suppressive force only over those with abilities, posing little threat to ordinary wielders of haki. In an instant, Bashes had already collided with the massive handprint. And through his remarkable strength, complemented by a formidable application of haki, he managed to withstand the entire handprint. Break it, Bashes roared, and with a thunderous sound, the handprint was indeed shattered, dissipating into nothingness after shattering the handprint. Bashes landed before Dicky, energetically flaunting his muscles. Yeah, Captain, I'm the strongest. What? Dicky was bewildered, unable to comprehend how the handprint, which had effortlessly withstood his full-force strike, was shattered by Bashes. Hey, Bashes, have you been hiding your strength? Dicky sensed something amiss, gazing intently at Bashes. Yet Bashes misinterpreted Dicky's words, grinning widely as he replied, What are you saying, Captain? I've always been the strongest. Indeed, you are the strongest. At once, Dicky erupted into laughter, having discerned the secret to battling Lin Feng. Haki, without a doubt, was the key. Though unclear, Dicky felt that Lin Feng's techniques posed little threat to haki, implying that without utilizing his devil fruit abilities, his opponent would be destined for defeat. Observing Dicky's demeanor, Lin Feng felt a tightening in his chest. He could tell that Dicky had grasped the essence of their combat. What to do? Should he continue to engage Dicky in a desperate struggle? Or should he flee? These two thoughts swirled in Lin Feng's mind, neither offering a path of ease. However, compared to a fierce confrontation, retreat appeared significantly less burdensome. Monk, you are about to die. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Dicky's cruel voice resonated. He was a master of physical combat, evidenced by the grievous scars he had inflicted on the red-haired man. Lin Feng lifted his gaze, gripping his staff with one hand. Activating his diamond body, that if you wish to kill me, you may certainly Is that so? Unmoved by Lin Feng's threat, decayed charged forward, eager to confirm his suspicions. After all, the efficacy of hockey remained merely a conjecture until tested through combat. Where do you think you're going? Just as decayed advanced, a figure appeared behind him. An enraged Whitebeard, he had abandoned his battle with Sengoku to confront decayed personally, intent on avenging Sachi's unjust demise. "Old man, father!" decayed exclaimed in shock, his body momentarily freezing. After spending decades in close quarters with Whitebeard, no one understood the terror he embodied better than he did. "That Sachi's spirit will be avenged with your blood." Whitebeard bellowed, seizing decayed by the head and lifting him effortlessly. "Father, I'm your son." Decayed struggled to escape Whitebeard's grasp, but the elder's grip was as unyielding as iron, rendering him nearly helpless. "I have no son as monstrous as you." Whitebeard roared, his voice booming as shockwaves emanated from his hand, enveloping decayed's head in a powerful aura. "Father, I was wrong. Spare me." Feeling the imminent threat to his life, decayed cried out for mercy, all the while contemplating his escape. "Die!" Whitebeard remained resolute, unleashing the full potential of his tremor fruit abilities. With a resounding crack, the bones in decayed's skull shattered, and the muscle tissue within disintegrated. "Cough, father!" Decayed's eyes rolled back, his breath faltering, his consciousness freezing in that moment. Still alive? Seeing that he had not killed decayed outright. Even Whitebeard admired his opponent's tenacity, such a vigorous will to live. Yet this was where it would end. With that, Whitebeard hurled decayed into the air, swinging his arm back to gather strength for a definitive blow aimed at obliterating him entirely. Chapter 18. Akainu's Resolve. Truly terrifying. Whitebeard. Observing this entire spectacle, Lin Feng couldn't help but express his admiration. Only Whitebeard could render decayed utterly defenseless. Great fire! Suddenly, a crimson figure surged along the ground toward Whitebeard. Alarmed, Lin Feng quickly warned, "Watch out below, Whitebeard." It was too late. Akainu, fully elementalized, sent waves of scalding magma that boiled the air into clouds of steam. His target unmistakably Whitebeard, who was caught off guard. As for Lin Feng, having just fought, he was unwilling to engage unless he had absolute assurance of victory. Thus, Whitebeard was the more vulnerable target. "Are we about to witness the fall of a Yonko?" decayed observed, a smirk creeping onto his face. "Father, how pitiful you look." "Whitebeard." Akainu's actions captured the attention of every formidable warrior. Should he succeed, the fall of a Yonko would send shockwaves through the balance of power at sea. "Magma Brat!" Simultaneously, as Akainu launched his sneak attack, Whitebeard reacted, swinging his sword with a fierce gust, aimed directly at Akainu. His focus had been entirely on decayed, leaving him vulnerable to Akainu's approach. "Underworld Dog!" Akainu howled, unleashing his mightiest strike, determined to claim Whitebeard's head. This was not merely a personal vendetta. It was also a matter of restoring the Navy's honor, especially after Lin Feng had previously declared that Ace was in his possession. Regardless of the reasons, be it rescue or otherwise, Ace's escape from the Navy's grip was an undeniable fact. This battle was broadcasted live to the entire world. Ace's liberation would shatter the Navy's reputation. Not to mention the ensuing turmoil and pressure from the world government that they would have to face. Therefore, Whitebeard had to die. Die, Whitebeard. Transforming into the Underworld Dog, Akainu slipped through the gap created by Whitebeard's swing, striking him squarely in the chest. The immense force left Whitebeard momentarily dazed, the searing magma sizzling against the skin. Cough! Whitebeard spat out a copious amount of blood, for while he remained the strongest. The phrase "but old" aptly described his current state. But it was not over yet. Dogbite Red Lotus. With a swift motion, Akainu's arm extended, piercing through Whitebeard's chest, forcing the molten magma into his body as if to fill him to the brim. Wow! Blood involuntarily erupted from Whitebeard's mouth, staining the ground crimson. After executing this maneuver, Akainu decisively withdrew, creating distance to avoid a potential counterattack from Whitebeard while remaining wary of Lin Feng. With a thud, Whitebeard knelt upon one knee. His age and chronic ailments rendered him incapable of withstanding the internal injuries. "Father, you bastard!" Akainu, the commanders engaged in battle with the Shichibukai and Navy generals, were aghast their expressions twisted with rage as they glared at Akane, their eyes burning with fury. "Step aside, Kizaru." Marco sent Kizaru flying with a swift kick, racing toward Whitebeard. He could see that Whitebeard was on the brink of death. If he did not act quickly, it could truly be the end. However, Kizaru would not allow him to pass so easily. "Where do you think you're going? I'm an admiral. You won't shake me off that easily." Kizaru surged forth, unleashing a barrage of laser beams toward Marco, momentarily entangling him. "Damn it!" Marco roared in frustration. Held back by Kizaru, he could do nothing but silently pray for Whitebeard's survival. "Hang in there, father!" Not only Marco, but all the commanders were similarly detained by the Navy and Shichibukai, unable to allow even one person to escape to assist Whitebeard. "Haha, father, you look so pathetic. It truly tugs at the heartstrings." At that moment, Dicky rose from the ground, approaching Whitebeard with a mocking laugh. Feeling somewhat relieved now that the latter's offensive had ceased, though not fully recovered, his basic combat prowess remained intact. Leaning in close to Whitebeard's ear, Dicky cackled. "Father, you can rest easy. I will inherit your powers. And of course, your territory." Whitebeard remained silent, flames raging upon his chest, as if he had truly succumbed to death. "Haha, is he really dead?" "Whitebeard!" Dicky's satisfaction surged at Whitebeard's silence, just as he believed Whitebeard had perished. A large hand emerged from the flames, tightly grasping his throat. Old man, you are still alive," Dicky exclaimed in shock, his previous arrogance evaporating, replaced by sheer terror. "Cough." The voice of Whitebeard echoed, completely disregarding the injuries inflicted by Akainu, as he raised his head and fixed his gaze firmly on Ditch. Only you cannot be spared, Ditch." "Father, spare me," Ditch howled, but his pleas were in vain. In the next instant, he drew his firearm and fired several shots at Whitebeard. Bang, bang, bang. Each bullet was aimed meticulously at Whitebeard's head. Die, please just die. Wouldn't that be splendid?" Ditch's face contorted with rage, yet despite his relentless firing, the grip around his neck remained unyielding. "You lot, charge together. If we eliminate Whitebeard, our pact will be fulfilled." Ditch roared, enticing Shiryu and the others to take action. "Shall we?" Shiryu glanced at the remaining few, hesitating to act, for the pressure exerted by Whitebeard was overwhelmingly formidable. "Let us go. After all, our agreement with Ditch hinges on vanquishing Whitebeard." The drunkard burped and spoke slowly. The others exchanged glances, uniting their battle line, and instantly charged towards Whitebeard. At this moment, Lin Feng's voice rang out. "Great Buddha of Heaven!" Boom! The few who were about to strike were hurled away, crashing to the ground far off. "Damn it, that meddlesome monk! What a nuisance!" Shiryu and the others scrambled to their feet, glaring at Lin Feng. Yet they had no intention of retaliating, for the shadow Lin Feng had cast upon them initially was far too great. And no one dared to provoke such a lunatic, especially one of terrifying strength. Ba, it would be better for you all to watch with peace of mind." Lin Feng chanted a Buddhist mantra, directing his gaze towards Whitebeard. Ever since Akainu's ambush succeeded, he had been contemplating how to heal Whitebeard. As the saying goes, saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. The Buddhist spells for salvation do exist, but remained uncertain whether Whitebeard could endure until that moment. "Once you've avenged yourself, then," Lin Feng murmured, and just then, the voice of the system resonated. Activating the mercy of Fahai, progress increased by 5%. Current progress, 65%. In an instant, as the system's voice echoed, Lin Feng's strength surged rapidly, enveloping him in a resonant aura, and his stamina was restored significantly. However, Lin Feng bore no semblance of joy, for he found himself encircled by 3 figures. Chapter 19. The Awakening of the Tremor Fruit's Power. "Monk, you cannot escape. Hand over Roger's son. The Navy must achieve complete victory." The 3 figures encircled Lin Feng tightly, their presence awe-inspiring. "Wait, this must be a trick." Akiji, Sengoku, Akainu. Who could possibly survive their assault? Even Roger could not. The pirates were horrified. It was unprecedented for 1 admiral and 2 generals to simultaneously engage a single individual. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. The scene on Lin Feng's side captured the attention of most. If an ordinary person were to face such an assembly, they would have already wet themselves in fear. Yet Lin Feng remained utterly composed, his expression unfazed as he surveyed the three, slowly stating, "It is indeed an honor for this monk to face all three of you at once. However, this is not the time for our battle. Soon, I shall engage you in earnest." With that, Lin Feng averted his gaze. "Dismissing the three, you insolent monk. Do you think this is your own vegetable garden?" Akainu erupted with anger at Lin Feng's demeanor, his body ablaze with magma, the temperature around them reaching unbearable levels. War was on the brink of eruption. At that moment, a pair of large hands restrained Akainu. "Wait, Sakazuki." Akainu, bewildered, looked towards the owner of the hands. "Sengoku, now is the perfect opportunity to strike." Sengoku glared coldly at Akainu, his tone brooking no argument. "I said, wait." Akainu was taken aback, unable to fathom Sengoku's unusual behavior. Cursing inwardly, he retracted the magma. "Damn it. Once I become Fleet Admiral, you will understand what true justice means." Meanwhile, Sengoku, having restrained Akainu, sat down to rest, meditating cross-legged. Akiji, seeing this, followed suit, awaiting the imminent battle. Akainu remained silent, letting out a cold snort, standing still and glaring at Lin Feng, like a real old monk. "Sengoku." Lin Feng glanced at Sengoku, his hidden hand lowering. His earlier actions were intended to provoke Akainu, hoping to catch him off guard and eliminate a formidable opponent. After all, it was quite a stretch for him to contend against one admiral and two generals alone. However, he did not anticipate Sengoku seeing through his scheme, directly quelling Akainu's fury. "This is troublesome." Lin Feng sighed deeply, contemplating a strategy while directing his gaze towards Whitebeard in the distance. I could see this moment. Whitebeard, regardless of Ditch's desperate cries for mercy, gripped him tightly as if his hands were made of lead, preventing any movement from Ditch. Buzz. The tremors emanated from Whitebeard's hand, causing Ditch's complexion to pale in terror. "Father, I was wrong. For the sake of our decades together, spare your pitiful son." Cough. Whitebeard's chest heaved, raising his head to stare coldly at Ditch, his gaze akin to that of a man gazing upon the dead. "Ditch, you are unworthy." In an instant, Whitebeard's voice roared through the air, unleashing the full power of the tremor fruit, waves of vibrations radiating from his hand. The agony brought forth by the tremors compelled Ditch to plead desperately. For he knew that if Whitebeard unleashed a few more strikes, his demise would be inevitable. "Father, I was wrong. Spare me, please." In response, he received only Whitebeard's cold snort. "Die." Buzz. The tremor fruit's power awakened, and a fissure erupted from Whitebeard's hand, spreading in all directions like a spider's web. In an instant, the sky, the sea, and the land were all engulfed by the cracks induced by the tremors, leaving everyone in shock. He intending to take Marineford down with him. Whitebeard, what a terrifying power! Is this the strength of the world's strongest man? "Father, no." The formidable figures around were taken aback. The commotion instigated by Whitebeard was immense, as the entire Marineford trembled like a fragile vessel upon the sea, on the verge of collapse. In that moment, Whitebeard bellowed, and all fissures triggered by the tremors violently contracted towards his hand, forming a minuscule sphere. This tiny sphere was the condensed form of the awakened tremor fruit. Known as the source of tremors, should it be cast into the sea, all islands along the Grand Line would face calamity. "Die for me, Ditch!" Whitebeard roared, pressing the source of tremors towards Ditch's head, intending to make him bear the catastrophic burden capable of wreaking havoc across the seas. "No, Whitebeard!" Ditch screamed, acutely aware that the cells within his brain were shattering with the advance of the source. A molecular-level assault. Whitebeard aimed to erase him entirely from existence, leaving no trace behind. "Captain! Ditch, hold on!" Blackbeard's crew surged forth, unleashing their full force against Whitebeard. "Let go of our captain, Whitebeard." Van Augur brandished his sniper rifle, sweeping it towards Whitebeard, while Poison Q drew his firearm, launching a fierce attack from behind. The champion Basis and Lafitte maneuvered to Whitebeard's side, targeting his arm, hoping to sever it and rescue Ditch. Yet all their efforts were in vain. Whitebeard remained unfazed, steadily pressing the source of tremors deeper into Ditch's head. Ditch's eyes turned white, froth escaping from his mouth as consciousness slipped away. In his final moments, Ditch uttered a single phrase before plunging into unconsciousness. "Whitebeard, you... truly tenacious. You still cling to life." Whitebeard's fury ignited. What he desired was not Ditch's unconsciousness, but to obliterate him completely from this world. Subsequently, Whitebeard exerted force to conjure another source of tremors, but at that moment, he felt a violent jolt within his mind, erupting into a fit of harsh coughing, causing Ditch to slip from his grasp. Captain Lafitte seized Ditch and pulled him away from Whitebeard's reach, assessing his injuries, discovering that Ditch had lost consciousness, his state akin to that of a living corpse. "Retreat," Lafitte decisively commanded, carrying Ditch away swiftly, with the crew following suit, vanishing from sight in no time. Meanwhile, Whitebeard, having overexerted himself with consecutive uses of his abilities, felt his body succumb to overwhelming strain, coupled with the activation of his awakened powers. The injuries he had accrued during the battle erupted all at once. Father, Marco, and the others all noticed the situation, shouting as they rushed towards Whitebeard. The Navy made no further attempts to obstruct them. Fully aware that Whitebeard was on the brink of death, to impede Marco and the others at this juncture would undoubtedly provoke a desperate counterattack, a strategy that would yield more losses than gains. Upon reaching Whitebeard's side, Marco activated the powers of the Phoenix to administer healing. "Hang in there, old man, cough, cough." After the treatment, Whitebeard barely managed to open his eyes and gaze at Marco, his voice frail and weak. "Ace must be saved." Chapter 20. The Great Sumeru Step? "I will, old man. Just focus on healing," Marco said, tears streaming down his face. Whitebeard nodded and then turned his gaze towards Lin Feng, who was not far away. He had always found Lin Feng inscrutable. However, he understood the essence of the other's intentions. It was likely an effort to halt this war. Yet, fate often defies human calculations. The more one tries to prevent something, the more inevitable it becomes. Roger's death, Ace's execution. Lost in thought, Whitebeard slowly closed his eyes, his body slipping into a state akin to death, with only a faint breath remaining, thanks to Marco's abilities. Otherwise, he might have already succumbed. "Old man," Marco roared, alarmed by Whitebeard's precarious state. If he could expedite the healing, perhaps there was still hope due to the old man's formidable vitality. However, Whitebeard's last words urged him to save Ace, which had always been their primary objective. What should he do? Save the old man or rescue Ace? Marco was in turmoil. They were all family, and he found it impossible to strike a balance. At that moment, Lin Feng's voice pierced through, offering Marco a glimmer of hope. "Leave Ace to me. You take Whitebeard and retreat." "You?" Marco was momentarily stunned. Faced with a dilemma, he could only choose to trust Lin Feng. Regaining his composure, he shouted to everyone, "Retreat! All personnel, withdraw from Marine headquarters and return to the New World." With that, he hoisted Whitebeard and soared towards the periphery. Suddenly, a flash of red light erupted, followed by Akainu's low growl. "You cannot escape, Whitebeard pirates!" Akainu. Tension peaked among the group. Evading the Admiral's pursuit would not be a simple task. Just as Marco prepared for a desperate fight, a voice filled with fury echoed. "Sandstorm!" With a whoosh, a massive sandstorm surged towards Akainu, obstructing his advance. "Crocodile!" Akainu's expression hardened. As a fellow Logia user, the sandstorm posed a significant challenge. "Fall back!" Crocodile shouted at the dazed Marco. "Thanks, you scoundrel," Marco acknowledged, promptly retreating with the others. Meanwhile, Luffy and his crew had also broken through the blockade of the 7 warlords, converging towards their location. "Hey, what happened to that old man? He's someone Ace looks up to." Luffy expressed unusual concern for Whitebeard, primarily due to Ace's connection and time to explain. "Hurry and retreat," Marco hastily instructed, dashing away. "Wait for me. What about Ace? Did you save him?" Luffy shouted, pursuing Marco, oblivious to the gravity of the situation and assuming that Marco's retreat meant Ace had been rescued. "You won't get away!" Akainu's menacing voice rang out as he broke free from Crocodile's entanglement, fixating solely on one target, Whitebeard. "Damn it, how can we not escape?" Marco seethed, wanting to retaliate, but due to Whitebeard's condition, he could not sever the flow of the Phoenix's healing energy or else Whitebeard would surely perish on the spot. At that moment, Sengoku's voice suddenly called out, "Watch your back, Sakazuki." "What?" Akainu turned, his face filled with dread, as he saw Lin Feng, having appeared behind him, with his glowing staff mere fists away. "Hello, Akainu," Lin Feng greeted with a serene smile, radiating compassion, yet to Akainu, it resembled a devil's grin. "Hellhound!" In an instant, Akainu reacted, unleashing an upgraded version of Hellhound towards Lin Feng's staff, enveloped in haki. "Too late, great Buddha Dragon." Lin Feng smirked, and at that moment, as Akainu unleashed his attack, he brought his staff crashing down towards Akainu. "Not good," Akainu thought, hastily trying to use haki to evade the impending damage. However, reality proved harsher than expectations. Before he could respond, Lin Feng's staff had already struck. Boom! Lava erupted, and faced with the radiance of the Buddha, Akainu found himself utterly powerless, his abilities thoroughly suppressed as he was driven into the earth. This scene sent shivers down Marco and the other's spines. That was an admiral, yet it appeared as though he were merely swatting away a pet. Terrifying. The word horrific reverberated in their minds as they swiftly reacted, carrying Whitebeard further away. Damn it. Akainu struggled to rise. Lin Feng's blow felt as if it could shatter his skull. What infuriated him further was that Lin Feng, upon noticing Akainu's emergence, wore an expression of admiration. "Truly worthy of being the strongest admiral. Your resilience is remarkable. Demon monk." Akainu roared, instantly distancing himself from Lin Feng, just as Sengoku and Akiji arrived before him. "My apologies, Sakazuki." Sengoku offered a rare apology, acknowledging his share of responsibility for the current situation. However, it wasn't entirely Sengoku's fault. While observing Whitebeard's battle, Lin Feng had grasped a set of techniques akin to the movements of a mythical figure. Fahai, the Buddha's speed, Great Sumeru Step, allowed him to traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye, covering 3,000 Buddha lands in a single step. Yet this came at a significant cost to Lin Feng's stamina. In his prime, Lin Feng could execute the Great Sumeru Step around 10 times. Now, having ambushed Akainu, he could only manage for its fine. Akainu's expression darkened, blood seeping from his forehead, yet he accepted Sengoku's apology. They had a greater foe at hand, Lin Feng, and this was not the time for internal strife. Sengoku nodded, remaining silent as he cautiously monitored Lin Feng, wary of the elusive techniques he wielded. At that moment, Akainu suddenly spoke, but not to Lin Feng. He addressed the 7 warlords. "Hawkeye, Doflamingo, Moria, Hancock, you are to fully engage and obstruct Whitebeard and his crew, or bear the consequences." "Himph. Can I consider him a threat?" "Admiral, I'll take care of it without your prompting, you filthy man." The 7 warlords had mixed reactions, but at this juncture, they had no choice but to heed Akainu's orders. With that, the 7 warlords rarely joined forces. Pursuing Marco and his group, the lazy Kizaru also trailed behind with a host of pacifists. He had no desire to confront Lin Feng again, knowing Akainu's current state. Meanwhile, Garp remained motionless, watching a solitary figure among the fleeing pirates. "Luffy, I can only assist you up to this point." Garp sighed, refraining from action, which was the greatest support he could offer Luffy. Akainu's unexpected maneuver left Lin Feng's countenance grim. "Akainu, do you wish to receive another strike from my staff?" "It matters not. As long as I claim Whitebeard's head, this war will be declared a victory for the Navy." Akainu remained unfazed, adjusting his hat and tidying his hair. "As for Ace, I will find an opportunity to eliminate him." "Give it a try." Lin Feng seethed, his body radiating an overwhelming Buddha light, preparing to strike. Sengoku and the others quickly braced themselves, anticipating Lin Feng's attack. Just then, a voice filled with authority rang out. "This war must come to an end." Chapter 21. Another emperor, red-haired. Sengoku and the others were taken aback, glancing towards the source of the voice, their eyes wide with disbelief. Just days prior, he had clashed with Kaido in the New World. How could he possibly appear here now? The red-haired pirate, silent and resolute, drew his sword, pointing its blade directly at the 3 high-ranking officers. "I have come to end this war. If any of you wish to continue this farce, I am more than willing to oblige." As soon as the words left his lips, the cadres of the red-haired pirates emerged, blocking the 7 warlords and Kizaru from pursuing Marco and his crew. "Do not move, Kizaru," Ben Beckman commanded, gun aimed steadily at Kizaru, his tone nonchalant. Kizaru quickly raised his hands, feigning terror. "Oh, Beckman, how frightening." The other 7 warlords were similarly halted by the red-haired pirates' cadres, with several opting to refrain from pursuing further. The atmosphere between the two parties had reached an unprecedented tension. The arrival was indeed timely. Lin Feng sighed. Although he held little confidence against the dual commanders, confronting the formidable Akainu was no trivial matter. Initially contemplating a fierce battle to enhance his performance, the emergence of Shanks extinguished Lin Feng's intention. "What you think you are, red-haired? This war is not something you alone can dictate," Akainu roared, resolutely refusing to allow the conflict to conclude in such a manner. That moment, Sengoku's voice resonated with a tone of resignation. "Sakazuki, the war can come to an end." "Sengoku." Akainu gritted his teeth, astonished that Sengoku would acquiesce to Shanks' desire to cease hostilities. Sengoku shook his head, understanding Akainu's defiance, and explained at this juncture, continuing the fight would serve no purpose. "Oh, you truly believe our current strength can withstand another emperor?" As he spoke, Sengoku's gaze darted towards Lin Feng, the implication unmistakable. Facing Lin Feng alone was already arduous enough, and now they had to contend with Shanks as well. Did they intend to exhaust their entire fleet's combat capability? Yu Akainu remained silent, comprehending Sengoku's intent, yet his heart simmered with indignation to conclude this war. At the very least, he must claim Whitebeard's head. With that thought, Akainu vanished from his position, surging from the depths towards Marco's group, aiming directly at Whitebeard's back. "Sakazuki, you wretch!" Sengoku was taken aback by Akainu's obstinacy. Whitebeard was already on the brink of death, and it was unnecessary to pursue a kill at this juncture. Akainu's actions were tantamount to escalating the conflict. Shanks reacted immediately, bellowing to his subordinates, "Protect Whitebeard." Too late. The instant Shanks' voice fell, Akainu erupted from the ground, his magma-shrouded fist hurtling towards Whitebeard's back. In that moment, Whitebeard's life hung by a thread. "Damn it," Shanks cursed, never anticipating Akainu's sudden strike. However, he could not solely focus on Akainu. He also had to guard against Sengoku and Akiji, making it impossible to cover all bases. What should he do? If Akainu struck, Whitebeard would undoubtedly perish. Just then, Lin Feng's feet moved, the great Suru step activated, and to the astonishment of all, he appeared behind Akainu in an instant. Hey, Akainu, have you forgotten about this monk? Fahai. Akainu exclaimed in shock. He never imagined Lin Feng's elusive technique could be so swift. "You think you can stop me? Impossible. Whitebeard must die." Akainu gritted his teeth, his arm elongating into a grotesque canine head, lunging towards Whitebeard. Ming Wang Fa Shun. Sensing the danger, Lin Feng unleashed the mighty King Bodhisattva, a colossal arm shielding Whitebeard from Akainu's assault. "Damn it!" Akainu roared in fury, recklessly attacking the Bodhisattva, desperate to shatter it in an instant. Magma surged, splattering in all directions, the ground scorched and billowing with smoke. Lin Feng was taken aback. He had expected Akainu to retreat upon facing adversity, but to his astonishment, Akainu was relentless. The mighty King Bodhisattva showed signs of fracturing under the onslaught. "Whitebeard must die." Akainu's expression was frenzied. If Whitebeard survived this war, what would become of the Navy's dignity? What was the purpose of initiating this conflict? "This is troublesome," Lin Feng sighed, his hands moving rapidly, unleashing several mighty king palm imprints that struck Akainu with ferocity. Cough. Akainu withstood the blows, blood trickling from his mouth, yet his expression remained wild. Not only did he endure, but he also leveraged the impact of Lin Feng's mighty king palm to leap directly in front of Marco and the others. Not good. Marco and the others' pupils dilated in alarm that moment. Jinbei stepped forward, 5,000-watt fist. The Fishman Karate's ultimate technique shone brilliantly, the azure fist aimed at Akainu. "You think you can obstruct me?" Akainu scoffed, retaliating with a red lotus dog bite, the searing magma turning Jinbei's blue exterior a fiery red. Yet despite this, Jinbei did not waver, For behind him stood someone he would protect with his life. "Marco, run!" Jinbei shouted with unwavering resolve. "Jinbei!" Marco and the others cried out in defiance, yet they still fled towards the periphery. They could not betray Jinbei's determination. "Get out of my way!" Akainu roared, furious. He could not allow Marco and the others to escape. In that instant, the ground around him churned with blazing magma. Akainu unleashed his full power for the first time, intent on incinerating Marco and his companions. "Run!" Faced with the surging heat, Jinbei could no longer withstand it. And in the instant of being thrown aside, he shouted at Marco and the others. But just then, a gentle, ethereal hand lifted Jinbei. "Well done, Sea Knight Jinbei." "Who are you?" Jinbei's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon Lin Feng's face. "Leave the rest to me." Lin Feng said nothing further. After setting Jinbei down, he instantly appeared before Akainu. "Stop, Akainu. You demon monk." Akainu was on the verge of exploding, recalling how many times Lin Feng had interfered. He had long lost count, only knowing that Lin Feng was the greatest threat to the Navy henceforth. However, he currently lacked the confidence to eliminate him. Otherwise, Akainu would have spared no effort to extinguish this evil in its infancy. Gazing at the infuriated Akainu, Lin Feng replied calmly, "Let me correct your address. I am Fahai, not the demon monk you speak of. Get out of my way." Akainu disregarded Lin Feng's words entirely, his magma powers erupting violently, transforming the surroundings into a crimson inferno, resembling a hellish realm. "The threat of your devil fruit powers means little to me," Lin Feng stated coolly as he cloaked himself in a radiant Buddhist light, gradually dispelling the surrounding heat, leaving only a meter around Akainu, still ablaze. "Damn it, demon monk." Akainu was on the brink of insanity. He realized that with Lin Feng's intervention, attempting to eliminate Whitebeard was akin to chasing a dream. "Demon monk, one day I will eradicate you from this world. That day will not be far off." Chapter 22. The war concludes. With that, Akainu turned and leaped towards Sengoku and the others, causing Lin Feng to laugh in exasperation. "You think you can show off and then just leave?" He immediately unleashed a great Buddha's wrath, sending Akainu flying several meters away with a dazzling burst of Buddhist light. Strangely, after being struck by Lin Feng's attack, Akainu appeared unfazed. Instead, he stood beside Sengoku. This scene caused Lin Feng's heart to skip a beat. Akainu was no pushover, nor did he possess such magnanimity. It was implausible that he would simply endure an unprovoked attack without retaliation. His actions surely concealed some ulterior motive. Just as Lin Feng contemplated another assault, Karp appeared before him, locking eyes with Lin Feng. Akainu did not retaliate. "If you strike again, I will have to take action." Hearing this, Lin Feng halted, chanting a Buddhist invocation. "You jest, my good sir. How could I do such a thing?" "Humph." Karp snorted coldly, ignoring Lin Feng's words, his gaze drifting towards the bay, feeling a sense of relief. Luffy and the others were fleeing towards the warships at the bay, preparing to escape. "Shanks!" Luffy's eyes brimmed with tears of excitement. He yearned to meet Red-Haired, but was halted by Buggy. "Hey, Straw Hat, that's a gathering of monsters. Dante, seek your own trouble. I really want to see him," Luffy said, clutching his straw hat, his longing evident. Then, as if making a resolution, he declared, "I have yet to become an exceptional pirate. I will meet Shanks on that day." With that, he boarded the warship. That moment, Shanks seemed to sense something, glancing towards Luffy. "There will come a day we meet again. T1TB long, Luffy." Subsequently, Shanks surveyed the surroundings, his commanding voice resonating. "To everyone present, please grant me a favor. Let us end this war." Agreed. Before anyone else could speak, Sengoku nodded first, stating, "Continuing this war would only lead to further Navy casualties. There is no need to prolong it. Admiral Sengoku, Port Gaston Ace is still in that man's hands. We cannot simply let this go," a Marine colonel interjected, casting a glance at Lin Feng, a known radical among the Navy, implying that the war's objective had yet to be achieved. "And the Navy could not retreat, I understand." Zhanghua cast a sidelong glance at the middle general, whose hair stood on end, and then spoke in a deep voice, "I will bear the responsibility. The war must come to an end." The general fell silent, rendered speechless by Zhanghua's willingness to shoulder the entire burden. It was indeed time for this conflict to conclude. It that moment. Karp's voice broke the tension, his gaze towards the red-haired figure harboring a hint of hostility, though not directed at him, for the Navy sought to prevent further casualties. The red-haired man's expression tightened. The pressure exerted by Karp was more formidable than that of any other, I understand, he replied solemnly, nodding without further elaboration. Just then, Lin Feng's voice resonated softly, now that the war has reached a pause. This monk shall take his leave. With that, he summoned his tattered robe and took to the skies towards Marco and the others. Ace remained within his golden bowl, and he intended to return him while also tending to Whitebeard's injuries. The onlookers did not impede him, but instead committed the formidable monk to memory. At long last, the malevolent monk Fahai has departed. Observing Lin Feng's retreating figure, Kizaru exhaled deeply. The pressure he felt was indeed substantial. Many Navy personnel shared similar sentiments, as if they had bid farewell to a plague. In stark contrast, Akino's eyes burned with intense murderous intent as he regarded Lin Feng. One day, I shall eliminate you. Malevolent monk, he vowed silently. That moment, Lin Feng, soaring through the air, sensed something and turned to flash a smile at Akainu, as if to say, "Welcome to the great dragon," which only served to infuriate Akainu further. Ignoring Akainu's furious expression, Lin Feng pondered where to head next. Now that the conflict here had subsided, he recalled that, following the Top War, peace seemed to have prevailed significantly, with no battles of real consequence taking place thereafter. The only skirmishes were among pirates. Perhaps he could become a bounty hunter and reform the wicked. While lost in thought, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind, with a heart of compassion. The host has successfully prevented the outbreak of war, increasing the progress of the performance by 10%. Current progress, 75%. Additional reward, the activation of a summoning skill once. The host may summon a character from the same dimension. The system's voice arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, leaving Lin Feng momentarily taken aback. Summoning someone from the same plane? In Fahai's world, there were only a handful of powerful beings. Summoning a mere mortal would not be entertaining. System, does the summoned character possess a certain level of strength? Lin Feng inquired, not wanting to conjure a liability. The system responded in an ethereal tone with a simple, "No comment." Ugh. Lin Feng was rendered speechless, sighed, and glanced at the summoning skill on his panel. After much contemplation, he decided against hastily using it. After all, there were far too many mortals in Fahai's realm. Meanwhile, his robe had caught up with Marco and the others' worship. "What is that?" The crowd gasped in unison, and just as Lin Feng landed on the deck, he chanted a Buddhist invocation. There is no need for alarm. "Good sirs, I am Fahai." Silence enveloped the crowd, their hearts racing. How could they not recognize him as Fahai? They had witnessed his immense prowess, the pinnacle of naval strength. Yet, they were puzzled as to why Lin Feng had appeared here. At that moment, Marco, who understood the circumstances, stepped forward to reassure them. "Everyone, do not be anxious. This esteemed monk has come to return Ace." He then bowed respectfully to Lin Feng. "Indeed," Lin Feng replied with a benevolent smile, exuding an approachable demeanor, before waving his hand to release Ace from the golden bowl. "Ace, Captain!" The crew rushed to check Ace's condition, only to find him unconscious. Luffy, unable to contain himself, sprang up and shouted at Lin Feng. "Monk, what happened to Ace? Did you do something to him? Are you truly an enemy?" He prepared to retaliate, his thumb poised for a gear-second attack. Hey, don't be reckless," the others exclaimed, rushing forward to dissuade him. Fearing they might provoke Lin Feng, fully aware of Luffy's temperament, chuckled softly. "Ace is merely unconscious. He is not gravely harmed." Upon hearing this, Luffy immediately calmed down, grinning broadly. "Oh, is that so? Thank you." He then knelt before Lin Feng, bowing his head in gratitude. He is rather easy to deceive," the onlookers muttered, astonished by Luffy's naivety and no need for such formality. Lin Feng chuckled, gently helping Luffy to his feet before turning his attention to Whitebeard, who leaned weakly against the sickbed. The latter was on the brink of death. Chapter 23. The minor causality technique. Whitebeard Lin Feng approached him, noting the dire state he was in. although spared from Squardo's treachery. The continuous battles had left his body battered and bruised, akin to an overgrown field. Desolate and forlorn, Fahai Whitebeard seemed to sense his presence, as his previously closed eyes suddenly flew open. Glancing at Lin Feng and then at the figure on the deck, his expression softening. "Thank you." Whitebeard managed to utter these words, but as he did, blood gushed from his chest wound, pooling on the ground in copious amounts, inducing alarm among those present. Old Man, Marco, and the others were teary-eyed. Whitebeard was their spiritual pillar, and seeing him in such a state shattered their hearts. Marco Whitebeard trembled as he raised his hands, memories of the past flooding his mind as he gazed at his children, filled with reluctance. How he longed to live just a bit longer to be with them. Though he thought this, he knew deep down that his time was limited at that moment. Lin Feng, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke, his expression warm and friendly. "There is no need for you to resign yourself to death just yet. I possess a method that can stabilize your injuries, though your strength may diminish somewhat." "Really?" Before Whitebeard could respond, Marco interjected, hope gleaming in his eyes. He desperately wished for his father to survive. "Yes," Lin Feng nodded, looking to Whitebeard as if seeking his consent. After all, saving someone was not solely his decision. He needed to understand the feelings of the person involved. Under Lin Feng's gaze, Whitebeard smiled nonchalantly. "Then I must thank the master in advance. For my strength." He began to cough violently, causing concern among the onlookers. Once he regained his composure, Whitebeard's eyes sparkled with determination. No amount of power could rival the importance of family. "Very well." Lin Feng inhaled deeply, comprehending Whitebeard's sentiment. For him, strength, treasure, and even the legendary One Piece paled in comparison to family. The power he had acquired was likely to protect them in that case. "Marco, find me a clean room and bring Whitebeard inside." Lin Feng instructed Marco, who promptly complied, wheeling Whitebeard to a pristine chamber. "Without my permission, no one is to approach," Lin Feng declared, positioning himself before the door as he gazed at Whitebeard. The latter smiled faintly, resolutely stating, "Let us begin, master." "Very well." Lin Feng nodded, and at once a radiant light enveloped Whitebeard as the minor causality technique commenced. Unlike the offensive nature of the major causality technique, the minor causality technique was a sacred healing art of Buddhism, capable of reviving the deceased and restoring flesh to bone. However, one caveat remained. Lin Feng could not control the fact that Whitebeard's tremor abilities would be absorbed by the light, which was the reason he had mentioned the potential loss of strength at that moment. Whitebeard distinctly felt his injuries healing at a terrifying pace. The wounds inflicted by Akainu were scabbing over, visibly on the verge of complete recovery. "This is incredible," Whitebeard marveled inwardly. Such healing prowess would surpass even the finest physicians in the world. As for the loss of his tremor abilities, he could feel it akin to something he had possessed being stripped away. A rather disconcerting sensation. Yet, Whitebeard chuckled softly, not overly concerned about the diminishing power. In comparison to the ability to be with his family, such matters were inconsequential. He relaxed completely at this moment. Lin Feng's voice resonated, revealing that Whitebeard's injuries were even more severe than he had anticipated. A single application of a minor causality technique could not fully heal him. The internal organs scorched by Akainu required further treatment. Hearing the sound, Whitebeard remained motionless, casting aside all thoughts and entering a state of complete relaxation. Lin Feng summoned his Buddhist power and once again employed the minor causality technique, causing the room to bask in an even more radiant light. Gradually, time passed extensively. Outside the door, Marco and the others were filled with trepidation. "Gulp, Marco, do you think the demon monk can truly heal Pops? Or are we being deceived?" Diamond, Jozu asked nervously, swallowing hard. "What are you thinking? And stop referring to him as a demon monk. He is our benefactor," Marco retorted, furrowing his brow and casting a fierce glare at Jozu. Jozu felt embarrassed, scratching his head awkwardly. The term demon monk had slipped from his lips after hearing it from Akainu. Just then, the door slowly creaked open, tugging at everyone's hearts. Lin Feng stepped out, his expression not particularly favorable, prompting everyone to rush forward. "How is Pops, master? Is he saved?" Lin Feng gently shook his head and sighed. causing a heavy silence to fall over the group, tears welling in their eyes. "Master, what is the situation? Please tell us. We can endure it," Marco choked out, Lin Feng's demeanor already leading him to brace for the worst. The outcome did not meet expectations, and this monk has failed his promise," Lin Feng intoned, bowing to Marco and the others. This gesture struck the others like a bolt from the blue, and they could no longer maintain their composure. Jozu was the first to step forward, his abilities manifesting as the brilliance of diamonds shone from his shoulder, charging towards Lin Feng. "Demon monk, I knew you were deceiving us. Die." With tremendous force and incredible speed, he created a series of sonic booms in the air. "Stop, Jozu!" Marco shouted urgently, but it was too late. Jozu had already reached Lin Feng. In contrast, Lin Feng's expression remained indifferent, not even attempting a basic defense, leaving one to wonder if he had a hidden strategy or if Jozu's attack was insignificant in his eyes. Die! Jozu screamed, bringing down his diamond-encrusted elbow upon Lin Feng with great force. At that moment, a large hand emerged from the door behind Lin Feng, pressing firmly against Jozu's elbow. The immense strength prevented Jozu from moving an inch. Then a voice filled with emotion echoed, "Foolish son, how dare you attack the master? He is my benefactor." Pops! The group immediately burst into tears, their gazes fixed upon the robust figure emerging from behind the door. "Quick, apologize," Whitebeard said lovingly, scolding Jozu. "Pops!" Jozu cried out, then suddenly knelt before Lin Feng, his massive head pounding against the ground. As he struck the ground, he shouted, "Master, I was wrong. Punish me as you see fit." Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled lightly and replied, "Rise, there is no need for such formality. No, offending the master warrants 1,000 deaths." Jozu insisted stubbornly, remaining on the ground, clearly determined that he would not rise unless Lin Feng administered some form of punishment. "Very well, if that is the case, great might heavenly dragon." With a resounding crash, Lin Feng sent Jozu flying into the sea, then calmly instructed, "Marco, go rescue him." Chapter 24. The underlying currents. Marco was momentarily stunned, but quickly recollected himself, realizing he too was an ability user and had no need to jump into the sea. He then called out to those behind him, "Bista, go retrieve Jozu." "Understood," Bista replied, leaping into the ocean and managing to haul Jozu back onto the deck. Panting heavily, Jozu, "For the first time, I think your size might be a bit excessive." "Apologies," Jozu said sheepishly, his disheveled appearance provoking laughter from the crowd. But there was little he could do. The sea was a taboo for ability users. "All right, Jozu, quickly thank the master." Whitebeard chuckled, observing that Lin Feng had not exerted any effort at all. Jozu, with a simple-minded smile, approached Lin Feng and deeply bowed, saying, "Thank you, master." "It is nothing," Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, then turned to Whitebeard, saying, "Although your physical injuries have been fully addressed, I must apologize as I have absorbed a significant portion of your fruit ability." Lin Feng's apology was sincere and due to the absorption of the tremor fruit. His progress in the role-playing aspect had noticeably increased. "You jest, master," Whitebeard quickly responded. "I was already living on borrowed time. Thankfully, you intervened to save me. Moreover, I now feel considerably younger and stronger than before." As he spoke, Whitebeard clenched his fist, a sense of boundless energy emanating from his once pale fingers. "Very well, since that is the case. This monk must take his leave." Lin Feng smiled, summoning his robe in preparation to depart. Whitebeard had been saved, and his role-playing progress had indirectly improved significantly. So it was time for him to go. "Wait!" Whitebeard exclaimed, hastily stopping him. There's something else?" Lin Feng inquired, puzzled. To his surprise, Whitebeard, with a beaming smile, said, "Master, we have yet to properly express our gratitude. Do not rush off." "Indeed," Marco chimed in quickly. "Not only has Ace been healed, but even Pops has been restored by the master. Such a great kindness cannot go unacknowledged. We must find a way to thank you." "Oh," Lin Feng smiled. "How do you intend to express your gratitude?" The group fell silent, pondering how to properly thank someone who seemed entirely selfless and aloof. At that moment, Jozu's voice rang out, "Master, what do you need? Just say the word, and our entire crew will spare no effort." The others quickly rallied, echoing, "Yes, master, whatever you need, just ask. We would even bring a celestial dragon to you." "What would I want with a celestial dragon?" Lin Feng shook his head, chuckling helplessly. However, the mention of the celestial dragon demonstrated that the Whitebeard crew was genuinely eager to express their gratitude. Suddenly, Lin Feng had an idea and addressed the crew. "Now that you mention it, I do require some items, though they may be quite precious. Please, master, speak freely." The crew responded enthusiastically, their curiosity piqued regarding what could be considered precious by Lin Feng. "Very well," Lin Feng said with a smile, his tone serious. "What I require is a devil fruit." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Whitebeard crew grew awkward. "Master, the precious item you seek is a devil fruit?" Marco asked, his face contorting in confusion. "Why?" Lin Feng inquired, puzzled as to why they would question him. Was a devil fruit not valuable? After all, it could significantly enhance his role-playing progress. I could see this moment. Jozu stepped forward and loudly declared, "Master, if you like, I can let you hit me a few more times. A devil fruit cannot truly represent our gratitude." Lin Feng was taken aback before responding, "I require a substantial quantity, at least dozens." This statement plunged the Whitebeard crew into silence. Indeed, a single devil fruit was not particularly rare, but the concept changed entirely when discussing dozens that represented the potential to cultivate an army of dozens of ability users. Marco then spoke earnestly, "Master, we currently possess only 3 devil fruits, but rest assured, we will help you find the rest." "Thank you," Lin Feng replied calmly. 3 was already quite satisfactory, as he had not expected the Whitebeard crew to possess so many devil fruits. Given that even Kaido could only cultivate artificial fruits, this underscored the rarity of abundant devil fruits. Marco added, "These 3 fruits are kept at our base. Would you like to accompany me there?" "Master, since that is the case, this monk will accompany you." Lin Feng nodded. The devil fruits were too significant for him, representing a cheat to boost his role-playing progress. Seeing this, the crew wore smiles on their faces. "Now, my young ones," Whitebeard's voice boomed, "to express our gratitude to the master, let us hold a banquet. Hooray!" Suddenly, the members of the White team erupted with exuberance, and an atmosphere of joy enveloped the surroundings in an instant. In stark contrast to the jubilant ambience of the White team, the atmosphere of the Navy headquarters was stiflingly tense. Marineford, Conference Hall. The Commander-in-Chief, Sora, occupied the foremost position, flanked by the elite naval forces, Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, and others, arrayed in order beside him. Below them sat the vice admirals and several rear admirals, while figures like Smoker lacked even the qualification to sit, relegated to standing on the sidelines. In this battle, the Navy had suffered a comprehensive defeat. Sora's voice resonated deeply as his sharp gaze swept over each naval officer. "Gentlemen, I bear full responsibility for this battle." Sengoku rose, shouldering the blame entirely. "I am prepared to resign from my position as Fleet Admiral and retreat to the sidelines." As he spoke, Sengoku placed the insignia of the Fleet Admiral, symbolic of his rank, upon the table. "I, too, share the same sentiment." Before Sengoku could take a seat, Garp's voice rang out. The assembly was taken aback. The simultaneous resignation of the Fleet Admiral and a naval hero was a devastating blow to them, and no one dared to utter a word. The atmosphere became eerily silent, reminiscent of the stillness before an impending apocalypse. A sigh broke the oppressive silence of the conference hall. Sora turned his gaze toward Sengoku and Garp, speaking slowly. "You need not be so drastic to know. I must bear this responsibility." Sengoku replied firmly, his tone resolute. The impact of this battle in the Navy was too profound. Someone must step forward to shoulder the burden, and as Fleet Admiral, he was the most suitable candidate, and no one else could fulfill that role as aptly. "Very well," Sora conceded, seeing Sengoku's unwavering insistence. "Although this battle has resulted in a significant defeat for the Navy, there is but one key reason behind it." He then slammed a wanted poster bearing the likeness of the demon monk Fahai onto the table, causing the teacups atop it to vibrate. The demon monk Fahai. This individual is the pivotal factor leading to our defeat. Chapter 25. The Supreme Decision. The naval officers fell into silence. Indeed, the pressure brought upon them by Lin Feng was immense. Had it not been for him, A single battle at the summit would have at least secured Ace's head and prevented the current dire situation. This person had battled against 2 admirals and a fleet admiral without suffering defeat. His strength was nothing short of terrifying. Sora's expression darkened as he paused momentarily before continuing in the same grave tone. Yet despite being such a formidable man, we only know he hails from Jinshan Temple. With no further information, this is an utter disgrace. The assembly remained silent, no one daring to offer a rebuttal. Sora spoke the truth. With Lin Feng's overwhelming power, they were woefully ignorant of his background. This was indeed a resounding slap in the face to their intelligence network. The highest decision. We must investigate the details of this adversary in the shortest time possible, Sora declared solemnly, as if making a pivotal resolution. He continued, if the opportunity arises, the Navy must mobilize all forces to besiege and eliminate this individual on the spot. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. The officers responded in unison, their voices echoing uniformly throughout the conference room. At that moment, Akanu's voice suddenly broke through, directing his gaze at Sora. Commander-in-Chief. What if our forces are insufficient to eliminate him? Upon uttering this, the atmosphere of the conference room fell silent once more. Indeed, what if their strength proved inadequate? After all, Fahai had not been defeated even when facing 2 admirals and a fleet admiral. His power was profoundly intimidating. After a brief pause, Sora stood, his voice resonating with vigor. If it comes to that, I shall intervene. With those words, the officers could hardly remain composed. Sengoku quickly interjected, Commander-in-Chief, you are the supreme leader of the entire army. You cannot act recklessly. If anything were to happen to you, it would spell a tremendous loss for the Navy and the world government alike. Sengoku's words were not unfounded. Garp's voice followed, his countenance grave. Old man Sora, you cannot join the fray. The actions of Sengoku and Garp further dampened the atmosphere in the conference room. A heavy gloom settled over the officers. Indeed, given Fahai's formidable prowess, should Commander Sora be injured, the repercussions would be unfathomable. Sengoku and Garp. Sora pondered momentarily. He was acutely aware of the validity of their concerns. Yet Fahai had to be eliminated. Otherwise, the balance of the world could very well be disrupted, and the hard-won system would collapse. Should that occur, the Navy and the world government would face threats beyond just Fahai. No more words are necessary, Sora retorted coldly, casting a glance at Sengoku and Garp. Do not presume that I am too old to fight. If it comes to blows, one Fahai is hardly a match for me. I refuse to believe that a single individual could best me. If that were the case, I would no longer deserve to hold the position of Commander-in-Chief. But Sengoku and the others attempted to voice their concerns, only to be met with Sora's decisive hand wave. No buts. The resolution has been made. Your task is to execute it without question. Also, dispatch personnel to monitor Whitebeard's territory. Should there be any movement, respond with overwhelming force, leaving no opportunity for the Whitebeard pirates to breathe. Yes, the assembly replied in affirmation, unaware that Whitebeard had been revived by Lin Feng and believed him to be lingering on the brink of death after Akainu's attack. The meeting is adjourned, Sora concluded, rising and exiting the conference room, leaving the officers exchanging bewildered glances. Garp, what are your thoughts? As Sora departed, Sengoku turned his attention to Garp, a longtime friend, eager to hear his perspective. Sigh. Garp rarely sighed, but now a faint bitterness crept onto his face. What can we do? The old man has spoken. Can we merely stand by and watch? Though Fahai was formidable, if it came to a fight, the old man must not be harmed. That was my bottom line and the bottom line of the Navy. Hearing this, Sengoku's eyes narrowed sharply. He recognized Garp's determination and nodded in acknowledgement. Understood with that. Sengoku rose and left the conference room, followed closely by Garp and Tsu. Once they departed, the remaining commanders also exited, leaving only the 3 admirals, the Navy's strongest forces, behind in the conference room, with Sengoku resigning from the position of Fleet Admiral. One among them would inevitably ascend to fill that role. Yet, who it would be remained a mystery to all. It's really hot. I'll take my leave now. You all continue, Akiji remarked suddenly, rising and waving his hand as he made his way outside, harboring no ambitions for the position of Fleet Admiral. However, one thing was certain. As long as it was in Tiakinu, Anyone else would suffice. Akiji did not wish for Akinu's ruthless ideology of justice to be imposed upon the Navy. If that were to occur, the very nature of the Navy would change. Stop right there, Kazan. Just as he was walking, a hand radiating intense heat blocked Akiji's path. The speaker was none other than Akinu. Hey, it's too hot. Remove your hand, Sakazuki. Being an ice fruit user, Akiji detested heat. As he spoke, a frigid aura emanated from his body, directed toward Akinu's hand. The clash of ice and fire created an atmosphere that escalated to a peak of tension. Akinu paid no heed to the discomfort, retracting his hand and fixing his gaze on Akiji. What are your thoughts on the position of Fleet Admiral? Thoughts? Akiji maintained his stoic expression, offering no response as he proceeded toward the exit. Akinu did not obstruct him, but continued to watch intently. As Akiji reached the doorway, he suddenly halted, turning his head to regard Akinu. As long as it isn't you, I have no objections, he stated flatly before vanishing from the conference room. Kazan, at that moment. Akinu's emotions surged within him like a volcano on the verge of eruption, but he struggled to suppress his fury. Very well. If that is the case, then let us compete for it. Sigh. What a hassle. The nearby Kizaru let out a sigh. Having observed the exchange between Akinu and Akiji, without partaking in it himself, in his view, idleness was the way to go. The position of Fleet Admiral held no allure for him. It would only serve to increase his troubles. The sky above the Navy is about to change, Kizaru mused silently. On the other side in the Grand Line, in the New World, a naval ship cruised leisurely across the ocean. Laughter and merriment resonating aboard, accompanied by the delightful aroma of barbecued meat. Master, just take a bite. The meat grilled with the flames of the phoenix is exceptionally delicious, Marco urged, holding out a piece of meat from an unknown creature toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and pushed the meat away. I am a monk. Do not tempt me to break my vows. At a look of reluctance crossed Marco's face as he sulked and bit into the meat with gusto. Mumbling, it's really delicious, master. Do give it a try if there's truly no need, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head and gesturing for Marco to share the meat with the others. Sighing, Marco relented, distributing the meat while lamenting. What a pity, such delicious meat, and the master refuses to partake. This display elicited a chuckle from Lin Feng. He had never seen Marco in such a light. I could see that moment. Whitebeard's voice boomed. Master, how is my family? Chapter 26. Awakening Ace. Lin Feng cast a serious glance at Whitebeard and replied earnestly, They are truly well. Although there is no blood relation, I feel a familial bond with this monk. Lin Feng's words brought great joy to Whitebeard, who raised his massive wine cup before Lin Feng and declared, Master, I toast to you. Following this, Whitebeard lifted the jug-like cup and downed its contents in one go. Refreshing. He exhaled, feeling an elation he had not experienced in a long time. Your injuries have only just healed. Moderation is key, Lin Feng cautioned, reminding Whitebeard not to overindulge, considering his body was only beginning to recover. Understood, Master, I will be cautious, Whitebeard nodded, knowing that while he could disregard others' advice, Lin Feng's words were paramount. The memories of his own healing were still fresh. Such miraculous feats were unparalleled in the world. Thus, Whitebeard held Lin Feng in deep respect, not merely for saving his life, but for the recognition of Lin Feng's formidable strength. Noticing Lin Feng's silent demeanor, Whitebeard observed as his gaze fell upon a solitary figure on the deck. It was Ace, upon awakening from his stupor. Ace had been burdened by guilt after hearing of the events that transpired after Lin Feng had taken him into his care. When he learned how close Whitebeard had come to being slain by Akinu, Ace's eyes blazed with a furious fire. Yet beneath that flame lay a profound sense of helplessness. He despised his failure to heed Whitebeard's warnings and loathed his own inadequacy. Under the weight of such turmoil, Ace nearly succumbed to despair. Though others attempted to console him, Ace stubbornly believed that all misfortunes stemmed from his existence. Such a stubborn temper. Lin Feng sighed, recognizing that no one could persuade Ace from his current state. He needed to find his way out on his own. Nevertheless, it was important to speak certain truths. With this thought, Lin Feng rose slowly and approached Ace, saying, Fire Fist Boy, won't you have something to eat? Hearing this, Ace lifted his head. Upon realizing it was Lin Feng, He quickly stood and respectfully replied, "Master, no need for such formality." Lin Feng smiled, settling down cross-legged and gesturing for Ace to join him. Ace nodded and sat beside Lin Feng, the two remaining in a comfortable silence. After a moment, Ace broke the stillness, almost as if speaking to himself or seeking confirmation. Was I born to be a burden? Whether it's my father, Luffy, or even Old Man Garp, they have sacrificed so much for me. Tears streamed down Ace's face as he lamented, and those comrades who perished in battle. All of this is because of me. Overcome with emotion, he sobbed, "Should I have never been born into this world?" Witnessing this, Lin Feng refrained from offering comfort or counsel. He allowed Ace to cry freely. After a while, once Ace had released his pent-up emotions, Lin Feng spoke softly, "Fire Fist boy, to live in this world means to exist not solely for oneself, but to protect those we cherish, those who have suffered because of you, and those who have fallen. Did so out of love. Is that truly so?" Ace looked up, Lin Feng's words striking a chord within him. "Indeed," Lin Feng affirmed, continuing, "Moreover, Fire Fist boy, you must remember that in war, there are no absolute rights or wrongs. Only differing stances. What you must do is grow stronger, to become formidable." He added, "And remember, gaining strength is not for the purpose of oppressing others, but for the sake of safeguarding those you hold dear." Lin Feng's words landed like a heavy hammer upon Ace's heart, lingering long after T.O. grows stronger to protect. Ace murmured, his eyes gleaming with newfound resolve. Lin Feng's guidance had ignited a spark within him. Suddenly, Ace sprang to his feet, bowing deeply to Lin Feng, sincerity radiating from him as he declared, "Thank you, Master, for your guidance." In response, Lin Feng erupted into laughter, opting not to accept Ace's bow, but instead moving towards the others. Ace's awakening signified that his efforts had not been in vain. Just then, a transcendent voice from the system echoed through the air. The host has provided guidance to another, achieving the status of a holy teacher. Role-playing progress has increased by 1%. Current role-playing progress, 77%. Lin Feng was taken aback, never anticipating that such actions could enhance his progress. His laughter grew even more exuberant. "Ba, let it be." Whitebeard, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "What has brought such joy to the master?" Lin Feng merely shook his head, finding a place to sit cross-legged. "Old man, do not disturb the master. Let's drink," Marco suggested, glancing at Lin Feng and sensing a change in his demeanor. To prevent Whitebeard from interrupting, he raised his wine cup. "Indeed," Whitebeard replied earnestly, sharing a toast with Marco as they entered a celebratory state. At that moment, a voice resonated from behind Whitebeard. "Old man, I toast to you and everyone." Startled, the crowd paused before erupting into joyous exclamations. "Ace, you've finally come out of your shell." They cheered, come, let's drink until we drop." Seeing this scene, a long-lost smile graced Whitebeard's face. "Ace, drink more." "All right." Ace nodded vigorously, downing his drink with unrestrained joy. With Ace's return, the festivities reached their peak. The weight of worry lifted from everyone's hearts. They had feared that Ace would never recover from his despondency. "Ace, let's have a toast." Luffy suddenly appeared from nowhere, extending his hand to clink glasses with Ace. "Luffy." Ace's face lit up with excitement. He had not expected Luffy's return. "Luffy, would you like to join our pirate crew?" Ace eagerly drew Luffy close, a smile gracing his face. For Whitebeard's invitation was enticing to anyone. But Luffy, being who he was, scrunched his face in distaste and exclaimed, "No way. I'm going to be the Pirate King, so I won't join your crew." The crowd erupted into laughter, slapping their thighs in joy. Look at Ace's expression. "Ha ha. Ha ha. Ace is being rejected. How hilarious. Fool. It's not that he's rejecting Ace. He's rejecting our Whitebeard pirates." Joza chimed in, playfully delivering a light smack to Luffy's head before stepping forward. Offering his cup, "Come on, Ace's brother, let me see how well you can handle your drink when you turn down our invitation. Bring it on." "Who's afraid?" Luffy shouted, raising his cup to challenge Jozu. Meanwhile, above the warship, a seagull circled for a while before releasing a bundle of newspapers from the sky, hastily fleeing without even collecting payment. "What is this?" A somewhat inebriated captain bent down to pick up the newspaper. his expression freezing in shock. Chapter 27. The shocking bounty. Old man, this is bad. The captain, clutching the newspaper, rushed unsteadily to Whitebeard, his face pale and his alcohol-induced haze dissipating. What's wrong, Burenheim? Whitebeard furrowed his brow, immediately noticing the newspaper in the captain's hand. Is there another significant development from the Navy? Old man, you should see for yourself. Burenheim presented the newspaper before Whitebeard, whose large hand seized it, his expression darkening in an instant, exuding an unintentional air of menace. The headline boldly proclaimed the defeat of the Whitebeard pirates in the Summit War, with implications that were alarmingly clear. The formidable Whitebeard had been gravely injured by the Marine Admiral Akainu, his life hanging by a thread. With this news breaking, his territories would undoubtedly experience significant upheaval, as the other emperors of the sea would surely vie for dominance, leading to inevitable losses. Yet, this was not the most dire news. The reverse side of the newspaper bore an enormous bounty notice that nearly consumed the entire page. It prominently featured a likeness of Fahai, the demon monk, with a staggering bounty of 178,439 billion berries. The decree stated that the capture of him alive would double the reward. Such a bounty, exceeding 1 billion, clearly indicated the Navy's grave concern regarding Lin Feng, further compounded by the stipulation for his live capture. Consequently, Lin Feng, now burdened with such a colossal price on his head, was bound to face considerable hardships. This is troublesome, Whitebeard mused, gazing at Lin Feng's bounty with a heavy heart, contemplating how to broach the subject with him. At that moment, Lin Feng, who had been quietly contemplative, suddenly opened his eyes, sensing the palpable tension emanating from Whitebeard. What troubles you? Whitebeard. Have you encountered an enemy? No, Whitebeard stammered, shaking his head. After a moment's reflection, he deemed it necessary to show Lin Feng the bounty notice, for it was essential that the involved party be informed. Master, you should take a good look at today's headline. With that, Whitebeard handed over the newspaper. Headline? Lin Feng pondered as he accepted the paper, surmising what had transpired from Whitebeard's demeanor. Upon unfolding it, the news of the Summit War met his gaze, prompting a slight smirk. As he had anticipated, the Navy would undoubtedly tarnish Whitebeard's reputation to bolster their own. Closing the newspaper, Lin Feng reassured Whitebeard, do not let these words trouble you. After all, you remain unscathed. Let them say what they will. Yet Whitebeard, having heard Lin Feng's words, pointed to the paper, his expression turning peculiar. Master, you are looking at it the wrong way. Lin Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly flipped the newspaper over, his eyes widening in shock. The figures, 100,000, indicated the Navy's extravagant investment, over 1 billion in bounty. With meticulous precision, Master, perhaps you should stay with us for a while? Whitebeard suggested, noticing Lin Feng's waning color. It's fine. Lin Feng managed a strained smile, responding nonchalantly, in truth, the exorbitant bounty did not particularly concern him. What troubled him was the chain reaction it would incite. He had not forgotten that his primary objective was to elevate his performance progress. The most effective means of doing so was through acts of compassion and salvation. However, with a bounty like this, how could he possibly aid others? Who would believe in a fugitive with a bounty exceeding 1 billion? Sighing deeply, Lin Feng lamented that fate had dealt him a harsh hand. The Navy had unintentionally blocked one of his avenues for progress. This was disheartening. Never mind, Lin Feng shook his head, resolving to seek out more devil fruits to hastily elevate his progress to 80%. Thus unlocking the next character template. It seemed he could no longer utilize the character of Fahai and would need to allow it to disappear for a time. Otherwise, given the Navy's current interest in him, it would not be long before they orchestrated crackdown. That would be troublesome indeed. Master, Whitebeard approached, sensing Lin Feng's distress. If you're worried about the implications of this bounty, you are welcome to join our crew. My name still holds some sway in these waters. Lin Feng was a loss for words, thinking to himself that it seemed Whitebeard wished to adopt him as a son. Indeed, Master, if you join our crew, you will encounter fewer troubles. Join us. Master, the others chimed in, urging him forward. Feeling warmth in his heart from their concern, Lin Feng gazed at Whitebeard and the others but gently declined their kindness. There is no need. I'm accustomed to my solitary ways that I would not wish to burden you. Seeing Lin Feng's refusal, Whitebeard did not press further, understanding that there were reasons behind his decision. With a sigh, he said, "Very well, I shall not insist. But remember, the Whitebeard pirates will always be your friends." "Indeed," Lin Feng replied with a smile before turning to Marco. "How much longer until we reach your stronghold?" Marco, perceiving Lin Feng's urgency, contemplated before responding, "At most, half a day." "Good," Lin Feng nodded, gazing out over the boundless sea, silently hoping that the 3 devil fruits would yield significant enhancements. Simultaneously, the bounty notice featuring Fahai's likeness spread rapidly across the seas. In the New World, at Whole Cake Island, the candy minister Perispero rushed to present a bounty notice to an imposing figure cloaked in shadow. "Mama, a remarkably powerful individual has emerged at sea." The figure emerged from the darkness, a colossal form radiating an extraordinary aura, a manic smile adorning her face. It was none other than the Born Destroyer, Charlotte Linlin. The demon monk? Charlotte Linlin's gaze fixated on Lin Feng's bounty notice. Saliva involuntarily pooling at her lips, a glint of excitement sparked in her eyes as she mused, "I have a penchant for the strong. He shall be my next husband." "What?" Perispero's eyes widened in shock. After so many years, Mama had suddenly entertained thoughts of marriage. Elsewhere in the New World, on Onigashima, a gigantic creature with horns was drinking heavily from a jug, alternating between laughter and tears in a tumultuous display of emotion. This was none other than Kaido, the king of beasts, hailed as the strongest creature across land, sea, and sky. That moment, a subordinate approached, clutching a bounty notice, eyes wide with trepidation. "Lord Kaido, this is the new bounty notice." Lord Queen insisted you must see it. Kaido furrowed his brow, abruptly hurling his jug aside. "Do not bother me with such trivial matters." The jug soared past the subordinate's ear, shattering the rock behind him. Before the subordinate could react, Kaido had already seized his kanabo, preparing to unleash his wrath. The subordinate's face turned pale with despair. Please. "Lord Kaido, no." Yet Kaido, too inebriated to heed the warning, only saw the kanabo growing larger in the subordinate's eyes. Followed by a horrific scream. Chapter 28. The Devil Fruit in Hand. Simultaneously, various factions across different regions were astonished by Lin Feng's bounty notice. A first-time bounty exceeding 1 billion was an unprecedented occurrence in Navy records. Fahai. Such a bounty indicates that the higher-ups are indeed unsettled. On an unnamed island, red-haired Shanks scrutinized Lin Feng's bounty notice, a knowing smile creeping across his lips. However, the most astonished were not the aforementioned figures, but rather Mark, who had been previously defeated by Lin Feng. Now, he stood before Doflamingo, trembling with fear coursing through every fiber of his being. Doflamingo fixed his gaze upon him, his eyes narrowing behind his sunglasses as he pointed to Lin Feng's bounty notice. "Mark, if I recall correctly, you mentioned that this individual stole your devil fruit, did you not?" "Young master, Mark was on the verge of tears, unable to fathom that this person was now a target with a superlative bounty of nearly 10 billion. To seek vengeance would be akin to inviting an unimaginable threat upon the Don Quixote family. Observing Mark's reaction, Doflamingo chuckled softly. "Fufufu, there is no need to be so distraught, Mark. The debt will be settled. But not just yet. Young master." Mark's eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude, astonished that Doflamingo still cared about revenge. Enough, Doflamingo dismissed him with a wave of his hand, signaling for Mark to leave. "Yes," Mark responded loudly. Turning to exit the expansive room, leaving Doflamingo alone, his gaze drifted into the distance, and he erupted into maniacal laughter. Fahai. There are already enough emperors. That esteemed individual will not permit the rise of another sovereign. His voice trailed off, fading to a whisper, the meaning of which only Doflamingo himself comprehended. Meanwhile, the Whitebeard pirates had docked at an inconspicuous deserted island, one that belonged to no particular faction, merely a commonplace isle. It was precisely for this reason that Whitebeard had chosen to relocate all resources from the ship here. The crew marched across the desolate island, Marco pointing towards a distant cave. "Master, that is our treasure trove. The devil fruits are located within." "Understood." Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement and followed the direction indicated by Marco, his expression stiffening as he noticed that the treasure was hidden within a conspicuous cave. The flag of the White-Beard pirates prominently displayed above it, seemingly to announce the treasure's presence to the world. Clearing his throat, Lin Feng turned to Marco and inquired, "Marco, are you not concerned about leaving the treasure here for others to steal?" "Ah," Marco replied incredulously. "With our crew's flag flying, no pirate other than the four emperors would dare approach. There's no risk of theft." "And if it were to go missing?" Lin Feng asked, slightly perplexed by Marco's reasoning. Without a moment's hesitation, Marco replied matter-of-factly, "If it were lost, it would be the doing of one of the other four emperors. We would simply inquire with each of them." Lin Feng was taken aback. Glancing at Whitebeard to gauge his reaction, to his surprise, Whitebeard raised his thumb in approval towards Marco, as if to say, "That's my son." Seeing this, Lin Feng was left speechless, silently lamenting that indeed, none of Whitebeard's crew were quite normal. If even Whitebeard behaved this way, the captains under him were even less predictable. Soon, they arrived at the treasure site, where the mountains of riches lay before them, yet the expressions of the crew remained unperturbed. "Master, wait for me a moment," Marco said to Lin Feng before diving into the pile of treasure, rummaging through it. "Not this one, this isn't it either." "Where is it?" After a brief search, Marco finally exclaimed with delight. "I found it," he emerged, holding a modest box before Lin Feng. "Master, here is the devil fruit you requested." Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he regarded the box in Marco's hands. It was undoubtedly the devil fruit, as indicated by the system's earlier notification. "Thank you," Lin Feng said gratefully, carefully accepting the box and opening it. Inside lay 3 fruits of varying shapes. Lin Feng's heart raced with excitement, despite the system's prior confirmation. The sight still thrilled him. "System, how much will these 3 fruits increase my progress?" he asked decisively. The system's ethereal voice responded, "Each fruit increases progress by 1%. "Excellent," Lin Feng exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. Each fruit meant that upon consuming them, he could unlock the next character. Although he was tempted to absorb them immediately, he knew it was not the right moment. "Whitebeard, everyone," Lin Feng addressed the crew earnestly, "I am indebted to you all." "You're being too modest, Master," Whitebeard chuckled. "We are friends here, and the favors owed are insignificant compared to what you have given us." "Ha!" Lin Feng laughed heartily in return. "Then let us set aside the notion of favors and focus on friendship." At that moment, Marco interjected with curiosity. "Master, you don't intend to consume all these devil fruits, do you? If so, I must remind you that each person can only eat one. It is said that those who consume more will face a fatal curse and perish on the spot." Marco's face reflected genuine concern, fearing Lin Feng was unaware of the devil fruit taboo. Lin Feng chuckled lightly, offering no explanation, simply saying, "Do not worry, I am aware." Seeing Lin Feng's lack of elaboration, Marco wisely refrained from further questioning. Lin Feng surveyed the group and slowly declared, "Now that I have obtained the fruits, I must take my leave." "Master," Whitebeard began to persuade, but Lin Feng interrupted, "The Navy is currently keeping a close watch on me. My presence here would only cause you more trouble. As the Buddhist says, those destined to meet will eventually cross paths." With that, Lin Feng waved his hand, summoning his robe, and seated himself cross-legged, addressing the crew. "I bid you farewell." Recognizing Lin Feng's resolute decision, the crew refrained from dissuasion and instead offered a respectful bow. "Safe travels, Master." "Indeed," Lin Feng nodded, guiding his robe swiftly across the sea, disappearing from their sight in the blink of an eye. As they watched Lin Feng depart, Whitebeard's voice resonated. "Sons, remember that the Master will always be our benefactor." "Yes, Dad," the crew responded in unison, their voices filled with deep gratitude. The Whitebeard pirates would not forget their benefactor. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, controlling his robe, sped across the ocean, skimming past one island after another. However, these were not his intended destinations. He sought a desolate island, one that would minimize any potential impact. "This looks perfect." Lin Feng fixed his gaze upon a small island not far off. Maneuvering his robe downwards. Chapter 29. Unlocking a new character. The approach of Hawkeye. Before long, Lin Feng landed on the island. Rather than a typical island, it was a small reef affected by tidal fluctuations, measuring only a few hundred meters in circumference. However, this presented no hindrance to Lin Feng, but he slowly retrieved the box, extracting the devil fruits within. "Would you like to absorb?" The system prompted. "Absorb." Lin Feng decisively chose. And in an instant, the fruits within the box disintegrated into powder, dispersing into Lin Feng's body. Progress increasing. 78%, 79, 80. Ding! Congratulations, the host has achieved progress and earned one character extraction opportunity. Excellent. Lin Feng summoned the panel, thrilled to see an additional chance to extract a character. Current host, would you like to use the character extraction opportunity? Lin Feng did not rush to a decision. Instead, he inquired of the system. System, after extracting a new character, can I switch back to Fahai? Yes, characters can be switched freely, but there is a cooldown period. The new character has no cooldown, while the old character has a cooldown of 3 days. The system replied. Interesting. Lin Feng pondered, understanding that while he could switch to Fahai, returning to the new character would require a 3-day cooldown. This meant he would have to maintain the identity of Fahai for that duration. 3 days seemed manageable. After some thought, Lin Feng continued, can the previously issued summoning cards be applied within the new character's realm? Yes, the system affirmed. Wonderful. A smile crept on Lin Feng's face, recognizing that characters from the Fahai world were rather unimpressive. Too many mortals with a vast disparity in combat power. He felt confident that nothing was overlooked and promptly declared, System, extract character, extracting character. As the system's voice echoed, countless figures flashed through Lin Feng's mind, reminiscent of his initial character extraction with Fahai. Now, Lin Feng was on edge, his hands clasped together in prayer. Please, grant me a formidable character, a powerful one. Swish, swish, swish. Numerous silhouettes gradually passed through Lin Feng's mind before finally settling on a solitary, proud shadow. Who is this? Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind reeling. With a unique hairstyle and a demeanor that exuded both aloofness and pride, a Zanpakuto hung at his waist, emblazoned with a prominent 6-character inscription. Everything about this figure signified a specific identity. Captain of the 6th Division of the Godiai 15, Byakuya Kochiki, renowned as one of the most well-rounded combatants in the Soul Society. Scatter, Senbin Zakura. Under Bankai, there are no souls left to exist. This was the essence of his prowess. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded, new character, Byakuya Kochiki. Shall I begin the role-play? Lin Feng hesitated. Had he drawn the old man Urahara, he would have chosen to merge without a second thought. However, with Byakuya, he felt a moment of indecision. System. What is Byakuya's combat power? Is it also a 5-fold enhancement like Fahai? Lin Feng inquired, keen to understand Byakuya's potential combat capabilities, that if he couldn't dominate, it would be better to continue enhancing Fahai. The system responded, given the current host's excellent roleplay progress, Byakuya Kochiki's initial combat power is 8-fold, increasing by 1-fold for every 10% of progress. Wow. Lin Feng was astounded, realizing that his strength could indeed level up. Merge without a second thought. Lin Feng chose to merge for an initial 8-fold multiplier. Under Bankai, could Senbin Zakura not cover the entirety of the Grand Line? Ding, merging, departing from the role of Fahai, new fusion character introduced as the system spoke. Lin Feng's body began to undergo a transformation, gradually shedding the marks of Fahai that had clung to him. The appearance of the enlightened monk also faded away. After a brief moment, with a flash of white light, a figure identical to Kyoka Sujetsu appeared in his place. With star-like eyes and an aura distinctly his own, Lin Feng had now transformed into Kyoka Sujetsu. He immediately summoned his panel to inspect his status. Current role, Kyoka Sujetsu progress. 30, 8-fold combat enhancement. Characters owned. Fahai, cooling down. Kyoka Sujetsu, current, character summoning opportunities. None character summoning card. 1 only 30%, reflecting on his transformation into Kyoka Sujetsu. Lin Feng pondered. Based on the 8-fold combat enhancement, his current strength amounted to just over 2 times that of his peak. According to Lin Feng's understanding, a 2-fold increase in power should provide a chance to escape from a general. But facing Carp could prove troublesome. Nevertheless, this was merely a 30% progress. According to the system's words, Every 10% would yield an additional doubling of strength. He still had ample room for growth. Furthermore, having shed the identity of Fahai, Lin Feng was now free to act as he wished, unbound by any constraints. Playing the role of Fahai had been exhausting. Every action required compassion, and a slight misstep could summon the system's reminders. Now, however, he was liberated, embodying the carefree nature of Kyoku's Sujetsu. This character trait resonated more closely with Lin Feng's desired way of existence. First, he needed to familiarize himself with Senbenzakura. Lin Feng unsheathed the katana at his waist, holding it before him as he recited the incantation, Scatter, Senbenzakura. With his command, the blade in his hand burst forth like cherry blossoms, scattering into countless tiny blades that danced in the sea breeze. Though they swirled about, a keen observer would notice that a portion remained steadfast within an 85-centimeter radius around Lin Feng. Countless cherry blossoms formed an impenetrable defense around him, preventing any foes from encroaching. How beautiful, Senbenzakura, Lin Feng remarked as he surveyed his surroundings, marveling at the rare fusion of combat and elegance. Just then, a powerful surge of battle intent emanated from a distance, alerting Lin Feng. Accompanying this aura was an unparalleled sword energy that sent shivers down his spine. Who could it be? In an instant, Lin Feng turned his gaze toward the sea, his eyes narrowing in shock. Was it him? Before him, a small sailing vessel glided toward him. Upon it sat a man clad in a maroon-patterned shirt, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, forbidding to behold. The long sword at his back signified his identity. His crimson-haired comrade, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, nicknamed Hawkeye, the world's strongest swordsman, Mihawk. Just as he had transformed his identity, he encountered Hawkeye. Such a turn of events seemed too fantastical for a television script. Lin Feng regarded Hawkeye with caution, the battle intent emanating from him, stirring an emotional response. Soon, the vessel reached the small island, and Hawkeye leapt directly onto the ground, his piercing gaze fixed on Lin Feng and the scattered cherry blossoms around him. Chapter 30. Hawkeye invites battle. This man is exceedingly strong. A rare master of swordsmanship. This was the first impression Hawkeye had upon seeing Lin Feng. In truth, Hawkeye had not intentionally sought him out. He had just engaged in a routine spar with the red-haired pirate and was preparing to return home when a low rumble from his black sword alerted him. Recognizing the magnificent sword energy created by Lin Feng's initial release, Hawkeye's eyes ignited with fervent battle intent. It had been many years since he had encountered such a worthy opponent, aside from the red-haired pirate. Such a contender was a rare find for Hawkeye. He had stood at the pinnacle for so long that he had nearly forgotten the passage of time. The world's greatest swordsman. Under Hawkeye's scrutiny, Lin Feng's expression remained cool and composed. In an instant, he had fully embraced his role that he spoke softly. "What brings you here?" In response to Lin Feng's inquiry, Hawkeye did not answer immediately. Instead, he slowly drew his long sword. The sound of the blade leaving its sheath resonated with a thrilling chime, and an overwhelming battle intent filled Hawkeye's being. "Might you indulge me in a spar?" He directly expressed his desire, leaving no hint of his inner yearning concealed. After all, encounters with top-tier swordsmen are rare. In the face of Hawkeye's straightforwardness, Lin Feng did not immediately express his willingness to engage. Instead, he asked, "Why? There is no benefit to me in sparring with you. Why should I do so?" Upon hearing this, Hawkeye furrowed his brow. As the strongest swordsman, his duel invitations were seldom declined. He had not anticipated being turned down by this young man. Lin Feng was indifferent to Hawkeye's thoughts, having finally shed the influences of Fahai. Engaging in battle would undoubtedly expose him to public scrutiny, a result he wished to avoid. "I do not favor battles without reason," Lin Feng declared, gathering Senbenzakura back together before sheathing it at his waist and walking toward the other side of the island, seemingly contemplating how to leave. "Wait." Just as Lin Feng had taken a few steps, Hawkeye's voice rang out. There's something you need." Lin Feng paused, turning to face him. Hawkeye's expression was tinged with reluctance as he earnestly stated, "Do you truly not wish to engage in battle with me? As a swordsman, the chance to spar with someone of similar skill is a rare opportunity." As he spoke, his tone grew increasingly fervent, attempting to ignite Lin Feng's desire for combat. "Should we miss this chance, we will both rue the day." With that, Hawkeye raised his black sword, pointing it directly at Lin Feng. "Let us fight, stranger." Uninteresting. Lin Feng dismissed Hawkeye's impassioned plea without a second thought, merely uttering, "I am leaving," before turning away. What a foolish notion! After finally shedding the Navy's watchful eye, why would I engage in battle with you and risk exposure? Are you so dim-witted? Hawkeye was left exasperated by Lin Feng's dismissive attitude. As the world's strongest swordsman, he possessed a certain dignity. If his opponent chose not to fight, he would not force the issue. Yet it was exceedingly rare to find someone of similar swordsmanship to engage with. "If you will not battle me now, then I shall wait for that day." Hawkeye resolved not to give up easily, stepping forward to follow Lin Feng, determined to wait until the day he would be willing to duel. Noticing Hawkeye trailing behind him, Lin Feng's expression darkened. Is he really this clingy? It was not that Hawkeye was overly persistent. Rather, as the strongest swordsman, he was simply too eager for growth in his martial skills. "Shuinpa," Lin Feng whispered, his figure vanishing from before Hawkeye in an instant. He spread his spiritual pressure in the air, stepping upon it as if floating. He appeared almost ethereal, reminiscent of a celestial being. Glancing back at Hawkeye on the island, he soared into the distance. "What is this?" Hawkeye's eyes widened in disbelief. He walks in the air. Not only is he an exceptional swordsman, but he is also a wielder of abilities. In that moment, Hawkeye's battle intent surged, his heart racing with anticipation. "If I fight him, my swordsmanship is bound to improve." Without a moment's hesitation, he boarded the small sailing vessel, steering it toward the direction Lin Feng had departed. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, akin to a celestial being, floated in mid-air, leaving the passing pirate crews in stunned silence. "Captain, am I seeing things? How can someone fly in the sky?" "Hey, don't say something foolish. The only one who can fly is the Golden Lion. There's no way that." The captain's words abruptly halted as his gaze fixated on a particular spot in the sky, filled with disbelief. Is he truly flying? He was overwhelmed. Having just arrived in the new world, he encountered such an individual. What path lay ahead for them now? Without delay, the captain ordered, "Retreat. Everyone, back to paradise." Upon issuing the command, the pirate ship abruptly changed course, sailing toward the opposite side of the sea. "Are you homesick?" Lin Feng observed this scene with a puzzled expression, completely unaware that he was the mastermind behind it all. Swish! Suddenly, a massive slash materialized out of thin air, cleaving the previously retreating pirate ship in two, screams echoing across the water. What is happening? The new world is terrifying. The crew aboard the ship was on the verge of tears, having prepared to retreat, yet finding themselves inexplicably caught in a calamity. But this was not the end. One crew member, eyes wide with shock, pointed at the gaping fissure in the ship. That is, in the distance, a figure gradually emerged, and upon recognizing the newcomer, the surviving pirates felt a chilling sensation surge from their feet to the crown of their heads. Their eyes flashing with intensity. "Hawkeye and Mihawk! The warlord has arrived! Run for your lives!" The remaining pirates shouted in panic, hastily diving into the sea, hoping to evade the wrath of Hawkeye. However, to their astonishment, Hawkeye seemed indifferent to them. His gaze fixated solely on the figure suspended in mid-air. As for severing their ship, it appeared to be a trivial task, akin to clearing away obstacles. Simultaneously, Lin Feng also turned to face Hawkeye, their eyes colliding, and the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. How annoying. Lin Feng's voice was icy. He hadn't anticipated that Hawkeye would truly follow him. He needed to leave quickly. He couldn't allow this fellow to entangle him. In an instant, Lin Feng unleashed his spiritual pressure, solidifying the path in mid-air. Instant flash. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Feng executed several swift movements, vanishing from his original position, evading Hawkeye's line of sight. Remarkably fast, Hawkeye's eyes narrowed, and he did not hesitate to commend him. Seemingly delighted by Lin Feng's growing strength, he rose, retrieving his black sword from behind, standing at the rear of the small sailboat. Hey, what is he planning? Everyone was taken aback, until someone finally sensed the anomaly and shouted, "Run, this is going to be deadly." Witnessing this, the crowd fled in haste, and in the moment they departed, a tremendous slash manifested out of thin air, cleaving towards the horizon, the small sailboat propelled by the force of the slash. shot forward, quickly disappearing from view. The small sailboat moved with astonishing speed, skimming the surface of the sea. Hawkeye stood upon it, gazing intently at a point in the sky, his eyes filled with battle intent. Mysterious strongman, you cannot escape. Chapter 31. Lin Feng's desperation. Across the ocean, a figure traversed the air, gliding freely, akin to a deity. This spectacle left the pirate crews dumbfounded. "Captain, look, a plane! My eyes must be deceiving me. Someone is flying." The crowd was astounded, but the individual at the center of attention was not in such high spirits. "Is this ever going to end?" Lin Feng glanced back at the waters behind him, his expression darkening, for a small sailboat was persistently pursuing him, and it was clear who occupied it. That rascal Hawkeye seemed to have implanted a GPS within him, and no matter where Lin Feng flew, the other party could track him down with an error margin of less than 10 nautical miles. This was quite astonishing. Lin Feng stared intently at the small sailboat, his mind suddenly conjuring the thought, has the technology in the pirate world advanced to such a degree? Have they even discovered positioning systems? But before Lin Feng could ponder further, he saw Hawkeye draw his sword and slash towards the rear, causing the small sailboat to accelerate rapidly, closing the distance between them once more. This cannot continue. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. Being relentlessly pursued by Hawkeye was unacceptable. After all, he was a warlord, and such a conspicuous pursuit would undoubtedly attract attention. Must he engage in battle with this fellow? Lin Feng's thoughts were tumultuous. If it were not necessary, he truly did not wish to confront him. Eureka! Suddenly, Lin Feng had a brilliant idea and halted mid-air, awaiting Hawkeye's arrival. Moments later, a small sailboat stopped directly beneath Lin Feng. Hawkeye looked up at him, a slight smile gracing his lips, as if he were thinking, "Have you come to a decision, mysterious strongman?" He presumed Lin Feng was ready to engage in battle, his inner battle spirit surging. To his surprise, Lin Feng shook his head. "No then you." Before Hawkeye could inquire further, Lin Feng continued, "Apologies, but I am truly not in the mood for a fight. However, if you genuinely wish to spar, I do have a method that allows us to exchange insights without resorting to combat." Lin Feng's words piqued Hawkeye's interest. "What method?" "We will discuss it when we arrive." "Arrive? Where?" Hawkeye was somewhat perplexed, about to voice his thoughts when Lin Feng simply dropped down from the air, landing beside him. "Let us go to your residence," Lin Feng stated matter-of-factly, then promptly claimed the only seat on the boat, settling down to rest in an instant. A fierce battle intent surged in Hawkeye's eyes. To him, Lin Feng appeared as a magnificent blade awaiting its unsheathing. This sensation was something Hawkeye had never experienced with anyone else, not even with the red-haired Shanks. The momentum was one of overwhelming dominance, starkly different from the latent sharpness of Lin Feng's concealed sword. Hawkeye's gaze lingered on Lin Feng for a long while before he forcefully suppressed his battle intent, steering the small boat towards his abode. Thus, a peculiar pairing emerged upon the sea. Hawkeye, known for his individuality, was now accompanied by another. The pirate crews were in an uproar. Even more astonishing was that Hawkeye had relinquished the sole position on the boat to Lin Feng, while he stood at the bow, seemingly lost in thought. Observant maritime reporters swiftly captured this moment, propelling it into headlines across the seas. Front-page news. Hawkeye forms a secret alliance with a mysterious strongman. Are they aiming for the throne of the Four Emperors? Or perhaps the legendary treasure? Once this news broke, the entire maritime realm was thrown into disarray. "Hey, have you heard? That Hawkeye is actually traveling with someone. It seems Hawkeye is not the one in charge." "Is that for real, that Hawkeye? Who else could it be? Is there another Hawkeye on the sea?" Gasp. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. A monumental scoop indeed. Could it be true, as the reports suggest, that Hawkeye has set his sights on the legendary treasure, thus forming an alliance? Speculations ran rampant, and soon nearly every faction's attention was riveted on Hawkeye and Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, one of the protagonists of this unfolding drama, remained blissfully unaware. He comfortably leaned against the sole seat on the small sailboat, admiring the scenery along the way. Naturally, this was amidst the overwhelming battle intent emanating from Hawkeye. He had never taken the time to truly appreciate the beauty of the ocean. Lin Feng sighed contentedly. To be honest, having been in the pirate world for so long, he had never paused to admire the unique vistas here. The azure sea and sky, unmarred by clouds, was truly a rare sight. Mihawk, how much longer until we reach your abode? After relishing the scenery, Lin Feng inquired of Hawkeye. Soon. Hawkeye replied curtly without turning his head, his voice concise and powerful. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng smiled lightly. Considering the time, Zoro should have also arrived at Hawkeye's location by now. His task was quite simple, to relay the swordsmanship insights from Hawkeye to Zoro, allowing this directionally challenged swordsman to discern who was superior. It was worth noting that Zoro had now gained considerable renown as a swordsman. Hawkeye would undoubtedly not dismiss his judgment. I hope he doesn't leave too early. Lin Feng pondered, slightly concerned that Zoro might hastily attempt to reunite with Luffy and the others and depart from Hawkeye's residence. That shouldn't be. Zoro is notoriously directionally challenged. Lost in thought, a shadow suddenly descended from above, crashing on Lin Feng's head. What the? Lin Feng brushed aside the shadow from his face. It was a newspaper detailing recent significant events. Lin Feng focused his gaze, a smile creeping onto his lips as he read the headline. The clash of ice and fire. An unprecedented battle for the Admiral. Is it finally beginning? Lin Feng mused, realizing that the wheels of history in the pirate world had not shifted drastically due to his presence. The battle for the Admiralty between Akainu and Akiji was about to unfold. Just as he was about to toss the newspaper aside, the back page caught Lin Feng's eye. A quick glance revealed a headline concerning Hawkeye. Isn't that guy still chasing me? How does he have time to stir up trouble? Lin Feng glanced at Hawkeye. His curiosity piqued. However, when he fully examined the back page, his expression darkened instantly. There in bold letters were the words, Hawkeye forms alliance. Great swordsman aims for the legendary treasure. Below that, a photograph captured by the earlier reporter prominently displayed Hawkeye standing at the bow of the small sailboat, exuding an aura as sharp as a drawn sword out on the other side of the photo. The individual Lin Feng was most concerned about was also present that a man with a distinctive hairstyle lounged casually in the seat, exuding an otherworldly charm. The man was none other than Lin Feng himself. Who the hell took this photo, and who published this newspaper? I will end them. Lin Feng was furious. He had never anticipated that despite his meticulous efforts to alter his appearance and evade public scrutiny, he had ultimately fallen prey to unscrupulous reporters. Chapter 32. Could Hawkeye be that kind of person? What a calamity! Had I known, I would never have boarded the ship of Eagle Eye. Lin Feng was on the verge of tears, but his greatest ire was directed at a certain unscrupulous journalist. Had it not been for the other party releasing the photograph, at least the various factions would remain unaware of his visage, at most considering him merely as a man in black attire. However, the situation had changed. His appearance had been exposed. If this continued, calamity would surely ensue. Contemplating this, Lin Feng turned his gaze towards Eagle Eye, realizing he could no longer follow him, pondering how to extricate himself. Yet, this was not an easy task. While avoiding the other was manageable, he could not escape Eagle Eye's relentless insistence on engaging him in a duel. No, now was not the time to leave. If he were to depart amidst a gust of wind, the public would grow even more curious about his whereabouts. Lin Feng mused that it was not an opportune moment to depart. At least not until he was away from Eagle Eye's residence. Such places were generally avoided by the common folk. Thus, he resolved silently. Once he reached Eagle Eye's abode, he would make his escape. As for the matter with Sora, it could wait that moment. Eagle Eye spoke, noting the fluctuating colors on Lin Feng's face. Strange warrior, are you unwell? Should I summon a physician to attend to you? His voice was laced with concern. However, his concern was not genuine. It stemmed from a fear that Lin Feng's ailment would hinder their sparring session. I am fine, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head, and allow me to introduce myself. I am White Zai, not the strange warrior you speak of. White Zai. Eagle Eye's eyes narrowed. Such a name was unfamiliar to him. He could not help but inwardly marvel. Indeed, a reclusive swordsman. Immensely powerful, yet disinclined to stir waves upon the sea. This spirit was not only admirable to me, but worthy of emulation by all swordsmen. With this thought, Eagle Eye's gaze towards Lin Feng transformed, now infused with a blend of combativeness and admiration. Few could draw praise from the world's strongest swordsman. Yet, the nature of Eagle Eye's gaze shifted for Lin Feng, sending chills down his spine. He thought, could it be that this individual harbored ulterior motives? It seemed highly probable. Lin Feng realized, recalling how in the original story, despite spending so much time with Perona, no sparks had ignited. Moreover, there were instances where he sought out red-haired Shanks, suggesting the possibility of such inclinations that in an instant, Lin Feng's demeanor toward Eagle Eye changed from indifference to wariness. He must distance himself from Eagle Eye. This person was far too dangerous. Eagle Eye observed Lin Feng's every move, interpreting his wariness as readiness for combat. Readiness for combat is, as the term implies, a preparation for battle, also a term swordsmen use to simulate confrontations in their minds that is an essential capability for any extraordinary swordsman within the vast seas. Is he already simulating a battle in his mind, not wasting any moment to enhance his own abilities? This is the very essence of a swordsman. Eagle Eye sighed inwardly, his gaze towards Lin Feng filled with increased admiration and a tinge of envy. He admired that Lin Feng's prowess still allowed him to engage in readiness for combat. A rarity indeed. He envied that he had not many worthy opponents to engage in such a state. Of course, this was only before Lin Feng's appearance. Damn it, such a look made Lin Feng's heart race. Could it be that this fellow truly had an interest in me? I cannot wait any longer. I must withdraw immediately. In an instant, Lin Feng stood from his seat, his spiritual pressure swirling around him, exuding an overwhelming aura. Has he already simulated to such a degree? Eagle Eye marveled, mistakenly believing that Lin Feng had reached a critical juncture in his simulation. Unaware that Lin Feng was caught in a conflict of his own, Lin Feng froze in place. He had initially intended to leave, but considering that his disappearance would undoubtedly attract public attention, he hesitated. That on one hand, there was the pressure from Eagle Eye. On the other, the pressure from the public. Lin Feng found himself in a dilemma. Should he wait until reaching his destination to depart? He truly did not wish to incite public curiosity. Revealing his combat prowess too early would yield him no benefits. With this thought, Lin Feng glanced at Eagle Eye, discovering that the latter had seated himself cross-legged, his gaze fixed on the distance, eyes sharp as those of an eagle. This moment, Eagle Eye had entered a state of readiness for combat, simulating Lin Feng as his opponent. What is he doing? Lin Feng was perplexed by the concept of readiness for combat and, after a moment's contemplation, decided that since Eagle Eye was making no further moves, it would be best to wait until reaching his destination to leave. He believed that compared to Eagle Eye, the public posed a greater challenge. Having made his decision, Lin Feng sat back down, admiring the ocean scenery. At the same time, a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. According to the timeline, the world government should soon be recruiting soldiers. Given his unfamiliarity, should he consider joining the recruitment? Perhaps he could secure a position as a Marine Admiral, spending his days idly like Kizaru. It might not be such a bad idea after all. Feasible. Lin Feng nodded, convinced that this approach was viable. After all, sometimes being a novice could facilitate matters. Meanwhile, at Eagle Eye's residence on Kraikana Island. Damn it, which path leads out of this island? Zoro exclaimed, wielding two swords, panting heavily as he paced back and forth in the castle's corridors. Having been flung here by Bartholomew Kuma for a considerable time, he was deeply concerned for his comrades. Curse it! After the 29th rotation back to the same spot, Zoro growled, sheathing his swords back at his waist. Slowly, he drew the wad ikamanji, fixating on the wall made from an unknown metal. He aimed to break through it and leave the castle. Timing his attack, Zoro charged at the wall, executing his sword technique, one sword style. Lion's song. Just then a voice, both cute and disdainful, rang out. What are you doing? You straw hat swine? This is my home. Negative ghost. As the voice echoed, several ghosts passed through Zoro's body. Instantly, Zoro knelt on the ground, pounding the earth in frustration. I am utterly useless. I wish I could become a fungus. After a few moments, Zoro regained his composure, glaring fiercely at the distant pink figure. Ghost, what are you doing? With that, he lunged forward, swinging his sword at her. Hey, is this how you treat your savior? Perona exclaimed, narrowly dodging the incoming strike. I want to leave here, you bastard. Preoccupied with worry for his comrades, Zoro could not heed her words. shouting at Perona while continuing his assault. Negative ghost! With another shout, Zoro once again collapsed to the ground, his face filled with despair as he pounded the earth. I am even worse than seaweed. Death would be preferable. Damn it, ghost! Negative ghost! Born as a human, I am deeply sorry. Damn it! Negative ghost! The voices of the two echoed throughout the castle, adding a touch of liveliness to the already desolate island. Chapter 33. The strategy of playing by Zai. Lin Feng and the other small sailboat docked at the junction of a windless sea. Crossing the calm belt will lead us to my residence. Eagle, I remarked casually. Calm belt? Lin Feng was taken aback. Was he serious? Although he was a warlord of the sea, traversing the calm belt on such a small vessel seemed rather perilous. Heaven knows what other creatures besides sea kings inhabit the calm belt. Is this the only route? Lin Feng inquired, clearly reluctant to traverse the calm belt, given the numerous uncertainties it presented. Eagle, I remained silent, gesturing towards the distant red line. The implication was unmistakable. Simply cross over. Seeing this, Lin Feng's heart soared with elation as he controlled the spiritual pressure within him, gradually releasing it outward, and looked at Eagle Eye with utmost seriousness. You traverse the calm belt. I shall wait for you on the other side. With that, before Eagle Eye could refuse, Lin Feng had already completed the pathway formed by his spiritual pressure, but he stepped onto it and soared towards the red line, seizing what he believed to be the best opportunity to shake off Eagle. Eagle Eye stood rooted to the spot, watching Lin Feng's swift figure, his eyes narrowing. The other clearly intended to rid himself of Eagle Eye. Mr. Bukai, you cannot escape. In the depths of Hawkeye's gaze flickered a glimmer of brilliance, compelling him to steer his ship towards the nearest naval base. In situations where circumstances permit, the 7 warlords of the sea can summon some naval assistance. However, such occurrences are exceedingly rare, as the 7 warlords were once pirates, and to speak candidly, they harbor a certain animosity towards the Navy. Yet, Hawkeye was unwilling to forfeit the opportunity to confront Lin Feng. Thus he was compelled to make a choice at that moment. Lin Feng remained oblivious to Hawkeye's maneuvers. He moved with remarkable speed, already reaching a height near the midpoint of the Red Earth continent. Pausing in midair, he gazed at the sea, only to find no trace of Hawkeye, a smile breaking upon his face. Finally free from your clutches, Mihawk, being tethered to such a volatile element had genuinely vexed Lin Feng. I must find a place to land, he murmured to himself, contemplating how to enhance his role-playing progress. Drawing from his experience, Lin Feng understood that role-playing progress is intricately linked to the character itself. Much like Hawkeye, who accumulates virtue through good deeds and aids the masses while eradicating that which he deems evil for Ukitake Jushiro, Lin Feng found himself at a loss regarding how to embody this character. The man was too perfect, devoid of desires, save for the lingering sorrow for his deceased wife and his concern for Rukia. What to do? I am faced with a conundrum. Lin Feng mused, a sudden flash of inspiration striking him. When in doubt, consult the system. Instantly, he reached out to the system. How can I increase my role-playing progress as Ukitake Jushiro? Before long, the system responded with an ethereal voice, delivering a singular piece of advice. Engage in actions that align with the character's personality. Lin Feng was taken aback. Are you merely beating around the bush? I sought your guidance precisely because I was unclear on this character's nature out of course. This was merely his internal thought. Outwardly, he insisted. Be more specific. The system fell silent for a moment before replying. Ukitake Jushiro, captain of the 13th Division, 6th Squad. His demeanor is composed, and he possesses a profound sense of familial duty. The final statement carried significant weight. And then silence enveloped the communication. The system had conveyed all it needed, leaving Lin Feng to glean the rest that I see. He acknowledged, not oblivious to the system's intent, as he reflected on his understanding of Jushiro and pondered how to enhance his role-playing progress. A strong sense of familial duty. Yet here he was, utterly alone. Where would he procure a family? It would be absurd to suddenly father a multitude of children. Family. Lin Feng felt overwhelmed, pondering for a moment before a sudden realization struck him. Family, in a certain light, equates to comrades and kin. The most effective means of acquiring comrades is, after all, to establish a pirate crew. By that measure, Forming a pirate crew would undoubtedly be far simpler than attempting to resurrect the glory of a family. No, he thought, shaking his head. The notion of assembling a pirate crew posed complications for him. It was well known that he was currently allied with Hawkeye. If he were to recklessly establish a pirate crew, it would certainly draw the attention of the Navy and government once more. Joining an existing pirate crew while concealing his identity would be far more advantageous. Lin Feng contemplated this, concluding that joining a pirate crew would be preferable, allowing him to elevate his progress to around 80% before departing, thus causing no delays. If that's the plan, he resolved, deciding to first join a pirate crew, ideally under the guise of anonymity to evade the Navy's scrutiny. What if I were to employ a strategy of moving in the shadows? He mused, and suddenly a bold idea emerged in his mind. If he were to join a pirate crew, why not position himself at the forefront and obscure his identity using their notoriety? Lin Feng considered the current prominent pirates, the Four Emperors or the Supernovas. The Four Emperors were out of the question. Otherwise, he would not have distanced himself from Whitebeard and his crew. Among the Supernovas, the most renowned were the Straw Hats, followed closely by Kid and Law. Should he join Kid's crew? Lin Feng pondered, recognizing Kid's crew possessed decent combat strength, albeit with a lack of common sense. Meanwhile, Law and his companions had very clear objectives, either vengeance or serving as eyes for a certain Four Emperor. That seemed rather unwise. Must I return to Hawkeye? After some thought, the only feasible and temporarily safe option appeared to be the Seven Warlords. No, he quickly dismissed that idea. Having just escaped from Hawkeye's grasp, he would be foolish to return. Contemplating further, Lin Feng's mind began to form a choice, and he pivoted, heading toward the opposite side of the Red Earth continent. In the calm belt, an island had stood for countless years, surrounded by a tranquil expanse that shielded its inhabitants from most threats. However, this also meant they were obliged to set sail periodically in search of supplies. In the heart of the island, within the palace, Hancock declared, "I cannot allow you to act recklessly any longer." The elder's gaze bore down upon the enchanting figure before her, her face alight with fury. "Please don't be angry, elder," the two sisters, Boa and Marigold, implored, desperately try to placate at such a critical juncture. "You abandon the position of the Seven Warlords for the sake of the nation. You are provoking the Navy." The elder's frustration was palpable. They had received news that the Navy headquarters intended to revoke the Seven Warlords title. Hearing this, Hancock's temper flared, and she contemplated relinquishing her status. The elder would not stand for it, and began to argue with Hancock. "Do you not understand what the position of the Seven Warlords represents? It is the lifeblood of our nation." The elder's agitation escalated with each word, had it not been for her status. She might have struck Hancock with a blow. "I do not covet the title of the Seven Warlords. If the Navy wishes to take it from me, I shall await their arrival with open arms." Hancock's beautiful eyes glimmered with a coldness that enhanced her captivating beauty, evoking a desire to protect her. Chapter 34, a direct hit to the heart. "You." The elder sighed deeply, recognizing the stubbornness and pride in Hancock that mirrored her own youth. Yet ultimately, that very pride and obstinacy had caused her lifelong scars. "Hancock, let me say this one last time. The Nine-Snake Tribe cannot survive without the protection of the Seven Warlords." With that, the elder signaled to leave, supported by Boa and Marigold as they exited the palace. Just before departing, Marigold turned back to Hancock, speaking earnestly. "Sister, you truly must consider the elder's advice." Marigold. Hancock's eyes shimmered with surprise. She had not anticipated her ever-compliant sister to speak against her. "Have I truly erred?" she murmured, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. At that moment, a chilling voice broke through. "You have done nothing wrong." "Who?" Startled, Hancock turned, realizing someone had approached her unnoticed. As she spoke, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was Lin Feng. After careful consideration, Lin Feng had chosen to align himself with the Nine-Snake Pirates. The reason was simple. They were the least daunting of the Seven Warlords to negotiate with. Crocodile, Doflamingo, even Moria, all harbored their own ambitions, necessitating constant vigilance in their company. A fresh face. Hancock's expression darkened, and without a moment's hesitation, she formed a heart shape with her hands, unleashing a crimson beam towards Lin Feng. Sweet, fragrant breeze. The fragrant light passed through Lin Feng's form, yet the anticipated petrification did not occur. What? Shock flickered in Hancock's eyes. She was astounded that someone could remain unaffected by her beauty. Do not waste your effort. Hancock, Lin Feng remarked, meeting her gaze calmly. Your abilities do not work on me. As he spoke, Lin Feng settled onto a nearby chair and continued. I harbor no ill intentions. Let us resume our previous discussion. Hancock remained tense, her eyes trained on Lin Feng, acutely aware of his extraordinary capabilities to arrive here unnoticed. Yet she dismissed the notion of any man being anything other than untrustworthy. Recognizing Hancock's demeanor, Lin Feng surmised that her wariness stemmed from her lack of encounters with Luffy, leading her to distrust all males. Unperturbed, he continued, I state that you have made no mistake because the rift between the Navy and the Seven Warlords is inevitable. However, your timing is off. His words piqued Hancock's curiosity, and she exclaimed, Off timing, indeed. Upon witnessing the other party's response, Lin Feng continued, the timing is crucial. The Navy has just endured the war on the summit. Despite their efforts to conceal it, it is undeniable that their prestige has plummeted to an all-time low. They are struggling to regain their reputation. Yet if you were to propose withdrawing from the Seven Warlords at this moment, it would be akin to delivering a resounding slap to the Navy's face. If you were in their position, what would you do? Lin Feng transitioned from a statement to a question. The Snake Princess remained silent, murmuring, eliminate the standout bird. Indeed. Although her voice was subdued, Lin Feng caught the words and nodded gravely. For that was the essence of the matter. The Snake Princess fell into a contemplative silence, weighing the pros and cons of Lin Feng's words. After a moment, she brushed her hair back with an air of haughtiness and declared, So what? They will forgive me. No matter what I do, I shall be pardoned, for I am simply too beautiful. Lin Feng was left speechless that it was astonishing that she could be so frivolous at such a critical juncture. Was beauty something one could feast upon, or could it be traded for currency? Truly, the old adage rings true. One cannot fathom the thoughts of a woman. Even attempting to do so is futile. Is there something wrong with what I said? The Snake Princess pressed when Lin Feng fell silent. This moment. As the Empress, shouldn't you be contemplating the fate of the citizens of Nine Snake after resigning from the Seven Warlords? Lin Feng, abandoning his usual calm demeanor, retorted coldly, How did you ascend to the throne? Fool. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the Snake Princess was taken aback. In Nine Snake, she had always been the unrivaled ruler. And with her status as a warlord and her stunning beauty, no one dared to speak to her in such a manner, until Lin Feng. Instantly, the Snake Princess's expression darkened, and she exclaimed, Who do you think you are, daring to speak to me like that? The moment her voice rang out, her attack was already upon him. Fragrant foot! Boom! Splinters flew as the area where Lin Feng had stood was left in disarray. How dare he act so audaciously with such limited ability? The Snake Princess, believing Lin Feng had turned to stone under her fragrant foot and had been shattered, did not bother to summon anyone to clean up the mess. Instead, she picked up a snail phone and commanded, Mary, I wish to take a bath. Yes, my lady. Mary's voice echoed through the snail phone. The Snake Princess's bathing was of utmost importance to the kingdom, and he immediately ordered the removal of all guards. The palace was left with only the Snake Princess. How convenient it would be for you if you were dead, she muttered, passing by Lin Feng's former position and delivering a few more kicks until she was satisfied with reducing the stones to powder before striding toward the bath. With each step she took, an article of clothing was shed. By the time she reached the water's edge, little remained of her garments. She extended her hand, gently stirring the water, a satisfied smile gracing her stunning face. The water was perfectly warm. The Snake Princess chuckled softly, poised to enter the water when a cool voice interrupted from behind. You might want to stay out in the sun a bit longer. That way, no one will call you a fool. The Snake Princess's face darkened instantly, disregarding her own allure, and turned to glare at Lin Feng, her eyes filled with malice. You see it, don't you? The celestial dragon's hoof? Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. It is merely the mark of a celestial dragon's slave. There is nothing to conceal. Those fellows will not enjoy their freedom for long. Their extinction is merely a matter of time. The Snake Princess was about to launch an attack when Lin Feng's words caused her to freeze, disbelief evident in her gaze. You know what you were saying. What? Lin Feng was taken aback. Unsure which of his statements she found incomprehensible, he repeated, "It is just a slave mark. The celestial dragons will meet their demise sooner or later." "You actually—" The Snake Princess could hardly believe her ears. How could someone dare to utter the words of exterminating the celestial dragons? They were the world's nobility. Even an admiral of the navy could be summoned at will to serve them. How could such a race be exterminated? A tempest of turmoil surged within her heart, and she momentarily suspected Lin Feng of having a mental lapse. For how else could he speak such words? Lin Feng felt uncomfortable under the Snake Princess's scrutinizing gaze. He understood the shadow the celestial dragons cast over her, but was unaware of its depth. Speaking the truth had unwittingly triggered such a significant emotional upheaval in her. "Do not regard me with the eyes of an animal. I am merely speaking the truth. Those individuals will certainly face extinction." Chapter 35. The March Agreement. Collaboration achieved. Lin Feng's words resonated in the Snake Princess's ears like thunder. Lingering long after they were spoken, you truly believe the celestial dragons will perish? The Snake Princess fixed her gaze on Lin Feng, her beautiful eyes not daring to blink, fearful that this might all be a dream. "Did I not tell you? The demise of the celestial dragons is inevitable. Are you incapable of comprehending human speech?" Lin Feng replied impatiently to the Snake Princess's inquiries. The Snake Princess stood frozen in place, astonished that after so many years, there still existed such a fool, naively believing the celestial dragons could perish. After a long pause, she bared her teeth and said, "You may leave. Let today be a day we have not met. I will overlook your offense against me. Depart from Nine Snake." With that, the Snake Princess cast Lin Feng a deep glance before plunging into the bath. "Hey, are you just going to chase me away like that?" Lin Feng felt somewhat exasperated. He had approached with sincerity, wishing to join the Nine Snake Pirates. Yet after conversing for so long, not a single word had touched upon the main topic. The Snake Princess resurfaced, water droplets cascading off her radiant skin. She looked at Lin Feng and slowly said, "Allowing you to leave is already a gift. What more do you desire?" "Collaboration, dear lady. Did you think I came here merely to chat?" Lin Feng spread his hands in a gesture of openness. "Collaboration?" The Snake Princess's eyes narrowed. Someone dared to discuss collaboration with her. How audacious. "Pray tell, what form of collaboration do you propose?" she inquired coolly. Flicking her hair back, "Quite simply, I wish to join your Nine Snake," Lin Feng stated, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, awaiting the Snake Princess's response. "Yes, that all." The Snake Princess, seeing Lin Feng's lack of hesitation, asked, "Your notion of collaboration is simply joining my Nine Snake?" "Indeed," Lin Feng confirmed. "And then what?" The Snake Princess pressed, "That I may permit your joining, but what then? What can you bring to Nine Snake? Or rather, how will you prove your worth?" The Snake Princess took the lead in the conversation. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Then his expression turned serious as he said earnestly, "I will help you exact revenge." "Revenge?" Upon hearing the word, the Snake Princess stood up excitedly, oblivious to her exposed skin, looking at Lin Feng with disbelief. "What do you mean by revenge? You have already deduced it. Why bother asking further?" Lin Feng chuckled lightly, tilting his head. The Snake Princess felt a flicker of hope. If Lin Feng spoke the truth, the nightmare that had haunted her for countless years could finally come to an end. She composed herself and asked, "How can I trust you?" Lin Feng extended 3 fingers and declared, 3 months. A 3-month time frame. If I cannot help you achieve your revenge by then, you may do with me as you wish. As he spoke, Lin Feng contemplated that 3 months would be sufficient to enhance his performance. Even if he could not reach 80%, 70 should be attainable. At that time, with the world at his feet. Eliminating 1 or 2 celestial dragons would be a simple task. Very well. The Snake Princess was intrigued. She would agree even if Lin Feng claimed 3 years. She solemnly stated, "You shall have 3 months. If you fail to exact your revenge by then, you shall face the harshest punishments of Nine Snake." "Agreed." Lin Feng nodded, then redirected the conversation back to the matter of the 7 warlords. "During the period of seeking your revenge, all matters of Nine Snake must heed my command, including you." "Certainly." The Snake Princess nodded, proudly asserting, "I grant you permission." "Excellent." Lin Feng smiled and continued. "Then my first order is that you cannot resign from your position as a warlord." The snake princess's brows furrowed in anger. But before she could speak, Lin Feng interjected, "This is the most critical aspect of seeking your revenge. You cannot resign from your warlord position, at least not at this moment." "I agree." The snake princess pondered for a moment before nodding. "Very well. Then I am now a member of Nine Snake. Allow me to introduce myself." As he spoke, Lin Feng's demeanor shifted, his expression becoming serious as he declared, "I am Kubo Byakuya, captain of the 6th Division of the Godiac 13. Godiac 13. The snake princess was momentarily taken aback. She had never heard of such an organization. Was the information in Nine Snake too insular? She did not dwell on it for long and replied coolly, "Welcome, Byakuya." Although she expressed welcome, the tone of Snake Princess lacked any semblance of hospitality. To her, Lin Feng was merely a cooperative entity. While she was oblivious to his motivations for joining the Nine Serpents, she was confident that as long as he was present, he would not dare to jeopardize the Nine Serpents under her watchful gaze. As for other matters, a measure of vigilance would suffice. After a moment's contemplation, the Snake Princess remarked coolly, "Your identity as a man is not recognized within the Nine Serpents. Therefore, if you could conceal it somewhat, you shall henceforth be my bodyguard." "A bodyguard?" Lin Feng pondered. "As long as I can attain the desired role, I shall accept it. Wasn't White Zai doing just that before? It could be considered a return to my roots." "Very well." Without further ado, Lin Feng moved to a distance, drew back the curtains, and draped them over himself for concealment. The Snake Princess fell silent. She had never witnessed such an attempt at disguising one's identity. His entire black-clad appearance would surely attract even more attention. Nevertheless, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, recognizing that she and Lin Feng were in a cooperative relationship. "The disguise is adequate," she commented indifferently. With that, the Snake Princess stretched her waist and slowly settled herself into the water basin, gently wiping each part of her body as if oblivious to her surroundings. In an instant, an awkward atmosphere enveloped the area. In such a milieu, Lin Feng nearly lost his composure. After all, he was a normal man, desperately avoiding the urge to glance in her direction, though the impulse still lingered within him. "Stay calm. I am now White Zai, a man of family." Lin Feng engaged in self-hypnosis, immersing himself fully in his role, for only in this way could he find tranquility. As if all women were the same, the Snake Princess took an uncommonly lengthy bath. So long that Lin Feng nearly dozed off. With a splash, the Snake Princess finally concluded her bathing, rescuing Lin Feng from his torment. Just then, her voice rang out, "Bodyguard, fetch me some clothes." Lin Feng was taken aback. "The bodyguard fetches clothes? Surely you don't mean me." Before he could fully process the situation, the Snake Princess's voice echoed again, seemingly confirming his suspicion. "What are you dawdling for? Retrieve my garment from the cabinet to your left behind you." "I refuse. You can fetch them yourself." Lin Feng's expression darkened. He had merely assumed the identity of a bodyguard as a guise, yet she truly believed he was her subordinate. Such hypocrisy. "Ah, men are all the same." As if anticipating his refusal, the Snake Princess snorted coldly and addressed the python beside her. "Salome, go and fetch my clothes." The python, flicking its tongue, cast a wary glance at Lin Feng before slithering toward the cabinet behind him. Soon, Salome returned, clutching a full set of clothing in her mouth. The Snake Princess accepted the garments and, after donning them, gracefully walked toward the door, leaving a trail of fragrant air in her wake. As she passed Lin Feng, she paused briefly and said, "Follow me, so you may meet the members of the Nine Serpents." With that, the Snake Princess strode out without looking back, and Lin Feng promptly followed her. Chapter 36. For what reason? Creak. The palace door swung open, and Mariko approached the Snake Princess. "Sister, how was your bath? Was it relaxing?" Her words trailed off abruptly as her eyes narrowed at the sight of Lin Feng behind the Snake Princess. "Sister, there should be a nationwide ban during your bathing. How did this person come to be here? Who are you?" Mariko transformed into her King Cobra form in an instant, her tail imbued with armed color, lunging toward Lin Feng. Just as her tail was about to strike him, the Snake Princess's voice rang out, "He is not an enemy, Mariko." Swish. At her command, the massive, powerful tail halted midair, mere inches from Lin Feng. In contrast, Lin Feng remained utterly unfazed, as if the attack were nothing more than a whisper of the wind. Sister. Mariko looked to the Snake Princess, seemingly seeking clarification regarding Lin Feng's identity. Bring Sonia to me. I shall await you in the council chamber. The Snake Princess spoke in a distant tone, her voice melodious. Yes, sister. Mariko nodded slowly, retracting her tail and resuming her human form before turning to find Sonia. Meanwhile, the Snake Princess led Lin Feng directly to the council chamber. Though referred to as the council chamber, it was essentially the Snake Princess's residence, as she found it inconvenient to travel elsewhere. Sister. Soon, Mariko returned with Sonia, who was accompanied by a small figure, unmistakably recognizable. Snake Princess, have you reconsidered? Sonia inquired immediately, assuming the Snake Princess had yielded. However, the Snake Princess's gaze bypassed her entirely, focusing on Mariko and Sonia instead. Today, I wish to introduce someone. With that, the Snake Princess turned to Lin Feng and said slowly, from this day forth, he shall be my bodyguard, equal in status to you all. Sister, you must be mistaken. Mariko exclaimed, how can a mere bodyguard hold equal status? Snake Princess, what are you thinking? The three of them reacted differently, but were all taken aback. What merit could a bodyguard possess to stand alongside them? Enough said. My word shall take effect immediately. The Snake Princess refrained from explaining further, as Lin Feng's undertakings were far too outrageous. The fewer who knew, the better. Yet Lin Feng held a different view. Since he had joined the Nine Serpents, certain matters required clarification. Clearing his throat, he declared, I have joined the Nine Serpents at the cost of killing celestial dragons. The proclamation struck like thunder. The three were rendered speechless. What did you just say? Mariko was the first to recover, the gravity of Lin Feng's words shocking her deeply, yet her experience allowed her to regain composure swiftly. Why do all of you from the Nine Serpents ask the same question? Lin Feng replied, exasperated. I said, I joined the Nine Serpents at the cost of killing celestial dragons. Absolutely not. Mariko retorted vehemently, her voice icy. Oh, you even comprehend what celestial dragons are, to claim you joined the Nine Serpents by killing them. You seek to ruin the Nine Serpents. As her words fell, Mariko and Sonia nearly echoed in unison. Sister, expel this man from the Nine Serpents. The wrath of the celestial dragons we cannot bear. As she spoke, Mariko trembled violently, the most dreaded memories flooding her mind. We cannot withstand it. She gritted her teeth, then turned her gaze to Lin Feng, her eyes ablaze with hostility. What scheme do you harbor? Lin Feng fell silent. How had his honesty transformed into a conspiracy? His silence was perceived as acquiescence. Sonia, let us take him down. Seeing Lin Feng's reticence, Mariko scoffed, her King Cobra form re-emerging as she rallied Sonia to attack Lin Feng. The two assumed combat stances, their voices resonating. Serpent's hair, take form. Flame, serpent form. Yamada no Orochi. In an instant, Mariko, with flames flickering in her hair, and Sonia, with serpentine heads sprouting from her locks, charged at Lin Feng. Die. Their eyes gleamed with ferocity, as if they were avenging the terror Lin Feng had stirred within them. In stark contrast, Lin Feng remained calm and composed. As their attacks approached, he vanished from sight. What? The sisters were astonished, their haki failing to detect Lin Feng's movement. Only the watching Snake Princess fixed her gaze above. A dark cloth descended from the sky, obscuring the sisters' vision, while Lin Feng's voice echoed. Binding path, six rods prison of light. In an instant, 6 luminous barriers materialized around the sisters, sealing their movements before they could even react. Phew, it's been a while since I've employed this. The dark cloth had lifted, revealing Lin Feng's true form as he regarded the sisters ensnared in the 6 rods prison of light, his expression imbued with an air of apology, as if regretting his slow response. Man, the elder sister's eyes widened in disbelief, then turned incredulous as she gazed at the Snake Princess. She had not fathomed that the Snake Princess would allow a man to serve as her bodyguard. Could he have been cursed by that kind of power? Snake Princess, the elder sister shouted, leaping in front of the Snake Princess, brandishing her cane at Lin Feng. What feelings do you harbor for him? Answer me. What nonsense are you spouting, you old hag? The Snake Princess found the elder sister's words intolerable. Wearing an expression of disdain, betraying the nation. Indeed, it seems not. That is a relief, upon witnessing the Serpent Empress in such a state. Granny Zha, rather than expressing anger, seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. However, her gaze towards Lin Feng remained laden with caution. This nation does not permit the existence of such things. For several generations, the Amazonian emperors had met their demise due to that very essence. And it was imperative that it does not manifest during the reign of the Serpent Empress. Granny Zha fixed her eyes on Lin Feng, her tone laced with hostility. Young man, though I am unaware of the agreement you have forged with the Serpent Empress, I strongly advise you to leave Jiushi at once. This is no place for you. The firmness in Granny Zha's voice seemed to convey a dire message to Lin Feng, should he choose to remain. Death would be his consequence in the face of such a threat. Lin Feng remained remarkably composed, responding nonchalantly. Elder, I understand your concerns. Rest assured, such an occurrence will not transpire. Pausing momentarily, he elaborated, moreover, there is no need to worry about the celestial dragons involving Jiushi. I will handle it alone. Lin Feng's words stirred Granny Zha's interest. According to his assertion, this would be beneficial for Jiushi with no drawbacks. Yet Granny Zha harbored lingering doubts about Lin Feng. Questioning, what is your true motive? It is neither for beauty nor for power. What then drives such actions? This was a matter worth pondering. For the sake of Demacia, Lin Feng declared, uttering a phrase that Granny Zha would never fathom. What is that? Granny Zha stared at Lin Feng, bewildered. Is it the force behind you? One could interpret it that way. Lin Feng nodded. At that moment, Granny Zha was utterly confounded. Demacia? That nation? Or that power? Why had she never heard of it before? Meanwhile, the Serpent Empress's expression sharpened. She recalled Lin Feng had previously mentioned being the captain of the 6th Squad of the 13 Court Guard. In her perspective, Lin Feng's so-called guard likely pertained to the protection of Demacia. However, she was left perplexed. How could a mere captain possess such formidable strength? What magnitude of power lay behind Demacia? Such an entity had never been mentioned before. Connecting the dots, she recalled Lin Feng's claim of seeking vengeance within 3 months, which likely held merit. According to the Serpent Empress's conjecture, he might indeed possess such strength, and perhaps even more. That I have explained all that I could. Lin Feng observed the silence among the group and continued. If you do not believe me, there is little I can do. Consider my presence today as an intrusion. With that, he turned to depart, his strategy of retreating only solidifying their belief in his capabilities. Wait, the Serpent Empress called out to Lin Feng, unwilling to miss the opportunity for revenge. What is it? Lin Feng inquired, his expression neutral. The Serpent Empress hesitated, then spoke earnestly. You may stay. We can continue our collaboration. With a faint smile, Lin Feng gestured toward Granny Zha and the 2 sisters, jesting, do not deceive me. Under such an atmosphere, I would be on edge every day. How could we discuss collaboration? With that, he dismissed her and proceeded toward the exit. Point 1, 2, 3. Lin Feng silently counted, confident that the 3rd call would compel them to retain him as anticipated. Just as he reached the door, the Serpent Empress's voice rang out. Mr. White Zai, please wait a moment. Her tone bore a hint of politeness, a reflection of Lin Feng's strength and the underlying concern regarding the force that accompanied him. A sense of triumph welled within Lin Feng. Maintaining an air of indifference, he turned back to the Serpent Empress, saying, is there anything else? I have already conveyed all that is necessary, and you need not be privy to what lies beyond that. The Serpent Empress, now more convinced of Lin Feng's backing, gritted her teeth, her thoughts racing that if she did not seize this opportunity, who knew when she would have another chance to exact vengeance upon the celestial dragons? Driven by intense hatred, the Serpent Empress chose to lower her proud head, expressing sincere regret. Mr. White Zai, for all that has transpired earlier, I apologize on behalf of Jiushi. With that, she bowed deeply before Lin Feng, under the watchful eyes of her companions. Your Highness, no. The sisters, Mary and Sonia, were taken aback. In their recollection, the Serpent Empress had never shown such humility to another. Yet, this was soon replaced by understanding, reflecting on the suffering inflicted upon them by the celestial dragons. Mary and Sonia comprehended the Serpent Empress's actions. Serpent Empress, Granny Zha cast a sympathetic glance at her. Internally, she sighed, Hatred could sometimes compel individuals to undertake the most unexpected actions, observing the reactions of those present. Lin Feng remained silent, fully aware that he had achieved his objective. In that case, I accept your apology, Lin Feng stated calmly before adding, as a token of my joining Jiushi, you may designate a celestial dragon for me to eliminate. His words fell upon them like a heavy hammer, resonating in their hearts. The notion of choosing a celestial dragon to kill was beyond their comprehension. How could Lin Feng speak of it so casually? White Zai, are you certain? The Serpent Empress lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intrigue. Absolutely. You may proceed, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. After a moment of internal struggle, the Serpent Empress uttered a name she wished never to recall. Trux, the firstborn of the 8th family of the Celestial Dragons. The 8th family? Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, realizing the extent of their efforts. The 8th family signified that he was a descendant of the 8th-ranked king among the 20. Understood. Await my message, Lin Feng said, then swiftly exited, his spiritual pressure radiating like a mighty tide as he stepped forth, seemingly ascending to the heavens. The Serpent Empress watched in astonishment, her eyes trembling with disbelief. Your Highness, do you think he can truly kill a celestial dragon? Mary approached, gazing at the vanishing figure of Lin Feng, her voice barely above a whisper as the light prison surrounding them dissipated. I do not know. The Serpent Empress shook her head. Even now, she struggled to comprehend why he would take such a significant risk. Was it merely to join Jiushi, or was it for that Demacia he had mentioned? Let us wait for news, Serpent Empress. That moment, Granny Zha's sigh echoed, mirroring her own confusion over Lin Feng's motivations. This does not concern you. He is a traitor to the nation. The Serpent Empress glared at Granny Zha, her demeanor cold, before turning away. Serpent Empress, Granny Zha seethed with indignation, feeling aggrieved after selflessly dedicating herself to Jiushi, only to be treated with such disdain by the young girl. Had I not encountered you on the high seas and brought you back to Jiushi, you would have been begging on the streets. Calm down, Granny Zha. Mary and Sonia exchanged glances, sighing as they stepped forward to mediate, leading Granny Zha away. Meanwhile, Lin Feng traversed the skies, a singular question lingering in his mind. Following the recent encounter with the Serpent Empress and her companions, his role-playing progress had surged dramatically, soaring from 30 to 40%. His strength had also multiplied to 9 times that of the peak combat capability of White Zai. Consequently, Lin Feng had proposed the idea of eliminating a celestial dragon to invigorate their spirits. Otherwise, given his usual caution, he would not have made such a bold statement. System, have you malfunctioned? Lin Feng pondered, his expression peculiar, believing that only the system could provide clarity. Not at all. The system's voice remained ethereal. Then how could the progress have changed? Lin Feng inquired, utterly perplexed by the requirements for advancing White Zai's character. In response, the system simply stated, cold on the outside, warm on the inside. Lin Feng paused, recollecting his interactions with the Serpent Empress and her companions. He indeed exhibited such a demeanor. I see. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. As long as his role-playing progress did not deviate, everything would be worthwhile. But as for the repercussions of slaying a celestial dragon, he would address that when the time came. For now, he prioritized the increase in progress above all else. Lost in thought, he soon arrived beneath the crimson earth, gazing at the towering red mountains with unwavering determination. The intensity of his spiritual pressure intensified, creating an oppressive atmosphere that would suffocate any ordinary individual. Shuanpa, Lin Feng murmured, launching himself skyward towards the pinnacle of the red earth, exclaiming, Mary Geos, I am on my way. Unbeknownst to him, as he vanished from sight, several figures clad in naval attire emerged from the depths of the sea. Is it him? They thought, determined not to miss this opportunity, hastily rushing to inform their superior. Chapter 38. Cruelty. At the pinnacle of the Red Earth continent, the epicenter of global power, lies the holy land of Mary Geos. The buildings, pure as the dawn, rise majestically at the very center, their opulence and nobility rendering mere words inadequate to describe the splendor of Mary Geos. Yet, in stark contrast to the glory of Mary Geos, the surroundings of this sacred place present a scene of utter chaos. The corpses of various creatures lie heaped together, exuding a foul stench, akin to a hell on earth, utterly divergent from the sanctity of the Holy Land. Occasionally, a small gate within the sanctum creaks open, and several guards emerge, pushing a massive cart filled with slaves, long since rendered obsolete by the celestial dragons. Some of these wretches have already succumbed to death, while others linger on the precipice of life, barely clinging to their last breath. Soon, they're unceremoniously unloaded onto a patch of ground steeped in death. I refuse to perish in such a manner. Those beasts, the celestial dragons, I shall return to exact my vengeance. PFF. One of the slaves struggles to speak, but before he can finish, a guard's spear pierces his heart, extinguishing the flicker of life in his eyes. How dare you utter such disrespectful words? Do not forget your station, for you remain slaves of the celestial dragons, even in death. The guard yanks out the spear, the crimson stain terrifying the remaining slaves into silence. The guard seems to relish this atmosphere of dread, his face contorted beneath his helmet as he turns to his companion. Number 7. Distribute the collars. Understood, you pervert. The guard known as Number 7 retrieves explosive collars from a bag behind him, distributing them to the remaining slaves who still show signs of life. These collars, unlike those they wore previously, are the latest design. Their purpose? To use these worthless slaves as subjects for experimentation. Of course, this endeavor has the blessing of the celestial dragons. The slaves, however, remain oblivious to the dire fate that awaits them. Excellent. They are all donned. The guard, seeing the collar secured around the slaves' necks, reveals a sinister glint in his eyes as he pulls out a small controller. Tapping it delicately, boom! In an instant, one slave's neck detonates, the searing flame illuminating faces like a glimpse of hell. The wretched screams mark the end of this slave's final moments. Gulp. Instantly, every surviving slave swallows hard. Their gazes fixated on the controller, expressions rife with terror to them. That device resembles a death warrant. A mere tap could mean the end of their lives. In truth, for the slaves, death itself is not the source of their fear. Rather, it is the agonizing weight preceding it, for no one knows who the next to perish will be. Yes, that's the expression. Revel in your fear. Insects. The slave's expressions satisfy the perverse cravings of the guard, who repeatedly presses the controller to in the next moment. A cacophony of explosions fills the air, the sparks accompanied by the nauseating scent of charred flesh. For a time, it is akin to a hell on earth. That should suffice. The masters are awaiting our report on the new product. The guard previously referred to as Number 7 speaks up, his disdain for the other's actions evident. What's the rush? Let me have my fun before we return. The masters won't mind. The guard's eyes glint with madness, fully indulging in the torment of the slaves, unwilling to conclude the ordeal just why as you wish. Number 7, unable to tolerate it any longer, leaves with the remaining guards, pushing the cart away. You 1T enjoy it. The guard scoffs, then turns his gaze to the trembling slaves, shouting, "Let me savor your tragic cries as you approach death." With that, he presses the controller several more times, the explosions mingling with the slaves' agonized wails, which to him sound like the most exquisite symphony in the world. Yes, that's it. Continue. The guard becomes unhinged, deriving immense satisfaction from the suffering. Soon, only a handful of slaves remain, huddled together, their eyes reflecting an abandonment of hope. Among them, a small girl murmurs, "God, why did you send me to this world? Was it merely to face fear? If only I could return to my homeland and see the azure sea once more." Beside her, a middle-aged man sheds tears of nostalgia, having resigned himself to fate. "Why have you all stopped shouting? Keep going." The silence of the remaining slaves infuriates the guard. The anticipated frenzy of the last slaves does not manifest, provoking his wrath. Insects perish, his eyes filled with malice. He presses the remaining buttons on the controller. Finally, liberation arrives. The slaves look at the guard, devoid of fear towards death, only feeling a sense of relief. At last, we are finally free. They close their eyes, awaiting death. Time drips away slowly, yet the expected sound of explosions fails to materialize. They open their eyes to a scene of disbelief that a figure of ethereal grace stands before them. While the once boastful guard lies crumpled on the ground, frothing at the mouth, his helmet is gripped in the hands of this newcomer. Has a deity come to rescue us? The small girl, witnessing this. Tears flow uncontrollably as she chokes back her emotions. It appears the celestial dragons are not the sole architects of this horror. These sycophants bear their own culpability. Lin Feng gazes at the slaves. Murmuring, having approached the Holy Land from the far side of the Red Earth continent, to his astonishment, he encounters such a scene upon his arrival. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng unleashes his power, shattering the guard's soul, leaving behind only an empty shell. Big brother, are you a deity sent to save us? The small girl struggles to reach Lin Feng, her eyes wide with hope. Lin Feng, offering no response, activates his ability, and petals of cherry blossoms dance in the air, winding through the crowd and removing the collars from their necks. Wow, so beautiful. The girl's eyes sparkle with wonder, further convinced that Lin Feng is indeed a divine savior. You must leave this place at once. Follow that path, and you can descend from the Red Earth continent. Lin Feng gestures towards the route he came from, then waves his hand, leaving cherry blossom petals on each of them, allowing them to tread upon the path of lingering spiritual energy. Thank you, great divine envoy. Thank you, great divine envoy. The crowd, reborn, expresses their gratitude, and it is unclear who speaks first, but soon, everyone bows to Lin Feng. They hasten toward the direction he indicated, eager to escape this place. The small girl is pulled away by the middle-aged man, but she turns back with a wave, her voice clear as she declares, Great divine envoy, my name is Qing and I. Please remember me. Observing this, Lin Feng refrains from further words, instead donning the armor of the fallen guard, setting off towards Mary Geos. Initially, he sought only to avenge Snake Princess and progress in his role. However, having witnessed the preceding events, Lin Feng found himself unable to bear it any longer. His inner fury nearly overwhelmed him, resonating deeply within both his character and true self. It appears that merely slaying one celestial dragon will not suffice. Chapter 39. Unable to restrain, at the Holy Land, before the small city gate. Luna, you have finally returned. The guard known as Number 7 observes Lin Feng entering the city gate, a look of relief washing over him. Just moments ago, they had received a summons from above, urging them to return quickly, lest they face severe punishment. Let us proceed. Saint Yakis awaits eagerly. With that, Number 7 leads the way deeper into the Holy Land. Lin Feng remains silent, following closely behind. Number 7 glances at Lin Feng, sensing something different about him. After all, Luna had once been the most fearful of Saint Yakis, having suffered greatly at his hands. Whenever Saint Yakis summoned them, Luna would always find an excuse to evade. Yet today, he exhibits no such behavior, which raises suspicions that Luna, as they walk, Number 7 suddenly halts, pressing his spear against Lin Feng's chest. His tone icy. You seem different today. In an instant, the other guards also direct their spears at Lin Feng, clearly indicating Number 7's standing within their ranks. Is that so? Lin Feng raises an eyebrow, intentionally lowering his voice. What's wrong with your voice? Number 7 keenly sensed something amiss, her face etched with frost. Not only was her reaction unusual, but even her voice bore a different timbre. This was decidedly abnormal. It was merely a case of smoke choking her when they detonated those slaves. There was no need for such tension. Lin Feng remained remarkably composed, his voice devoid of any hint of panic, dispelling most of Number 7's suspicions. Simultaneously, she pondered that this was indeed a sacred place. Surely, no one would dare intrude, of course, aside from that lunatic from decades past. With that thought, Number 7 lowered her long gun, yet still remained wary of Lin Feng, coldly stating, You have repeatedly ignored the summons of Saint Yakos. If you go this time, you shall reap the consequences. Number 7 intended to use the Saint Yakos as a means to test Lin Feng. But to her surprise, Lin Feng earnestly replied, I believe the esteemed one will forgive me. His demeanor mirrored that of Rena, leaving Number 7 to wonder if she had been overly suspicious. After a moment of contemplation, she turned to Lin Feng and remarked, I hope so. Not finding any cause for concern in Lin Feng, Number 7 proceeded to lead the group deeper into the sacred site, in the privacy of his armor. Lin Feng slowly exhaled. He had just extracted memories from the shards of Rena's soul and had adeptly mimicked her to evade scrutiny, though such a character posed no threat to him. Recklessly displaying strength within this sacred ground was clearly perilous. It was essential to remember that this was the abode of the celestial dragons. Who knew if there were any who might suspect a general's might? If there were none, that was somewhat reassuring. But if there were, with Lin Feng's current strength, it would be a formidable challenge. Defeating them head-on would not be difficult, but escaping would surely lead to entanglement. At that point, Lin Feng would have no choice but to switch roles, calling upon the Bald One to handle the situation, a scenario he wished to avoid. Arriving at their destination, Number 7 led Lin Feng and the others before a resplendent abode. The opulence was staggering. Lin Feng gazed up in awe, his mind flooded with words to describe the scene. The golden gates encrusted with diamonds, and the courtyard filled with exquisite artifacts crafted from unknown metals epitomized luxury. In contrast to Lin Feng's astonishment, Number 7 and the others appeared unfazed. She turned to the group and instructed, "You shall remain here. Rena will accompany me inside." With that, she strode into the residence. Lin Feng's expression hardened. He silently followed in her wake. As they traversed the path, suggestive sounds emanated from the chambers on either side of the courtyard. Yet Number 7 displayed no signs of disturbance, her countenance betraying no emotion. Upon reaching the main entrance, she stepped forward and gently rapped on the door, announcing, "Esteemed St. Yakos, Number 7 and Rena have come at your behest." The golden doors creaked open, revealing a weary voice from within. "Come in." "Yes, esteemed St. Yakos." Number 7 bowed deeply, demonstrating utmost respect, then cast a glance at Lin Feng, inwardly musing how remarkably calm he was. "That you'll soon find out," she thought. "Enter." She beckoned to Lin Feng as she stepped through the threshold. Lin Feng scrutinized Number 7 closely, noticing a glint of malice in her eyes when she had looked at him moments before. He sighed inwardly, realizing that his current identity seemed to conflict with hers. Otherwise, such a gaze would not have been warranted if they merely shared a colleague relationship. Before long, Number 7 led Lin Feng into a dimly lit room, vacant save for a corpulent celestial dragon adorned with bubbles atop his head. It was evident that this was St. Yakos. "St. Yakos." Number 7 bowed in deference to not bow, St. Yakos said, his gaze sweeping over Number 7 before resting upon Lin Feng. A peculiar light flickering in his eyes as he slowly intoned, "As per tradition, let us commence." "Yes," Number 7 replied, astonishingly beginning to shed her armor until she stood completely bare. In an instant, Lin Feng's hair stood on end. He understood everything. He comprehended the reason behind Number 7's expression when he had agreed to accompany her here. It turned out that St. Yakos had an affinity for young males. Moreover, it appeared Number 7 shared this inclination, which explained her earlier murderous intent towards him. She was likely afraid he would usurp her favor. "Rena, why do you not undress?" Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, St. Yakos' voice echoed, laced with anticipation. How absurd! Lin Feng felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. It was evident that no celestial dragon was normal. "Rena, did you not hear the esteemed St. Yakos' command? Hurry and disrobe." Number 7's tone shifted, her voice rising in reprimand as she urged him. Unable to contain himself, Lin Feng's veins throbbed with agitation. Confronting these two perverts was pushing him to his limits. "Enough." Number 7. "Do not frighten my dear." St. Yakos snapped, rising from his seat, his corpulent form approaching Lin Feng. "Are you shy, little Rena? Once you experience it, you will understand the pleasure. Come, disrobe." That as he spoke, St. Yakos reached for Lin Feng's helmet, intending to remove it and admire his appearance. In a flash, a gleam of steel flickered, and St. Yakos' hand was severed cleanly, blood spraying through the air. St. Yakos stood frozen, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at his own severed hand, the pain shocking him into terror. "Lowly commoner, how dare you?" he began, but before he could finish, a white blur flashed before his eyes, and the world around him inverted. "What is happening?" St. Yakos looked upon Number 7, who wore an expression of horror, then beheld a headless figure and murmured, "So familiar." "Is that me?" With a thud, St. Yako's head dropped to the floor, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. How dare you? Number 7 erupted in madness, grabbing the long gun from the floor and lunging at Lin Feng. He had clawed his way to this position, relying entirely on St. Yako's, after enduring countless nights with a man of the same gender. He had swallowed his pride for the sake of his ambition, to ascend to the highest echelons. Yet all the humiliation and endurance he had borne was shattered by Lin Feng in an instant. How could he not be enraged? Die. Number 7 unleashed a full-force strike, her weapon thrusting toward Lin Feng. This was her most potent attack. In response, Lin Feng drew his sword, a flash of brilliance slicing through the air. And Number 7's throat erupted in a crimson spray as she crumpled to the ground, lifeless, never having seen how Lin Feng had struck. Consider it a fitting end for you both, Lin Feng remarked coldly. Gazing down at the two corpses, he then waved his hand and unleashed a spell, obliterating their remains into dust that wafted away into the atmosphere of the room. Having completed his task, Lin Feng turned and strode out without a backward glance. He understood that this secret could not be concealed for long. The disappearance of a celestial dragon within the sacred grounds signified something monumental, and Lin Feng needed no further contemplation to grasp its implications. Before that, however, he had to eliminate Trooks to fulfill his promise to the Serpent Queen. Rena, why are you the only one who has emerged? Where is Number 7? Lin Feng soon found himself outside the door, whereupon the guard approached him, curious about his solitary presence. Oh, she's entertaining the esteemed St. Yako's. Lin Feng emphasized the word entertaining, the meaning unmistakable. Haha, it seems you have not garnered the attention of St. Yako's, one guard quipped, provoking laughter from the others. Indeed, I have not, Lin Feng sighed, seizing the opportunity to add, Number 7 mentioned for you to wait here. Once she emerges, there will be rewards in store for you. Excellent. We shall wait here and see what treasures that rascal Number 7 brings back this time. The guards replied with mirth, clearly accustomed to reaping benefits from Number 7's endeavors. Very well then, I will leave you to await her. The esteemed one has matters to discuss with me. With that, Lin Feng exited the opulent courtyard, the guards making no move to stop him. They were not foolish. With one less person, their share of the spoils would only increase. Such was the nature of the world. Once outside the extravagant estate, Lin Feng treaded the paths of the sacred ground, keenly observing his surroundings in search of Trooks' abode. Among the celestial dragons, each possessed a designated residence, some familial, others solitary. St. Yako's was a prime example of the latter. Perhaps Trooks is akin to St. Yako's. Lin Feng mused. Just then a delicate voice echoed, tinged with irritation. Rena, where on earth have you been? I merely asked you to test a controller. Must it take this long? Upon hearing the voice, Lin Feng turned his head to regard the speaker, his eyes darkening. Yet another celestial dragon, and a female one at that. It was evident from her tone that she must be the master of Rena. Rena, are you deaf? Lady Lilith is speaking to you. An adjacent guard barked sharply upon witnessing Lin Feng's silence. Oh, her name is Lilith. Lin Feng mused internally, then sincerely addressed the female celestial dragon. I deeply apologize, esteemed Lady Lilith. I was summoned by St. Yako's, which caused my delay. A look of disdain crossed Lady Lilith's face. What does that pervert want with you? Has he taken a liking to you? No. Lin Feng shook his head. Good, for you are mine. No one can take you away, Lady Lilith declared with a commanding tone. Then, as if struck by a thought, a glimmer of sharpness appeared in her eyes, and she inquired, Rena, has your voice changed somewhat? Caught off guard, Lin Feng's heart raced. He hastily replied with a dismissive tone reminiscent of a previous conversation. It's nothing, merely the smoke from that explosion caused by those slaves. Yes, that's so. Lady Lilith's delicate face twisted with suspicion, and she suddenly commanded, Rena, remove your helmet. Have they discovered me? Lin Feng felt a jolt of fear. Her senses were exceedingly sharp. He feigned nonchalance. My lady, I was scratched by those slaves. I fear removing it might frighten you. Lady Lilith's expression turned cold, ignoring his explanation as she coldly ordered, I command you to remove it. Do you not hear? In that instant, the guards surrounding her raised their spears menacingly towards Lin Feng. It was clear that should he defy Lady Lilith, they would not hesitate to take his life. Sighing internally, Lin Feng thought, This is rather excessive. Observing the chaotic surroundings, he realized that revealing his identity at this moment would be highly disadvantageous. Rena, I shall say this once more. Remove your helmet. Seeing Lin Feng's continued inaction only intensified Lady Lilith's icy demeanor, her tone sharpening. With no other options left, Lin Feng sighed once more and unleashed his spiritual pressure. Buzz! The sudden onslaught of pressure rendered the guards breathless, and Lady Lilith herself fainted from the overwhelming force. Similar to the Conqueror's haki, those lacking sufficient mental fortitude could not remain conscious under such spiritual pressure. Lady Lilith, the head guard shouted, leaping forward with the agility of a moonlit step. This is not Rena. Apprehend him at once. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, surprised by the guard's speed under the influence of his spiritual pressure. The individual was at least of the rank of a major. It was unfathomable that someone of such caliber would willingly serve as a guard for a celestial dragon. Raising his hand, Lin Feng summoned a wave of searing heat, invoking the 33rd of the breaking path. Crimson Firefall. Boom! The pale, thunderous flame struck the guard directly, melting his armor in the process. A power user. The head guard was sent hurtling away, his consciousness fading as he fixated on Lin Feng. Unable to fathom that his opponent was a power user, with the remnants of his awareness, he shouted, "Enemy alert! Protect Lady Lilith!" At this proclamation, chaos erupted around them. Initially, they believed Lady Lilith was merely toying with her soldiers for amusement, as the whims of celestial dragons were notoriously eccentric. However, it was clear this was no trivial matter. Protect Lady Lilith. Quickly, inform the Admiral. Someone has infiltrated the Holy Land. The guards rushed towards Lin Feng, some even producing a horn made from an unknown creature's horn, blowing it to emit a deep, resonant sound. This instrument, known as the Celestial Horn, could only be sounded in emergencies. Its low tone could travel far, far quicker than any telephone bug. Troubling indeed. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed as the sound of the celestial horn grew louder, drawing soldiers from all directions toward him. At this point, a swift escape was no longer feasible. Drawing his long knife from his waist, he muttered, "Scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms." In an instant, countless tiny blades danced like cherry blossoms in the wind. The surroundings transformed into a pink-hued world. Lin Feng stood at the center, swinging his arms as the 1,000 cherry blossoms whirled around him, each movement leaving a multitude of guards sprawled in pools of blood in the blink of an eye. A significant number of guards had already fallen to his might. The enemy is too powerful. They gasped, "Curse it! How can he be this strong? Who is he?" While the remaining guards marveled at Lin Feng's prowess. They speculated about his identity and intentions. One guard shouted, "No matter who he is, it's too late to call for Admiral support. Inform CP0. Yes, notify CP0. As these words were spoken, the guards organized themselves, with some engaging Lin Feng, while others hurried to contact CP. Witnessing this, Lin Feng's expression hardened. He could not linger here for too long, for if more than one admiral arrived, his situation would become dire. He would be unable to locate and eliminate troops, and even retreat would become a challenge. "First, I must leave this place," Lin Feng whispered as he initiated an indiscriminate assault with 1,000 cherry blossoms, annihilating the guards, and then executed a shuanpa to escape the fray. Sprinting into the distance, "Don't let him escape. Chase him." The remaining guards shouted, determined to capture him despite the overwhelming disparity in power. They understood that failing to apprehend Lin Feng would cost them their lives. Chapter 41, Bankai. The ultimate confrontation. At last, he had shaken off his pursuers. Lin Feng stood still, surveying his surroundings. Just as he prepared to search for troops, a shadow materialized before him. "Mr. Mihawk, I never expected to find you here." With the keen eyes of an eagle and an unmatched black blade, it was none other than the earlier departed Mihawk. And at this moment, Mihawk radiated an intense fighting spirit, as though he would not relent until he battled Lin Feng. "How could you?" Lin Feng exclaimed, shocked. How could Hawkeye appear in such a place? After all, Mariawa was a holy land. Even with the protection of his warlord status, he should not have been able to enter freely. The world government, as the supreme authority, would never tolerate a pirate's intrusion. It was simply unfathomable. "Mr. White Zai, let us engage in combat." Before Lin Feng could process the situation, Mihawk's fighting spirit surged as he lunged at Lin Feng with his black blade. Swish! The black blade sliced through the air, unleashing a series of lethal strikes, each one demanding avoidance. Lin Feng's expression darkened. This was not the time for a drawn-out confrontation. Who knows when an admiral might arrive? Escaping would become increasingly difficult. Scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms. Lin Feng's long knife transformed as he unleashed its initial form, deflecting Mihawk strikes. Hawkeye, I do not wish to fight you right now. Should you wish to spar with me, I will seek you out in due time. His tone was serious, but to Mihawk, it sounded like a ruse that, do you think you could deceive me again? Mihawk thought to himself, recalling how Lin Feng had previously tricked him. Had it not been for the Navy locating Lin Feng's whereabouts, he might have never encountered him again. Contemplating this, Mihawk intensified his assault, cleaving through the cherry blossoms that surrounded Lin Feng, declaring fiercely, Mr. White Zai, this battle shall occur today. Sighing, Lin Feng realized that his rapport with Mihawk had plummeted to zero due to his earlier deception. Come then, Mr. White Zai, Mihawk shouted, charging at Lin Feng, the air crackling with the intensity of their clash. The residual force cleaving the ground beneath them. What a calamity! Facing Mihawk's relentless onslaught, Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. If given another chance, he would undoubtedly choose to be forthright with Mihawk. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged blows over 100 times. Mihawk, a top-tier swordsman, unleashed powerful strikes that nearly overwhelmed Lin Feng. You haven't even exerted your full strength, have you? After a particular exchange, Mihawk leaped back, fixating his gaze on Lin Feng, recognizing that his opponent was holding back. This was not what he wished to see. If they were to fight, it should be with all their might. Sighing again, Lin Feng glanced into the distance, where guards drawn by the sound of their battle were converging, their shouts echoing. Found you! Right here! Don't think you can escape. Lin Feng turned back to Mihawk, understanding that he could no longer delay. Since you wish to witness my strength, I shall show you my full power. Lin Feng spoke lightly, and as he did, the surrounding cherry blossoms converged towards the blade in his hand, coalescing into the form of thousands of cherry blossoms. As he finally revealed his true prowess. In the eyes of Hawkeye, a glimmer of brilliance flickered, every nerve in his body taut with anticipation, brimming with fighting spirit. At that moment, to Hawkeye's astonishment, Lin Feng unexpectedly released the long knife from his grip. Just as Hawkeye was taken aback, Lin Feng's voice echoed softly. Scatter, thousands of cherry blossoms, accompanied by Lin Feng's words. The long knife fell to the ground, as if merging with the earth itself. Following this, countless blades slowly ascended around Lin Feng, a spectacle imbued with a perilous aura. Hawkeye, come forth. Lin Feng cast a calm glance at Hawkeye, as he gently waved his hands, causing the long knives formed from cherry blossoms behind him to scatter in an instant. Countless cherry blossoms danced in the air, their power multiplied several-fold, with their numbers leaping into the hundreds of millions. What a remarkable ability! Hawkeye remained unfazed, instead marveling at the sight. In his view, Lin Feng's capability was something every swordsman yearned for, except for Hawkeye himself, of course. Buzz! As Lin Feng activated his Bankai, Hawkeye unleashed the long-suppressed Conqueror's Haki upon his black blade, rendering the already dark weapon even more ominous, as if it were a soul-reaping tool from the depths of hell. Black blade. Absolute slash. Buzz! Hawkeye struck first, a slash infused with Conqueror's Haki materializing out of thin air. Unstoppable in its might, strong. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. Indeed, at the apex, his opponent had been holding back, and not lightly. Had Hawkeye unleashed such power at the summit, the Navy would have triumphed long ago. Destruction, as the incoming strike approached. Lin Feng's hand moved slightly, summoning countless cherry blossoms to form a slash of equal magnitude to meet the oncoming attack. Sizzle. The two forces collided mid-air, yet instead of dissipating or exploding, they emitted a piercing sound of friction. Moreover, at the center of the clash, a vacuum formed, causing the ground in all directions to shatter into fragments, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Is that all? Hawkeye murmured, unwilling to witness such a stalemate. In a flash, he swung his black blade once more, sending another slash hurtling towards Lin Feng. The instinct for battle was indeed keen. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. He had initially intended to create an explosion from the clash to escape his opponent. But to his surprise, Hawkeye saw through his plan. With 2 slashes bearing down on him, if he did not act swiftly, injury was inevitable. Counter! Lin Feng called out, the scattered cherry blossoms instantly coalescing into a spherical form. Charging towards Hawkeye's second slash, in an instant. Under the onslaught of countless cherry blossom blades, Hawkeye's second strike was utterly dispersed, transforming into innumerable fine slashes that flew in all directions. Without losing momentum, the spherical cherry blossom blades surged towards Hawkeye. This is bad. Hawkeye's eyes widened, and he leaped, striking at the spherical mass with his blade, seeking to cleave it apart. Futile. Lin Feng maintained an indifferent expression. As Hawkeye swung his blade towards the cherry blossoms, the spherical mass transformed into an expansive net, ensnaring Hawkeye from all sides. This was the uniqueness of counter. To ensnare the opponent, unleashing a comprehensive assault with countless blades. Faced with billions of tiny blades, an enemy would often lose their combat capability in an instant, succumbing to excessive blood loss. Such a technique was perfectly suited to confront Hawkeye. You think you could trap me? In midair, Hawkeye glanced at the encroaching net, his other hand resting on the hilt of his blade, a glint of determination in his eyes. Black blade. Extreme slash. Whoosh. As Hawkeye swung his black blade, it seemed as though the very fabric of reality lost its color. All eyes were drawn to that singular strike. Wherever the slash landed, cherry blossoms scattered. This is my strongest blow, if Mr. Byakuya can withstand it unscathed. The title of the strongest swordsman shall belong to you. After unleashing that strike, Hawkeye fixed his gaze on Lin Feng below, shouting fervently he did not believe there existed a swordsman capable of withstanding his ultimate blow without defeat. Shall I employ that technique? Watching the incoming slash, Lin Feng sighed inwardly, slowly uttering, final scene. White Emperor's Sword, Chapter 42. The Astonishment of the 5 Elders, final scene. White Emperor's Sword. In the moment Lin Feng whispered, the previously scattered cherry blossom blades converged towards him. In an instant, the true form of thousands of cherry blossoms was grasped in Lin Feng's hand, an overwhelming surge of petals and spiritual pressure released. The thousands of cherry blossoms radiated a dazzling white light, enveloping Lin Feng like a pair of silver wings. That moment, he resembled a deity. What is this ability? Hawkeye's eyes narrowed. The combat style and abilities Lin Feng displayed were beyond his comprehension. Can he truly shatter my strongest blow? For the first time, the unwavering belief in his supremacy within Hawkeye began to waver upon witnessing Lin Feng's transformation. Lin Feng fully unleashed the White Emperor's Sword. Hawkeye's strike was already mere inches away. Final strike. White Emperor's Sword. Lin Feng swung the long sword enveloped in silver-white spiritual pressure, powerfully cleaving towards the incoming slash. The silver sword light contrasted starkly with the pitch-black might. The 2 formidable strikes collided, altering the very colors of the heavens and the earth. Who is battling in the Holy Land? Is it one of the 4 emperors at the pinnacle of the Holy Land? 5 elders slowly opened their eyes, gazing at the battlefield between Lin Feng and Hawkeye, their expressions filled with astonishment. The residual energy from their clash reached this far, indicating a battle of at least this magnitude. Is it that little rat from earlier? I never expected such a commotion. Inform them to summon Akainu and Kizaru to join us. The voices of the 5 elders were low, mirroring their grave expressions. Lin Feng's infiltration had initially not drawn their concern, yet they were taken aback by the overwhelming strength displayed. If not controlled swiftly, the ramifications for the Holy Land could be monumental. Understood, esteemed 5 elders. An attendant hurriedly dashed to the communication center, seizing a white transponder snail to relay the message. How many years has it been since someone dared to create such a disturbance in the Holy Land? It appears the Celestial Dragon's authority requires reinforcement. This time, the targets for elimination must increase by 2. Lordom should not hold any grievances. The 5 elders whispered among themselves, quickly determining the fates of Lin Feng and Hawkeye. Meanwhile, on Lin Feng's side, Hawkeye truly lived up to his title as the world's greatest swordsman. His strikes were fierce and sharp, imbued with an unparalleled essence. This was the aura cultivated over years at the summit, now seamlessly intertwined with his swordsmanship. For others, under such pressure, they would lose their will to fight even before engaging. But who was Lin Feng? A being endowed with the system's enhancements. Could he easily succumb here? As the two forces clashed with fervor, Lin Feng pivoted the edge of his blade, his feet executing rapid movement, aiming to shatter Hawkeye's strike from the side. Final scene, destruction, counter, the singular essence. White Emperor's annihilation. At that moment, the thousands of cherry blossoms radiated a resplendent white light as Lin Feng slowly swung the sword's hilt, devoid of any extravagant maneuvers. Just a single strike that could obliterate mountains and rivers. Just one strike, and all would perish. Just one strike, and everything would be undone. With that single blow, he cleaved through Hawkeye's attack from left to right. What? Hawkeye was taken aback, his focus solely on Lin Feng's overwhelming strike. A sword could indeed embody such a realm. For the first time, Hawkeye felt the existence of a realm beyond his own swordsmanship. In that moment, it was as though he had opened the door to an entirely new world. Gaining a clear pursuit of direction in his swordsmanship, Lin Feng exhaled deeply, landing on the ground. His battle with Hawkeye had been precarious. Were it not for the system's enhancements, the outcome remained uncertain. That was indeed close. Lin Feng glanced at Hawkeye, who stood frozen in place, then surveyed his surroundings. He sought a place to conceal himself, but found the terrain around him utterly ravaged by the battle with Hawkeye. To call it ruins would be an understatement. Describing it as barren land would be more apt, devoid of any life. In that instant, Lin Feng felt a sense of urgency and looked into the distance, where two figures, one red and one yellow, were rapidly approaching his direction. Without a doubt, they were the Navy's top-tier powers, Akainu and Kizaru. I must leave. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before swiftly leaping away with a burst of speed. It was not that he feared the combination of Akainu and Kizaru, but rather that he had exhausted too much energy in his recent battle with Hawkeye. Engaging these two formidable adversaries would be rather daunting. It would be more prudent to seek a place to recuperate for what would become of Hawkeye. That was no longer a concern for him. Lin Feng believed there was a high probability that the latter would find himself imprisoned and impelled down. According to the laws of the pirate world, causing turmoil in the Holy Land was a grave offense. Good luck, Mihawk. With a sigh of resignation, Lin Feng increased his pace, vanishing in an instant, the very moment Lin Feng departed. Akainu and Kizaru arrived simultaneously. The two surveyed their surroundings, and upon spotting Hawkeye, a clear look of astonishment flickered in their eyes. How did he end up here? This thought echoed in both their minds. Kizaru approached Hawkeye, his tone still nonchalant. Yo, Mihawk, are you the one causing trouble in the Holy Land? Upon hearing this, Hawkeye remained silent, his mind still grappling with the implications of Lin Feng's final strike. The Navy soldiers accompanying Kizaru arrived belatedly, their expressions shifting to astonishment as they took in the desolation around them. What manner of battle could have rendered this place barren? It was utterly terrifying. Noticing Hawkeye's continued silence, Akainu's voice rang out. Hawkeye, I believe you are well aware of the consequences of causing unrest in the Holy Land. With that, he ordered the soldiers behind him, subdue him, revoke the title of Warlord of the Sea. Yes, Admiral Akainu. The Navy responded in unison, producing handcuffs and cautiously approaching Hawkeye. Despite not having officially ascended to the rank of Fleet Admiral, Akainu was still an admiral and would soon take on the mantle. With the succession ceremony set to occur in half a month, the Navy personnel appeared increasingly tense, for facing Hawkeye was a daunting prospect. Even the admirals felt trepidation in his presence. After all, he was renowned as the strongest. Observing their hesitation, Akainu's expression darkened, and he barked, "There is no need for fear. He has no will to fight. Just restrain him and take him away." Yes, Admiral Akainu. The Navy's response was synchronized. Yet their movements remained cautious, wary of the possibility that Hawkeye might strike back. These fools. Akainu shook his head in exasperation. It seemed the decision to conscript was indeed justified, as the quality of the Navy personnel was deteriorating. Just then, Kizaru's voice cut through the tension. How many individuals in this world could engage in such intense combat and still manage to escape? Akainu's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the battlefield's aftermath. His gaze snapping to Kizaru. Who could it be? I do not know, but their strength is undoubtedly formidable, Kizaru replied, shaking his head, a playful smile gracing his features as he added, It seems you may miss your own fleet admiral succession ceremony. That won't happen, Akainu firmly denied, insisting he would not miss the ceremony, and then his voice resonated coldly. The Holy Land is under lockdown. Conduct a thorough search. Understood. At Akainu's command, the Navy personnel scattered in all directions to search the Holy Land. Several remaining guards joined the effort. That it was crucial to locate Lin Feng. If the Navy failed to find him, the consequences would be dire. Kizaru, do you think the other individual could be? Akainu turned to Kizaru, his eyes glinting with a strange intensity. He harbored a suspicion, but was not entirely certain. It cannot be, Kizaru replied, aware of whom Akainu referred to. However, given the individual's nature and strength, they should not be able to intrude here, much less engage in combat with Hawkeye. If not him, then who could it be? Akainu's gaze flickered. It could not be that person, but who else would dare to breach the Holy Land? The four emperors were occupied with consolidating their territories in the New World, and the supernovas lacked the requisite strength. Enough speculation, Sakazuki. The best way to find out is to ask Hawkeye directly, Kizaru succinctly pointed out. Indeed. Akainu nodded. Questioning Hawkeye was indeed a sensible approach, though he feared the latter might refuse to cooperate. It was important to remember that Hawkeye possessed strength on par with the two of them. If he was resolute in his silence, they would have no recourse. However, under the current circumstances, he was their only avenue of inquiry. It must be done. I shall return to interrogate Hawkeye while you continue the search, Akainu decided, addressing Kizaru before turning to follow the Navy escort. Zai, I've taken on another troublesome task. Watching Akainu's retreating figure, Kizaru shook his head in dismay before transforming into a beam of light, vanishing from sight. In this world. When it came to speed, none could rival him. Kizaru was indeed well suited for the task of searching. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had distanced himself from the battlefield and stealthily made his way to a lavish palace, seeking information about troops. Indeed, the celestial dragons were all equally extravagant. Lin Feng cautiously advanced. He was met with sound from the adjacent rooms that sparked his imagination. He had not anticipated that his battle with Hawkeye would cause such a stir, yet it did not hinder the celestial dragons from indulging in their hedonistic pursuits. It seemed this race was truly decadent. Suddenly, a voice caught Lin Feng's attention. He approached the door cautiously, peering inside to witness an older celestial dragon reprimanding a child before him. The resemblance suggested a father-son relationship. Do you know who you are? The older celestial dragon demanded coldly, his tone imbued with an irresistible authority. In response to my esteemed father, I am a member of the illustrious Nakari's family. The child replied respectfully, though a flicker of defiance shone in his eyes. You still know that? The elder celestial dragon's gaze hardened as he raised a whip, striking the child while berating him. As a member of Nakari's family, how dare you feel pity for mere commoners? Is this what we are meant to do? With each lash, the elder's fury intensified, blood streaming down the child's frail form. A sight both harrowing and shocking. Yet, to Lin Feng's astonishment, the child's face remained resolute as he cried out, Father, commoners are also human. We are all the same, and in this world, there should be no distinction of high and low. What? The elder celestial dragon's face contorted with rage, veins bulging as the child's words resonated as nothing short of heretical in this holy land. The celestial dragons considered themselves above all else. How could one dare to equate themselves with mere commoners? Such a comparison was a blatant affront to their noble status. Do you even comprehend what you are saying? This is utterly preposterous. The elder celestial dragon bellowed, his whip descending upon the child once more with a force that left the boy's skin torn and bloody. Yet despite the pain, the child remained steadfast, refusing to utter even a single cry. In the shadows, Lin Feng felt a jolt in his heart, taken aback by the child's unwavering spirit. It was remarkable that such a being existed among the celestial dragons. Perhaps not all of them were irredeemable. You will remain here in self-reflection. You are not permitted to leave this room without my consent. After a while, The elder celestial dragon, either exhausted from his exertions or unable to bear the sight of his own child any longer, put down the whip and exited the room, leaving the child alone. The celestial dragons had once been commoners themselves. Why did they believe themselves superior? The child watched his father's retreating figure and murmured softly, convinced that if the celestial dragons continued down this path, their downfall was inevitable. That moment, a cool voice broke the silence. Well said, young one. Who? The child instantly tensed, eyes wide with suspicion as he cautiously leaned toward the voice, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Sharp reflexes, the figure emerged from the shadows, looking at the child with admiration. It was Lin Feng. He had observed the child's movements and noted that such a reaction was exceptional for someone his age, especially given his celestial dragon lineage. Who are you? The child asked, surprise flickering across his face before quickly stabilizing as he inquired further. You could take Jinshan. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, believing there was no need to conceal his identity from the child. You could take Jinshan. The child's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he quickly responded, you have come from outside the Holy Land. Indeed. How do you know? Lin Feng smiled faintly and remarked. The child nodded, responding with an air of self-assuredness that suggested he was a little adult. I know everyone in the Holy Land, and clearly, you are not among them. Lin Feng expressed surprise, finding it hard to fathom that such a young child possessed such wisdom. He then took a seat on a nearby stool and looked at the child with curiosity, asking, you don't seem afraid of me. This is my home. Why should I be afraid? The child replied nonchalantly, exhibiting a subtle air of arrogance that indicated he did not regard Lin Feng as a threat. Your home. Is this how you dress at home? Lin Feng scanned the child from head to toe and remarked playfully, you dragon people certainly have your eccentricities. You. The child was momentarily taken aback by Lin Feng's teasing, as he indeed looked quite disheveled, resembling a beggar in his tattered clothes. Enough of that. You want to step outside and see the world beyond. Lin Feng shifted the topic, casting out a tempting bait. Given the child's words, it was evident he must know tricks. With the child's assistance, the task would surely become much easier. The outside world? The child's eyes widened in curiosity, sparkling like copper bells. He had lived within the castle since birth, and his tendency to voice rebellious sentiments against the dragon people had deprived him of any opportunity to venture out. Yes, the outside world is incredibly exciting, Lin Feng said, adopting a devilish tone as he began to entice the child. It truly exciting, the child murmured, his small face revealing a deep yearning. His mind was still somewhat immature, and Lin Feng's words had completely ignited his curiosity. Just as Lin Feng thought he had hooked the child, the next question nearly took his breath away. There's no such thing as a free gift in this world. What must I give in exchange? Chapter 44. Things have escalated. Lin Feng stood frozen, gazing at the child in disbelief and inwardly mused. Could this brat be some sort of reincarnation of that old codger? He pondered for a moment, but quickly dismissed the thought. This isn't a fantasy world. There shouldn't be so many old men around. Go on. Tell me what I must pay. Noticing Lin Feng's silence, the child spoke again, though his face had turned pale as snow, a consequence of his bleeding wounds. Despite this, the child exhibited remarkable endurance, not uttering a single sound of pain. This moment, Lin Feng had no inclination for banter. If they continued this way, the child might lose consciousness for blood loss. I need to find someone, Lin Feng stated plainly. Trooks. A strange expression crossed the child's face as he looked at Lin Feng uncertainly. Are you sure that the person you seek is Trooks? What? Is there something wrong? Lin Feng asked, perplexed. Did Trooks hold a significant position or identity among the dragon people? The child's voice rang out once more, but to Lin Feng, it was like thunder striking. Trooks, the head of the Sherbor family, is one of the highest decision-makers among the dragon people. He is one of the so-called 5 elders. What? Lin Feng could hardly believe his ears. Those 5 old men were on the brink of death. And one of them had a penchant for torturing slaves? Child, wait a minute. How could Trooks possibly be one of the 5 elders? You must be mistaken. Facing Lin Feng's skepticism, the child puffed up with indignation and retorted. Outsider, you may insult me, but you must never insult my memory. The Dragon Incident records state clearly that Trooks took office 14 years ago, replacing the previous elder and becoming the new Five Elder. Replacing? Lin Feng was utterly bewildered. This world was not the original pirate world. Had the Five Elders not always existed, how could one be replaced? And what the old ones? Were they secretly executed? Setting aside those questions, Lin Feng was chiefly concerned with the timeline. It coincided with the time when Snake Princess was captured 14 years ago. She was 15. Fisher Tiger caused a ruckus in Mariehua the following year. Allowing her to escape, the timelines matched perfectly, and the events aligned. Could it be that I am to eliminate one of the Five Elders? Lin Feng suddenly felt that he had stumbled upon a major issue. If he were to eliminate an ordinary dragon person, it would be of little consequence. At worst, he would have to engage in a few skirmishes with an admiral, and it would all blow over. But now, the target was a Five Elder. This was a grave matter. This individual was one of the highest-ranking officials of the world government, a powerful entity whose strength was unknown. Their status was akin to that of the permanent members of the United Nations on Blue Star. Besides, even if he managed to eliminate Trooks, Lin Feng would have to contend with the relentless pursuit of the world government, which could lead to his demise. Furthermore, Lin Feng was increasingly concerned that the other enemies of Snake Princess might also be other Five Elders. Pondering this, Lin Feng cautiously asked the child, when did the other Five Elders take office? They weren't from the same batch, were they? No, the child shook his head slowly. The Dragon Incident records do not document when the other elders ascended. They have remained in their positions as if they were eternal. As he spoke, a look of longing appeared on the child's face. One day, if I become a Five Elder, the world will surely change. Lin Feng paid no heed to the child's grand ambitions and felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as the other Five Elders were not involved, he would not have to abandon his partnership with Snake Princess. It would be better to join the Revolutionary Army instead and gain a good reputation. Now, Lin Feng faced two paths. Either eliminate Trooks, one of the Five Elders, or quietly slip away from the Holy Land to preserve his own safety. The first path was fraught with risk, but promised great rewards. Eliminating Trooks would undoubtedly enhance his standing with Snake Princess and improve his progress and character unlocking. The second path, while low risk, yielded minimal benefits that he could leave without incident and inform Snake Princess that he was unable to proceed, seeking his next collaborator. Damn it, this is a life-or-death dilemma. Lin Feng did not wish to terminate his collaboration with Snake Princess, as he had already reaped numerous benefits. His progress had significantly improved through their partnership. However, the prospect of confronting one of the Five Elders truly cornered him. Each of those five old men was formidable. Eliminating one would pose substantial risks to both the situation and his own safety. He could easily become a target for the entire world. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Feng's expression gradually morphed into one of madness. After all, he had the system and lacked nothing in terms of identity that if things went awry, he could simply abandon the White Zai identity and start anew, extracting another character to continue his training. It's settled. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, resolved to act. There's an old saying on Blue Star. The bigger the risk, the greater the reward, that if one does not take risks, how can there be high returns? Moreover, even if he failed, he had contingency plans. With that thought, Lin Feng turned to the child and inquired, "Child, where do the Five Elders generally reside?" The child, somewhat reluctant, pouted and said, "Don't call me child. I have a name. It's Folager." Despite the child's sudden outburst, Lin Feng remained unperturbed and smiled. "Folager, please tell me where the Five Elders typically reside, that it's pointless." Folager shook his head and adopted a little adult's demeanor. "Even if I tell you, you won't be able to enter there. The place where the Five Elders reside is guarded by countless soldiers. Not even we dragon people can easily gain an audience. It requires significant effort. Guarded by countless soldiers?" Lin Feng pondered. Although the child had not disclosed the exact location, he had provided a crucial clue. The presence of heavy military forces clearly indicated that this was where the Five Elders resided. "Thank you." Lin Feng smiled at Folager, stood up from his seat, and walked to the window to gaze into the distance, searching for the location heavily guarded by soldiers. Found it. Lin Feng's eyes sharpened. Beneath the highest building in the Holy Land, countless soldiers were stationed. Moreover, among the crowd, several CP members were covertly patrolling. This must be the place. Lin Feng pondered, stepping onto the window ledge, turning his head to glance at Florroger. Little brat, excessive bleeding can be fatal. Hurry and check it out. With that, he leaped from the window, executing a momentary burst of agility that rendered him invisible in an instant, upon witnessing Lin Feng's descent. Florroger, disregarding his injuries, hurried to the window, scanning the surroundings but finding nothing. Scammer, you promised to take me to see the outside world. Florroger's face flushed with anger, his pallor intensified by the blood loss. Resembling a white hamster, he then huffed softly, gazing at the blue sky outside, murmuring, "Humph, one day I shall surely experience the world beyond." After speaking, a heavy thought struck him, just as Lin Feng had warned. If he did not seek treatment soon, he might very well perish. Could it be that I will truly die? Ultimately, Florroger was still a child. Reflecting on Lin Feng's parting words, he swiftly departed the windowsill. Venturing outside in search of a doctor. Chapter 45. The Devious Yellow Ape. This is the place where the 5 elders reside. Lin Feng navigated through the throngs of people, concealed in the shadows. Gazing at the tallest structure within the sacred grounds. Infiltrating this place was no simple task. CP members were scattered all around, surrounded by an overwhelming number of guards. Moreover, the prior battle with Hawkeye had rendered the defenses here even more formidable. Within a radius of several meters, individuals were nearly all expelled, leaving only a handful of guards. That it was a challenging predicament. Lin Feng's eyes flickered as the mere act of infiltrating this location posed a significant trial for him. The guarding arrangement was already comparable to that of the Navy headquarters. No, perhaps it was even more elite than the Navy headquarters. How would he gain entry? Lin Feng remained silent, drifting within the crowd for considerable time, without identifying any potential breakthrough. The building was enveloped in concrete and rebar on all sides, with only a single entrance available. The windows, serving as a secondary entry point, were situated at least 10 meters above the ground. 10 meters, an insurmountable height for an ordinary person, but not for Lin Feng, that he contemplated how to enter unnoticed, stealthily accomplish his mission, and execute his kill. Perhaps he would have to wait until nightfall. Lin Feng observed intently, realizing that such a structure could only be infiltrated under the cover of darkness. During daylight, a forceful breach would be the only option. With this thought, Lin Feng vanished into the crowd. Seeking a place to conceal himself, he sensed a powerful presence approaching. Oh dear, it seems the one I'm looking for is not here. Accompanied by a glimmer of light, Yellow Ape stood at the entrance of the building, surveying the surroundings. Admiral Yellow Ape. The guards, upon noticing him, saluted in unison. Despite their direct allegiance to the celestial dragons, they still had to show respect towards an admiral. After all, he represented the highest combat power, and if he were to take out his frustration on the guards, they would be utterly defenseless. Nothing to worry about. Continue your patrol. Yellow Ape waved his hand dismissively towards the guards, his gaze scanning the crowd. The more perilous the situation, the safer one often was. Understanding this principle, Yellow Ape believed that an infiltrator would likely blend in within this area. His task was to scrutinize every passerby closely. How could he be here? In the shadows, Lin Feng regarded the sudden appearance of Yellow Ape with a grave expression. The already challenging access to the 5 elders' residence had just become exponentially more difficult with the presence of an admiral. Nighttime would no longer suffice. He had to devise a means of entry immediately. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with determination. His initial plan to infiltrate at night would be futile if Yellow Ape remained on guard. What should he do? As Lin Feng pondered, a curious gaze from afar caught his attention. This is not good. Alarmed, Lin Feng swiftly attempted to depart from his position, but it was too late. A flash of light illuminated the area as Yellow Ape's figure materialized not far from Lin Feng's location. Locking eyes with him. "Hello there. It seems you are not one of the guards. Are you perhaps a celestial dragon?" In response to Yellow Ape's inquiry, Lin Feng lowered his voice, tilting his head to meet the admiral's gaze. "What do you think?" Before arriving, he had made slight alterations to his appearance. He had removed the noble headpiece and tied his hair back, rendering the likeness in the bounty poster nearly unrecognizable. However, while one's appearance can be modified, the innate aura of the Pushu family cannot be extinguished, leading Yellow Ape to hesitate in pinpointing Lin Feng's identity, thus refraining from immediate action. Yellow Ape scrutinized Lin Feng. his mind swirling with uncertainty. You appear to be a guard, yet you don't quite fit the bill. There's a certain nobility about you. But I've encountered most prominent celestial dragons before. Only a select few remain unknown to me. My family name? Lin Feng chuckled lightly, a proud smile gracing his face as he declared, "Remember, my name is Zaiboer Tongmu Kuluz." Zaiboer? Yellow Ape was taken aback. Was it that the name of the newly risen lord from over a decade ago? In an instant, Yellow Ape dismissed a significant portion of his doubts. The name Zaiboer was known to few, and even some celestial dragons would feel trepidation at its mere mention, for the current head of the Zaiboer family was one of the 5 elders. Kuluz? Yellow Ape inquired hesitantly. "Call me Kuluz." Lin Feng's expression turned serious, pride evident in his voice, though internally he felt compelled to apologize to Tom Cruise. "My apologies, Tom. I truly couldn't think of a better name." Ahem. Yellow Ape appeared perplexed. This was the first time he had encountered such a name. "My apologies, Kuluz Saint. I am currently searching for suspicious individuals that I mean no offense." "Offense?" Lin Feng scoffed, a cold tone in his voice. "Even if you are an admiral, you should be mindful. The dignity of a celestial dragon is not to be trifled with." With a haughty and icy demeanor, Lin Feng nearly convinced himself of his own identity as a celestial dragon at that moment. "My apologies." Yellow Ape's eyes darkened, yet his suspicion towards Lin Feng significantly diminished. After all, only those of exceptional status or celestial dragons would dare address an admiral with such an attitude. "Humph." Lin Feng let out a cold snort, turning to stride away. Just then, Yellow Ape suddenly stepped in front of Lin Feng, his eyes narrowed beneath his sunglasses, exuding a chilling aura. "What do you intend to do?" Lin Feng glared at Yellow Ape, a sense of foreboding rising within him. "Young man, you almost managed to deceive me," Yellow Ape remarked with a smirk. "Oh, you know who you were speaking to?" The growing unease in Lin Feng's heart surged as he retorted. "I am a celestial dragon. You must know your place." "A celestial dragon? Your place?" Yellow Ape erupted into laughter. "Young man, I must say, your performance is quite impressive. Are you still trying to fool me? I don't know what you're talking about." Lin Feng retorted coldly, maintaining his facade that he still had no idea where he had slipped up, allowing the admiral to see through him. "Oh, young man, you are quite the actor," Yellow Ape replied. "Do you not know that wherever celestial dragons appear, CP members accompany them?" Lin Feng's expression darkened. That was the crux of it. His lack of accompanying CP members had exposed him. However, he did not immediately concede, stating coldly, "I simply wasn't in the mood today. So I chose not to bring them along." "I asked that a problem?" Lin Feng's gaze was piercing as he stared down Yellow Ape. "Humph. Even at this moment, you still refuse to back down, I must say." "Young man, you are quite the rarity," Yellow Ape observed, his expression gradually turning frigid. "You see, while it is true that celestial dragons are accompanied by CP members during their outings, they do not have them present within the Holy Land." "I was merely testing you." Chapter 46. "It seems you have that serious illness. I was testing you, young man." The moment the words left his lips, Yellow Ape made his move, the familiar phrase echoing in Lin Feng's ears as he delivered a powerful kick aimed at Lin Feng's head. An unparalleled force behind it. "Have you ever been kicked by light?" "Yellow Ape." Lin Feng let out a low growl, utterly astonished that his opponent, who had always been more inclined to loaf around, would act in such a manner. Was it due to the celestial dragons, or was there another reason? He had no time to ponder, as Kizaru's attack was already bearing down upon him. In an instant, Lin Feng reacted, employing the moonwalk technique to create distance between himself and his adversary. With a whoosh, Kizaru's foot barely grazed Lin Feng's forehead before crashing down on the ground, sending dust and debris swirling into the air. What to do? Lin Feng glanced towards Kizaru amidst the haze, his mind racing. Engaging in combat with such an opponent was unwise, especially in this location. Within the Holy Land, Kizaru could summon assistance at any moment, not to mention the formidable Akainu lurking nearby. This was troublesome. Fight or not to fight. Lin Feng found himself at an impasse. Given his current strength, he might stand a chance against one admiral. But facing two would necessitate a change of persona, perhaps even invoking that bald monk, Fahai. As Lin Feng's thoughts spiraled, Kizaru emerged slowly from the dust, his voice languid as he addressed the surrounding celestial dragons. Dear Celestial Dragons, I must engage in battle here, that I kindly suggest you retreat to a safe location to avoid causing me undue trouble. TCH, I thought it was something significant, only to find it was just an admiral in action. You startled me, truly a lowly commoner. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the Celestial Dragons varied, yet their bodies agreed as they retreated towards safety under the protection of their guards. After all, they were merely spoiled aristocrats, not fools, and understood the implications of an admiral's battle. Young sir, shall we counterattack? After all was said and done, Kizaru stretched his limbs, casting a casual glance at Lin Feng. Guess, Lin Feng replied with a faint smile. I have no inclination for wordplay. Kizaru's eyes narrowed slightly, his hands intermittently glowing with energy, fully aware that Lin Feng was a formidable opponent who had battled against Mihawk. When facing such a foe, one must wield their full strength from the very outset. True eight-span jewel. Kizaru crossed his hands before him, transforming into a massive flash of light, unleashing countless hockey-infused light projectiles that surged towards Lin Feng. This was a skill he had gleaned from his battles against Fahai at that stage. The hockey-imbued power significantly amplified its might. Goodness, he's truly adept at applying what he's learned. Observing this, Lin Feng felt a heavy weight settle on his face. It seemed that while he had donned this identity, Kizaru had diligently honed his skills. This technique was executed with impeccable precision. In an instant, Lin Feng drew his sword, Senbenzakura, releasing it with a whisper. Scatter, Senbenzakura Kageyoshi. He unleashed his Bankai. There was no alternative. After all, he was facing an admiral. Since combat was unavoidable, he resolved to conclude it with utmost swiftness. Whoosh, a shower of cherry blossoms erupted from the blade, cascading towards the true eight-span jewel, intertwining with the black and yellow light projectiles, igniting a series of brilliant explosions in midair. For a moment, the surroundings were enveloped in a haze of pink and black-yellow, accompanied by the resounding echoes of detonation, resembling a grand display of fireworks. Kizaru murmured, perceiving the blade of Lin Feng's Zanpakudo as a manifestation of a natural ability. Pondering, is it a natural type? Or, just as he contemplated, Lin Feng's voice resounded. Destruction scene, Senbenzakura Kageyoshi. Whoosh, countless long blades emerged from the ground, their edges glinting with an ominous chill. Tangible? Kizaru squinted, his gaze fixating on Lin Feng's blades if they were tangible. It implied Lin Feng was not of the natural type. That made things considerably easier. After all, battles between natural-type users often yielded inconclusive results in a short span. Akainu and Akiji were prime examples. However, before Kizaru could feel relieved, the rows of blades underwent a transformation. One petal, two petals, and suddenly, those blades began to flutter in the wind, morphing into billions of cherry blossom blades that surrounded Lin Feng. His hand waved gently in the air, a whispering sound resonating. Senbenzakura Kageyoshi, K10, one sword. Whoosh! Countless cherry blossoms gradually coalesced before Lin Feng, resplendent and captivating. Beneath the vibrant colors lay a terrifying power. Awakening of abilities? Kizaru raised an eyebrow, every cell in his body on high alert. For those capable of utilizing awakened powers, even he had to remain vigilant. Awakening imposed a significant burden on the body, providing a fleeting opportunity to strike and resolve the matter. Kizaru contemplated, intending to strike the moment Lin Feng's long sword fully materialized. This was the most effective method against awakened ability users. Yet he was gravely mistaken, and in a most outrageous manner. For Lin Feng was not an ability user. The strategies applicable to such powers had no effect on him. What gap of awakening? None. What he possessed was sheer invincibility. Buzz, the myriad petals finally merged into a formidable cherry blossom sword. Hovering before Lin Feng, an opportunity, Kizaru's eyes sharpened. The moment the great sword took form, he lunged towards Lin Feng, the eight-span mirror manifestation suddenly appearing. Lin Feng was taken aback. Why wait to attack until the technique had fully formed? Young sir, take a breather, Kizaru's voice echoed, his hand shimmering with light as he hurled himself towards Lin Feng. A triumphant expression on his face. Youngster, when compared to me, your combat experience still leaves much to be desired. Just as he believed victory was at hand, A colossal shadow surged from the distance, striking Kizaru before he could react. It was none other than the condensed cherry blossom greatsword. Kizaru could hardly believe it. He had calculated accurately, so why had Lin Feng not exhibited the gap following the awakening of his powers? Before he could process this, Lin Feng grasped the sword's hilt, delivering a heavy strike downwards. "You seem to be quite sick." Boom! An earth-shattering explosion reverberated, the ground fracturing in a spiderweb pattern, the ensuing force causing the tallest structures in the Holy Land to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapse. "At my doorstep? What audacity! What are Akainu and the others doing?" The five elders' faces changed dramatically. The impact of Lin Feng's strike instilled a profound sense of threat within them. One elder rose from his seat. Approaching the window to gaze below, he was instantly taken aback by the sight before him. Countless cherry blossoms dancing in the wind, resembling a celestial paradise. Such battles still existed in this world. The elder murmured, observing the figure amidst the cherry blossoms, a sense of compassion flickering in his eyes. If someone of such caliber could be brought under their banner, it would significantly enhance their own combat capabilities. While lost in thought, the elder scrutinized the battlefield, his eyes widening in shock. A figure shot forth from the cherry blossoms, crashing to the ground. It was Kizaru. Chapter 47. Identity revealed? How could this be? The elder gasped, fully aware of Kizaru's strength. Yet he had been reduced to such a pitiful state. Just how powerful was this individual? Before the elder could react, Lin Feng's silhouette burst forth from the cherry blossoms, brandishing the cherry blossom great sword against the wind, leaving a trail of blooming flowers in his wake. "Kizaru, how has this old man become so weak?" As he sprinted, Lin Feng pondered this question. Based on his deductions, Kizaru's combat prowess should have posed a substantial challenge. Yet, unexpectedly, a single strike had left scars upon him. It defied all logic. Meanwhile, Kizaru slowly rose from the ground, his clothing tattered, his sunglasses shattered once more. Since his battle with Fahai, he hadn't experienced such humiliation that he never anticipated facing such adversity today. Moreover, it seemed Lin Feng's techniques were a natural nemesis to ability users, akin to Fahai's Buddhist light. This similarity was truly alarming. "Kid, what is your connection to Fahai?" Kizaru fixed his gaze upon Lin Feng, voicing his inner confusion. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng abruptly halted in midair, his expression bewildered. "Why do you ask? I have no relation to that bald monk whatsoever." "Nonsense," Kizaru retorted angrily, a rare curse escaping his lips. "How can you disregard my elementalization without any connection? Are you trying to fool me? Aside from hockey, only Fahai possesses such abilities. Now, a second one has emerged. You claim to have no relation to him? Who would believe that?" "I truly have no relation," Lin Feng insisted, uncertain why Kizaru was so enraged. Had he perceived something, or was it simply a misunderstanding? As he contemplated, Kizaru transformed into light and vanished from sight, reappearing at a distance, phone bug in hand, coldly staring at him. "Kid, your ability to counter elementalization is noted. I have already notified my superiors. Regardless of your connection to Fahai, you shall face relentless pursuit from the Navy." "What?" Upon hearing Huang Yuan's words, Lin Feng was taken aback, his confusion dissipating entirely. So it was. It seemed that every character he embodied possessed the capability to suppress elementalization. Previously, Lin Feng had believed this ability to be unique to Fahai, which had caused him to approach the admirals with utmost caution. However, it was evident now that such precaution was utterly unnecessary. With this thought, Lin Feng ceased his pretense, repositioning the ornament in his hair to the front and adjusting his attire, preparing to return to the persona of Shibuki Baika. This was a minor glitch Lin Feng had discovered. As long as he altered his character's attire, the system would not issue a warning about him abandoning his role. Consequently, Lin Feng's demeanor became more akin to his true self rather than Baika. The moment he transformed his appearance, a chilling aura re-emerged, his gaze taking on an indifferent quality. Entering the role, he embodied the character of Shibuki Baika. Listening to the system's notification, a faint, characteristic smile graced Lin Feng's lips. Excellent. Now was the time to significantly enhance his portrayal. Senbenzakura Kageyoshi, Shinj, White Emperor's Sword. In an instant, Lin Feng manifested the ultimate form of Senbin Zakura, countless petals swirling around him as spiritual energy, a pair of wings materializing behind him, resembling a celestial being. Could he awaken once more? In the distance, Huang Yuan was stunned, unable to comprehend how Lin Feng was capable of altering his stance. Had the other truly developed his fruit power to such an extent? As he pondered this, Lin Feng's assault was already upon him. The White Emperor sword radiated a blinding white light, magnifying infinitely within Huang Yuan's pupils, leaving no room for evasion. Rest now, Huang Yuan. Lin Feng, wielding the White Emperor sword, maintained an expression of indifference, returning Huang Yuan's earlier words in kind. How infuriating! Huang Yuan's expression tightened. Now he had no choice but to withstand the blow, uncertain if he could endure Lin Feng's strike. Whoosh! The White Emperor sword, imbued with a chilling pressure, descended from above, seemingly obliterating all life in its path. That I must fight back. Huang Yuan's eyes hardened. Since elementalization was ineffective, he would resort to the most fundamental martial techniques. Buzz! Armed haki enveloped Huang Yuan's entire form. Pitch black, and combined with his expression, he resembled a dark simian. Come on! Huang Yuan swung his fists, employing the most primal combat method to counter the approaching White Emperor sword. This appearance truly resembled that of a monkey. Observing the transformed black monkey before him, Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged as he brought down the White Emperor sword with force. Just then, a searing heat surged from afar, causing Lin Feng to momentarily falter. Huang Yuan's assault also halted as he gazed towards the distant figure, his expression relaxing. This dog has finally arrived. How utterly chaotic! Polyusolino! Akainu approached, his body erupting with magma, scorching the earth black in his wake. As he arrived, the temperature around him abruptly surged, reminiscent of a hellish inferno. That it's too hot. I detest this. Lin Feng averted his gaze towards him, and then, in response to Huang Yuan's incredulous expression, he suddenly swung the White Emperor's sword towards the other. Although he possessed abilities to counter both of them, Lin Feng was not foolish enough to engage in a one-on-two battle. It would be exhausting, primarily due to the time it would consume. You dare! The moment Lin Feng swung down, Akanu's thunderous roar echoed as he charged towards him. Huang Yuan reacted immediately, channeling his armed haki to its utmost extent. Iron block. Huang Yuan concentrated all his defenses into a single point, preparing to withstand Lin Feng's White Emperor sword. Would this be effective? Lin Feng murmured. The White Emperor sword, carrying unmatched power, struck Huang Yuan. Yet the anticipated outcome of Huang Yuan spewing blood and being sent flying did not materialize. Indeed, as expected of an admiral, he had honed his armed haki to a peak state, managing to withstand Lin Feng's White Emperor sword. However, the cost was steep. The weaker areas of Huang Yuan's body were marred with numerous cuts from the White Emperor sword's razor-like edges. He actually managed to endure. Lin Feng marveled, his movements unwavering. One failed strike would lead to another, and as he prepared to swing the White Emperor sword once more, Akanu's assault was already imminent. Hellhound! The scorching magma surged forth, accompanied by a wave of heat, seemingly intent on incinerating Lin Feng completely. This is troublesome, Lin Feng muttered, his feet executing a rapid movement to increase the distance between himself and his opponents. Unlike Huang Yuan, Akainu's abilities could alter the terrain and environment. Even with a countering power, it would be significantly diminished. Moreover, the searing winds that swept over Lin Feng's body were exceedingly uncomfortable. The adversaries could effortlessly employ such tactics without allowing Lin Feng to close in. Polyusolino, you truly are in a precarious situation. Akainu forced Lin Feng to retreat, standing over Huang Yuan with a cold demeanor on one hand. He was astonished by Lin Feng's combat prowess. On the other, he reproached Huang Yuan. Huang Yuan offered no rebuttal. Forcing a bitter smile, Sakazuki, this individual is akin to a demon monk. His attack can disregard elementalization. Upon hearing this, Akainu's gaze sharpened, his vigilance towards Lin Feng intensifying. Ignoring elementalization was akin to a nemesis for those with such abilities. Chapter 48, Summoning Characters, Kenpachi Zaraki. Really, Akainu still found it hard to believe. When had those capable of countering them emerged in succession? Was the world on the brink of transformation? Can I deceive you? Huang Yuan rolled his eyes at Akainu's skepticism. His old colleague was commendable in many ways, yet overly suspicious, understood that in response, Akainu nodded, saying nothing further, and instead remarked, "Do you still have stamina? Let us take him down together." A bit, Huang Yuan sighed. He had initially hoped Akainu would shoulder the burden alone, but given the circumstances, he had no choice but to step up. All right, a cold glint shone in Akainu's eyes, the magma surrounding him boiling with intensity, his attack poised to unleash. This is troublesome. Lin Feng observed Akainu and Huang Yuan, realizing the worst-case scenario had materialized. The White Emperor's sword had already consumed a significant portion of his stamina. Continuing the battle, Lin Feng was uncertain if he could withstand the onslaught of both admirals. After all, his strength, augmented by the portrayal progress, had yet to reach a level capable of confronting two admirals directly. The earlier advantage he held over Huang Yuan was primarily due to the latter's astonishment at Lin Feng's ability to disregard elementalization, which had placed immense psychological pressure upon him. Should the opponents evade earnestly, utilizing their abilities from a distance, combined with Akainu's capacity to incinerate everything, Lin Feng would undoubtedly find himself in dire straits. Should I bring out that bald-headed one? Lin Feng pondered, contemplating whether to alter his character. However, once he changed roles, his identity would no longer remain concealed, first stirring the winds at Marineford, then engaging in a fierce battle at Marioa. At that point, it would be difficult to avoid being placed on the world government's assassination list. What to do? Lin Feng found himself in a dilemma, when suddenly an idea struck him, prompting him to summon his attribute panel. Almost forgot about this. Lin Feng exhaled, a significant portion of his tension dissipating. Oh, you know who you were fighting against? How dare you lose focus? At that moment, Akainu seized the opportunity, the searing magma erupting violently, raising the surrounding temperature. Armed, dog-bite Red Lotus, a colossal canine head, cloaked in armed haki, emerged from Akainu's hand, surging towards Lin Feng. His combat style mirrored that of Huang Yuan, both employing armed haki to enhance their abilities. Not only did this amplify their power, but it also shielded them from Lin Feng's attempts to disrupt. Another armed haki assault. It appears these fellows have mastered the art of combat against me. Lin Feng glanced upwards, the White Emperor's sword in his hand, emanating a brilliant white glow as he hurled it fiercely at Akainu. The moment the White Emperor's sword left his grasp, it transformed into a flurry of cherry blossoms, enveloping Akainu. A mere trick. Akainu scoffed, the heat intensifying around him. As he made contact with the cherry blossoms, he plunged underground to evade Lin Feng's attack. Behind him, Huang Yuan's Yata no Kagami had also gathered momentum, unleashing a barrage of black and yellow energy orbs towards the blooming cherry blossoms. In an instant, a mesmerizing array of colors intertwined once more. Die for me. At that moment, a hand emerged from the ground beneath Lin Feng, targeting his head. Hellhound. Yet to Akainu's surprise, in the face of imminent danger, Lin Feng not only failed to evade but also wore a tantalizing smile, as if he had resigned himself to fate. Have you accepted your doom? Akainu growled lowly, undeterred by Lin Feng's smile, as his arm instantaneously elongated, poised to strike Lin Feng's head. I could see that moment. A glimmer of cold light descended from above. A serrated blade cleaving the magma arm in two, the force remained unabated. The edge aimed directly at Akainu's face. Who? Akainu's heart sank, utterly unprepared for an interruption at such a crucial juncture. Your father. The response came in a nearly frenzied voice accompanied by a lethal slash. Cough. In the instant the strike descended, Akainu surged from the ground, yet still sustained a graze on his arm. He glared at the one who inflicted the wound, his expression darkening significantly. The opponent laughed maniacally, a bloodthirsty battle intent etched across his face, a truly fearsome sight. At that juncture, Lin Feng's voice emerged, calm and composed. Kenpachi, tone it down a bit. Understood, master. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Zaraki Kenpachi's demeanor softened considerably, yet the bloodlust in his eyes remained undiminished. Master, may I slay these two fellows? Kenpachi's tone revealed no hint of restraint, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. although his gaze unconsciously locked onto Akainu and Kizaru, akin to a predator fixating on its prey. Akainu's expression darkened further. How many years had it been since someone dared to utter such a threat against him? Where had this fool sprung from, completely oblivious to his status as an admiral? Kizaru, in contrast, wore a similarly grim expression, but his focus rested not on Kenpachi, but on Lin Feng. The former seemed to have been summoned by Lin Feng, which led to Akainu's attack being thwarted. This sparked a suspicion within Kizaru. Did this individual possess unknown abilities beyond the devil fruit, or was it something else? Moreover, Kizaru discerned a dangerously significant signal from the attire of Lin Feng and his companion. Both bore numbers on their backs. Lin Feng's was 6, while Kenpachi's was 11. In other words, it was highly likely that the two belonged to the same organization. The thought sent a shiver through Kizaru. Could it be that such formidable individuals had 11 or more associates? First it was Fahai and Jinshan Temple, and now another enigmatic organization had emerged. The world was surely on the brink of upheaval. Kizaru felt an icy chill within. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained oblivious to Kizaru's thoughts. He glanced at Kenpachi and replied, "Exercise caution, of course." Kenpachi grinned widely, his battle fervor intensifying, his fierce expression suggesting he was born for combat. Whoosh! In an instant, Kenpachi lunged at the nearest Akainu, swinging his blade with ferocity. "Let us fight. Let us revel in battle." Humph! Akainu scoffed coldly, facing Kenpachi's blade without flinching, as he unleashed a magma fist, imbued with haki, aimed squarely at his opponent. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying heat and spiritual pressure, the two clashed violently. The back and forth was exhilarating, a true spectacle of combat. Naturally, only Kenpachi perceived it that way. The state of Akainu's mindset remained a mystery. Was he barely holding his ground? Observing Kenpachi, who seemed at a disadvantage, Lin Feng pondered, activating his panel to gauge Kenpachi's strength. This was a character he had summoned. He could not allow him to be incapacitated so easily. Character: Zaraki Kenpachi, current progress, 40, 9-fold, characters owned. Fahai, Zaraki Kenpachi. Attributes: Kenpachi Zaraki, peak, 10-fold boost, extraction opportunities, none. Upon noticing Kenpachi's 10-fold boost, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, glancing back at the ongoing battle with Akainu. His expression reflecting a peculiar realization. Was it possible that Kenpachi was relishing the fight, hence not exerting his full strength? Indeed, as Lin Feng surmised, Kenpachi was thoroughly enjoying himself, having yet to unleash his shurikai. He relied solely on his primal instincts, hacking away with unrestrained ferocity, each slash raw and frenzied. Chapter 49. Death or death? Come on, unleash your full power. Kenpachi's relentless hacking lacked any semblance of strategy, a pure clash of brute force. Exchanging wounds for wounds. Damn it. Akainu cursed inwardly. He had never witnessed such a reckless fighting style. That it was sheer chaos. The frustration welled within Akainu, causing his movements to slow slightly, inadvertently granting Kenpachi the upper hand and escalating the ferocity of his assault. It had been ages since he had fought with such exhilaration. What a thrill! Kenpachi ripped off his eye patch, unleashing his full might, acknowledging Akainu's strength. Not only that, during the brief lulls in their fight, Kenpachi unleashed several slashes towards the watching Kizaru, his intentions unmistakable. "Let us take them on together." Before Kizaru could react, Akainu's voice boomed. Kizaru had initially intended to rest and regain his energy. But with Akainu's insistence, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and join the fray. In an instant, the battle escalated once more. Akainu and Kizaru found themselves momentarily intimidated by Kenpachi's ferocity, failing to gain any advantage. Fortunately, Kenpachi did not possess Lin Feng's ability to nullify elemental effects, which provided some relief to the two. Truly insane. From a distance, Lin Feng observed the chaotic melee with wide eyes. This was no longer a battle. It was better described as a slaughter. The Holy Land trembled under the ferocity of their clash. The sheer madness invigorated every being within the Holy Land. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Feng dashed toward the grand entrance that he needed to intercept and eliminate Trucis. "How dare you?" Akainu and Kizaru caught sight of Lin Feng's movements, unleashing furious roars if they allowed him to reach the 5 elders under their watch. How could they ever show their faces again? Yet, just as they contemplated action, they were abruptly obstructed by a frenzied figure. The battle continued. "Where do you think you're going?" Kenpachi licked his lips. His eyes filled with bloodlust. "Get lost," Akainu growled, magma surging forth as the ground turned to ash, unleashing a torrent of hellhounds towards Kenpachi. Kizaru joined in, his hockey-infused attacks shimmering brilliantly. "Come at me," rather than evade. Kenpachi's battle fervor only intensified, his blade sweeping with such ferocity that he managed to block all of their assaults. "Hold on, Kenpachi." Sensing the overwhelming pressure nearby, Lin Feng silently urged, using Shuanpa to propel himself toward the building's pinnacle. Everything he did was to eliminate the 5 elders, and he could not afford to squander such a prime opportunity. At the summit, the elder gazed at the rapidly approaching figure, a chill creeping into his eyes. The audacity to ascend directly. How arrogant. Did he think they were just useless pawns? Soon, Lin Feng reached the rooftop, the elder's figure coming into view, dressed in a suit with a golden buzz cut. Exuding an air of authority from his long tenure, he appeared quite extraordinary. "Oh, come here." Was he prepared to court death? The elder fixed his gaze on Lin Feng, a murderous intent surging within him. "Trucis." At the mention of the name, the elder visibly faltered, taken aback by Lin Feng's knowledge of Trucis, his eyes instinctively darting to the back. Lin Feng noticed the elder's movement and followed his gaze. There stood a bespectacled, bald elder, carefully polishing an unknown long blade with a cotton ball. "That I at him?" Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, recognizing that this bald elder was likely Trucis, just as he pondered. The voices of the other 5 elders echoed in succession. "Young yet formidable. Would you be interested in serving us? Seize the opportunity, young man." The words of the 5 elders caught Lin Feng completely off guard. He had anticipated a tempestuous battle, yet they were attempting to recruit him instead. This left him momentarily speechless. "Come, have a seat." Before Lin Feng could process this, the bald elder's voice rang out again. Lin Feng was taken aback, bewildered by the turn of events. He did not move, instead cautiously scrutinizing the 5 elders. They were undoubtedly aware of the ongoing battle between him and Akainu, in such circumstances. To treat him with such demeanor either signified confidence in their strength or concealed ulterior motives. "Young man, you appear rather anxious." Noting Lin Feng's lack of response, the elder with the flat cap spoke. His gaze fixed on Lin Feng. The depth of his eyes resembled an unfathomable ocean, obscuring his thoughts. Strong, undeniably strong, and certainly not weaker than Akainu and the others. This was Lin Feng's immediate impression upon locking eyes with the elder. "Young man, do share your purpose for being here." That moment, the elder with 3 white whiskers, known as the 5 elders, spoke softly, his expression relaxed. There was no need for further inquiry. This individual was destined to perish today. Before Lin Feng could utter a word, the golden-haired elder suddenly stepped forward. Boom! With just that single step, he created a deep pit in the ground, causing the very structure around them to tremble. Lin Feng felt a jolt of surprise within him. From this display, it was evident that the opponent's strength was not inferior to that of the giant race. It was nearly inconceivable how such power could emanate from the elder's form. "Young man, the moment you set foot here, your fate was sealed." The golden-haired elder spoke coldly, as the fabric of his suit exploded, muscles beneath it bulging with astonishing explosive force. "Death, or perhaps death." Bang! As the golden-haired elder spoke. His form blurred, moving with a speed so swift that Lin Feng could barely discern it. How fast? Lin Feng was alarmed. The combination of immense power and unparalleled speed confirmed his earlier thoughts. None of the 5 elders were to be trifled with. When the golden-haired elder reappeared, he was already behind Lin Feng, whispering words that seemed to originate from the depths of hell. "Perish!" The elder's fist came crashing down toward Lin Feng's nape, its might rivaling that of carp. That a solid strike would leave Lin Feng either dead or gravely injured. A chill coursed through Lin Feng's heart as he executed his instantaneous movement to the utmost. vanishing from his original position just as the elder's fist descended. Boom! The ground shattered beneath the force, the golden-haired elder's punch having pierced through it, sending shockwaves deep into the earth, causing the very sanctum to tremble. What terrifying power is this? Lin Feng, having moved to a safe distance, was filled with dread. Had he reacted even a moment later, he might have been reduced to nothing. What a pity. The golden-haired elder withdrew his fist from the ground, gazing at Lin Feng with a cruel expression, as if lamenting not having struck him down. What the hell? Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. What monstrous beings were the five elders? The combat prowess of the golden-haired elder was on par with Carp. From any perspective, he was utterly flawless. How could he possibly contend with this? Lin Feng swallowed hard. Facing just one of them was already a struggle. And now he had to confront them all at once. The consequences were unimaginable. Chapter 50. The terrifying might. Was he now to face that bald elder? Lin Feng pondered deeply. Fahai was his last resort. A last measure he was reluctant to invoke. Yet, these elderly men were anything but easy to deal with if just one posed such a challenge. The prospect of 5 attacking simultaneously was dire indeed. Young man, do you still dare to let your mind wander at this moment? Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, the golden-haired elder spoke ominously and struck again, his entire form charging at Lin Feng like a human-shaped tyrannosaurus. Scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms. Lin Feng reacted in an instant, transforming his blade into a flurry of cherry blossoms that scattered in every direction. Huh. The golden-haired elder raised an eyebrow, observing the sky filled with cherry blossoms, murmuring to himself, is this the ability used in combat against the Kainu? Without elemental transformation, it must not be of a natural type. In that case, let us shatter it. The elder's eyes narrowed, his speed intensifying as he barreled toward Lin Feng. 1,000 cherry blossoms. Lethal scene. Whoosh! Countless blades sprang forth from around Lin Feng. Millions of cherry blossom blades cascading toward the golden-haired elder. Scatter for me. Facing the myriad cherry blossom blades, the elder did not retreat, but advanced instead. His haki manifesting on his body as he plunged into the onslaught of blades. The golden-haired elder was supremely confident, believing that such a trick could not harm him. However, in the instant of contact, he was struck with shock that he was gravely mistaken. The cherry blossom blades were remarkably resilient. In mere moments, his proud defense was cleaved apart by the blades. Moreover, these blades possessed a fluid quality, some even burrowing into his wounds and inflicting internal damage. Cough! The golden-haired elder coughed up a mouthful of blood, staring at Lin Feng in the distance, as the cherry blossom blades wreaked havoc within him, directly assailing his organs. Such an ability was utterly unprecedented. Confidence can be both a boon and a bane. That a rare smile flickered across Lin Feng's face. The golden-haired elder's overconfidence was his downfall. Lin Feng had seized upon this opening, achieving an unexpected advantage. Had the elder been even a tad more cautious, combining his unmatched speed and strength, Lin Feng would have had no chance whatsoever. Yet, such is the nature of pride, overconfident soldiers are destined to fail. 1,000 cherry blossoms, encirclement scene, Lin Feng shouted, and countless cherry blossom blades instantly ensnared the golden-haired elder, forming a pink sphere. The blades then launched a relentless barrage of attacks against the elder within the sphere. You will die. Inside the sphere, the elder roared in fury, desperate to escape, but the sheer volume of cherry blossom blades was overwhelming. Every moment brought new assaults, leaving him no choice but to defend. We'll talk when you manage to escape, Lin Feng said lightly, his demeanor remarkably relaxed. Yet only Lin Feng understood that he had divided most of his focus to control the blades within the sphere, which was draining his stamina significantly. To be pushed to such extremes by just one of the 5 elders was daunting. The prospect of facing the others was unfathomable. Lin Feng remained vigilant, prepared for any sudden moves from the remaining 5 elders. However, contrary to his expectations, the situation did not change. The other elders showed no signs of intervening. They merely cast a glance at Lin Feng. And one elder donned a small flat hat, slowly rising from his seat with his cane in hand. The others remained motionless. Young man, to have forced Zigwen to this extent, you are indeed formidable. The elder with the flat hat leaned on his cane, fixing his gaze on Lin Feng. it was evident that Zigwen was the name of the golden-haired elder. Zigwen? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time he had heard the names of the 5 elders. Ignoring Lin Feng's expression, the elder with the flat hat continued, his tone exceedingly gentlemanly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gordon. After a brief pause, the elder continued, Young man, you must remember this name. Why? Lin Feng asked cautiously, sensing a greater threat emanating from this elder compared to the golden-haired one, because you will perish at the hands of its bearer. Gordon spoke slowly, his tone as calm as it was chilling. The moment his words fell, he was already in motion, his speed surpassing that of Zigwen by several magnitudes. Lin Feng could only catch a fleeting glimpse of a shadow as his body instinctively twisted away, only to feel a piercing pain shoot through his right side. The elder's cane had swiftly pierced his arm, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Young man, your reflexes are commendable. Gordon's expression remained indifferent as he yanked his cane from Lin Feng's arm, a stream of crimson pooling on the ground. His original target had been Lin Feng's right artery. Had Lin Feng not shifted his position at the last moment, the outcome would have been dire. Truly formidable, Lin Feng marveled inwardly. The elder was astonishingly powerful, far beyond anything he had encountered. Young man, there may not be a next time. Gordon regarded Lin Feng with a detached gaze, his composed demeanor exuding an aura of impending doom. Lin Feng fell silent. The elder spoke the truth. Without a strategy to counter this threat, he would indeed find himself lacking opportunities in the future. "To your left," that Gordon's voice echoed, sounding like a death knell. And in the next instant, he vanished from sight. Not good. Lin Feng gasped, straining to track the elder's movements, but he could only catch a fleeting glimpse. Suddenly, the cane, like the scythe of death, lunged toward his left side, targeting Lin Feng's heart. Destruction of the third path. Crimson fire cannon. Lin Feng refused to sit idly by. Seizing the fleeting opening, he unleashed a fiery red glow from his right hand, launching it toward the elder's cane. Buffed. Lin Feng was still a moment too late. Gordon's cane struck first, piercing him not in the heart, but in the ribs, just shy of the vital organ. You can still react. Gordon raised an eyebrow, surprised that Lin Feng had managed to evade a fatal blow. Next time, there will truly be no opportunity, Gordon said coolly, attempting to withdraw his cane, but Lin Feng held on tightly, his grip unwavering as he fixed a cold stare upon him. Old man, your cane is quite impressive. Hand it over. Want it? Then let us see how much strength you possess, Gordon replied, taken aback by Lin Feng's boldness. Instantly, the force in his hand shifted, transitioning from withdrawal to an intent to fully impale Lin Feng. Yet Lin Feng could not fulfill his desire until the moment when his opponent exerted force. Another hand flickered with a chilling black light. Breakdown 92, Death Spirit Black Coffin. As the words fell, a pitch-black coffin constructed from spiritual energy suddenly materialized behind Gordon. Enter, Lin Feng uttered in a low voice, shifting his body to disrupt Gordon's balance, sending him hurtling toward the Death Spirit Black Coffin. This was the ultimate sealing technique, requiring the caster to expend half of their spiritual energy. Typically reserved for the undying beings of the Soul Society, anyone who entered the Black Coffin would find it nearly impossible to escape for a lifetime. Just as Gordon's form approached the entrance of the Black Coffin, a furious roar erupted from behind Lin Feng. Scum! I will slay you! Chapter 51, Come, let us die together! Ah! Zigwen burst forth from the pink orb, roaring, bloodied and battered, not a single part of him unscathed, were it not for his immense strength and terrifying defensive capabilities. He might have succumbed to the countless cherry blossom blades within the sphere. Yet even so, Lin Feng's attack had nearly cost Zigwen half of his life. This is bad. Hearing the voice, Lin Feng's expression darkened. He had focused all his attention on Gordon, resulting in diminished control over the cherry blossom blades. Coupled with the half-expended spiritual energy of the Death Spirit Black Coffin, Gordon's emergence was within expectation. Scum, die for me. Zigwen scanned the area, locating Lin Feng, and a cruel expression surfaced on his face as he swung his fist toward him. It's over, Lin Feng thought, realizing that in a 2-on-1 situation, he had no chance of survival unless he switched roles. What to do? In a daze, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and charged at Gordon, determined to eliminate the immediate danger. He collided with Gordon, breaking his balance entirely. You are seeking death, young man. Godin was enraged, unable to comprehend why Lin Feng, in such a scenario, chose to fight rather than flee. This left him utterly flabbergasted. In an instant, Godin discarded his cane, attempting to distance himself from Lin Feng. The two were entangled solely due to the cane. Without it, Godin was confident he could easily retreat. Lin Feng understood this as well, having kept his eyes fixed on that point. The moment Godin relinquished the cane, he maximized his moon step, arriving behind Godin, wrapping his arms around him tightly, and crashing toward the death spirit black coffin, bellowing, "Come with me, scum, how dare you!" Godin's heart sank. It had been many years since anyone had gotten this close to him. Among the five elders, he had relied on his speed, often ending battles before his enemies could even comprehend his movements. To be treated this way by Lin Feng was a disgrace to his status as one of the five elders. "Get away from me." As he neared the black coffin, Godin lost his composure for the first time, unleashing a barrage of elbow strikes at Lin Feng, desperate to break free. Though he had no knowledge of what the black coffin entailed, he sensed it was anything but simple. Otherwise, Lin Feng would not be exerting such effort to send him inside. Cough! Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. The immense force nearly caused him to faint, but he endured, his eyes filled with cold resolve. In a flash, Lin Feng's back had already crossed the threshold of the black coffin, and Godin's face was filled with despair as his elbow strikes grew even more frantic. "Get away!" Faced with the torrential barrage of elbow strikes, Lin Feng's expression hardened as he shouted, "Come, let us die together." In an instant, both plunged into the black coffin. However, at that moment, Zigwen's assault had reached Lin Feng's side, his explosive fist aimed directly at him. "Die for me!" Zigwen's face contorted with madness. Just as his fist was about to strike Lin Feng, Godin's voice rang out urgently, "Don't strike, save me." Zigwen hesitated. He was more inclined to see Lin Feng dead than to rescue Godin. Godin perceived the doubt etched across Zigwen's face, his expression turning grave. Not forget the task assigned to us by that esteemed individual." The moment the words fell, Zigwen's face darkened. He eased his assault, landing a punch on Lin Feng's arm while using his other hand to hurl Godin away. Just then, Lin Feng's icy voice echoed, "None of you shall escape. All of you come here." Lin Feng first withstood Zigwen's punch, the tremendous force almost breaking his arm. Gritting his teeth, he wrapped his legs tightly around Godin, ensuring he could not move an inch. Then his spiritual energy surged, and a long sword, formed from countless cherry blossom petals, materialized, charging towards Zigwen. Though the black coffin was meant to seal, Lin Feng refrained from doing so, as he had been waiting. Since he could not eliminate troops, taking down two of the five elders would suffice to vent his frustrations towards Snake Princess. Lin Feng thought this was only fitting. But Zigwen was far from calm. He had borne the brunt of the cherry blossom blades. If struck by the long sword, in his current state, he would either be gravely injured or dead. In a moment of dire urgency, Zigwen chose self-preservation. He released his grip on Godin, exerting force to retreat from the edge of the black coffin. "You," Godin gasped, unable to believe that Zigwen would abandon him so easily. He knew that such an action would incur the wrath of their esteemed superior. After all, that ability required the combined efforts of all five of them to control. Losing one would lead to catastrophic consequences. As Godin pondered this, Lin Feng acted, delivering a punch to Godin's face and then throwing him deep into the death spirit black coffin. Next, Lin Feng seized Zigwen by the collar, pulling him into the coffin with reckless abandon. "I said, none of you shall escape. Scum, let go." Zigwen's expression turned grim as he swung his fist at Lin Feng, but he was a moment too late. In the instant he raised his fist, a long sword composed of countless cherry blossom blades surged toward Zigwen's back. Should he strike Lin Feng, he would face the sword's piercing. Yet, if he refrained from attacking, he would be dragged into the black coffin. Caught in this impossible dilemma, Zigwen felt fear grip him. Disregarding his dignity, he shouted to the other three elders, "Come to my aid." In truth, they needed no urging. The moment Godin was pulled into the coffin, the other three elders had already sprung into action, rushing toward Lin Feng. The cherry blossom sword was instantaneously shattered by the trio, transforming into countless petals that fluttered about. "You brat, you shall die." Seeing the situation, Zigwen's expression softened as he glared at Lin Feng with malice. Humph. Too late. Lin Feng snorted coldly. He had remained vigilant of the other elders, anticipating this moment. Seizing the instant Zigwen relaxed. A crimson light manifested in his left hand. Crimson fire cannon. Swish. The red light erupted in his hand, striking Zigwen's ankle. Da-da. Zigwen cried out in pain. His ankle was charred black, but that was not the primary concern. The main issue was that he had lost his balance and was falling backward. Come here. Lin Feng used the momentum to grasp Zigwen, forcibly pulling him into the death spirit black coffin. At that very moment, the other three elders' assaults were nearly upon them. Youth, you have become too audacious. Die for me. It has been ages since my blade has tasted blood. Today, I shall use you to christen it. The three launched their attacks from different angles, their power akin to a torrential storm. Yet, just as their strikes approached, the entrance of the death spirit black coffin suddenly slammed shut, vanishing from sight. Their attacks landing empty. Only Lin Feng's cold voice reverberated throughout the room. Wait for me. You shall be next. Chapter 52, Movements from All Sides. The remaining three elders' faces turned ashen, chilling to the bone. They had been overly complacent. Far too complacent. They had assumed that with two of the elders involved, victory was virtually assured. Yet, they had not anticipated Lin Feng's resolve to engage in a mutual destruction tactic, though they were uncertain of the fate of the elders drawn into the black coffin. They could reasonably conclude that it was a matter of life and death. Should we inform Lordum? Trux inquired, glancing at the other two. The abduction of two elders, with their fates unknown, was beyond their capacity to manage. The two pondered, finally sighing deeply. They had no choice but to disturb Lordum. Let us go. Trux nodded, making his way deeper into the chamber. At the tea that moment, the elder with 3 strands of beard spoke, his gaze directed outward. That boy's ally is still battling with Akainu. Capturing him as bait could be viable, an excellent plan. The 3 individuals reached a unanimous decision and leapt directly out of the window, heading to capture Kenpachi Zaraki. Below, Zaraki was fiercely engaged in battle with Akainu and Kizaru. Both the magma abilities and the glimmering powers were unlike anything Zaraki had ever encountered before. His instinct for combat was fully awakened. Entering his Shurkai state, resembling a madman, his Zanpakuto transformed into a terrifying butcher-style cleaver. Come on, let us continue. A frenzied battle intent gleamed in Zaraki's eyes. Such combat was truly to his taste. However, in stark contrast, Akainu and Kizaru found themselves in a precarious situation. Kizaru had already expended a significant portion of his stamina against Lin Feng, while Akainu had only recently battled Akiji, leaving them both far from their peak condition. They were utterly incapable of withstanding Zaraki's primal onslaught. If you want to attack, then I shall. Observing their inaction, Zaraki grinned widely and raised his cleaver, ready to charge at them. At the tea that moment, 3 figures descended from the sky, positioning themselves between Zaraki and Akainu. Zaraki paused, squinting at the 3 who had suddenly joined the fray. His instincts warned him of their formidable strength. What brings you down here? Akainu questioned, bewildered by the arrival of the Gorosei. The Gorosei remained silent, their gazes fixed intensely on Zaraki. You were with that brat from earlier, weren't you? He has fled, but you must remain here. You shall pay for his sins. 3 voices as cold as ice launched an assault on Zaraki. The master has already left. That is even better. Upon hearing that Lin Feng had departed, Zaraki felt not anger, but delight, exuding a terrifying spiritual pressure, his jagged teeth clashing together as a beastly grin emerged. Bankai! As soon as the words left his mouth, Zaraki entered his Bankai state and charged at the Gorosei. His previous reluctance to use Bankai stemmed from concern for Lin Feng. Now that the latter was gone, he harbored no further reservations, allowing him to fight with unrestrained fervor. As Zaraki collided with the Gorosei, the battle erupted once more, the structures within the Holy Land collapsing incessantly amidst deafening roars. The combat persisted for an extended period, and the outcome remained unknown. That it was only known that following this battle, Admiral Akainu announced an extension of the martial succession, while Kizaru sustained severe injuries. The Gorosei declared a period of recuperation. Despite the world government and the Navy's efforts to conceal the events, Some news managed to spread like wildfire. The world was thrown into uproar. Various factions stirred restlessly. As for the whereabouts of Lin Feng and his companion, the public remained in the dark. Some speculated they had been imprisoned. Others claimed they had been slain by an admiral. There were even whispers of them being offered amnesty. Opinions varied widely. In the Grand Line, in the calm belt, on Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock gazed at the newspaper in her hands, collapsing to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. The headlines detailed Lin Feng's rampage in Marioa. After a prolonged silence, Hancock finally uttered a single phrase. What a fool. Didn't he say he would only kill Trunks? How did it escalate to this? Though it sounded like reproach, her tone was surprisingly gentle. She then turned her beautiful gaze towards Mariewa, softly murmuring, "You must not die, Mr. Kurosaki." Meanwhile, on an uncharted island in the Grand Line, Shanks sat upon a rock, similarly holding a newspaper. However, his concerns lay in an entirely different direction. "Hawkeye," Shanks pondered, ultimately seeming to come to a decision as he stood up and made his way toward the pirate ship at the shore. "Crew, we set sail?" "Aye." The crew responded in unison, heading towards the pirate ship. Vice Captain Beckman arrived at Shanks' side first, his wise gaze resting upon his face. "Shanks, you really ought to reconsider." Before he could finish, Shanks interrupted him, his tone resolute. "Beckman, my mind is made up." "Very well." Sighing, Beckman conceded, after decades of camaraderie. No one understood Shanks better than he did. All he could do now was support his friend's decision. Thus, Shanks' crew set forth, sailing towards an unknown destination. As for the event's orchestrator, Lin Feng found himself engulfed in endless darkness. His senses gradually deteriorating. Time within the soul-black coffin flowed at a pace several times faster than in ordinary space, placing an immense burden on the body. Yet even so, Lin Feng was in a far better condition than the two Gorisei huddled in the corner. For the Shinigami, life expectancy far exceeded that of ordinary humans. Even the likes of Hashigami could not match his longevity. "You shall perish," Ziggy snarled from his corner, fixating on Lin Feng with a cold glare. If looks could kill, Lin Feng would have died 1,000 times over. Unfazed by Ziggy's threats, Lin Feng merely smiled faintly. The latter was continuously struggling against the time flow and seal within the soul black coffin, making any attack impossible. The best outcome for the two of them would be to leave behind a complete corpse. Lin Feng's current focus was on devising a way to escape from the coffin. As a combination of binding and breaking techniques, escaping from the soul black coffin was no simple task. Even with Lin Feng's identity as Kurosaki Byakuya, he had to explore meticulously in order to discover a means of egress. While Lin Feng was lost in thought, the previously silent Gordon suddenly spoke. "Young man, although I do not know why you invaded the Holy Land, it seems we have no significant enmity between us. You do not appear to be a pirate. I assume you are part of the Revolutionary Army?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Gordon's analysis was quite astute. Typically, an intrusion into the Holy Land would involve either pirates or revolutionaries. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Lin Feng was neither. He had merely assumed a role for his own agenda, and if one were to find a reason, Hancock might account for part of it, but ultimately, it was still about playing a part. Observing Lin Feng's silence, Gordon assumed he had tacitly agreed and sighed deeply. "The Revolutionary Army certainly invested heavily to send you here to exchange our lives," he conceded. "I must admit, Dragon possesses considerable ambition. In just a few short years, he has developed the Revolutionary Army to this extent. Carp truly raised a fine son." Ziggy interjected disdainfully, clearly displeased with Carp and his lineage. Gordon remained silent, instead focusing on Lin Feng. "Young man, life is but a single journey. You surely do not wish to be confined here forever. How about we join forces to escape?" "Ha!" Lin Feng scoffed coldly. These two old men were indeed crafty, going in circles merely to secure their own survival. What a fade of camaraderie. "I believe you have misunderstood something." Lin Feng surveyed the two of them, speaking slowly. "I went to great lengths to bring you here, with no intention of allowing you to leave alive. You actually wish to negotiate cooperation with me. I truly wonder what occupies your minds." With that, Lin Feng rolled his eyes dismissively. "It seems that years of being in positions of power have dulled your senses. Old men, you." The two were momentarily a loss for words, caught off guard by Lin Feng, S retort. Lin Feng continued, "You are no longer the Gorosei. You are my prisoners now. Do not present yourselves with an air of superiority." As he spoke, Lin Feng extended his hand and shook his finger. "You are not worthy, you insolent brat." The audacity of Lin Feng's actions incensed Gordon and Ziggy, who dropped their facades, no longer concealing their disdain. "Do not think we cannot see through your facade. Even if you manage to escape, it will be a struggle. Cooperation is the best path forward. Once Lordum locates us, you will regret it." Lin Feng merely scoffed at their threats. This was the sole black coffin, not a haphazard graveyard. One could not simply find them at will. Moreover, the soul black coffin existed as a self-contained space with formidable defenses. Even someone like Jinshan Temple would be left helpless. There was only one way to escape. Locate the intersection of binding and breaking paths within the coffin, then create an opening to break free before the coffin restored itself. There was no other option. Are you even listening, brat? I command you to cooperate with us. Seeing Lin Feng's silence, Ziggy shouted again, though the effects of time in the coffin rendered his voice somewhat weaker, resembling more of an elderly person's whining. "Get lost." Lin Feng found their pleas unbearable, scolding them as he walked deeper into the black coffin, swiftly disappearing from their sight. What now? After Lin Feng's departure, Ziggy fell silent, looking to Gordon for guidance. "Follow him." Gordon's eyes sparkled as he swiftly departed. The other party was their sole glimmer of hope for an escape from this place, and he could not afford to lose sight of them. "All right," Zigwin replied, following closely behind Gordon. The two braved the influences emanating from the dark coffin, gradually pursuing Lin Feng's direction. Where exactly lay the intersection of the broken path and the bound path? Lin Feng ventured deep into the abyss of the necromantic coffin, diligently attuning himself to the spiritual energy in hopes of discovering that very intersection at that moment. The system's voice suddenly reverberated. "Notification, you have entered the exclusive storyline of White Zai. Assemble the 6th Division. Conditions, recruit 5 members and 1 vice captain. Reward, progress at 20%. Failure, deduct 10% of progress." Lin Feng was taken aback, not expecting to trigger a system task at this moment. Even more astonishing was the revelation that his system could indeed issue tasks. "System, are you toying with me?" Lin Feng calmed his mind and inquired. The ethereal voice of the system responded succinctly, "Do you accept?" Lin Feng was speechless. It was evident that communicating with the system was futile. He sighed and chose to accept. What other choice did he have? The task had already been issued. It would be absurd to refuse. Besides, Lin Feng considered that assembling the 6th Division was hardly a daunting task. Once he managed to escape, he could return to Amazon Lily and form a female crew. Perhaps they could even debut. However, as much as he entertained such thoughts, the immediate concern remained how to exit this place. Just as Lin Feng pondered, a piercing white light emerged within the pitch-black world of the coffin. Blindingly bright. In an instant, Lin Feng's heart soared with joy. His bankai unfolded in a heartbeat as he sprinted towards the source of the light. There was no mistaking it. That was indeed the intersection of the broken path and the bound path. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at the radiant light, where 2 distinct energies intertwined, forming intricate runes that sustained the coffin's operations. Final vision. White Emperor's Sword. Lin Feng unleashed his ultimate move, cleaving towards the runes. If he could break through, he would be able to escape from this place. With a resounding impact, the brilliance of the White Emperor's sword met the runes, and the entire world of the coffin suddenly illuminated. Moments later, the void before Lin Feng shattered like glass, gradually forming a breach that led directly to the world of pirates. "I've done it." Lin Feng rejoiced, preparing to step out of the coffin when 2 figures charged towards him. Gordon and Zigwin. "You scoundrel, remain here forever. Youngster, you are still too naive." Zigwin and Gordon flanked Lin Feng, effectively sealing off his escape routes. They had been concealing their true strength, waiting precisely for this moment to strike. Lin Feng scoffed, slightly shifting his stance. He had long been aware of their hidden powers. After all, they were formidable opponents, comparable to Carp, and it was unreasonable that they were trapped by the passage of time within the coffin. "Scoundrel, your reflexes are surprisingly sharp." Zigwin's fist swung through empty air as he glared at Lin Feng with a sinister grin, while Gordon stood silently beside him, his grip on his cane tightening. He felt that everything was progressing too smoothly. As if Lin Feng had been privy to their every move, the sense of vigilance surged within him. "How do you wish to die?" Zigwen, oblivious to Gordon's unease, positioned himself before Lin Feng, poised to unleash his assault. Just then, an inexplicable chime reverberated, accompanied by a surge of Buddhist light cascading around them. Following this, Lin Feng's voice rang out, his tone turning icy and menacing. "You vile creatures, how do you wish to meet your end? What? How can it be? You are the demon monk Fahai." Zigwen and Gordon's faces turned ashen, staring in disbelief at Lin Feng that moment. Lin Feng had transformed, adopting a new guise. He had remained vigilant against Gordon and Zigwen, and when they made their move, he promptly switched to Fahai's form. He understood that with the strength of Kachiki Byakuya, it would be exceedingly difficult to vanquish the two of them outright. Thus, he opted to fight under the guise of Fahai. Lin Feng's expression turned frigid as he fixed his gaze on the two, his staff raised high as he struck down towards them. "Vile creatures, do you not hurry to face justice? Great King of Heaven, earthly Buddha, and all the Bodhisattvas, Pradnaparmitha." In an instant, his staff expanded, and the visage of the great king materialized behind him. Colossal arms descending with tremendous force. Chapter 54. Breaking free from the necromantic coffin. Boom! The staff, enveloped by the might of the great king, sent Gordon and Zigwen flying. Blood stained the sky. "Scoundrel, I never expected you to possess this identity." Zigwen coughed up a mouthful of blood, staring incredulously at Lin Feng, his mind reeling that he could hardly comprehend that Lin Feng was actually Fahai. Not only he, but a heavy expression also settled on Gordon's face. To possess two identities and wield such disparate powers, could it be that the other party had consumed some sort of devil fruit? As Lin Feng's next assault approached, the great king's handprint enveloped the two. "Vile creatures, go to the pure land of ultimate bliss." Lin Feng's voice was chilling, instilling fear. "Run!" Just as the great king's handprint was about to descend, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Gordon's eyes. He noticed the crack behind Lin Feng showing signs of closing, but he shouted and dashed towards it, attempting to escape with all his might. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, tossing his kasaya, which instantly radiated with Buddhist light, expanding to a colossal size that blocked Gordon's path. "Cursed wretch!" Gordon's expression darkened as he turned to see Lin Feng charging towards him. "Do you think you can escape? Have you consulted this monk first?" Lin Feng bellowed, hands clasped together, the Buddhist beads around his neck suspended in his grasp, hurling them at Gordon. "Starry array!" Whoosh! 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 The beads erupted in the air, scattering into countless rays of light that surrounded Gordon, entangling Zigwen as well. "Fahai, I believe we can discuss this." Faced with such a predicament, Gordon hastily called out to Lin Feng. "We bear no significant grudge. I believe there are misunderstandings that need to be resolved. If you let us go, I will immediately convene a meeting and have your bounty in the Navy rescinded." As he spoke, Gordon gestured to Zigwen behind Lin Feng. The latter understood and began to stealthily move towards Lin Feng, hoping to catch him off guard for a surprise attack. Hearing Gordon's words, Lin Feng's expression turned intrigued as he replied slowly, "Are you speaking the truth?" "Absolutely. I swear it." Seeing Lin Feng take the bait, Gordon hurriedly continued, "Moreover, I can offer you a position in the Seven Warlords, allowing you to navigate the seas freely." The Seven Warlords, quite an enticing offer. Lin Feng stroked his bald head, a smile creeping onto his face, appearing genuinely tempted by the prospect of the Seven Warlords' position. Observing this, Gordon seized the opportunity to add more fuel to the fire. "Not just the Seven Warlords. Given your strength, we could even negotiate for you to attain the rank of Admiral. At that point, you would be second only to one, commanding unparalleled authority within the Navy." As he spoke, Gordon's face radiated an unusual brilliance, as if the position of Admiral were an exceptionally glorious achievement. "The pinnacle of power, is it truly enticing?" Lin Feng smiled at Gordon, but his gaze shifted towards the rear, mockingly saying, "You have said so much. Are you hoping that the vile creature behind me will launch a sneak attack?" As he spoke, Lin Feng grasped the staff radiating with Buddhist light and pointed it behind him. Just before Zigwen, a chill ran down his spine. 5 Elder Stars. You all presume to manipulate everything. Yet at this moment, you still do not act honestly. You truly underestimate me. Great King of Heaven. In the final moments, Lin Feng's voice turned frigid, and the beads, staff, and Kasaya all launched towards Gordon and Zygwin. The massive Kasaya enveloped the two, rendering them unable to escape as countless beads struck down upon them with the power of the Great King. The beads attacked with ferocity and precision, forcing Gordon and Zygwin to barely defend themselves, leaving them in a state of utter disarray. But that was not the end. The final strike of the staff was the true decisive blow. With the enhancement of Buddhist light, one end of the staff expanded infinitely, crashing down upon the two, producing a horrifying sound of shattering bones. Scoundrel! I will see you dead. Zygwin let out a mournful wail, so close to the Zen staff that its unmatched power shattered most of his ribcage. Blood gushing forth from within. In contrast, Gudun fared slightly better, though he sustained minimal injuries due to his swift movements. One of his arms hung limply, evidently broken. Lin Feng, observing the dire predicament of the two, maintained an icy demeanor, his expression unchanged. With a single hand, he brushed against his waist, summoning the golden bowl directly into his grasp. He then directed the bowl's opening towards them, bellowing, sealing magic golden bowl. In an instant, a beam of radiant light erupted from the golden bowl, enveloping both men, and a powerful force emanated from within, seemingly intent on drawing them inside. Old 3, it seems we cannot escape. Gudun grunted, struggling against the suction, his heels wavering, as he cast a glance at Zygwin with a sigh. Old 3, a wave of nostalgia washed over Zygwin. It had been many years since he last heard that phrase. During his youth, he recalled the aspirations of a few young men, yearning to change the world, only to find themselves subservient at the pinnacle of power. Zygwin gazed at Lin Feng, murmuring, I wonder if that esteemed individual can defeat him. A figure of formidable authority flashed through his mind. Lord M? Gudun mused softly. If it is indeed Lord M, there is a possibility he could vanquish Lin Feng, albeit at a tremendous cost. Never mind, Zygwin said with a sudden smile. To perish together is perhaps fate. Let us hope that in that realm, there will be no more struggles for power. With that, he ceased his resistance, allowing the golden bowl to draw him in. Indeed, Gudun chuckled lightly, a look of relaxation crossing his face as he too surrendered to the pull. However, in his final moments, he produced a communication insect from his pocket, whispering a word before crushing it. No one knew whom he had communicated with or what was said. Have they given up? The actions of the two surprised Lin Feng, as the anticipated desperate counterattack or do-or-die resolve did not manifest. Thus, Gudun and Zygwin were absorbed into the golden bowl, leaving Lin Feng astonished. Yet he remained vigilant. Lin Feng noted Gudun's last action. The communication insect could have been a call to the remaining 5 elders, or perhaps to that ever-evoked Lord M. The situation was becoming precarious. Lin Feng pondered. With M and the 3 remaining elders alongside the navy, his circumstances were significantly more dire than they were now. He recalled how the 2 elders had almost brought him to his demise. And it was sheer luck that he managed to overcome them. On one hand, the black coffin of the undead had influenced the 2, while on the other, the identity of the Lost Sea had intimidated Gudun and Zygwin. Coupled with the earlier damage inflicted while masquerading as White Zai, it was only through these compounded factors that he had triumphed over them. In the outside world, such a feat would have been utterly unattainable. As he contemplated, Lin Feng noticed the rift was almost sealed. Shaking his head, he murmured, No more thoughts. I must leave. With that, he took a step towards the exit. Chapter 55, Conspiring in Shadows, in the Grand Line. On an unknown small island, the void suddenly erupted, fracturing like a spider's web. The surrounding creatures were thrown into shock, frantically fleeing from the point of collapse. Crack, crack, with several sounds reminiscent of shattering glass. A foot emerged from the void, followed by a gleaming head. At it was Lin Feng. In the form of the law, SEAS, he fully emerged. The shattered void healed instantaneously, returning the surroundings to tranquility. As if nothing had transpired, Lin Feng straightened his back, surveying his surroundings. He stood at the edge of a small island, with its golden sand beach appearing exceptionally beautiful. Yet, he was oblivious to the location. as the Grand Line was home to countless islands akin to grains of sand in a desert. He wondered how Kinpachi was faring. Lin Feng mused, recalling the battle at the Holy Land, where he had directly relocated the two elders, leaving Kinpachi behind. Guilt weighed heavily on his heart. It was painful to abandon a hard-won subordinate to a trap. I should get a newspaper to see the aftermath. The events at the Holy Land must have stirred some commotion, even if they attempt to cover it up. Lin Feng contemplated, waving his hand to remove his cassock, which then floated before him as he stepped onto it and sped off into the distance. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, due to the differing flow of time within the black coffin of the undead compared to the outside world, 2 years had already passed since the battle at the Holy Land. However, time's passage did not affect the system, and Lin Feng remained in the guise of the law, as in those 2 years, the world had undergone tremendous upheaval at the Holy Land, Mariehua, in the central building. 3 elderly men sat facing each other, their expressions gravely somber. There were the remaining 5 elders, or rather, the 3 elders. Is it true that Gudun has sent word? Why have we found nothing? Trulux spoke first, his face darkened that he wouldn't lie. The Lost Sea is certainly concealing himself somewhere. The bearded elder said gravely, confident that Gudun would not deceive them, knowing him too well. What we must figure out now is how to draw him out. To locate a single individual within the Grand Line is exceedingly challenging, remarked the elder with 3 strands of facial hair, as a thought struck him, his eyes narrowing. Has that madman not given up on resistance? Upon hearing his words, the other 2 elders visibly flinched, as if recalling something terrifying. The bearded elder, with a hint of trepidation, replied, "No, even Lordum has stated that this individual must be killed. Compelling him to submit is far too difficult." In that case, the elder with 3 strands of hair's eyes sparkled with determination as he made a bold decision that we shall publicly announce a death sentence, using it to force the Lost Sea to reveal himself. The 2 elders were momentarily taken aback. While it seemed a reasonable approach, would the Lost Sea truly show himself? The elder with 3 strands of hair, perceiving their thoughts, coldly stated, "We are out of time. If we do not locate the Lost Sea soon, Lord Im's plan cannot be executed. You should both understand the implications of such consequences." Upon hearing this, the 2 elders fell silent for a moment before raising their heads and sighing. "We have no choice but to proceed. This execution must be conducted with utmost caution. We must ensure the Lost Sea is drawn out and slain. I will notify the others immediately." The 3 elders reached a consensus. They could not afford any delays, that if Lord Im's plan were to falter, no amount of sacrifice on their part would suffice to atone for it. Meanwhile, in the underwater prison of Impel Down, at the 7th level, previously, the prison had only 6 levels, and this additional one was constructed solely for one individual. Deep within the prison, a robust figure sat cross-legged, bound tightly with reinforced sea prism stone. 5 serrated claws extended from the walls, ensnaring his peepa bone, ensuring he was subjected to constant torment. If Lin Feng were to witness this, he would undoubtedly be consumed by rage, for this figure was none other than his first summoned subordinate, Kung Mu Jianba. Jianba gazed at the pitch-black stone ceiling. Despite his dire circumstances, his eyes were filled with an extraordinary sharpness. "If only I had eliminated those old men sooner," he murmured, reflecting on the battle at the Holy Land and identifying his own shortcomings. Since being imprisoned, he had devoted every moment to studying combat, embodying the essence of a battle fanatic. At that moment, a figure appeared at the cell door. It was the current vice warden, Magellan. Each time he beheld Jianba, a chill crept down his spine. Toxic boy, back again? Jianba greeted him with familiarity, a smile gracing his face. "Did you just finish using poison? What? Are you looking to engage in battle again?" "Not at all." Magellan shook his head. Since Jianba's imprisonment, orders had been given to torment him with poison every 3 days to prevent him from regaining strength. Yet, inexplicably, Jianba's vitality was as robust as that of an ancient beast, and his formidable immunity rendered the toxins ineffective. What began as once every 3 days had shifted to once a day. Jianba, his smile unwavering, looked at Magellan with keen interest. "Aren't you afraid I might regain my strength and cleave you in two?" At this, Magellan let out a cold snort. Do you not speak meaningless words that I am here to inform you that the execution will take place in 2 days? Execution? Jinba paused, then erupted into laughter. Ahaha, you plan to use me to force my master into the open? Even if the master were to arrive, I would take my own life before you resorted to any schemes. Attempting to use me to restrain the master is futile. Kenpachi is merely combative, yet he is not foolish. He perceives at a glance that the execution directed at him is merely a ploy to force Lin Feng into the open. Such tactics might work on others. But due to the system, Kenpachi holds an unwavering loyalty to Lin Feng, the kind that would lead him to sacrifice his life. Once one is dead, what purpose does execution serve? Magellan furrowed his brow. He did not deny Kenpachi's capability for such actions, but how to respond was a matter for the higher-ups. His sole responsibility was to relay messages. What? Young man, do you wish to act now? Noticing the other's silence, Kenpachi licked his lips, his eyes radiating a fierce battle intent. Confined in this lightless dungeon, battling Magellan was his only source of interest, despite being bound in every possible way. It did not hinder Kenpachi's bloodthirsty nature. Humph, I merely relay messages. Magellan scoffed coldly before turning to leave. He had little to discuss with Kenpachi. Seeing this, Kenpachi burst into uncontrollable laughter, his voice echoing throughout the 7th level. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained oblivious to the slowly brewing conspiracy against him, speeding across the sea surface of the Grand Line in his priestly garb. Chapter 56. Summer Cheese Inquiry. Ahead lies Sabeti Archipelago. I wonder if I can gather any information there. Lin Feng gazed at the approaching dark spot on the horizon, sighing inwardly. He had just passed 3 small islands, inquiring about the battle at the Holy Land. But none seemed to be aware of it. This puzzled Lin Feng. Such a significant event could not possibly go unnoticed. After all, the attack on the Holy Land was no trivial matter, and if not a whisper of it had circulated, it could only be attributed to the world government's exceptional secrecy. Lin Feng sighed again. Yet it was not entirely Lin Feng's fault for being unable to gather information. According to the timeline, the battle at the Holy Land had transpired 2 years ago. During these 2 years, both the Navy and the world government had exerted great effort to suppress the situation, striving to minimize its impact. Why now? The public had largely forgotten about the events at the Holy Land, with only a handful of individuals remaining informed. Lost in thought, Lin Feng arrived at Sabeti and followed the route imprinted in his memory towards Summer Chi's tavern. If he could not extract information even from Summer Chi, it was unlikely he would uncover anything about Kenpachi. Soon, Lin Feng stood before the tavern, where a few individuals were still attempting to dine and dash. Lin Feng smiled faintly and stepped inside. Welcome! As the door swung open, Summer Chi's sweet voice greeted him. She was busy tidying the bar, her exquisite figure curving alluringly, a sight to behold. Information, Lin Feng stated slowly, his gaze fixed on Summer Chi, who was occupied at the bar. Summer Chi straightened, her eyes narrowing in surprise as she whispered, Fahai. 2 years prior, Fahai's bounty had spread across the globe, marking him as a high-priority target for the government. How could such a person appear here? Summer Chi could not help but feel astonished. I. Lin Feng nodded, disregarding her surprise, and continued, Miss Summer Chi, I wish to obtain some information from you. May I inquire about the required remuneration? Oh. Summer Chi raised an eyebrow, wondering what information could possibly entice someone like him. Though her mind raced, her lips spoke. What kind of information does Mr. Fahai seek? The battle at the Holy Land, Lin Feng replied, his voice low and deliberate. Upon uttering this phrase, Summer Chi's eyes sparkled with an unusual light, staring intently at Lin Feng, just as my old man suspected. The battle at the Holy Land indeed concerns you. Really? Surprise flickered across Lin Feng's face. He was baffled as to why Rayleigh would associate the battle at the Holy Land with him. While he pondered, Summer Chi's voice broke the silence. Mr. Fahai, please do not linger at the entrance. Come in and have a drink. All right. Lin Feng nodded and moved to the bar, taking a seat. Summer Chi's voice chimed again. Mr. Fahai, please tell me what you wish to know about the battle at the Holy Land. A person named Kenpachi, Lin Feng replied, meeting her gaze. That I wish to know where he went after the battle at the Holy Land. Summer Chi was taken aback, looking at Lin Feng incredulously. You don't know? I do not. Lin Feng shook his head. If I were aware, I would not have come to you. That makes sense. Summer Chi nodded with a smile. Retrieving a cigarette and lighting it, she exhaled a plume of smoke. She revealed shocking news to Lin Feng. 2 years ago, after the battle at the Holy Land, Kenpachi was imprisoned and impelled down. It is said that the world government even added an extra layer to level 6 specifically to contain him. Your friend is indeed not to be underestimated. Lin Feng absorbed this information, his mind buzzing. 2 years. How could 2 years have passed? Lin Feng was perplexed. Time in the soul black coffin should not have progressed so rapidly. From his understanding, 3 months should still have been available. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Lin Feng, causing his eyes to widen. The intersection of his attack and binding techniques in a Shinigami form must have triggered some limit within the soul black coffin, accelerating the flow of time. In light of this revelation, everything made sense. Lin Feng's thoughts raced. Kenpachi must have endured unspeakable torment during these 2 years and impelled down. Mr. Fahai, are you all right? Summer Chi noticed Lin Feng's silence, unsure what had triggered such a reaction. Please continue. Lin Feng refocused on her, gesturing for her to proceed. Very well. Summer Chi took a drag from her cigarette and continued. During these 2 years, the government and Navy have mobilized considerable manpower and resources in an attempt to locate you. Even the 7 warlords were compelled to team up to search for your whereabouts. The most recent search occurred about 6 months ago, and it was the most intense one yet. The current 7 warlords, alongside naval admirals and key figures of the Navy, all set out together, traversing the 4 seas and the New World. They claimed to be purging pirates, but in reality, they were searching for you. Summer Chi grew increasingly animated as she spoke, so engrossed that she did not notice her cigarette burning down to the filter.ic. And then, Lin Feng inquired slowly, and then Summer Chi paused for a moment. Extinguishing her cigarette and lighting another, taking a deep breath, she stated, there was no then. That search 6 months ago nearly led to a complete breakdown of relations between the Navy headquarters and the 4 emperors of the New World. It was a close call. They almost came to blows. Fortunately, one of the 4 emperors opposed the war, which prevented an escalation of the situation. As she spoke, Summer Chi hesitated, a grave expression crossing her face. If the 4 emperors and the Navy headquarters had clashed in the New World, the entire Grand Line would have been embroiled in the conflict. At that point, not a single drop of water would remain innocent. The weight of Summer Chi's words resonated with Lin Feng. Yet this information held little significance for him at present. His foremost concern remained Kenpachi's predicament. He could easily imagine the conditions within the 7th level of Impel Down. In an environment shrouded in darkness, only the harshness and coldness of the walls remained. Any ordinary person might lose their sanity in such confinement, but Lin Feng believed that Kenpachi would not. As he was no ordinary individual, what Lin Feng needed to do now was to rescue Kenpachi without delay. Thank you for sharing all this information with me, Lin Feng resolved, standing and bowing to Summer Chi. Recognizing the significance of what she had revealed, and no need for thanks, Summer Chi replied with a light smile, then added with a hint of mischief, extending her hand before Lin Feng. 500 million berries. Lin Feng was taken aback. If she had asked for 1 or 200 million, he might have found a way to manage 500 million. However, was beyond reason. He would have to sell everything he owned. And even then, it would not suffice. Unless he turned himself in, perhaps he could exchange himself for money. Just as Lin Feng was grappling with this predicament, a powerful voice rang out. Summer Chi, stop joking around. This gentleman is my friend. Chapter 57. Rayleigh's request. Rayleigh? Lin Feng turned towards the voice, spotting an elderly yet vibrant figure before him. It was the Dark King, Rayleigh. My friend. Rayleigh greeted Lin Feng with a cheerful smile, taking a seat beside him at the bar. Habitually, he retrieved a bottle of liquor from behind the bar along with 2 glasses. Care for a drink? Sure. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Lin Feng, without any pretense, nodded in agreement. Rayleigh smiled as he filled the glass with wine and handed it over. Master, where have you been for the past 2 years? Do not call me that. Simply refer to me as Fahai. Lin Feng replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Rayleigh's constant use of the title master. That simply won't do if I were to address you by your full name. That fellow with the white beard would surely come after me. Rayleigh chuckled, clearly aware that Whitebeard had spoken of Lin Feng. Oh, you've met Whitebeard? Lin Feng's interest peaked. It had been 2 years, and he was curious about Whitebeard's current state. Indeed, Rayleigh nodded, taking a sip of his drink. I saw him not long ago. We had a sparring session. That guy certainly doesn't seem like someone in his 70s or 80s. As he spoke, Rayleigh looked at Lin Feng with a hint of amusement. I am quite curious how Whitebeard transformed into his current state. Upon inquiry, I discovered it was all thanks to your expertise, Master. The ability to enhance one's physical condition is nothing short of miraculous. Oh, not at all. It is merely because Whitebeard possesses exceptional qualities. If it were someone else, the results might not be as remarkable, Lin Feng said, his cheeks flushing. He had, after all, deprived Whitebeard of much of his power during their initial encounter. Oh, Rayleigh raised an eyebrow, finishing his drink and fixing his gaze on Lin Feng. What if it were me instead? Lin Feng was taken aback, scanning Rayleigh from head to toe. Are you also injured? You don't appear to be. Not at all. Rayleigh shook his head, then spoke earnestly. I am uninjured. I simply wish for you to enhance my physical condition, that I want to live a little longer and witness what the future holds for the seas. Rayleigh's intentions were straightforward. He sought Lin Feng's help to improve his health and extend his lifespan. Yet fundamentally, he was eager to see if his protege, the Straw Hat, would rise to dominance over these waters. Lin Feng regarded Rayleigh in silence for a long moment. Although the minor causality technique was a holy art of healing, it also placed considerable strain on the body, even if the other party was not a devil fruit user. The treatment would inevitably affect his combat capabilities. Rayleigh, have you made your decision? Lin Feng asked solemnly, seeking to ascertain Rayleigh's resolve. Yes, Rayleigh nodded, jokingly adding, but let us agree on one thing. If there are no results, you still owe Shaki her payment. Shaki rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that she was merely teasing him, and she certainly didn't care for such trivial amounts of berries. However, she was genuinely curious about the ability to enhance Whitebeard's physique. It was known that in such severe conditions, merely waiting for death would be the best outcome. Yet Lin Feng had managed to save him and significantly improve his physical condition. Such a power could only be described as miraculous. Very well, Lin Feng replied. Not wishing to elaborate further, he nodded gravely and placed his hands on Rayleigh's shoulders. Now, relaxed at the sound of his words, Rayleigh loosened every muscle in his body, entering an extraordinarily relaxed state. Minor causality technique. Lin Feng seized the moment, and with radiant light emanating from his hands, he enveloped Rayleigh instantly. Rayleigh felt a shiver run through him as the light spread across his body, plunging him into an unprecedented state of relaxation, akin to returning to the womb. The old injuries that had plagued him began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, each mark representing a battle where he had risked his life. Moreover, the cells in his body exuded vitality under the influence of the radiant light. What on earth is this ability? Rayleigh gazed at Lin Feng, disbelief shimmering in his eyes. His current condition was even better than what Whitebeard had described. Strands of gray hair even began to sprout on his head. He felt as though he had regained decades of youth. After a while, Lin Feng exhaled deeply, and the radiant light surrounding Rayleigh gradually dissipated. Returning to Lin Feng's hands, all done. After completing the process, Lin Feng nodded to Rayleigh, signaling the conclusion. Rayleigh, still immersed in the transcendence brought by the minor causality technique, only snapped back to reality when Lin Feng called him again. Rayleigh regained his senses and suddenly stood, bowing deeply to Lin Feng. Thank you, Master. His voice brimmed with gratitude. There's no need for such formality. Lin Feng assisted Rayleigh back to his feet, smiling. Consider this a compensation for the earlier arrangements. We are even, and there is no need to express thanks. That simply cannot be, Rayleigh replied earnestly. The information I provided pales in comparison to your miraculous abilities, whenever you require my assistance in the future. I will gladly put my old bones on the line to support you. As he spoke, Rayleigh slammed his fist onto the bar, evidently venting his excitement, completely oblivious to Shaki's deathly glare. Rayleigh, your tab for this month is cleared. Shaki exclaimed, pinching Rayleigh's nose. Ugh, Shaki, let go. After all these years, you still haven't changed that habit of pinching people that's embarrassing for us both, Rayleigh said sheepishly, attempting to pry her hand away, but not daring to appear too eager to escape. Haha. Lin Feng chuckled at the sight of the two bickering like an old married couple. Among all the pirates of the Roger era, Rayleigh seemed to have the best circumstances, hidden away in sobriety. Living carefree and enjoying his retirement. Mr. Rayleigh, I have completed what I intended to do, and now I must take my leave, Lin Feng said, bowing in a gesture of respect. That won't you stay a little longer? Master, Rayleigh, still being chastised by Shaki, managed to interject. And oh need. Lin Feng shook his head and turned towards the door. Shaki, enough of this. I can go half a year without drinking, Rayleigh called out as he sensed Lin Feng preparing to leave. Wishing to express a few more thoughts, but instead hastily shaking off Shaki and pursuing Lin Feng. Humph, just wait until you return. See how I deal with you, Shaki called after Rayleigh, feigning anger as she turned to tidy up the bar that he had damaged. Master, Rayleigh caught up to Lin Feng just outside, watching him prepare to depart in his robe, and called out urgently, Please, don't leave yet, Master. What is it? Lin Feng paused, glancing back at him with suspicion, unsure of why Rayleigh had stopped him. Master, the world government may soon take action. Rayleigh approached Lin Feng and explained the reason for his urgency, which was directed at Lin Feng, specifically to me. Lin Feng was taken aback. While it was commonplace for the world government to target him at this stage, he was curious about how Rayleigh had come by this information. Noticing Lin Feng's skepticism, Rayleigh reassured him, You need not doubt the source of this intelligence. It is absolutely reliable. Chapter 58. Heading to Impel Down. Recognizing Rayleigh's conviction, Lin Feng chose not to question further, suspecting that Rayleigh had obtained this information from Shanks. While others might be unaware, Lin Feng, as a traveler from another world, understood the intricate relationship between Shanks and the Gorosei. Thank you, Mr. Rayleigh. I will proceed with caution, Lin Feng replied, offering a respectful bow, regardless of the accuracy of the information. Such news was immensely valuable to him, capable of helping him avoid numerous crises. Think nothing of it. To me, this information is trivial. Rayleigh waved his hand dismissively, then spoke with utmost seriousness. Master, although I am unaware of your intentions. Heed my words, speak. Lin Feng pondered, sensing the gravity of Rayleigh's demeanor. Never set foot in Marioa, Rayleigh said slowly, each word heavy with foreboding. Why not? Lin Feng was taken aback. He had been to Marioa before, so he was puzzled by Rayleigh's caution. Even if 3 of the Gorosei and the enigmaticum remained, while he might not be able to defeat them, capturing him would not be a simple task. Rayleigh did not answer Lin Feng's question directly but sighed, saying, I cannot elaborate further. It pertains to the world's taboos. I can only warn you up to this point. Understood? Thank you. Upon witnessing Rayleigh's profound demeanor, Lin Feng refrained from further inquiries, instead etching the man's words into the recesses of his mind. What could possibly lie within Mariewa that even the king of the underworld would regard with trepidation? Lin Feng found himself at a loss, and after bowing respectfully to Rayleigh, he soared upwards on his cloak towards the direction of Impel Down. Rayleigh, however, remained rooted in place, gazing after Lin Feng's departing figure for an extended period. Master, I wish you all the best. It was only when Lin Feng faded completely from Rayleigh's view that he let out a deep sigh and turned back towards the tavern. Lin Feng departed from sobriety. Hastening directly towards Impel Down, he elevated his cloak high to evade the scrutiny of the Navy and intelligence agents. I wonder if Kenpachi can recognize me in my current guise, Lin Feng murmured, uncertain if Kenpachi would be able to identify him due to the change in persona. However, transitioning into Ruchi Shivin would require waiting for the cool-down period to elapse, which still had 2 days remaining. Moreover, Lin Feng was concerned that switching Shivin would significantly complicate his infiltration of Impel Down. He pondered the dilemma. If he did not switch, Kenpachi might not recognize him. Yet should he transform, he would be unable to rescue Kenpachi in full. Ultimately, Lin Feng shook his head in frustration. Letting his gaze drift to the horizon, he decided to postpone his worries until he arrived at Impel Down. With a swift motion, the cloak streaked across the sky, startling the birds that flitted about, causing them to flap their wings and chirp incessantly. Time passed, and Lin Feng found himself merely 1,000 meters from Impel Down. He maintained his position atop the cloak, diligently restoring his energy and spirit, knowing that a formidable battle awaited him. That if the intelligence provided by Xiaoqi was accurate, Kenpachi was imprisoned 7 levels beneath the sea. Under such conditions, rescuing him would be no easy feat. The Navy would undoubtedly deploy half of their forces to guard the area, with at least one admiral present. However, Lin Feng was most concerned about the identity of the admiral overseeing the operation. If it were a Kainu, he might confront him directly. But if it were Kizaru, with his speed and fruit abilities, delaying him would prove extremely challenging for Lin Feng. This was a matter that had long weighed heavily on his mind. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon impelled down below. Unlike 2 years prior, the fortifications and manpower had more than doubled. Furthermore, no fewer than 5 renowned admirals were present, led by Vice Admiral Mole, with over a dozen warships surrounding impelled down in a formidable defensive posture. Additionally, surveillance Den Mushi were stationed above to sound alarms, ensuring that any disturbance would alert the entire Navy. Should Lin Feng be discovered, he would have to confront the full might of the Navy while attempting to rescue Kenpachi. Most critically, Lin Feng was unaware of Kenpachi's precise location. If the Navy had relocated him or placed him in another cell, his situation would become dire. The defenses were so formidable that even an emperor attempting a jailbreak would likely find themselves thwarted. Lin Feng's mind raced with countless thoughts as he scrutinized the defenses of Impel Down that a direct assault would carry immense risks. He would have to adopt a more circuitous approach. His gaze shifted to a turbulent sea area behind Impel Down, where chaotic currents churned beneath the surface, causing nearby warships to sway precariously as if on the brink of capsizing. In such treacherous waters, should he be dragged to the depths, even a vice admiral would struggle to escape. This is it, Lin Feng resolved, his eyes narrowing as he descended towards the tumultuous waters. This location was the most suitable for infiltration. The more perilous the environment, the safer it became. Conversely, the safer areas were often fraught with hidden dangers. Who could say what other defenses the Navy had in place? With no alternatives left, Lin Feng steered towards this entry point to avoid facing the entire Navy's resistance, but he also harbored a bold idea that coincided with the perilous location. As the cloak descended halfway, Lin Feng retracted it, swiftly employing the great Sumer step to evade the surveillance of the Den Mushi above. A small splash broke the surface of the water, drawing no attention from the Navy as Lin Feng submerged, propelling himself swiftly towards the ocean floor. I've made it. A surge of excitement coursed through Lin Feng's veins. He had not anticipated such a smooth infiltration. Yet before he could relax, a massive maw, akin to a small mountain, surged towards him. It was a colossal sea king circling Impel Down. You dare obstruct me? Lin Feng scoffed, instinctively raising his hand to unleash the great divine dragon to teach this blind sea king a lesson. But as he lifted his hand, he hesitated. Striking down the Sea King here would undoubtedly attract the Navy's attention, complicating his mission to rescue Kenpachi. In that moment of uncertainty, the Sea King's expansive mouth enveloped Lin Feng, a foul stench emanating from within. Though Lin Feng did not require breath, his senses were keenly aware of the repugnant odor. With a sudden snap, the giant jaws closed, generating powerful currents under the sea, causing the surface to roil violently. Lin Feng was drawn into the Sea King's gullet, flowing towards its stomach. As for what lay beyond the stomach, he preferred not to dwell on it. Lin Feng's expression morphed into one of incredulity. Is this how I'll become waste? How will I ever face anyone again? I must find a way to escape, he mentally screamed, his mind racing to devise an exit strategy. Chapter 59, Infiltration. As Lin Feng contemplated his predicament, his body had already traversed the Sea King's esophagus and entered its stomach. The space was vast, filled with a nauseating, acidic stench, littered with numerous shipwrecks, many of which had succumbed to corrosion, evidence of the Sea King's frequent assaults on humans. This is troublesome. Lin Feng found a dilapidated wreck to take refuge in, emanating a radiant aura that shielded him from the surrounding noxious odors and corrosive gastric acid. Once he had established this protective barrier, he redirected his thoughts towards finding a way out. If he forced his way out of the Sea King's body, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Navy stationed at Impel Down. It seems I have no choice, Lin Feng pondered, placing his hands together, his aura intensifying, illuminating the entire stomach. Vajra Bodhi Rebirth Mantra. This was a teaching method from Buddhism, typically used to guide malevolent beings towards rebirth, and it could also facilitate a spiritual connection. Now, Lin Feng was applying it to the Sea King. As Lin Feng's incantation resonated, the Sea King's nerves tensed, feeling warm currents coursing through its being. It was an unexpectedly pleasurable sensation. With a roar, the Sea King expressed its excitement at this unprecedented experience. That moment, Lin Feng's consciousness connected with the creature. I am the human you just swallowed. Please release me. The Sea King emitted a low growl. Astonished that Lin Feng still lived, that it was well known that anything consumed would succumb to the corrosive effects of its stomach acid, ultimately becoming nutrients for the beast. I mean no harm. Release me, and I shall express my gratitude. Lin Feng offered no further explanation in response to the Sea King's surprise. With a low growl, the Sea King, in its anger, was unwilling to release its food. Believing Lin Feng's words to be a provocation, it thrashed its massive body, swimming deeper into the abyss. Stubborn creature, Lin Feng scoffed, anger boiling within him as he maintained the mantric state, allowing him to perceive the external surroundings. Enraged by the Sea King's actions, he raised his staff and struck the fleshy wall beside him. The forceful blow created a gaping hole, scattering chunks of flesh. With a furious roar, the Sea King reacted to the intense pain, its enormous eyes reflecting a flicker of fear. It was a first for the creature to encounter a human capable of harming it from within. You have one more chance. Release me. Lin Feng's voice echoed ominously within the Sea King's mind. With that, the Sea King finally conceded, recognizing Lin Feng as a genuine threat. It began to control its stomach muscles, attempting to expel Lin Feng from its belly. Wait. Lin Feng's voice rang out once more. Swim towards that structure on the far right. The Sea King creature gazed with its innocent, large eyes towards its side. Where lay the depths of the underwater prison, it seemed that the underwater prison harbored a certain trepidation towards the Sea King as it growled lowly at Lin Feng. Roar. Is there someone poisonous guarding that spot? Making it hesitant to approach, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, discerning the Sea King's meaning. The one wielding poison was most likely Magellan, a formidable opponent. It was entirely reasonable that they would not dare to venture forth. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Feng addressed the Sea King. I do not wish to compel you. Simply place me upon that rock face before you. Roar. The Sea King acquiesced, accompanied by a resonant growl. As its stomach churned violently, almost immediately, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming suction force emanating from above, drawing him upward. With a splash, countless indescribable entities were expelled from the Sea King's maw, the corrosive gastric acid contaminating this small expanse of ocean. In an instant, the surrounding fish scattered, fearful of being caught in the tumult. Meanwhile, Lin Feng stood upon that rock face, bathed in a halo of Buddhist radiance, that he looked at the Sea King, who was staring intently at him. Its large eyes reflecting a flicker of fear that it seemed that without Lin Feng's words, the Sea King dared not depart. To go ahead. Lin Feng gestured, indicating for it to leave. Instantly, the Sea King felt as though a great weight had been lifted, swimming away without a backward glance, vowing never to return to this domain again. Lin Feng, however, paid no heed to the Sea King, instead directing his gaze towards the underwater prison. The prison was predominantly composed of rocks weighing millions of pounds, interspersed with a few sea-floor stones, which deterred the Sea King from approaching. It consisted of 7 levels in total, but the lowest level appeared markedly less ancient than the others and seemed to have been constructed recently. Having penetrated deep into the seabed, as Kenpachi there, Lin Feng's expression darkened as he swam downward. Due to the earlier display of the Sea King's might, there were very few fish in this vicinity, thus sparing Lin Feng much trouble. Otherwise, facing the aggressive fish of the depths would have posed a challenge for him. Before long, Lin Feng alighted at the juncture between the 7th and 6th levels. He intended to carve out a piece of rock to facilitate his entry into the prison. For an ordinary person, such an endeavor would be unthinkable, let alone feasible. Yet, Lin Feng was no ordinary individual. He was the formidable monk Fahai, capable of achieving what others could only dream of. He meticulously embedded his staff into the crevice of the rock, employing the radiance of Buddha to gradually bore deeper, causing the rock to fracture from within. Boom! A deep rumble echoed as the rock violently shattered, and torrents of seawater surged in. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng slipped inside, employing the great Sumeru steps to vanish from sight in the blink of an eye. Instantly, the entire 6th level descended into chaos. Report to Director Hannibal. The rock at the juncture of the 6th and 7th levels has fractured. Report to Director Hannibal. A deluge of seawater is pouring into Impel Down, already submerging over half of the 6th level. All guards are desperately attempting to rescue. Report. Hannibal sat his office, overwhelmed, having thought that achieving the position of director marked the pinnacle of his career. He never anticipated such turmoil at this juncture. Frustrated and at a loss, he turned to Magellan for assistance. Magellan, what do we do? Please compose yourself. You are the director of Impel Down, Magellan replied sternly, as he adhered to the hierarchical structure, treating even former subordinates with the same gravity. Hearing this, Hannibal's face fell, and then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he turned to Magellan and declared, Vice Director, I command you to resolve the current crisis on the 6th level. Yes, Director. Magellan saluted and promptly made his way to the 6th level. Observing this, Hannibal released a heavy sigh, simultaneously analyzing the sudden turn of events. Though he was somewhat oblivious, he was not foolish. The abrupt rupture of the 6th level's rock was far too coincidental. Hannibal resolved to immediately notify the Admiral. He picked up the Den Mushi to make the call. But just then, a voice echoed behind him. The monk greets you. Chapter 60. Hannibal's conviction. What? Hannibal's hand trembled as he grasped the Den Mushi, confirming his suspicions that someone had infiltrated. Yet, Hannibal, having weathered many storms, quickly regained his composure and made a decisive move that, in an instant, he turned, clutching the Den Mushi tightly to his chest. Fahai. Recognizing the identity of the intruder, Hannibal's heart sank. He had heard of this individual's achievements. A person who had never suffered defeat, even against the admirals. The monk greets you, Lin Feng said to Hannibal in a calm tone, then gestured towards the Den Mushi in his grasp. I advise you not to make that call, lest your fate be dire. Upon hearing Lin Feng's warning, Hannibal clutched the Den Mushi even tighter, his mind racing as he devised a strategy. Logically, Hannibal stood no chance against Lin Feng, but this was Impel Down. If he could spread the word of the infiltration at the right moment, help would surely arrive. As he contemplated, Hannibal unconsciously edged towards the door. Please place the Den Mushi down. I have but one question, and I will not harm you, Lin Feng intoned slowly, observing Hannibal's every movement. He understood the man's unwavering commitment to justice, a conviction that was formidable in its own right. Demon monk, I will say nothing. Abandon this line of thought. Hannibal stared resolutely at Lin Feng, and without further ado, he hurled the Den Mushi towards him, while he himself dashed towards the exit. Why must people always be like this? Lin Feng sighed softly, catching the Den Mushi in one hand and swiftly appearing before Hannibal just before he reached the exit. Demon monk, you. Hannibal was astounded. He had not anticipated Lin Feng's speed, which defied all logic. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Feng's Buddhist radiance enveloped him entirely. Dealing with such a person could only be resolved through enlightenment. Lin Feng mused as the light in his hand grew ever more brilliant. Hannibal's expression contorted with struggle, his willpower remarkably strong. Lin Feng marveled. Had it been an ordinary individual, they would have succumbed to his Buddhist teachings. Yet Hannibal persisted, indicating the strength of his conviction. Even so, Hannibal's resolve ultimately proved inferior to Lin Feng's divine teachings. At last, a sense of acceptance washed over Hannibal's features, his expression becoming exceedingly relaxed, indicative of one who had been enlightened. However, this state would not last indefinitely. Hannibal, Lin Feng softly called, his voice resonating in Hannibal's mind, lingering long after. Hannibal abruptly raised his head to meet Lin Feng's gaze. Bowing deeply, disciple greets the master. Thud. Hannibal knelt before Lin Feng, reverently bowing 3 times. Seeing this, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared that his efforts at enlightenment would prove ineffective on Hannibal. He raised a hand and said gently, "No need for such formalities. Rise." "Yes, master," Hannibal replied obediently, transformed from his earlier demeanor. "Where's Kinpachi?" Lin Feng immediately inquired, voicing the question that weighed heavily on his mind. Hannibal replied earnestly, in response, "Master, Kinpachi Zaraki is imprisoned on the 7th level, closely guarded by Mr. Ueno and the previous chief warden." "Ueno?" Lin Feng's eyelids flickered. He was aware that he possessed a natural advantage over Ueno, and the fact that this individual dared to guard the 7th level suggested that his identity remained concealed. However, he was curious about who the previous chief warden was. Given that they were capable of watching over Ueno, their strength must be formidable. Lin Feng resolved to exercise caution. With that thought, Lin Feng instructed Hannibal, "Procure a set of prison warden's attire for me, and then lead me to Kinpachi." "Yes, master," Hannibal replied respectfully, then began rummaging through the office. Before long, Hannibal presented Lin Feng with a complete set of freshly laundered prison guard attire. "Master, please." Lin Feng accepted the garments and donned them with ease, effectively disguising himself. He then stated coolly, "Lead the way." "Yes," Hannibal obliged, guiding Lin Feng towards the exit. However, a small action from Hannibal caught Lin Feng's attention. He was not wielding a weapon, but rather gripping a small black den mushi in his hand. The den mushi was diminutive, no larger than an infant's palm, so subtle that it would have gone unnoticed by anyone but Lin Feng. Remarkable recovery. Lin Feng mused inwardly, realizing that the method of enlightenment only worked on the psychologically frail. "Master, why do we not proceed?" As Lin Feng paused, Hannibal's nerves had reached a breaking point. He had just emerged from a trance while searching for clothes, a wave of apprehension coursing through him. Lin Feng's abilities were utterly unfathomable. He could manipulate the very essence of a person's mind. Aware that he was no match for Lin Feng, Hannibal resolved to continue the charade, hoping to lure Lin Feng into the Navy's encirclement for an opportune strike. Lin Feng shook his head, observing the admiration that flickered across Hannibal's face. "Your conviction is formidable, esteemed benefactor. I am truly in awe." Alas, the moment those words left his lips, Hannibal instantly realized that his disguise had been unraveled, and he turned to flee towards the door. Yet, how could Lin Feng allow him to escape? With a swift strike of his staff, he incapacitated Hannibal, sending him into unconsciousness. Subsequently, Lin Feng positioned the unconscious Hannibal on a chair, adopting a contemplative demeanor that made it appear as though Hannibal were deep in thought. Next, Lin Feng rummaged through the office for the architectural plans of Impel Down. With this blueprint, he could ascertain his location within the vast underwater prison. Eureka! A smile broke across Lin Feng's face as he beheld the scroll in his hand, the very structural diagram he sought. However, just as he was about to peruse it, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed, followed by a massive figure blocking the office door, poised to enter. Lin Feng's heart sank. If he were discovered, the consequences would be dire. Unexpectedly, just as he braced for exposure, the figure paused at the threshold, and a deep voice resonated. "Reporting to Director Hannibal, the incident on the 6th floor has been resolved." Magellan's voice boomed from outside, awaiting Hannibal's response. Since the upheaval had impelled down, Magellan's demeanor had transformed, his behavior now rigid and austere. "Director Hannibal?" Not receiving a reply from the office, Magellan's curiosity piqued. Just as he was about to push the door open, Hannibal's voice emerged. "Cough, cough. Well done. It is the duty of my subordinates." Upon hearing this, Magellan saluted the office with military precision and inquired with concern, "Your voice seems off, Director. Are you unwell? Would you like me to check on you?" "No need. Merely a case of poisoning." "I have grown accustomed to it." Magellan pondered the response, harboring no substantial doubts, as he was well aware of how easily those around him could be poisoned. "There's nothing further. You may leave for now. I require some quietude." "Understood," Magellan replied, though curiosity lingered in his eyes as he turned to depart. Phew! Once Magellan had left, Lin Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. He had successfully simulated Hannibal's voice from memory. Thankfully, he had managed to deceive the other. The potential repercussions of failure were unthinkable, that he needed to leave promptly. Should Magellan realize the ruse, it would spell trouble. This is hardly a safe place to examine the blueprints. The risks are too great. With that, Lin Feng pushed open the office door and vanished into the shadows of the corridor. Chapter 61. The Little Minotaur. After departing from Hannibal's office, Lin Feng sought a relatively secluded spot to unfurl the architectural plans and scrutinize them closely. The Navy is indeed clever, Lin Feng mused with a smile. According to the diagram, the passage between the 6th and 7th floors was singular, with all other areas reinforced by steel and concrete, along with seafloor stones. Moreover, access to this corridor was strictly limited to individuals of the rank of deputy director or higher, requiring a special pass. Even a mere deputy director could not enter without it, let alone the average prison guard. The vicinity was nearly deserted, with not a soul in sight. Even the guards were transformed into beastly wardens. This underscored the Navy's significant concern regarding the 7th floor. This complicates matters, Lin Feng thought, tucking away the blueprint. In such circumstances, even he found himself at a loss. Reluctantly, he would have to resort to a forceful approach. In the midst of his deliberation, a sudden thought struck Lin Feng, prompting him to retrieve the blueprint once more and meticulously search its details. His finger paused over the dining hall's location, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Surely, the Navy would not allow prisoners to starve. A smile crept across Lin Feng's face as he believed he had discovered means to access the 7th floor, and he promptly set off towards the dining hall. However, upon arriving, Lin Feng quickly realized how naive his assumption had been. Aside from the chef, every staff member in the dining hall was a beastly prison guard. Ordinary individuals stood no chance of blending in. Roar! Lin Feng perched on a beam above the dining hall. Observing the ranks of beastly guards below, his expression one of utter exasperation. Am I left with no choice but to confront them head-on? He pondered. Just then, a commotion erupted among the guards below, igniting a fierce conflict. The air was filled with the sounds of growls and shouts as groups of guards clashed. Inopportunity. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon one of the fallen, bull-headed guards, a spark of brilliance igniting in his eyes. This creature, both in appearance and stature, bore a closer resemblance to a human than the typical beastly guard. It seemed to be a product of some peculiar mutation. Mind manipulation spell, Lin Feng whispered, channeling his thoughts into the bull-headed guard, swiftly seizing control over it. Roar! The bull-headed guard let out a perplexed bellow, lifting its gaze to meet Lin Feng's perched form. Preparing to bow in reverence, Lin Feng hastily gestured for it to halt. Stay! The bull-headed guard issued a low grunt, as if comprehending Lin Feng's command, its knees straightening in an instant. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. Such overt displays were far too conspicuous, and discovery would spell disaster. He then began to communicate his intentions to the bull-headed guard, explaining his objective of accessing the 7th floor. The guard nodded in understanding and charged into the fray, wielding a massive hammer against the guards still embroiled in combat. The sheer force and velocity of its strikes created sonic booms in the air. With a series of pained cries, several beastly guards fell to the ground, while the little bull-headed guard stood triumphantly atop the defeated foes, its small face beaming with pride as it raised the hammer high, proclaiming its victory with a resounding roar. Suddenly, the room fell silent. The remaining guards in the dining hall, save for the chef still cooking, gazing at the little bull-headed guard in utter submission. From his perch, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback by the little bull-headed guard's prowess. This creature is remarkably strong. Its combat ability far surpasses that of Luffy from 2 years ago, and not by a small margin. It is an absolute powerhouse, if one were to draw a comparison. Lin Feng mused that the little bull-headed guard could easily trade blows with even the lower-ranked captains of the Whitebeard pirates, though he would exclude the likes of Marco and the other anomalies. Despite this revelation, Lin Feng found himself astonished, contemplating whether he should fully bring this creature under his wing to fulfill the task left by White Zai. Roar! Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, the little bull-headed guard's voice echoed in his mind. Thanks to the mind manipulation spell, they could converse without hindrance. The little bull-headed guard urged Lin Feng to descend, leaping down from the beam. Lin Feng landed before the little bull-headed guard and affectionately ruffled its head. Well done. Roar! The little bull-headed guard relished Lin Feng's praise, emitting a contented sound. Suddenly, it seemed to recall something and began to shout at the other guards. In response, upon hearing the little bull-headed guard's call, the other guards stood in immaculate formation, as if awaiting a general's inspection. Roar! The little bull-headed guard bellowed again, prompting several of the largest guards to step forward. The foremost tiger-headed guard collected the chef's prepared meal, transferring it into a massive iron barrel that towered to the height of two individuals. Behind them, the other guards produced a small cart, seemingly designed to carry the iron barrels. Roar! The little bull-headed guard nodded in satisfaction, then produced a similarly sized iron barrel from its side, lifting the lid to glance at Lin Feng, nudging it with its hoof. "Are you suggesting I enter?" Lin Feng inquired, looking at the little bull-headed guard. "Moo moo." The little bull-headed guard excitedly nodded, emitting eager sounds that starkly contrasted its previous battle demeanor, appearing quite endearing. Lin Feng paused, bemused by the sounds emitted by the little bull-headed guard. Has it regressed? He wondered silently, yet he complied and entered the iron barrel. Roar! As Lin Feng entered, the small minotaur began instructing the other prison guards to pour the cooled soup into the iron barrel. Claiming that the broth was merely concocted from the entrails of unknown creatures, the it was not only viscous, but also possessed a most repugnant flavor, suitable only for the inmates of the advancing prison. After all, abstaining from consumption meant certain death. However, Lin Feng was different. He had never been subjected to such fare. As the soup was poured into the barrel, he nearly retched. Ugh! Lin Feng felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach, and he had initially expected the Minotaur to push him aside, but to his surprise, a layer of disguise was added. Nevertheless, this pretense was truly discomforting for Lin Feng. "The Buddha's light, protect me!" he bellowed, a radiant aura enveloping his form, creating a complete barrier between the vile soup and his body. Even so, Lin Feng still sensed an indescribable stench clinging to him. Soon, the iron barrel was filled to the brim, and Lin Feng held his breath, concentrating as he awaited the Minotaur's next move. Roar! The Minotaur procured a small cart from somewhere and carefully placed the barrel containing Lin Feng inside it. He then led the few summoned prison guards outside the dining hall. Lin Feng felt the movement and cautioned the Minotaur, "From here on, it's up to you. Take care. Moo moo." The Minotaur responded with great enthusiasm, pushing the cart ahead as they made their way towards the soul passage leading to the 6th and 7th levels. Chapter 62. The Agreement. Along the way, the Minotaur conducted himself with relative ease, directing the prison guards to distribute the food cell by cell. Yet, no matter how much was dispensed, the barrel filled with soup showed no signs of diminishing. Gradually, the Minotaur and his comrades arrive at the only passage leading to the 7th level. Roar! The guardian of the passage, a lion-headed bear beast, was immensely large and bore a bloodthirsty grimace, to its roar. All the prison guards, save for the Minotaur, instinctively recoiled in fear. The prison guards were ranked. Those like the Minotaur, responsible for managing the dining hall, were the most basic type, possessing limited combat prowess. In contrast, the lion-headed bear beast was among the highest echelon of prison guards, Vegapunk's proud creation, known as the Berserker. Capable of amphibious combat, it rivaled the strength of a quasi-admiral. It was Vegapunk's crowning achievement in the past 2 years. Following the pacifists intended to replenish the lost combat strength from the advance on the prison. However, this extraordinary might came with irremediable flaws. They were belligerent, bloodthirsty, and prone to gluttony. Roar! Seeing that the Minotaur did not cower before him, the lion-headed prison guard roared again, instilling terror in the hearts of the other beasts. Some were so frightened that they fainted, collapsing to the ground with a thud. The lion-headed prison guard reveled in the fear it elicited, wearing a satisfied expression as it glanced disdainfully at the Minotaur, not regarding him as a worthy opponent. Roar! The Minotaur let out an angry growl. As the leader of a small group, he felt deeply insulted that one of his subordinates had been so easily subdued. Gripping his heavy hammer, he stepped forward to confront the lion-headed prison guard. Roar! The lion-headed prison guard, seeing this, regarded the Minotaur with even greater contempt, as if to say they were not of the same caliber. Roar! Enraged, the Minotaur's primal battle instinct surged, and he swung his hammer towards the beast's head. Whoosh! The hammer sliced through the air, aiming to strike the lion-headed prison guard. Just then, The Minotaur recalled Lin Feng's words. I need to go to the 7th level. I entrust this to you. In an instant, the Minotaur's eyes widened in realization, and he halted the swing of his hammer, stopping less than a centimeter from the beast's skull. Yet, even so, the force of the swing left a trail of crimson on the lion-headed prison guard's head. Roar, the lion-headed prison guard, momentarily dazed, gingerly touched the bleeding spot with its claws, then lifted its paw to examine the bright red blood. Unable to believe its own eyes, its companions, witnessing this, displayed mocking expressions, growling derisively as if to ridicule him for being harmed by a lesser prison guard. What a disgrace! In an instant, the lion-headed prison guard erupted in fury, its fur bristling with rage. Roar, with a savage roar. It lunged at the Minotaur, claws bared. Just as the Minotaur prepared to retaliate, Lin Feng's image flashed through his mind once more. I need to reach the 7th level. I entrust this to you. Roar. The Minotaur glanced at the charging lion-headed prison guard, a resolute expression overtaking his face. In a shocking turn, he released his grip on the hammer, slowly closing his eyes as if to accept his fate. For the sake of his agreement with Lin Feng, the Minotaur chose to forego resistance. Although the influence of the heart transformation spell played a role, it was undeniable that in such a brief encounter, the Minotaur had come to regard Lin Feng as akin to family. Roar. The other prison guard accompanying the Minotaur were bewildered by his sudden surrender, emitting confused growls. Just then, a roar that was several times louder than theirs resounded. It was the lion-headed prison guard, its attack drawing near Lin Feng, bloodlust glimmering in its eyes. Its limited intellect. The Minotaur's surrender was the greatest insult. Its razor-sharp claws approached the Minotaur's neck. An inexplicable sound of Buddhist chanting echoed. Everyone's astonishment. The lion-headed prison guard's movements suddenly stiffened, its claws halting just short of the Minotaur's throat. Roar. Surrounding prison guards were equally baffled. Even the lion-headed prison guard's companions were perplexed. Only the Minotaur's eyes gleamed with clarity. He understood that Lin Feng had intervened. This team is mine, Lin Feng thought, a smile gracing his face as he observed the Minotaur's actions, moved by the display of loyalty. Due to the heart transformation spell, Lin Feng could briefly share vision with the Minotaur, witnessing everything it did. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng urged, now, go in. His Buddha light would not restrain the lion-headed prison guard for long. Roar. The Minotaur obeyed, picking up the fallen hammer and beckoning the other prison guards to hasten, cautiously pushing the cart into the passage. The Minotaur glanced back at the lion-headed prison guard's companions. He noticed their wary gazes, yet they showed no intention of attacking, which surprised him greatly. The reason the lion-headed prison guard's companions refrained from engaging was that they possessed bat genes, endowing them with heightened senses. The Buddhist sound emanating from Lin Feng resonated differently to them, imbued with an irresistible power. Thus, they chose not to strike. Unaware of this, the Minotaur let out a low growl, signaling the other prison guards to quicken their pace. Before long, aside from the one that had fainted, all the Minotaurs entered the passage. The Minotaur lifted the lid of the barrel containing Lin Feng, emitting an excited roar to announce to him that they had reached the 7th level. Receiving the signal, Lin Feng leaped from the barrel, bringing along some indescribable substances that scattered across the ground. Roar. Upon seeing Lin Feng, the Minotaur's joy intensified, and he roared repeatedly, as if to proclaim that he had fulfilled his promise to Lin Feng. Thank you for your hard work, Lin Feng smiled, gratitude evident on his face as he approached the Minotaur, gently stroking its head with a soft-voiced Lin Feng. The Minotaur's achievement was truly commendable. Overwhelmed with emotion, he was even more determined to have the Minotaur as part of his team. How about you accompany me out of here shortly? Lin Feng inquired, seeking the Minotaur's consent. Roar. The Minotaur responded with an excited low growl, embracing Lin Feng, seemingly eager to express his joy. Easy now, don't be so excited. Put me down, Lin Feng chuckled, signaling for the Minotaur to release him. Now head back. I'll come find you. As he spoke, Lin Feng inscribed a Buddha seal upon the Minotaur to facilitate a quick reunion. Roar. The Minotaur, puzzled, wondered why they weren't leaving together as initially promised. But despite his confusion, he complied with Lin Feng's wishes, leading the remaining prison guards back towards the 6th level, casting a reluctant glance back at Lin Feng as he departed. "I shall come to find you. Have faith," in response. Lin Feng comforted himself as he watched the group of small, bull-headed figures vanish from his sight. He then turned his gaze to the stone door that led to the 7th level, placing a hand upon it and exerting sudden force. Chapter 63, Confrontation. The stone door emitted a piercing creak as Lin Feng gradually pushed it open. Is this the 7th level constructed for the imprisonment of Kenpachi? Stepping forward, Lin Feng traversed the cold stone path, a faint radiance of Buddhist light emanating from his body, dispelling the darkness that lurked within. Is anyone here? Lin Feng murmured, both puzzled and vigilant. According to Hannibal, the Warring States and the previous warden were supposed to guard this place. Lin Feng was not overly concerned about the Warring States, as his Buddhist light naturally countered them. However, he remained uncertain about the identity of the former warden. His abilities and strength were completely unknown. Moreover, the original text made no mention of this, compelling Lin Feng to heighten his guard. The unknown is always the most terrifying, a truth that resonates universally. Before long, Lin Feng reached the depths of the 7th level. According to the schematics, he was now quite close to the location where Kenpachi was imprisoned. After advancing a little further, he would be able to see the colossal prison holding Kenpachi. "Kenpachi, I hope you recognize me." Lin Feng pondered, his greatest concern being Kenpachi's doubt regarding his identity, for the appearances of Fahai and White Zai were indeed vastly different to any observer. They appeared to be two distinct individuals rather than one. At last, a massive prison emerged in Lin Feng's view, and he could ascertain without a doubt that it was the location where Kenpachi was held. Though excitement surged within him, Lin Feng refrained from rushing in to rescue Kenpachi. Instead, he concealed the Buddhist light around him and took refuge in the shadows to observe closely. To his surprise, neither the Warring States nor the former warden had appeared, which was exceedingly suspicious. Given Kenpachi's perilous nature, even if they had pressing matters to attend to, at least one of them should have remained a guard. Yet now, before the prison, not a single figure was present, which raised alarm bells in Lin Feng's mind. Something amiss surely heralds danger. Lin Feng became increasingly cautious, keenly observing the slightest movements around the prison. Time passed slowly, and just as Lin Feng began to doubt Hannibal's honesty, he heard a creak. The prison gate had unexpectedly swung open, revealing two figures stepping out, one of whom was particularly robust, with an aged face marked by a determination to eradicate evil. Blood soaked his form, and the sword at his waist was similarly stained. Behind him stood the Warring States, and the identity of this individual became evident. It was none other than the former warden, the blood relative of Yuzuru, Peckman Hiru, the mightiest presence within the Hiru family. His swordsmanship having reached its zenith, he was the nightmare of every prisoner in Impel Down. Coupled with his zero tolerance for evil, even the most vile individuals on the 6th level held a measure of fear towards him. Known as the Righteous Butcher, a blood-soaked harbinger of justice, his strength rivaled that of a peak admiral, serving as the final bastion of defense for Impel Down. Yet, even a figure of such caliber could be swayed by familial ties. Much like Karp, during the incident at Impel Down, Peckman chose to remain silent, allowing Yuzuru and Blackbeard to escape. This was the only blemish on his otherwise unblemished pursuit of justice. "Peckman, were you not a bit too rash just now?" The Warring States remarked, eyeing the elder beside him with trepidation. Even he was taken aback by the earlier scene within the prison. The two had engaged in a near-manic battle, employing a primal fighting style, sword clashing against sword, with neither party evading nor crying out in pain. They continued to strike until both were left battered and bruised, at which point they finally ceased. "Not to worry, I possess the ability of the fruit," Peckman replied in a deep, resonant tone, his voice strong and robust, contrasting sharply with his appearance. "While your abilities are indeed remarkable, they cannot be employed so recklessly." The Warring States sighed, recognizing that although Peckman's fruit ability was indeed unparalleled in recovery, such a strategy was fraught with peril. Should Kenpachi be slain, how would they ever reel in the big fish? Peckman, just as the Warring States intended to elaborate on the pros and cons, he was interrupted by Peckman. "Did I know what you wish to say? Fear not. Kenpachi will not perish. His vitality surpasses even that of this old man." This, seeing his words preempted, The warring states had little recourse but to shake his head in resignation. Meanwhile, Lin Feng observed the actions and dialogue of the two from a distance, gaining a rough understanding of Peckman's strength. He was formidable indeed, and he appeared to have a long-standing acquaintance with the warring states. Otherwise, their conversation would not have been so devoid of formality. Generally, even admirals like Akainu would show deference to the warring states, considering him a senior figure. Quite troublesome, Lin Feng mused, feeling somewhat uncertain about confronting the two directly. While he had no qualms about the warring states, he needed to exercise utmost caution with Peckman. Subsequently, Lin Feng settled into a meditative posture, restoring his body to its peak condition in preparation for the impending conflict. In no time, he had fully recuperated, his gaze now cold as he fixated on the two adversaries. He was ready to launch his attack. With a swift motion, Lin Feng utilized the Grand Sumeru step. Instantly appearing beside the warring states, his staff aimed fiercely at the latter's head. Be careful. While the warring states remained momentarily stunned, Peckman shouted a warning, his sword unsheathing in an instant as he aimed to intercept Lin Feng's staff. "Break for me!" Peckman roared, the sword in his grasp seemingly animated, wrapping around Lin Feng's staff, the blade aimed directly at Lin Feng's hand. "Impressive, such keen reflexes!" Lin Feng exclaimed, taken aback. His speed of attack was remarkable, and his target had not even been Peckman. Yet, to his astonishment, the elder had perceived his move and retaliated in the blink of an eye. Such battle instincts and acute senses were unmatched. Even by Karp, far stronger than he had anticipated. Lin Feng abruptly redirected his staff towards Peckman's blade. A heavy thud resonated as their strikes clashed in midair, producing a sound akin to two massive hammers colliding rather than the expected sharp clang of steel. However, in that fleeting moment of contact, Lin Feng discerned that the elder's strength was undoubtedly on par with the elders of the Seed. He was every bit as formidable as a naval admiral. Demon Monk Fahai. At that moment, the warring states finally grasped the situation, his face reflecting shock as he beheld Lin Feng. He was bewildered as to how Lin Feng had managed to appear here. After all, the two high-ranking jailers at the entrance were practically vice admiral level. Even someone of Kizaru's caliber would require considerable effort to defeat them. Lin Feng paid no heed to the warring state's astonishment. His full attention was directed towards Peckman, for he perceived him as the primary threat for the warring states. Their abilities were vastly countered by Lin Feng's own. Under the purifying light of Buddhism, the warring states could only hope to exert half of his usual strength, rendering him negligible. Just as Lin Feng prepared to unleash his full might upon Peckman, an unexpected turn of events unfolded before him. Peckman had taken a seat upon the ground, relinquishing the battlefield to the warring states. "Fahai, it seems you are well," the warring states declared, his fighting spirit soaring, his voice echoing throughout the entirety of the 7th level of the prison. Chapter 64. Warring States enters the fray. Warring States, you are no match for me. Bring your companion along. This bold proclamation from the warring states took Lin Feng by surprise, igniting a flicker of doubt within him. He cautioned, "No need. I shall not be defeated by you again." The warring state's voice was low, as if expressing the pent-up frustration of having once been bested by Lin Feng during a prior encounter. Yet, this only deepened Lin Feng's skepticism. His advantage over the warring states was undeniable. Was he truly willing to confront the risk of being slain while battling Lin Feng? What madness is this? Just as Lin Feng pondered this, an inexplicable chime reverberated, and radiant Buddhist light erupted from the warring states. The form of a great Buddha manifested. Witnessing this transformation, Lin Feng wasted no time. He raised his staff and struck towards the warring states. "Great mighty heavenly dragon, Lord of the earth, Ksitigarbha, all Buddhas of wisdom, Prajnaparmitha thunder." With each swing of his staff, Lin Feng chanted an incantation, and by the time he shouted the final Prajnaparmitha thunder, the warring states had been thoroughly driven into the ground. His colossal form became embedded within the earth, causing the very foundations of Impel Down to tremble. In that instant, Kizaru, stationed at the entrance of Impel Down, narrowed his eyes, his figure vanishing from sight. He understood that Lin Feng had arrived. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Mole and others similarly sensed the disturbance, grasping their snail transponders to whisper urgently into them. The atmosphere within Impel Down grew palpably tense. In the face of the formidable Sengoku, Lin Feng spoke softly, "You are no match for this humble monk." As he gazed at Sengoku, who had been driven into the ground, he chanted a Buddhist mantra and turned his serious gaze towards Peckman, declaring, "It is your turn." "Perhaps not," Peckman replied, shaking his head, his eyes fixed on Sengoku. "Fahai, your battle with Sengoku is far from over, and he is not so easily defeated." "Oh." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Sengoku, and replied nonchalantly, "He has already been vanquished." "Not at all," Peckman retorted sharply. "The agreement I made with Sengoku stipulates that as long as he does not concede defeat, he remains undefeated." As he spoke, Sengoku, previously buried beneath the earth by Lin Feng's strike, suddenly stirred. He leapt forth from the ground, emanating a chilling aura. The once gentle visage of the Buddha transformed into that of a fearsome Rakshasa, exuding malevolence that seemed poised to obliterate everything in its path. Lin Feng was taken aback, his eyes sparkling with surprise. He had not anticipated Sengoku's ability to develop his powers to such an extent. Was not the other side of Buddha the Rakshasa? The two were interdependent, embodying the balance of yin and yang, the essence of existence itself. "Fahai." Sengoku, now in his Rakshasa form, fixed his gaze upon Lin Feng, his voice echoing with an otherworldly chill that ate this moment. Sengoku's condition was dire. The Rakshasa aspect of his being was awakening hidden desires deep within him. Yet, none of this seemed significant in the face of defeating Lin Feng. Since their last encounter, Sengoku had been seeking a way to confront Lin Feng. He had even consulted Garp regarding the mastery of Haki, but to reach such heights required not only effort, but also innate talent. Now, past the age of 60, Sengoku lacked the vigor necessary for rigorous training. Thus, he ventured on a different path, ultimately unearthing the other side of the Buddha within himself. The malevolent Rakshasa. This was also why Sengoku had willingly come to this place, eager to test whether his Rakshasa form could vanquish Lin Feng and redeem himself. Lin Feng observed Sengoku with a calm expression, bowing respectfully. "The duality of Buddha and demon. I commend you. Enough with the pleasantries. Prepare to meet your end." Sengoku's eyes narrowed as he surged forward, his two heads and forearms extending from his body, launching an attack at Lin Feng. In his Rakshasa form, Sengoku's abilities transformed significantly. Purple flames, reminiscent of hellfire, swirled around his body. The forearms, entwined with malevolent spirits, unleashed a Buddha's impact. And no longer could it be called a Buddha's impact. It was now a Rakshas's assault. Under the force of this attack, the forearms encircled Lin Feng, leaving him no avenue of escape. "Die!" Sengoku roared, his forearms converging with the intent to crush Lin Feng utterly. Humph! Unperturbed, Lin Feng's countenance hardened, radiating golden light as the Buddhist beads around his neck suddenly scattered. Surging towards Sengoku's forearms, in quick succession, Lin Feng cast aside his robe, transforming it into a vast red cloth that enveloped Sengoku. Having fallen from Buddha to demon is easy, yet to ascend from demon back to Buddha is a daunting task. "I urge you to turn back while there is still time." Lin Feng fixed his gaze on Sengoku, coldly scoffing as he attempted to influence Sengoku's mindset with a resonant mantra. "Should I defeat you? What does it matter if I am consumed by darkness?" Yet, Sengoku remained unfazed by Lin Feng's mantra, effortlessly shattering the incoming Buddhist beads with a wave of his arms. He then propelled himself towards the floating robe, the purple flames enveloping him, providing a sense of overwhelming power that threatened to shatter the very fabric of the robe itself. Remarkable strength indeed. Lin Feng observed Sengoku, whose demeanor had become increasingly sinister. It was evident that the influence of darkness had tainted Sengoku's mind. Otherwise, he would not have uttered such reckless words. What a deep-seated grudge he must harbor. Lin Feng pondered, realizing that defeating Sengoku would require a singular approach: to infuse his own aura of Buddhahood into Sengoku, activating the latent powers of the Buddha fruit within him. In that moment, the conflicting forces within Sengoku would clash, rendering his Rakshasa form powerless. Thus, he resolved to act. As Lin Feng contemplated, the robe in midair was on the brink of being breached. The opposing forces of Buddha's light and demonic flames clashed violently, consuming each other. "Return!" Lin Feng shouted, and the robe, relinquishing its resistance, soared back to him. Draping over his form, as the robe retreated, Sengoku plummeted from the air, his contorted visage regarding Lin Feng with a wicked grin. Fahai, your abilities are futile against me. This time, you shall surely fall. Is that so? Lin Feng replied with a serene smile, preemptively advancing towards Sengoku. Great Wheel King, unmoving king. With a fierce shout, a divine apparition of the king materialized behind Lin Feng, his fists moving towards Sengoku with tremendous force. Come and face me. Watch as I shatter your divine form. Sengoku's face twisted further in rage as he raised his four arms to meet Lin Feng's impending strike. The clash reverberated through the air, creating a vacuum in the battleground as the forces collided. Come now. In the past, I could hardly withstand your assaults, Sengoku roared, a frenzied expression flashing across his face as he successfully blocked Lin Feng's divine manifestation. Have you truly lost your sanity? Lin Feng sighed, his own divine form becoming more solidified as 8 arms suddenly appeared, 8-armed demon subduing Arhut. Chapter 65. The Roots of Dark Intent. Sengoku's descent into madness. Namo, the 8-armed Arhut chanted, wielding various sacred artifacts. The demon subduing pestle, the demon banishing staff, the mantra of the Dharma, each a treasured relic of the Buddhist realm. Regrettably, these were but phantasms. Should the true artifacts descend, even one could defeat or even slay Sengoku. Yet despite this, the mere presence of these relics instilled great pressure upon Sengoku. Fahai, you have grown stronger, Sengoku murmured, his madness intensifying as all 4 arms surged towards Lin Feng. Futile. Lin Feng fixed his gaze upon Sengoku, and the 8 arms moved in unison in an instant. The artifacts radiated brilliant Buddhist light, igniting Sengoku's form with searing white smoke. Sengoku screamed in agony, the demonic flames enveloping him beginning to dissipate under the onslaught of the artifact's light. Arhut subduing force, Lin Feng shouted, the 8 arms striking Sengoku with the weight of mountains, splitting his skin and unleashing waves of demonic flames from within. Fahai, I will see you dead. Sengoku's voice echoed with despair as he found himself unable to retaliate against Lin Feng's relentless barrage. There is no chance left for you. Lin Feng regarded Sengoku with a placid expression, halting the tempestuous assault. At that moment, all the artifacts launched from his hands, orbiting around him. Gradually, the 8 artifacts merged into one, coalescing into a tempestuous energy at their center. Sengoku felt an icy chill coursing through his body, disbelief etched upon his face as he beheld the gathering force of the artifacts. This is... Before he could finish, Lin Feng's voice echoed, Sengoku, return to your true self. The path of darkness is not meant for you. Boom. At the moment Lin Feng's words fell, the assembled attack erupted forth, a dazzling beam of light surging towards Sengoku, shaking the very foundations of the 7th level. Within the confines of the cell, Kenpachi lifted his head, astonishment etched upon his features, followed closely by a surge of fervent battle intent in his eyes. How powerful! Who could this be? I longed to engage him in combat. Unbeknownst to Kenpachi, the source of the radiant beam was none other than Lin Feng, who secretly contemplated the opportunity to battle him should it arise. Meanwhile, Sengoku, engulfed in the light, emitted cries of torment as the demonic flames that once enveloped him were gradually consumed. Slowly, Sengoku's form began to revert to that of the Buddha, the excess arms and heads dissipating into wisps of black smoke. Fahai! Sengoku howled in agony, his visage alternating between that of the Buddha and the Rakshasa, a sight both terrifying and tragic. Do you still cling to your obsessions? Lin Feng sighed, raising his staff to strike at the top of Sengoku's head, seeking to eradicate the remnants of darkness within him. Only by doing so could Sengoku return to his original self. Otherwise, he might forever wander in a liminal space between good and evil. Sengoku, your power is extraordinary, but with our opposing natures, you may never defeat me in this lifetime. That a look of pity surfaced on Lin Feng's face, and then he forcefully swung his staff towards Zhanghua. Heavens, shatter for me! With a fierce shout, the staff sliced through the air and landed heavily on Zhanggua's head, To everyone's astonishment, the seemingly tremendous blow fell as lightly as a leaf. When it struck Zhang Guo, it surprisingly passed right through him, expelling a wisp of dark energy from his mind. Ah, ah, ah. The dark energy seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, emitting a painful howl that echoed Zhang Guo's own cries. Malevolent thoughts. Lin Feng observed the dark energy with a cold snort. This energy was none other than the very source of Zhang Guo's demonic transformation, the essence of the duality of Buddha and demon. However, what puzzled Lin Feng was that, according to the current world's paradigm, such a phenomenon should not exist. Yet here it was, manifesting within Zhang Guo, a mystery indeed. Fahai, I will not let you escape. Wait for me. Once I grow stronger, you shall surely perish. The dark energy coalesced into the form of Zhang Guo, howling at Lin Feng. You have no chance left, Lin Feng replied with a faint smile. Forming a purification seal with his hands and pressing it towards the dark energy. What are you trying to do? The dark energy, now possessing considerable intelligence, sensed the impending danger and frantically tried to flee. It is futile, Lin Feng murmured as the purification seal activated, and in an instant, a beam of white light erupted from his hand, rushing towards the dark energy. No, as the dark energy made contact with the white light. It let out a screech, but it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, the dark energy was purified, completely dissipating into the world. In contrast, the moment the dark energy departed from Zhang Guo's body, his eyes immediately regained their luster, returning to the state Lin Feng had first encountered him. What happened? Zhang Guo surveyed the chaotic surroundings, an expression of bewilderment washing over his face, as if he had forgotten the battle entirely. He turned to Lin Feng, startled, only to see the elderly man nearby, which deepened his shock. Pikeman, Zhang Guo exclaimed in disbelief. What has happened to you, Zhang Guo? Pikeman, unaware that Zhang Guo had been controlled by the malevolent dark energy, inquired that I'm not sure what happened. It felt as if I was dreaming that I could see everything, yet I could not control my own body. Zhang Guo spoke in a daze, suffering from the aftereffects of being possessed by malevolent thoughts, forgetting all that transpired while under that control, accompanied by intermittent bouts of foolishness, commonly referred to as a lack of common sense. Enough about me. How did you come out of seclusion, Pikeman? Zhang Guo said, pausing for a moment. Pikeman, caught off guard by Zhang Guo's question, retorted, was it not you who summoned me? Why are you asking me? Who else should I inquire? Noticing the silence from the other, Zhang Guo shifted the topic back to Lin Feng. Fahai, how did you end up here? Were you captured by my brother Pikeman? Without waiting for Lin Feng's response, Zhang Guo gave Pikeman a thumbs up, praising him. You truly are remarkable. To have captured Fahai is impressive, and O1 is paying you any mind. Find somewhere else to rest. Pikeman replied darkly, then approached Lin Feng, his longsword eager for action. Zhang Guo, still in a daze, nodded obediently and found a spot to sit, curiously observing Lin Feng and Pikeman. He was completely unaware of why the two were present in this place. Fahai. Pikeman stood a few paces from Lin Feng, drawing his longsword with a cold tone. I have honored my agreement with Zhang Guo. Thank you, benefactor, Lin Feng acknowledged with a Buddhist chant, understanding that if he were to engage in combat with Zhang Guo, Pikeman's intervention would complicate matters far beyond merely purging the malevolent energy. Spare me your thanks. Remember this face. It belongs to the one who will imprison you in the depths of the sea. Pikeman sneered, his eyes reflecting an even fiercer determination than Zhang Guo's. All evil must face justice. Chapter 66. Pikeman's abilities. Night Spirit Slash. Without further ado, Pikeman executed a swift strike with his longsword, transforming it into a dark slash resembling ink. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, fixated on the incoming attack. Not daring to relax, his instincts warned him that this strike was no less formidable than that of an eagle's eye, perhaps even more so in terms of momentum. Immovable king body, as the slash nearly reached Lin Feng. He let out a low growl, his right hand poised in a stance of preparation. Channeling the power of the immovable king, he swung his staff forcefully to meet the attack. A soft pop echoed as the slash dissipated upon the impact of the staff, scattering into nothingness. Although the clash appeared tranquil, Only Lin Feng knew the overwhelming strength of pikemen. Even without the aid of the immovable king, the previous strike had left his palm numb, and a chunk had been cleaved from the staff itself. Such a thing had been unprecedented in the past. Very strong. Pikeman observed Lin Feng, offering this appraisal, yet his body showed no signs of relaxation. The moment the first attack dissipated, he launched a second assault. His form became as agile as a leopard, bending into an unimaginable arc before suddenly launching himself at Lin Feng with a loud thud, as if propelled by a spring, gripping the long sword in hand. He aimed to pierce Lin Feng with the force of his body. Meanwhile, Lin Feng kept his gaze locked on Pikeman. As soon as the latter initiated his attack, he hurled his staff directly at him. Empowered by Buddhist light, the staff expanded to fill the entire space. Futile, Pikeman muttered, his longsword akin to an unparalleled weapon, unstoppable as it thrust toward the staff. Creak. Contrary to expectations, the staff did not shatter. Instead, it held firm against Pikeman's longsword. Pikeman's eyes narrowed, stepping onto the void to execute the moon step as a springboard for a second burst of power. With this additional force, the shrill sound of steel echoed as Pikeman's longsword inched deeper into the staff. An utterly terrifying sight. Oh, it is. Lin Feng pondered, realizing he was witnessing a weapon potent enough to damage his staff to such an extent for the first time. His expression turned somewhat unnatural. The monk's staff was a magical artifact, yet it was on the verge of being pierced. Could it be that Pikeman wielded a weapon of equal caliber? Lin Feng's mind was racing. This battle to rescue Jianba had repeatedly challenged his worldview. First, he encountered the malevolent, dark energy that controlled Zhanghua, and now he faced a blade capable of destroying his staff. Is this not the world of One Piece? How could such things exist? Lin Feng felt a surge of frustration, muttering to himself that this was utterly absurd. Just as he contemplated this, the staff, unable to withstand the sharpness of Pikeman's blade, was punctured. In midair, Pikeman once again activated the moon step, gripping his longsword tightly as he lunged towards Lin Feng. This is a bit much. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. The piercing of his staff ignited a rare spark of murderous intent within him, an emotion he had not felt even during his battle with Zhang Jiyu. It marked the first time since arriving at Impelled Down. Perish, Fahai. Pikeman, oblivious to Lin Feng's change in demeanor, growled as his longsword was poised to strike Lin Feng down. But then, a shocking scene unfolded. Lin Feng unexpectedly closed his eyes, his hands pressed together in a gesture of surrender, exuding an aura of yielding. This left Pikeman utterly perplexed. Have you given up? Pikeman questioned. Confused, yet his longsword showed no signs of hesitation, directly aimed at Lin Feng's head, intent on ending the battle with a single blow. But just as the sword tip was about to pierce Lin Feng's skull, an unforeseen change occurred. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes wide, adopting a fierce expression reminiscent of an enraged Buddha, and his clasped hands swiftly grasped the longsword, producing a crisp sound of metal clashing. Not good. In that fleeting moment, Pikeman felt an acute sense of danger. He shouted as he attempted to retract his longsword, but it was too late. Lin Feng's grip was as unyielding as sea prism stone. No matter how hard Pikeman exerted himself, he could not withdraw the sword. Who on earth are you? Faced with this sudden turn of events, Pikeman felt a chill run down his spine as he shouted at Lin Feng. Who am I? Lin Feng raised his head, his eyes radiating an unearthly light that was impossible to bear. I am your Buddha. Pikeman growled lowly, firmly disbelieving in the existence of a Buddha in this world. Yet he was mistaken. Lin Feng invoked the esoteric techniques of the Buddhist realm, compressing and concentrating the magical energy within his body. Subsequently, he enveloped himself entirely, manifesting the golden body of an Arhat. The venerable Fahai, already an accomplished monk, was mere steps away from ascension in the realm of the Green Serpent. Not to mention the augmented state bestowed by the system's eightfold power, if not for the restrictions imposed by the pirate world. Lin Feng might have already ascended to the Buddhist realm. However, even in the absence of ascension, Lin Feng's strength now rivaled that of an ordinary Arhat, differing only by the environment, the Great King Espalm. Lin Feng regarded Pikeman coldly, casually casting a hand seal that struck Pikeman directly. Under the enhancement of the Arhat's golden body, The Great King's palm elevated to an entirely new echelon, its power indistinguishable from that wielded by any regular Arhut. With a resounding thud, Peakman was sent flying several meters, crashing to the ground, blood staining his mouth as he stared at Lin Feng in disbelief. "Who on earth are you?" Peakman exclaimed, struggling to comprehend how the person he had nearly defeated could suddenly become so formidable. "I've already stated, I am your Buddha," Lin Feng replied indifferently, retrieving the damaged staff into his grasp. As the true flame of the Buddhist realm manifested upon his palm, before Peakman's incredulous gaze, he reforged the staff anew. In mere moments, the staff was restored to its original state, and even more resilient than before. Indeed, it should be close to a high-grade magical artifact. Lin Feng swung the staff a few times, a satisfied expression gracing his features that a significant part of his motivation for entering this state was to reforge the staff. While it could have been done in its regular form, the quality would have suffered significantly. The Arhat's golden body form was simply superior. Fahai, you are formidable, yet you shall still be vanquished by me. Just as Lin Feng was distracted, Peakman had somehow risen to his feet, conjuring a long sword made entirely of wild grass in his hand, glaring fiercely at him. "Oh." Lin Feng paused, taken aback by Peakman's lingering fighting spirit. Logically, even the 5 elders would require a moment to recover from his strike. Was it due to the fruit's ability? Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the wild grass sword in Peakman's grasp. "Heavenly slash!" Peakman roared, wielding the wild grass sword towards Lin Feng, causing vast patches of green to erupt from the ground. Wild grass sprang forth from the cold rock, an exceedingly bizarre sight. Realizing this, Lin Feng felt a sense of relief. Instantly comprehending the source of Peakman's formidable vitality, he then raised the refined staff and swung it towards Peakman. Great Might Heavenly Dragon, Chapter 67, The Decisive Battle, which determines life and death. The staff, radiating dazzling Buddhist light, incinerated all the wild grass in its path. How is this possible? Peakman's eyes widened in astonishment at the effect of the Buddhist light. Yet, his actions did not falter. Rather, he surged forward, meeting Lin Feng's staff head dash on it. In an instant, upon contact, an unstoppable force erupted, resonating throughout the entirety of Impelled Down, causing it to hum ominously. The prisoners in the cells were left bewildered, unaware of what transpired. Only the external Navy forces felt a sense of shock, hastily making their way towards the 7th level. Amidst the commotion, Kizaru's eyes gleamed with renewed intensity as he accelerated towards Lin Feng's location. "Fahai, this time you cannot escape." In his rush, Kizaru produced a pristine white snail phone from his pocket, a direct line to Marie Joy's that it was evident who he intended to contact, confirming that Fahai was engaged in battle with Peakman. Kizaru uttered a single phrase before hanging up, directing all his focus towards the 7th level of the prison, in the warden's office. Hannibal was jolted awake by the tremors, momentarily dazed before quickly piecing together the events. Anger flaring on his face, "Fahai, how dare you?" Hannibal bellowed, that moment. Magellan entered the office, seeking to inquire about the disturbances in Impelled Down. "Warden, what's wrong?" Magellan asked, observing Hannibal's furious demeanor with curiosity. "It's nothing. Gather the troops and head to the 7th level." Hannibal waved his hand, issuing the command. This was the first time he had spoken to Magellan in such a manner, startling him momentarily. Before he quickly responded, "Understood, I will attend to it immediately." As he exited the office, Hannibal followed closely behind. With the upheaval on the 7th level, the atmosphere within Impelled Down had reached a palpable tension. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, the instigator of this turmoil, remained oblivious to the fact that nearly all Navy and governmental forces were converging upon his location with the intention of eliminating him. That moment, Lin Feng was entangled in a fierce struggle with Peakman. The latter's vitality was remarkably resilient, and although Lin Feng's techniques could inflict wounds upon Peakman, within moments, the latter would often restore himself to his former state. This posed a significant frustration for Lin Feng. Not a natural type. "This is quite troublesome," Lin Feng mused, having discerned nearly all there was to know about Peakman's abilities. It seemed to be a variant of plant-type powers. With an exceptionally strong recovery capability, As long as Peakman was not thoroughly incapacitated, he would continue to rise and engage in battle. If this continued, Lin Feng was concerned that the Navy and the world government would surely take action. He needed to conclude this battle swiftly. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened as he channeled all the remaining magical energy of the Arhot's golden body into his staff, biding his time for a decisive strike to render Peakman utterly devoid of combat capability. In the midst of his contemplation, Peakman's assault remained relentless, the long sword in his hand seeming poised to cleave the heavens itself, with an exceptionally broad attack range. Heavenly slash! Peakman roared, swinging the wild grass sword towards Lin Feng, summoning wild grass from all around to encircle him. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. He remained motionless, continuing to channel his magical energy into the staff. Fahai, I acknowledge your strength, but in terms of combat, you cannot outlast me. Peakman, observing Lin Feng's inaction, spoke as such, attempting to provoke him. Though inwardly he was on high alert, he indeed possessed nearly limitless stamina. Yet there were drawbacks. His infinite restoration could only be maintained for around 100 exchanges in battle, after which he would be unable to continue in his struggle against Lin Feng. Peakman had already utilized nearly 80 of those exchanges. This was a terrifying number. It was important to note that when Peakman fought against others, he typically used less than half of his capacity, and that opponent was a notoriously prominent figure in the seas. Yet now, he was perilously close to the threshold of 100 exchanges, causing Peakman's anxiety to rival that of Lin Feng, if not exceed it. After all, once he surpassed that limit, Peakman would be left entirely defenseless, rendering him utterly vulnerable. Fahai, perish! Peakman screeched, the wild grass sword now mere inches from Lin Feng's throat, poised to slice through at the slightest movement. Kill me? Not a chance. Feeling the chill creeping towards his neck, Lin Feng's eyes ignited with a fearsome light, executing the great Sumeru step to evade the battle circle. Cursed! Peakman's strike missed its mark, a look of dissatisfaction flashing across his face. But in an instant, he reformed his offensive, conjuring another long sword of wild grass in his left hand. Both swords pointed menacingly at Lin Feng. His entire being radiating an overwhelming aura, he intended to determine the outcome of this battle with his next strike. Lin Feng's gaze fixated on the second sword in Peakman's hand, his expression darkening. He could see that Peakman aimed to dictate the course of the battle with his next assault. Ha! Lin Feng chuckled lightly, realizing that Peakman had anticipated his intentions. That he retracted his staff, the Buddhist light now contained within. At this moment, his magical energy was fully charged, and the Arhot's golden body dissipated. Lin Feng then gripped the staff tightly with both hands, fixing his gaze on Peakman, and stated calmly, "It appears we share the same thoughts." "Oomph!" Peakman scoffed, twisting his hands in the air into an unusual formation, resembling a dance. Armament hockey activated. The wild grass sword transformed, emanating an eerie black-purple hue, causing Lin Feng to blink in surprise. Black blade. Lin Feng murmured, fully aware that the ultimate goal of every swordsman is to achieve the black blade. However, this black blade did not merely refer to a dark-colored sword. It signified a profound bond between the sword and its wielder, fully awakening the soul of the blade. This is what people often refer to as the unity of man and sword. Yet in this regard, Peakman's swordsmanship was comparable to that of Mihawk. Fahai, with this next strike, fate shall be sealed, and life or death determined. Peakman glared at Lin Feng and growled, fully prepared, with swirling black mist encircling his twin swords. This was precisely to the old monk's liking. Lin Feng replied coolly, his hands firmly gripping the Zen staff. Whether it was the unspoken understanding forged through battle or something else entirely, neither of them made the first move. In an instant, the entire 7th-level prison fell utterly silent, the only sound being the breathing of a few individuals. Warring States sat nearby, observing the standoff between Lin Feng and Peakman. A tense expression etched across his face. Victory is essential, Peakman, Warring States silently urged. Having fully regained his strength after the recent respite, and many of his memories, previously clouded by the black mist, resurfaced. Yet, due to lingering aftereffects, his combat prowess had not yet returned. The Buddha fruit seemed to be submerged within him. no matter how he tried to summon it. Otherwise, warring states would have thrown caution to the wind and rushed to aid pikemen. The oppressive silence endured for what felt like an eternity, finally shattered by the sound of the 7th-level door, signaling the arrival of Kizaru. That noise echoed like a death knell that moment. Both Lin Feng and pikemen chose to strike. Die! Fahai! Can cut the heavens. Impossible! Chapter 68. Assemble. 7th level. Boom! The Zen staff collided with the twin swords, sending a tremor through both Lin Feng and pikemen's hands. Lin Feng felt the absence of the Arhut's golden body, leaving his flesh somewhat unable to withstand the force. Conversely, pikemen felt the immediate reduction of 10 remaining strikes the instant their weapons touched. This demonstrated the immense power contained within Lin Feng's staff. Die Fahai! Pikeman roared, but no matter how he shouted, his twin swords could not advance an inch. As though obstructed by an invisible wall, in contrast, Lin Feng appeared remarkably at ease. The staff, newly refined, was far more powerful than he had anticipated. Its might rivaled that of high-tier magical artifacts. Moreover, with Lin Feng's entire being infused with spiritual energy, the staff ascended to an even higher echelon, mere steps away from being a true Buddha artifact. In this state, the staff could be referred to as a pseudo-Buddha artifact. The operational mantra of the Buddha artifact is, Lin Feng murmured, realizing that since the staff had achieved the status of a pseudo-Buddha artifact, its power, under the influence of a special incantation, far surpassed that of any high-tier magical artifact. In a fleeting moment, Lin Feng recalled the operational mantra of the Buddha artifact and whispered it. Instantly, the staff erupted in a brilliant light, accompanied by resounding Buddhist chants, its power surging to unprecedented heights. Pikeman's twin swords seemed to wail in lamentation. In the next heartbeat, amidst Pikeman's incredulous expression, they shattered into a fine powder, dissipating into the air. Following this, the staff's overwhelming force descended upon Pikeman's head. How is this possible? Pikeman murmured, as the staff loomed larger in his vision, seemingly rendering the entirety of his world to be just that staff. In a moment of crisis, honed by years of combat instinct, Pikeman snapped back to reality, sidestepping just in time for the staff to strike his shoulder instead of his head. Boom! A significant portion of Pikeman's body was obliterated, his bones shattered by the residual impact. All reduced to splinters, he was sent flying like a rag doll, ultimately crashing against the wall of the 7th level. This was only due to Lin Feng's last-minute restraint, retracting some of the staff's power. Otherwise, a single strike would have obliterated the entire 7th level. Yet even so, Pikeman met such a fate. My apologies. My apologies. May you find peace on your journey. Lin Feng chanted a Buddhist incantation and bowed respectfully to Pikeman, who lay unconscious. In truth, Lin Feng harbored little animosity towards Pikeman. Rather, he felt a twinge of admiration and guilt. He understood that their conflict was merely a matter of differing stances. Having completed this, Lin Feng did not linger and swiftly made his way towards the cell where Kenpachi was imprisoned. Along the way, warring states did not impede him, but instead headed in Pikeman's direction, prioritizing the life or death of a comrade over the mission. Before long, Lin Feng arrived at the prison, kicking the heavy door open and stepping inside. Deep within the prison, Kenpachi remained entranced by the residual energy from Lin Feng and Pikeman's earlier battle. His face bore no fear, only a burning desire for combat. So strong, I really want to fight, Kenpachi exclaimed, grinning widely, when suddenly a figure appeared before him. Kenpachi. Lin Feng gazed at Kenpachi, who had been so tortured that he was unrecognizable, and the last remnants of guilt he felt for pikemen evaporated. Indeed, it was better to eliminate enemies thoroughly. A murderous intent flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Meanwhile, Kenpachi scrutinized Lin Feng. Now in the form of Fahai, a rare glimmer of doubt crossing his features, he sensed a familiar aura emanating from Lin Feng. Already formulating an answer in his mind, yet still hesitant to confirm, I at you, master? Kenpachi inquired, his voice tinged with confusion as he looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded, a significant portion of his worries alleviated. He had feared he would need to explain himself extensively. Now, it seemed the system was the cause of such misunderstanding. Master, you finally came. I thought you were dead. upon hearing Lin Feng affirm his identity. Kenpachi burst into wild laughter. Then his eyes gleamed with battle fervor. "When shall we have a brawl, master?" Lin Feng, while helping Kenpachi remove his shackles, was momentarily speechless, truly a battle fanatic, even at such a time. He was still eager for a fight. Lin Feng chose not to respond and instead shifted the topic, saying, "Now is not the time for that. We can discuss it after you're free." "All right," Kenpachi replied eagerly, excitement lighting up his face, not solely from escaping peril, but also from Lin Feng's promise of a future battle. Good. After liberating Kenpachi from all his restraints, Lin Feng drew upon the stored spiritual energy to perform a minor causation technique. Healing Kenpachi's wounds, he did this knowing that the earlier commotion had been too loud. The Navy and the world government personnel would certainly have gathered at the entrance of the 7th level, waiting to apprehend both him and Kenpachi. "Master, your healing abilities are truly remarkable, even surpassing that person," Kenpachi remarked, moving his body and admiring Lin Feng. "There's no time for such talk." Ignoring Kenpachi's praise, Lin Feng said earnestly, "Kenpachi, once we get out, do not linger. Escaping is our utmost priority." Lin Feng was deeply concerned about Kenpachi's temperament, his tone grave. "Understood." Kenpachi nodded, grinning widely. "I understand your intent, master. Once we've fully recovered, we shall seek vengeance." Lin Feng was taken aback, not expecting Kenpachi to interpret his words in such a way, but he nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, after we regain our strength, we shall take them down. But now is truly not the time." With that, Lin Feng led Kenpachi towards the exit of the prison, just as the previously tranquil 7th level was now filling with people. Kizaru, Hannibal, and Magellan stood shoulder to shoulder at the prison's entrance. Behind them, several vice admirals, including the mole, lined up at the very back. Countless elite Navy personnel and impel-down guards nearly filled the 7th level to capacity. As for warring states and pikemen, they had already been taken away by the medical team. "Kizaru, when they emerge, I will strike first," Magellan declared resolutely, casting a glance at Kizaru. This place was impelled down. Under his jurisdiction, a prison break felt akin to being humiliated right at his doorstep. All right, Kizaru nodded at Magellan's words. His demeanor still laid back, yet deep inside, he was on high alert. No one understood Lin Feng's terrifying nature better than him. Despite Kizaru's significant power boost over the past 2 years, the fear of Lin Feng was ingrained in his very being. "You all need to hurry here," Kizaru silently urged, hoping for the arrival of those he had just contacted via the white transponder snail. Kizaru was acutely aware that those he had summoned were the main force in capturing Lin Feng. The Navy and the prison guards present in the 7th level were merely cannon fodder to slow Lin Feng down, while he and Magellan were only marginally stronger than those pawns. The true orchestrators of this conflict were not them. They've arrived. Magellan suddenly shouted as the sound of footsteps echoed from within the prison, causing his eyes to narrow. In an instant, everyone assumed a battle-ready stance. Preparing for the impending conflict. Chapter 69, Stealthy Maneuvers. As the footsteps drew nearer, Kizaru and the others felt their hearts leap into their throats. "Steady. Wait until they emerge before making a move," Kizaru instructed Magellan earnestly, wary of any nervousness that might cause toxic gas to spread within their ranks. "Understood," Magellan replied in a deep voice, his expression mirroring that of Kizaru, revealing a hint of trepidation towards Lin Feng. After all, anyone capable of inflicting such damage upon the previous warden could not be underestimated in terms of combat prowess. "He has emerged." Kizaru's gaze sharpened, fixating on the shadow at the prison's exit. His palms clammy with apprehension. "Venomous dragon," Magellan roared, and instantly, 3 colossal venomous dragons materialized behind him, their claws poised to charge towards the prison. Wherever they traveled, the ground beneath them was corroded, emitting black smoke, a testament to the potency of the toxins contained within. Boom! With the descent of the 3 venomous dragons, the prison exit was sealed shut, not a sliver of space left unblocked. "We've succeeded." Excitement flickered across Magellan's face as he noted the absence of any resistance from the prison exit. Believing Lin Feng and his companions had been poisoned, he began to stride forward, only to be halted by Kizaru, who placed a hand firmly across Magellan's path, gravely advising, "Wait, if it were that simple." He would not be Fahai Zai. Upon hearing this, Magellan's movements froze. Kizaru was correct. This was Fahai Zai, a figure capable of rivaling the pinnacle of the Navy's combat strength, even vanquishing foes. How could mere venomous dragons suffice to eliminate him? I understand, Magellan conceded, nodding before taking a step forward, the toxins rapidly coalescing around him. Giant of poison. With a low growl from Magellan, the toxins instantaneously took the shape of a formidable figure, appearing utterly terrifying. Judgment of Hell. The gigantic soldier formed from toxins behind Magellan emitted a low roar, swinging its toxin-laden arms towards the prison structure. Each swing released lethal venom into the prison's interior, seemingly aiming to poison Lin Feng and Kenpachi completely. Confident in his attack, Magellan believed that not even the strongest of the four emperors could escape unscathed from such an onslaught. Yet he remained uneasy. After all, in terms of combat strength, Lin Feng and Kenpachi were significantly more formidable than typical members of the four emperors. Forbidden poison, explode. A glint of cold light flashed in Magellan's eyes as he slowly raised a hand and then abruptly swung it downwards. The massive poisonous soldier transformed into a fluid, rushing madly into the prison. The venom flowing into the prison gradually coalesced into smaller poisonous soldiers. These diminutive warriors began to compress within the confines of the prison, culminating in a muffled explosion as they detonated. The resulting pressure from the air caused the venom to vaporize. While poison can be evaded, one ultimately requires air to breathe. Magellan's intention was to completely cut off Lin Feng's escape route. After all, even the mightiest of beings need the provision of air. Well done, Magellan. Kizaru, observing the intent behind Magellan's assault, displayed a look of admiration. With the air itself tainted with poison, this would undoubtedly inflict significant harm upon Lin Feng. Magellan basked in Kizaru's praise, a proud expression adorning his face. Few could emerge unscathed from such a toxic environment. Even the four emperors would likely suffer grievously. With unwavering confidence, Magellan's navy and prison guards erupted in fervent cheers. Truly worthy of the vice warden. Under such a barrage, Fahai Zai could very well be rendered unrecognizable. Haha, it's quite possible. He may even perish within. Alas, I had hoped to witness the true terror of Fahai Zai. The crowd exchanged words, almost unanimously condemning Lin Feng to death. But was reality truly so? Atop the 7th level's beam, two figures had mysteriously appeared. One of them gazed intently below, a fierce desire for battle etched upon his face. Master, shall we not eliminate these fools? Kenpachi licked his lips, looking at Lin Feng. No. Lin Feng shook his head. Their emergence had been arduous enough. There was no need to provoke further chaos. From here on, we will act separately. Lin Feng pointed towards the direction of the 7th level's main door, glancing at the blueprint he held. This blueprint had been procured from Hannibal earlier. The stealthy escape of Lin Feng and Kenpachi was largely due to this very document. Initially, they had planned to storm through the prison's interior, but Lin Feng's attention was drawn to an air vent. This was one of 3 such vents in the entire 7th level, constructed to ensure airflow. Moreover, all 3 vents interconnected. The choice to place them within the prison was predicated on the fact that only Kenpachi was incarcerated, entirely immobilized, with no concern that he might slip away. Yet, the Navy's architects could hardly have anticipated that this unassuming vent would become the conduit through which the Navy headquarters and the world government's most formidable adversaries would escape. We will charge through that direction. When the moment comes, do not linger in battle. Focus solely on breaking through Impel down. Lin Feng instructed Kenpachi, adhering to a prior agreement to maintain their separation during the escape. Understood, Kenpachi nodded, then curiously inquired. But if I leave, what will you do, master? Do not concern yourself with me. I will find a way to escape, Lin Feng replied calmly. Then you must be cautious, master. Kenpachi's face showed genuine concern. Rest assured, these people cannot kill me, Lin Feng chuckled, then swiftly moved towards the exit of the 7th level, with Kenpachi closely following. At that moment, Kizaru and others finally grasped the anomaly, under Magellan's relentless assault. Even the mightiest should not remain unharmed. There should have been noise by now. Yet, the prison remained eerily silent, save for the hissing of the corrosive venom on the ground. Diggers, prepare for a full assault. Kizaru commanded coldly, a nagging uncertainty gnawing at him. Understood, Digger replied in a low voice, gripping the blade capable of slaying sea kings, alongside his fellow admirals, all tensed and ready. Now, at Kizaru's command, Digger and the others launch an attack on the prison, unleashing a flurry of slashes that obliterated the structure. Following that, Digger and several admirals don gas masks and cautiously approach the ruins of the prison, meticulously searching the area. Report: no sign of Fahai? Report: none here either. As Digger and the others reported back, Kizaru's expression darkened, struggling to comprehend how Lin Feng and Kenpachi had managed to escape. But at that moment, a wild voice erupted from the 7th level's exit. Get out of my way! Chapter 70. The Siege of Impel Down. How is this possible? Upon hearing Kenpachi's voice, disbelief washed over the faces of the crowd. They could not fathom how the two, previously confined within the prison, had managed to break freed. I think I understand now. Just then, a figure emerged, drawing the collective gaze of the crowd. Hannibal, wearing a grim expression, stated, Fahai previously infiltrated the office and stole the blueprints. Upon hearing this, the crowd's faces darkened further. Kizaru, typically inscrutable, erupted in furious expletives. You fool! How could you delay mentioning such a crucial matter? My apologies. Hannibal, chastised, felt utterly helpless. He was acutely aware of the ramifications of this oversight. He wished only to vanish into the earth. Ultimately, it was Magellan who salvaged the situation, stating gravely, now is not the time for blame. Our priority must be to capture Fahai and his companion. With that, Magellan leapt towards the 7th level's exit, eager to apprehend Kenpachi and rectify Hannibal's blunder. Seeing this, Kizaru refrained from further comment, letting out a sigh. Having lost the initiative, the upcoming battle would undoubtedly be challenging. He cast a deep glance at Hannibal before following Magellan. With Digger and the others trailing behind, to the 7th level's exit, Kenpachi swung his sword, charging through the throngs, on the verge of breaching the passageway. However, the sheer number of Navy soldiers surrounding him posed a significant hindrance, including 2 prison guards of quasi-admiral strength among them. Get out of my way! With a thunderous roar, Kenpachi unleashed his Zanpakuto, and in an instant, a single strike rendered the area devoid of standing figures within a radius of several meters, all cleaved in half with a lazy swing. The gruesome spectacle sent chills down the spines of the surrounding Navy and jailers, paralyzing them with fear, rendering them hesitant to initiate an attack against Kenpachi's Araki. You have some nerve, Kenpachi! At that moment, Magellan's furious voice echoed as he charged towards Kenpachi atop a venomous dragon. You poisonous fiend! A glint of determination flashed in Kenpachi's eyes, his battle spirit surging. He yearned for a confrontation, but recalling Lin Feng's orders, he swiftly altered his course and darted towards the 7th level passage. Don't run! Magellan bellowed, controlling the venomous dragon in pursuit of Kenpachi. With a swift motion, Kenpachi responded with an unparalleled slash, severing the dragon in half, its toxic essence cascading down upon the crowd. Instantly, a majority of the Navy soldiers and jailers were infected by the venom, emitting anguished cries. Witnessing the suffering of his comrades, Magellan's eyes blazed with rage, his fury palpable. You poisonous scoundrel! We shall meet again, and I assure you, I will not let you escape so easily. That be why this time. Kenpachi had already entered the passage, casting a cold glance back at Magellan and stating, I will be waiting, before vanishing like a shooting star at the passage's end. After him. This is Impel Down. We cannot allow him to escape. Magellan shouted angrily, following Kenpachi into the passage. However, the others, including Kizaru, remained still, for the true target had yet to appear to them. Kenpachi was merely an afterthought. Lin Feng was their ultimate goal. Seal off all exits, conduct a thorough search of the 7th level, and spare no corner. Kizaru commanded the remaining personnel, confident that Lin Feng was still within the 7th level and could not have escaped unnoticed. Understood, the others replied, and they dispersed to search the 7th level, while Kizaru stood guard at the exit, awaiting Lin Feng, muttering to himself, Where have you gone, Fahai? Meanwhile, Kenpachi burst forth from the 7th level into the 6th level prison. The sounds of battle echoing behind him, I truly wish to engage in a glorious fight, he mused, glancing back with excitement in his eyes. At that moment, a voice emerged from his bosom, peeking out. Kenpachi, you need not worry about the fight. There will be plenty for you later. If Kizaru were present, he would surely go mad. The one nestled in Kenpachi's embrace was none other than Lin Feng. Having utilized a secret Buddhist technique to shrink himself down multiple sizes, cleverly concealed within Kenpachi's arms. This was to create the illusion that he remained in the 7th level, thereby diverting the pursuit forces and enabling Kenpachi to escape more easily. Very well, Kenpachi replied, casting a glance at Lin Feng before charging ahead without looking back. In the midst of their escape, Lin Feng leaped from Kenpachi's grasp, stating, I will descend here. You must head in that direction. Be cautious, my master. Kenpachi regarded Lin Feng for a moment before dashing in the indicated direction. I will, Lin Feng affirmed as he darted off in the opposite direction. The instant he departed, Magellan's figure materialized in the same spot, his body seething with venom. Were it not for the multitude of Navy personnel and prisoners in the 6th level, he would have unleashed his fruit powers to transform the area into a toxic wasteland. Realizing he had lost his quarry, Magellan reverted from his poisonous state and retrieved a black transponder snail from his pocket, coldly commanding, send the message, seal off all passages and impel down. No one must leave here alive. The operators of the control console for the exit responded promptly. Understood, Vice Warden. This is troublesome, Magellan muttered, then transformed back into his poisonous form, racing toward the 6th level exit, completely unaware of the minuscule figure observing him from the shadows. It was Lin Feng. He had just spotted Magellan, but refrained from leaving immediately, fearing discovery, thus retreating into the darkness. Upon hearing Magellan's orders, Lin Feng sighed, as expected of Magellan. He has devised a plan to seal off Impel Down. It was well known that Impel Down had only one entrance and exit. That Magellan's actions were tantamount to trapping both him and Kenpachi within. Such a strategy was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. Yet, in Lin Feng's perspective, Magellan's approach was still somewhat naive. If necessary, Lin Feng had already contemplated simply breaking through the 6th level rock walls and escaping from beneath the sea. The blockade held little significance for him. Kenpachi would find himself in a similar predicament. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Feng sped off in the opposite direction of Magellan, intent on locating the Minotaur. This was also the reason behind his separate actions from Kenpachi. Before long, Lin Feng, following the traces of the Buddhist light, arrived at the dining hall where he had taken refuge. There, he spotted the Minotaur sitting at the very spot where they had first met. Gazing at the entrance with an adorably foolish expression that was quite amusing, Moo. The Minotaur focused intently on the entrance, memories of his parting words with Lin Feng flooding his mind, a joyful expression blossoming on his face. I will come for you, rest assured. Lin Feng's promise held great significance for the Minotaur. Just as he was lost in thought, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Hey, I'm here to pick you up. Chapter 71. The monk has promised to take you away. Moo. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the Minotaur's face erupted with overwhelming joy as he scanned the surroundings, searching for Lin Feng's figure. However, after a thorough search, he failed to spot Lin Feng, leaving a puzzled expression on his face. Moo. The Minotaur tilted his head in contemplation, beginning to suspect he had merely imagined Lin Feng's voice. But just then, Lin Feng's voice echoed again. What are you looking at? I'm right here. Moo. The Minotaur exclaimed in realization, turning to look behind him, yet still finding no trace of Lin Feng. Right here, the shrunken Lin Feng stood upon the Minotaur's shoulder, waving at him. Upon hearing this, the Minotaur turned his neck and spotted Lin Feng, his face instantly lighting up with joy. Moo! The Minotaur called out to Lin Feng, oblivious to the fact that Lin Feng had shrunk to such a size. Rest assured, if I say I will take you away, I will certainly do so. Lin Feng smiled at the Minotaur's adorable face and then inquired, Why are you alone? Where are the others? Roar, the Minotaur. Upon hearing Lin Feng's question, suddenly became furious, roaring at Lin Feng repeatedly. Ah, I see. Lin Feng deciphered the Minotaur's words, understanding that his subordinates had all been summoned to the 7th level, and no matter how he pleaded, he was the only one left behind. Calm down. The only one I need to find is you. That if they were here, it would complicate matters. Lin Feng soothed the Minotaur gently. Moo, upon hearing Lin Feng's words. The Minotaur's anger dissipated, and joy returned to his face as he chuckled, which was quite amusing. Lin Feng found the Minotaur's demeanor endearing, and with a smile he said, "All right, gather your things. Let South leave this place together." Moo, the Minotaur happily responded, signaling to Lin Feng that he had nothing to pack. In that case, let us proceed toward the exit of Impelled Down. With that, Lin Feng nodded, concealing himself on the Minotaur's back as they made their way to the exit. Thus, the duo vanished from the dining hall. Meanwhile, on the 7th level, Kizaru listened to the reports from the others, his expression growing increasingly grim, and signs of Lin Feng had been detected throughout the entire 7th level. This left him in a daze. Could it be that Lin Feng had turned invisible? Though such a thought seemed far-fetched, it was the only explanation that made sense at the moment. Otherwise, how could Lin Feng have escaped from here? "Kizaru, what shall we do next?" the mole asked, observing Kizaru's grave demeanor. Kizaru fell silent for a moment, contemplating, before replying, "Disperse all forces. Ensure that each of the 7 levels has at least one Vice Admiral-level Navy officer stationed. Maintain communication via transponder snails. Report immediately if any sighting of Fahai occurs." "Understood," the mole replied solemnly, leading the Navy personnel outside, leaving only an unnamed Vice Admiral and Kizaru behind. The atmosphere turned tense and silent. "What is your name?" Kizaru inquired, glancing at the unfamiliar Vice Admiral. "In response to your query, sir, my name is Skirsen," the Rear Admiral respectfully replied. "Skizan?" Huang Yuan pondered, his gaze sweeping over the individual before him. He was familiar with the entire naval hierarchy, but had never heard of this person. Could it be that he had transformed into Lin Feng? As this thought crossed his mind, a glint of coldness flashed in Huang Yuan's eyes, and his tone turned frigid. "Skizan, is it? When did you join the Navy? I have no recollection of you." Upon hearing this, the Rear Admiral stood frozen in place. He detected the murderous intent in Huang Yuan's voice and hurriedly replied, "Mr. Huang Yuan, I joined during the military conscription and was promoted to Rear Admiral after evaluation. Granny Crane and Admiral Sengoku can attest to this." Realizing this, Huang Yuan's doubts diminished significantly, while he inwardly cursed himself for being so intimidated by Lin Feng that he even questioned a colleague. With a sigh, he addressed Skizan. "I'll leave this to you. I need to search for Fahai's whereabouts." Without waiting for a response, he transformed into a beam of light and vanished from the spot, leaving the Rear Admiral bewildered. Meanwhile, at the 5th level of the prison, in his initial release state, Kenpachi tore through the 6th level and arrived here with unyielding momentum. The Navy personnel were all filled with trepidation. This was the very man rumored to have battled alongside Admiral Huang Yuan and Fleet Admiral Akainu at Marioa. Some older Navy members even recognized Kenpachi's identity, and upon hearing this, the Navy grew even more fearful. Initially, they were aware that the 7th level housed the most notorious criminals, but they were unaware of Kenpachi's true identity. After all, the events of the battle at Marioa had been erased by the world government, leaving only fragments to circulate among the populace. If he could defeat Admiral Huang Yuan, wouldn't approaching him be tantamount to inviting death? Indeed, that as Kenpachi's identity spread among the Navy, murmurs of retreat began to arise. After all, soldiers are human and are susceptible to fear. Coupled with Kenpachi's unstoppable advance, their dread deepened further. "Why aren't you stopping me?" Kenpachi noticed the Navy's sudden rigidity and felt curious, his bloodthirsty expression intensifying. "If you don't stop me, I'll commence my assault." With that, he flicked his wrist, slicing his Zanpakuto through the air, unleashing a powerful slash toward the Navy soldiers. Wherever he went, severed limbs and dismembered bodies flew, and the cries echoed through the air. Even the prisoners within the cells could not bear to witness the scene, which resembled a hellish nightmare. Subsequently, Kenpachi plunged into the crowd, and with each swing of his blade, Navy soldiers either perished or sustained grievous injuries, until eventually, some were utterly terrified by Kenpachi's ferocity. "He is not human! Run! I'll never be a Navy soldier again." Several Navy soldiers cried out as they fled deeper into the 5th level. Where there was one, there were many, as these few Navy soldiers led the way. In an instant, All remaining Navy personnel discarded their weapons and fled in a frenzy, desperate to preserve their lives. This scene left Kenpachi dumbfounded. He had initially thought this group would fight to the death to stop him. Yet, it had turned into this chaotic flight. However, most of the fleeing Navy soldiers have been recruited during the world government's military conscription. As for the veteran soldiers with conviction, most had either been eliminated by Kenpachi or perished in the wake of his earlier slash. While Kenpachi was momentarily stunned, Magellan's cold voice echoed from a distance. "Do not think of leaving here, Kenpachi. Truly, he was a relentless presence." Upon hearing this, Kenpachi's expression darkened as he darted toward the exit of the 5th level. Had it not been for Lin Feng's prior instructions, he would have relished the opportunity to engage Magellan in battle. Chapter 72. Simple and brutal, damn it. As Kenpachi departed, Magellan arrived at the scene, gazing upon the scattered corpses with an even darker expression, the flames of anger scorching his very being. Rather than uttering more threats, he channeled all his fury into the determination to pursue Kenpachi. "Kenpachi, you shall die," Magellan roared inwardly as his figure vanished from sight. Pursuing the direction Kenpachi had taken on the other side, Lin Feng and the bull-headed one sprinted toward the exit of the 5th level after leaving the dining hall. Along the way, Lin Feng contemplated whether to escalate the situation further, perhaps incapacitating Huang Yuan or releasing all the prisoners and impel down, delivering a severe blow to the world government and the Navy headquarters, thereby plunging the world into chaos. Though he entertained such thoughts, they were quickly dismissed. While taking down Huang Yuan posed no significant issue, releasing all the prisoners from impel down was far too precarious. Once these individuals were free, the impact on the world aside, the commoners would find themselves in dire straits. Lin Feng aimed only to confront the world government and the Navy headquarters, without dragging innocent civilians into the fray. Moreover, such actions would be undeniably cruel. Lost in thought, a sharp reprimand halted the bull-headed one in his tracks. "Number 17, where do you think you're going?" Upon hearing this, the bull-headed one froze, his eyes brimming with fear, instinctively terrified of the voice's owner. Too afraid to even breathe, emitting a low whimper, "I'm asking you a question. Number 17, turn around." Seeing the bull-headed one silence, the voice's owner barked once more. "Moo." Slowly, the bull-headed one turned around, lowering his massive head in submission. Unwilling to make eye contact, Lin Feng was taken aback by the bull-headed one's reaction and cautiously peeked out from his collar to see the speaker. Clad in a white robe and towering over 2 meters tall, adorned with a prison guard's hat, it was evident that this person held a significant position in impel down. Given the bull-headed one's response, it was highly likely that he was a specialized officer overseeing the beast guards. Lin Feng's assumptions proved correct. This individual was none other than the newly appointed Vice Warden, George X, directly appointed by the World Headquarters to oversee the batch of beast guards developed at Vegapunk's facility. "Number 17, respond to me." Seeing the bull-headed one remain silent, George X's tone turned frostier, exuding an icy chill. Fearful, the bull-headed one dared not make a sound, only emitting low moans. "Speak." George X interpreted the bull-headed one's silence as defiance. Brandishing the long whip in his hand and striking toward the bull-headed one while berating, "A defective product is a defective product. Beasts like you should not exist in this world." Crack, crack, crack. The whip landed forcefully on the bull-headed one, the barbs tearing into his flesh. Witnessing this, Lin Feng could no longer hold back and instinctively moved to intervene, only to be stopped by the bull-headed one. "Moo." The bull-headed one's voice was soft, but the meaning was unmistakable. He didn't want Lin Feng to intervene for fear of putting him in danger. Lin Feng felt a warm surge in his heart, deeply moved. However, at that moment, fresh wounds appeared on the bull-headed one's body, staining his grayish-white for a deep crimson. Seeing this unfold, Lin Feng could no longer restrain himself. "Who dares lay a hand on my companion without consulting me?" Great Buddha's wrath. With that, Lin Feng leaped from the bull-headed one's collar, instantly reverting to his normal form, and with one hand, struck George X face. "Who are you?" George X, gazing at the approaching hand, initially wore a look of confusion, soon replaced by terror. Yet before he could utter Lin Feng's name, Lin Feng's hand had already collided with his face. The tremendous force shattered all of George X's teeth, sending his body hurtling like a missile into the distance. Head first into the concrete ground, leaving his fate uncertain. In stark contrast, Lin Feng's gaze was icy, devoid of his usual calm demeanor, exuding a chilling intensity. After executing this act, Lin Feng turned to the bull-headed one, who had tears welling in his eyes, overwhelmed with emotion. Remember this. You are mine. If anyone dares to harm you, they shall face dire consequences. Lin Feng spoke slowly, locking eyes with the bull-headed one. Moo. The bull-headed one wept openly, nodding fervently. Stop being emotional. We need to leave this place immediately. With that, Lin Feng smiled and gestured for the bull-headed one to follow as they swiftly made their way toward the distance. Navigating through the 6th level, Lin Feng and the bull-headed one quickly reached the entrance of the 5th level. Just as Lin Feng was about to lead the bull-headed one through the exit, a figure caught his eye, prompting him to signal the bull-headed one to halt. Stop. Moo. The bull-headed one obediently stood behind him, utterly still. Lin Feng then turned his attention to the entrance of the 5th level, where none other than Huang Yuan and the mole stood. How did they end up here? Lin Feng was taken aback. According to his calculations, Huang Yuan and his companions should have been searching for him on the 7th floor. To his surprise, they had arrived ahead of him to ambush him here. Should he confront them head-on, or... Lin Feng pondered whether to break through to the exit directly or to hide first. Along the way, he had regained considerable stamina, and catching Huang Yuan off guard should not pose much of a challenge. However, as he contemplated, Lin Feng glanced at the little bull's head. Defeating Huang Yuan while ensuring the little bull's escape would prove to be somewhat difficult. The little bull's combat strength was at best comparable to that of an ordinary vice admiral of the Navy, excluding figures like Carp. This presented a conundrum. Lin Feng looked at the little bull, and a bold idea flickered in his mind. Little bull, you are not a devil fruit user, are you? Lin Feng inquired. Moo. The little bull understood Lin Feng's question and shook its head frantically. That's good. Upon seeing this, a profound smile emerged on Lin Feng's face, causing the little bull to bristle, uncertain of Lin Feng's intentions. Come, follow me, Lin Feng commanded, setting off swiftly, vanishing from sight in a few flashes. The little bull followed closely behind. Soon, Lin Feng evaded multiple watchers and arrived at the junction between the 6th and 7th floors, the very place he had entered earlier. Subsequently, Lin Feng summoned his Zen staff, closed his eyes, and gripped it tightly, his body radiating a brilliant Buddhist light as he channeled his magical power into it fervently. All right. After a brief moment, Lin Feng opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing through them, and then he swung the Zen staff down at the junction of the 6th and 7th floors. Great demon dragon! Accompanied by Lin Feng's fierce shout, the staff struck the rock wall with tremendous force. Boom! A thunderous noise erupted as the wall crumbled into dust, creating a massive hole through which seawater surged in. Along with countless sea creatures flowing into this layer of space, at the entrance of the 5th floor, Huang Yuan's brow twitched. Realizing something was amiss, he vanished from his spot and sped towards Lin Feng. He had underestimated the situation, not expecting that Fahai would devise such a method to escape. Chapter 73. Fierce Battle, Kenpachi versus Magellan. As Huang Yuan raced towards Lin Feng, the latter, along with the little bull, swiftly made their way through the hole to the outside. Go. Lin Feng shouted, signaling the little bull to keep up, and the latter responded with an excited bellow. The duo swiftly swam through the hole from impel down into the outer sea, moving with great speed. Along the way, they passed by several sea kings, yet to their surprise, the creature seemed oblivious to the presence of Lin Feng and the little bull, leaving him quite astonished. Roar glug glug. The little bull held its breath, swinging its large hammer. Lin Feng observed and instantly understood. It turned out that the weapon the little bull wielded was infused with sea prism stone. Thus, Lin Feng and the little bull quickly reached the ocean's surface. Kasaya, out! Lin Feng bellowed, and the Kasaya flew out, floating on the water. With a leap, Lin Feng landed on it and gestured for the little bull to join him. The little bull looked at the Kasaya, hovering in mid-air, its face reflecting hesitance. Such a thing was beyond the little bull's comprehension, and it worried whether the Kasaya would collapse under its weight. It's fine. Come up. It's quite sturdy, Lin Feng reassured with a smile, understanding the little bull's concerns, and beckoned it over. Seeing this, the little bull felt a wave of relief and jumped onto the Kasaya, discovering that it did not sink as he had feared. Joy radiated from its face, and it emitted a series of delighted moo sounds. Huh. Lin Feng chuckled, feeling his own tension ease considerably. He then said to the little bull, "I will steer the Kasaya to a relatively safe location. You just wait for me there, moo." The little bull was puzzled, unsure of what Lin Feng meant. Lin Feng explained, "I have another companion still and impelled down, waiting for me to rescue." Before he could finish, the little bull swung its hammer with a gesture of self-sacrifice, clearly indicating, "I want to go too, and no need." Lin Feng shook his head. He had worked hard to get the little bull out of impelled down and did not wish for it to return. With that, without waiting for the little bull's reaction, Lin Feng controlled the Kasaya to fly in the opposite direction from impelled down. Moo! The little bull stood atop the Kasaya, letting out a mournful cry that grew fainter. "Wait for me, little bull." Lin Feng cast one last glance at the little bull before turning and soaring towards impelled down. To the third level of the underwater prison, Kenpachi had fought his way up from the lowest level. His body drenched in blood, resembling a fearsome specter that instilled terror in others. His fearsome appearance caused the number of those attempting to surround him to dwindle further. Upon reaching this level, not a single soul dared to obstruct him. It was evident that both the Navy and the guards had been thoroughly intimidated by Kenpachi's relentless onslaught. The exit there. As he ran, Kenpachi discerned the direction, his gaze fixated on the exit, rapidly approaching it. But just then, a figure materialized at the exit. "Kenpachi Zaraki, I have finally caught you." Upon hearing the voice, Kenpachi halted and turned to face the figure, an exuberant smile filled with battle intent blossoming on his face. "You, Magellan, it is I." Magellan's expression darkened as he locked his gaze on Kenpachi, a murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Neither of them made the first move, and the atmosphere grew eerily silent. Swish! Several venomous serpents emerged behind Magellan, hissing ominously, their toxic saliva dripping onto the ground, causing the rocks to sizzle and smoke in the face of such potent venom. Kenpachi showed no signs of retreat, his desire for battle intensifying. Though he wished to heed Lin Feng's advice to avoid combat whenever possible, the current situation left no room for avoidance. Kenpachi's Zanpakuto emitted a low hum, as if responding to his battle fervor. "Master, do not blame me." Kenpachi glanced at the sword in his hand, murmuring softly, before gripping it with both hands, channeling his spiritual energy to its maximum. "Shurkai," with Kenpachi's incantation. The Zanpakuto transformed, resembling more of an axe than a sword. Kenpachi exhaled a deep breath, wielding the peculiar weapon, locking his eyes on Magellan. "Let us battle." The moment the words left his mouth, Kenpachi vanished from his position, utilizing Shunpa with remarkable skill. Appearing right beside Magellan, he swung the blade down heavily towards Magellan. Just as it seemed the strike would land, Magellan let out a low growl. "Poison blade, death's venom." Swish! A long blade formed from venom materialized in his grasp, blocking Kenpachi's strike. "Ha! Well blocked." Kenpachi laughed heartily, showing no signs of being deterred by the blocked attack. Rather, the stronger Magellan became, the more exhilarated he felt. "Die!" Magellan swung the poisonous blade towards Kenpachi's neck, although Kenpachi had developed some resistance to his poison. The neck remained a vulnerable point. Injecting poison into Kenpachi's body would render any resistance futile. "You poison user, I didn't realize you had some skill." Kenpachi observed the incoming poisonous blade, tilting his head to evade the strike. Then landing at a distance while addressing Magellan, "I retract my earlier statement about being able to kill you with one strike. Come, let us engage in a swift battle." With that, Kenpachi raised his Zanpakuto and charged at Magellan. Each slash was heavy as 1,000 pounds, thoroughly embodying the essence of cold weapon combat. Truly formidable. Facing Kenpachi's frenzied assault, Magellan found himself on the back foot, feeling a weight in his heart. He had anticipated that after such a prolonged exposure to the venom, Kenpachi's strength would be diminished. However, he was taken aback to find Kenpachi's combat prowess still fierce, akin to a ferocious beast. It was not that Magellan had miscalculated. Rather, Lin Feng had previously employed a minor causality technique on Kenpachi. While it could not completely restore Kenpachi's injuries, it allowed his combat strength to return to about 80% of its peak. Otherwise, Lin Feng would never have dared to let Kenpachi break through the front lines alone. I must unite with the others immediately, or I shall surely face defeat. After several exchanges, Magellan's expression grew increasingly grim. He commanded the venomous serpents behind him to obstruct Kenpachi, then produced a black din mushi from his pocket. Level 3 prison. The notorious Kenpachi Zaraki is here. Having said that, Magellan hurled the din mushi far away to prevent Kenpachi from being caught in the crossfire of their battle. Calling for reinforcements, Magellan's every move was keenly observed by Kenpachi, who first let out a chuckle, his battle-hungry expression intensifying. The notion of calling for assistance held no threat in Kenpachi's eyes, that he believed that as long as he could confront his foe before reinforcements arrived, all issues would be resolved effortlessly. Subsequently, under Magellan's incredulous gaze, Kenpachi's assaults grew increasingly frenzied. It seemed as though his Zanpakuto was attuned to Kenpachi's current fervor, emitting a resonant hum as a layer of spiritual energy enveloped its blade. This force effortlessly shattered Magellan's toxic defenses, leaving a crimson streak across his form. For the first time, Kenpachi's onslaught instilled a sense of dread in Magellan. The adversaries he had previously faced all feared his venom. Opting for range combat, in Magellan's understanding, only 2 individuals had ever dared to advance against his poison: the Straw Hat from 2 years prior and Peckham. Realizing this, Magellan unleashed a vast quantity of venom, shrouding himself entirely in it to prevent Kenpachi from engaging in close combat once more. Don't hide in that poison. Come out and fight, Kenpachi exclaimed, displeased by the turtle-like defense, swinging his long blade with renewed vigor. Chapter 74. Kenpachi's Madness. As Kenpachi unleashed his relentless assault, Magellan, concealed within his poisonous veil, cursed under his breath, his earlier arrogance evaporating. He now anxiously awaited the arrival of reinforcements. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had arrived at the entrance of Impelled Down from the external seas. At this moment, the bay was devoid of any figures, all having ventured into the depths of the prison. Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings before brazenly entering through the grand gates of Impelled Down. Albeit under a new guise, he had transformed from Haku to in truth. Lin Feng bore no resentment toward adopting Baiku's identity. Yet the moment he arrived, the system had issued a directive. He was to rescue Kenpachi while assuming the role of Baiku. Success would grant him a 20% increment in his impersonation progress, while failure would incur no penalties. This task captivated Lin Feng instantly. His current impersonation progress hovered around 40%, making the prospect of an additional 20% exceedingly enticing. Moreover, he recalled that he also had a mission to recruit team members, which similarly offered a 20% reward. Combined, these tasks promised to catapult Lin Feng past the peak of Baikuya's impersonation. Unlocking the next character. Who that character would be remained a mystery, a tantalizing uncertainty that provided Lin Feng with a rare opportunity to vanish from the public eye. Such an opportunity was one he could not afford to overlook. Soon, Lin Feng reached the first level of Impelled Down. Unlike the exterior, this area was teeming with Navy personnel and guards, each face etched with tension as they gazed towards the exits. Lin Feng stealthily changed into a guard's uniform, seamlessly blending in with the Navy officers. Admiral Kizaru has issued orders to proceed to the 3rd level for support. A vice admiral produced a transponder snail, calling out to the assembled Navy soldiers. Squad 3 and 4, stand by. The rest proceed to the 3rd level for support. Understood. The Navy and guards responded in unison, marching in a disciplined manner towards the passage leading to the 3rd level. Lin Feng discreetly joined them, remaining at the rear of the crowd without a hint of concern about being discovered, as Kenpachi already charged to the 3rd level. Lin Feng pondered, lowering his head. He had no doubts about Kenpachi's strength, yet an unsettling feeling lingered in the back of his mind, as though a defeat awaited them both in this location, that a considerable amount of time had passed since they broke out from the 7th level. Yet naval reinforcements from the world government had yet to arrive, which was highly unusual. Based on intelligence from Rayleigh, Lin Feng knew the Navy would be thoroughly prepared, aiming to capture Kenpachi while executing their rescue. However, the current deployment within Impel Down seemed woefully inadequate. Only 4 high-tier naval forces remained in the vast expanse of Impel Down: Sengoku, Peckham, Kizaru, and Magellan. News of Sengoku and Peckham's defeat at Lin Feng's hands could not have escaped the Navy's upper echelons. The entire situation felt exceedingly irregular, leaving Lin Feng perplexed and without clarity. But I'll think about it later. Once I rendezvous with Kenpachi, we must leave this place immediately. Lin Feng's expression turned grave as he followed the Navy personnel. Soon, a resounding explosion captured Lin Feng's attention. Unbeknownst to him, he had already arrived at the 3rd level alongside the Navy. The scene before him was chaotic. The doors to the prison cells lay wide open. With countless inmates frothing at the mouth and convulsing on the ground, it was evident that this was the work of Magellan. In the depths of the chaos, a figure relentlessly assaulted the venom-enshrouded Magellan. It was Kenpachi, the source of the earlier explosion. "Form ranks. Don your masks." The leading vice admiral halted, addressing Lin Feng and the others, hastily donning a gas mask to shield against Magellan's toxic fumes. Before long, everyone donned their masks, and, at the vice admiral's command, they surged toward Kenpachi. "Tech squad, prepare the laser cannons. Fire! Swoosh! Swoosh! Swoosh!" Countless beams of light shot toward Kenpachi, weapons created by Vegapunk, harnessing Kizaru's stored lasers and further enhanced. Each strike boasted power equivalent to that of Kizaru himself. "Ha! Splendid! I'm utterly tired of this tortoise shell." Kenpachi's battle fervor surged at the sight, bellowing as he charged toward the tech squad, his onslaught akin to a wolf descending upon a flock of sheep. Obliterating the tech squad in an instant. Not enough to quench my thirst for battle. Kenpachi chuckled, clearly unsatisfied with the feeble opposition. In the shadows, Lin Feng sighed inwardly. He had repeatedly cautioned Kenpachi to focus solely on escaping and not allow anyone to hinder him. Yet, given the current circumstances, it was evident that his words had fallen on deaf ears. What a troublesome situation. Lin Feng shook his head in resignation just as a dark yellow beam surged from a distance, aimed directly at Kenpachi's head. Kenpachi sensed the incoming threat, swiftly deflecting the beam with a slash of his blade, his gaze locking onto the figure in the distance, a smile creeping across his lips. "Ah, you in the yellow attire, do you still wish to battle me? There's no escaping. The higher-ups would hold you accountable for letting me leave." The languid voice belonged to Kizaru, who had just dealt with the chaos of the 6th level. He had not pursued Lin Feng, but instead focused his attention on Kenpachi, knowing that if Kenpachi couldn't escape, Lin Feng would not stray far either. After all, Lin Feng's initial objective was to rescue Kenpachi, making it impossible for him to depart alone. "Are you afraid of someone like me?" Kenpachi, unaware of Kizaru's underlying thoughts, approached with his blade in hand, instinctively distrusting the words of someone he had fought before. "No choice. I must follow orders," Kizaru shrugged, feigning exasperation. "Very well, then." Kenpachi halted between Kizaru and Magellan, scanning them both, his eyes gleaming with intensity. "You two can come at me together." Swish! With Kenpachi's proclamation, his blade descended with ferocity. A palpable spiritual energy coursing through the blade as it aimed for the duo. His spiritual energy burned with extraordinary intensity, and his attacks in Shirkai form were even more formidable. The spiritual slash cut through the air, emitting a sizzling sound, as if scorching the very atmosphere. Duck Magellan. Faced with the sudden onslaught, Kizaru reacted with lightning speed, utilizing the powers of the Pika Pika no Mi to barely evade, urgently warning Magellan. The latter scrambled to respond, but he was a moment too slow. Boom! The strike landed upon the toxic shield, the searing spiritual energy evaporating a breach, its residual force unwavering as it surged toward Magellan. With no escape in sight, Magellan steeled himself, enduring the blow as the spiritual energy seared his skin, propelling him far away with tremendous force. "Ha! The shell is cracked." Kenpachi grinned widely, launching himself toward Magellan, fully aware that eliminating a key combatant was often a wise strategy. "Kenpachi!" Magellan glared at the advancing Kenpachi, barely managing to rise, his serrated teeth clenching tightly as he squeezed out a chilling declaration. Apocalypse, Final Judgment, Chapter 75. For justice, judgment. With a sudden laugh, Kenpachi remarked, "You think you can judge me? You are not worthy. The blade of his Zanpakuto moved with such swiftness that it became a blur, aiming directly at Magellan. Can't judge me. You may as well try. Magellan sneered, and in an instant his form enlarged tremendously, enveloped in a cloak of venom, his wings and horn transforming into grotesque appendages. He resembled a judge from the underworld, instilling fear in all who beheld him that, oh, I never expected you could transform like this. How intriguing. Kenpachi mused, yet his Zanpakuto showed no signs of hesitation, its tip charged with potent spiritual pressure, poised to strike Magellan. Hey, you won't easily eliminate our high-end combatant. At that moment, the voice of Kizaru sounded beside Kenpachi, as the Amatsukami sword emitted an unusual radiance. You think you can? Kenpachi's expression hardened, and he redirected his Zanpakuto mid-air, swinging it towards Kizaru. The tremendous force generated a shockwave, momentarily stunning Kizaru. Truly formidable, he mused, narrowing his eyes as his body morphed into particles of light, evading Kenpachi's fierce strike. Fleeing, are we? Kenpachi's lips curled into a cruel grin. Sword pressure, with a resounding buzz. The blade of his Zanpakuto erupted with a blinding light, extending as if it had grown longer, and Kenpachi swung the massive weapon towards the gathering particles of light. Die for me, he bellowed, confident that if his strike connected, even Kizaru would be left severely weakened. Kenpachi, you forget about me. At that moment, Magellan's icy voice pierced the air as he, having grown in size, swung his fist toward Kenpachi, venomous serpents swirling around his knuckles. I had indeed forgotten about you. Facing Magellan's onslaught, Kenpachi remained unfazed, reversing the blade of his Zanpakuto and hurling it at Magellan with an effortless grace, as if he had always intended to target him rather than Kizaru. Evade, Magellan. Kizaru, having just reformed, displayed a look of alarm and shouted to Magellan. Too late, my target has always been him. Kenpachi grinned widely, appearing to Kizaru like a demon from the depths of hell. In the blink of an eye, the Zanpakuto struck Magellan's fist. Sword pressure, break. Kenpachi's eyes sparkled with intensity, and as he spoke, the elongated blade suddenly detonated, transforming into countless smaller blades that rained down upon Magellan. Excellent. In the shadows, Lin Feng marveled at Kenpachi's combat instincts and perception, which far surpassed those of Magellan and his comrades. This attack was tantamount to sealing Magellan's fate. As expected by Lin Feng, the massive Magellan was unable to evade Kenpachi's assault. Forced to retract his attack and adopt a defensive posture, he chose to endure the onslaught. However, this played directly into Kenpachi's hands. As the captain of the 1st Division of the Godai 13, he had mastered Shunpa to perfection. As Magellan assumed his defensive stance, Kenpachi sprang into action, seizing his Zanpakuto from the air and cleaving toward his opponent. Die for me! A bloodthirsty glimmer shone in Kenpachi's eyes as his long blade struck Magellan, tearing a wide gash from his shoulder down to his abdomen. Ugh! Magellan coughed up a mouthful of blood. Kenpachi's assault, infused with unique spiritual pressure, rendered him incapable of maintaining his form, causing him to shrink dramatically, collapsing to the ground. Vice Admiral, Mr. Magellan, the Navy personnel, witnessing this scene, were on edge, fearing that Kenpachi would pursue and finish off their leader. All done, Kenpachi grinned, but contrary to the Navy's expectations, he did not press the attack on Magellan. He understood that even a single hit from him could leave Kizaru severely injured, let alone the already weakened Magellan. He would be fortunate to survive. Kenpachi, you are quite formidable. Kizaru's face turned ashen. The situation had deteriorated under his watch. What a disgrace for the Navy! Suddenly, Kizaru erupted, crossing his arms before him as numerous dark yellow energy projectiles formed in front of him, launching toward Kenpachi. Here it comes! Kenpachi had been on guard against Kizaru, and upon seeing the attack, he moved with unparalleled speed, weaving through the barrage of projectiles. Humph! Kizaru coldly exclaimed, intensifying the density of his assault and summoning a nearby rear admiral to assist in rescuing Magellan. The rear admiral swallowed hard, contemplating that if Magellan had fallen, confronting Kenpachi would be tantamount to courting death. Yet the gravity of the situation left him no choice. With a resolute shout, the rear admiral charged toward Magellan, calling the nearby Navy soldiers to provide cover. "Soldiers, this is your moment to prove yourselves." Though his words were bold, few soldiers dared to move. After all, what difference was there between that and seeking death? A battle of admiral caliber was beyond their capacity. Yet just as no one wished to comply with the orders, a figure surged forth from the ranks of the Navy soldiers, shouting, "For justice." A warrior indeed. The Navy soldiers cheered, giving him a thumbs up. Unbeknownst to them, the figure was Lin Feng, who aimed to strike while Magellan was vulnerable. He understood that such opportunities were rare, and once he made his move, other devoted soldiers would likely follow suit. A.S. anticipated. After a brief moment of silence, a significant number of Navy soldiers chose to charge toward Kinpachi. The sight filled the leading rear admiral with pride and gratitude, reflecting on his past kindness toward them. However, his greatest gratitude was reserved for the figure closest to him. Upon recognizing Lin Feng's rank, his heart sank. A private, who hadn't even reached the rank of sergeant, was willing to fight so fiercely. Instantly, the rear admiral felt overwhelmed with emotion, vowing to promote Lin Feng if he survived this encounter. "Soldier, you are the pride of our navy," the rear admiral exclaimed to Lin Feng, unaware that his declaration of navy pride would soon leave everyone dumbfounded. Hearing this, Lin Feng returned a gesture to the rear admiral, following closely behind him, appearing selflessly heroic. What a good person. Lin Feng's actions further moved the rear admiral. But suddenly he realized that Lin Feng's speed matched his own, even surpassing it. The rear admiral was left in a stupor. When did such a figure emerge among the privates? The 76th chapter. Breakout. In his confusion, Lin Feng's next move left the rear admiral utterly flabbergasted. A.S. Lin Feng closed in on Kinpachi. Merely a few meters away, his speed surged dramatically, swinging his blade toward Kizaru from behind. "Scatter, Senbin Sakura, Kagyoshi." Lin Feng initiated his Bankai, unleashing countless tiny blades that enveloped Kizaru, catching him completely off guard. "What?" Kizaru was taken aback, surrounded by the pink petals, feeling as if something was choking him, unable to muster his strength. Although he had noticed Lin Feng's movements, the mere sight of him in navy attire had significantly lowered his guard. Otherwise, with Kizaru's speed, it would have been impossible for Lin Feng to succeed in his ambush. This scene left the other Navy soldiers dumbfounded, halting their charge as they stood frozen in place, unsure of how to react. What on earth is happening? The earlier shocked rear admiral was now even more astonished, his gaze fixed on Lin Feng. Upon recognizing Lin Feng's face, he felt a wave of dread wash over him. That wasn't he the accomplice of Kinpachi from 2 years ago? In an instant, the rear admiral felt as if the world had gone dark. He had allowed an enemy to infiltrate their ranks, leading to a successful ambush on Kizaru. "This is it, that I'm finished." He believed his political future was in jeopardy, certain that he would lose his rank of rear admiral. Overwhelmed with despair, he felt the ground spin beneath him before he fainted. Meanwhile, having succeeded in his endeavor, Lin Feng tore off his disguise and shouted to Kinpachi, "Keep an eye on Kizaru. I'm going to finish off Magellan." As he spoke, he surged towards Magellan, intent on rendering him entirely incapable of combat. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Kinpachi first felt a surge of joy, but then brandished his sword, aiming at the yellow-clad Kizaru, who was ensnared by the cherry blossom blades, and shouted, "You arrogant brat in yellow, I'll teach you a lesson." Kizaru found himself in dire straits, now facing Lin Feng's cherry blossom blades, leaving him momentarily flustered, while internally he grumbled about the people he had initially summoned. According to the timeline, those reinforcements should be arriving soon, Kizaru mused to himself. Simultaneously, Lin Feng had already approached Magellan, manipulating a small number of cherry blossom blades that coldly scrutinized the adversary. Coughing up blood in response to Lin Feng's gaze, Magellan was seething with anger. He had never anticipated that Lin Feng would conceal himself among the Navy soldiers and launch a surprise attack on Kizaru. It was utterly unforeseen. Unlike Kizaru, Magellan was unaware of Lin Feng's true identity. "Make your move. Don't prolong my suffering." Magellan lifted his gaze to Lin Feng, his eyes filled with resolve, never imagining that his life would come to an end at the hands of this foe. It felt somewhat unjust. With that thought, Magellan closed his eyes, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. "Quite resilient," Lin Feng scoffed, then directed the cherry blossom blades to penetrate the wounds on Magellan's body. A piercing scream of agony erupted as Magellan felt the blades assaulting his insides. That you've gone too far. He glared at Lin Feng, enduring the excruciating pain. Such actions felt like a humiliation to him. Hey, don't look at me like that. I merely wish to incapacitate you. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, as though he had no intention of killing. His objective was to render Magellan powerless because he suspected that there were ulterior motives at play within Impelled Down. He contemplated using Magellan as a hostage at a critical moment to facilitate his escape with Kenpachi. Magellan's expression faltered at Lin Feng's demeanor, and soon, under the dual torment of body and spirit, he fainted. Already fainted? Lin Feng observed Magellan with a bemused expression, perplexed at how easily he succumbed. This is rather pathetic. Hey, aren't you the top dog of Impelled Down? Lin Feng remarked, somewhat exasperated, as he withdrew the cherry blossom blades from Magellan's wounds. He then shifted his focus onto Kizaru, who, despite being surrounded by Lin Feng's cherry blossom blades, still managed to engage Kenpachi in a fierce exchange, living up to the reputation of the Navy's highest combat strength. Little did Lin Feng know, Kenpachi was not utilizing his full power. He was relishing the battle with Kizaru and intentionally suppressing his strength. Otherwise, had Kenpachi unleashed his Bankai, Kizaru would not have stood chance. Where are those reinforcements? Kizaru thought, his expression darkening as he faced the tempestuous onslaught from Kenpachi. Kenpachi, don't get entangled with him. Let South leave this place immediately. Lin Feng hoisted the unconscious Magellan and shouted to Kenpachi, then sprinted towards the exit of Impelled Down. In response, Kenpachi unleashed a powerful slash, forcing Kizaru into a corner, yet he appeared to be yearning for more action. Next time we meet, yellow-clad brat, he declared before pursuing Lin Feng. Lin Feng dashed toward the exit at an astonishing speed, clearing a path through the Navy soldiers. However, despite this, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. Logically, Impelled Down should not be guarded solely by these fighters. Where were Akainu, the Gorosei, and Garp? Master, you look rather pale. What's wrong? In the midst of his thoughts, Kenpachi caught up to Lin Feng and inquired. Nothing much, just a nagging suspicion that the Navy would send merely these fighters. Something feels off. Lin Feng shook his head slightly, voicing his concerns. Then let us deal with them one by one. If two come, we'll take both. Kenpachi grinned, brandishing his sword with the demeanor of a battle-hungry warrior. Honestly, Lin Feng was momentarily speechless, then fixed his gaze on the exit, accelerating his pace with caution. Stay alert. We're almost at the exit. Don't worry. Kenpachi grinned, matching Lin Feng's speed as they appeared as two streaks of light racing across the floor of Impelled Down. Yet, just as they neared the exit, the elevator above began to descend slowly. Soon after, a familiar figure emerged into view, clad in a red uniform and a Navy cloak. The current fleet admiral. Akainu, this is bad. Lin Feng's expression hardened. The worst-case scenario had materialized. Gritting his teeth, he urged Kenpachi, charge forward. We must leave this place immediately. Understood. Kenpachi responded, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he swung his sword toward Akainu. Declaring, you in the red, die. With a swift motion, Kenpachi unleashed a formidable slash, seemingly intent on cleaving Akainu in two. Dream on. Akainu scoffed, having already prepared for their attack. Yes, they noticed him. He too had been poised for retaliation, transforming his body into magma and charging towards Kenpachi's strike. Chapter 77. The frenzied Akainu. Although he had anticipated Kenpachi's assault, Akainu's primary target was not him, but rather Lin Feng. Having elementalized, he dodged Kenpachi's strike and lunged at Lin Feng, transforming mid-air into a searing hellhound. Kenpachi, realizing the danger, Lin Feng swiftly signaled Kenpachi to intervene. Without needing to be told, Kenpachi reacted instantaneously, using Shunpa to close the distance and slice at Akainu. Die. Kenpachi roared, his spirit energy enveloping his sword as he aimed for the neck of the hellhound. If this strike landed, even Akainu would find it difficult to withstand. But Akainu was no ordinary opponent. Within the Navy, his combat instincts were unparalleled. As he launched towards Lin Feng, he contorted his body in an oddly agile arc, snapping his jaws at the incoming blade. Simultaneously, his four claws lunged at Kenpachi, emanating heat that seemed to sear the very air. Get back! Lin Feng shouted, hastily tossing Magellan to the ground while directing the cherry blossom blades towards Akainu. The flurry of cherry blossom blades was resplendent, infusing the otherwise dreary impel down with a touch of vibrancy. Yet, only those familiar with this technique understood the lethal intent concealed within the beautiful display. In the face of the dual assault from Lin Feng and Kenpachi, Akainu remained unervingly calm, a stark contrast to his typical demeanor. His magma claws showed no signs of hesitation, seemingly intent on exchanging injuries with Lin Feng and Kenpachi. None of you will leave here alive today. Akainu's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. For someone of his caliber, a strategy of trading injuries was a terrifying prospect. Yet unbeknownst to Akainu, his actions had awakened a dormant warrior instinct within Kenpachi. "Ha! Exhilarating. This is how battles should be fought," Kenpachi exclaimed, undeterred by the searing claws, as he charged forward with a clenched fist, intending to strike back. "Arrogant," Akainu growled, instantly enveloping his claws in haki, transforming his already fearsome appendages into obsidian hooks that seemed to emerge from the depths of hell. As fists and claws collided, they produced a thunderous resonance, the shockwave shattering the walls around them. "Ichigo Kenpachi, consider this your grave." Akainu relinquished his hellhound form, gripping Kenpachi's sword with one hand while contesting him in a fierce struggle. In that moment, Lin Feng's voice echoed dreamily behind him. "Red Dog, have you forgotten about me?" With that, a tempest of cherry blossoms surged towards Akainu's back, enveloping him instantly and unleashing a full-scale assault. Countless cherry blossom blades rained down upon him, bathing Akainu in crimson. Though his attire was red, making the blood less conspicuous, had it been anyone else, they would appear as nothing short of a sanguinary figure. "Cough! Fahai!" Akainu spat blood, the cherry blossom blades having pierced his body and traversed through his insides, inflicting internal damage. "Is that so?" Lin Feng's expression darkened. It seemed his identity had been leaked by Gordon. However, the number of people aware of it remained minimal. Akati appeared imperative to assume a new identity quickly. Otherwise, he would be faced with relentless pursuit. Lin Feng contemplated deeply after venturing out with Kenpachi. He must swiftly activate his third identity and lie low for a period. Only then could he exact revenge on the world government, for Kenpachi's sins must not go unpunished. What surprised? Noticing Lin Feng's silence. Akainu's face bore a playful expression. "Fahai, that esteemed individual has already taken action. Every day that follows will be steeped in fear for you." That esteemed individual. Lin Feng's eyes darkened as countless figures flashed through his mind. Trying to discern the identity of this person, it is worth noting that Akainu is one who does not shy away from the faces of the five elders. Who could it be that earned such a title from him? As these thoughts swirled, a chilling figure emerged in Lin Feng's mind. Akati couldn't be him, Lin Feng mused, realizing that only one person could provoke such treatment from Akainu. That would be the one who stands atop Mariewa. At that moment, Akainu's voice resounded once more. "Fahai, there's no need to speculate. You cannot fathom the identity of that esteemed individual." A cold smile crept upon Lin Feng's lips. Observing Akainu's demeanor only solidified his suspicions. "Laugh all you want. You will both vanish from this world," Akainu retorted coldly, and in the brief moment of conversation, he effortlessly freed himself from Kenpachi's grasp, igniting his body with searing flames and shattering the bonds of the cherry blossom blade. Landing some distance away. "Red Dog, you're rather clever." Witnessing Akainu's actions, Lin Feng's eyes turned icy. He understood that Akainu's lengthy dialogue was merely a ruse to recover from his injuries. Upon closer inspection, he sensed that the cherry blossoms he had controlled within Akainu's body had nearly been eradicated. "What a thief!" Lin Feng scoffed, realizing that his preoccupation with Akainu's esteemed individual had led him to overlook this. Otherwise, Akainu would have been gravely injured if not dead. "Kenpachi, eliminate him," Lin Feng commanded. Given that he and the Navy had reached an irreparable standoff, it was time to take the initiative. They would first eliminate one of the enemy's peak combatants to lay the groundwork for their future endeavors. "Understood," Kenpachi replied, swiftly removing the eye patch that covered his right eye and discarding it to the ground. With a hum, as the eye patch fell, Kenpachi's spiritual energy surged forth like a tiger unleashed from its cage. A long-awaited relaxation gracing his features, he had kept the eye patch on to continuously absorb the overflowing spiritual energy. Apologies, red-clad lad. I initially intended to savor this, but since the master has spoken, you will meet your end today. Kenpachi directed his gaze at Akainu, licking his lips before charging toward him. Before Akainu could fully comprehend Kenpachi's movement, the blade of the Zanpakuto had already descended. Die! The intense sense of crisis jolted Akainu's nerves, instinctively shifting to elementalization to evade to the side. With a swish, the Zanpakuto struck, leaving a spray of blood, followed by Akainu's furious scream. "Ah!" He clutched his right arm, blood gushing forth, staining the ground in an instant. "Kachiki Kenpachi!" His voice escaped through clenched teeth, revealing his seething rage, while a storm of shock brewed within him. Akainu had faced Kenpachi before. While terrifying, he had never encountered him at this level. Previously, he had leveraged the property of elementalization to render physical attacks ineffective, engaging Kenpachi in a back and forth. With the inclusion of Kizaru and the five elders, despite the challenges, he had managed to defeat Kenpachi. But why was Kenpachi so powerful now? Akainu could not fathom the reason. Unbeknownst to him, during his years imprisoned and impelled down, Kenpachi had meticulously analyzed the battle of the Holy Land, gaining profound insight into the combat styles of those present. Hence, his current strength was not surprising to missed. In contrast, Kenpachi inspected his Zanpakuto with incredulity, pondering how his previous strike had fallen short. "Kenpachi, move quickly. Let us send the red dog to his demise." Suddenly, a sense of foreboding washed over Lin Feng. A feeling that had lingered since he entered impelled down, now intensified. Hence, he dared not delay. Calling out to Kenpachi as he charged toward Akainu. "Understood," Kenpachi replied, joining Lin Feng in the assault against Akainu. "Red-clad lad, your end arrives here. Curse you!" Akainu's face darkened, enduring the excruciating pain in his arm as he engaged both Lin Feng and Kenpachi in battle. In an instant, cherry blossoms, blade gleams, and magma coalesced, saturating the battlefield. Soon, Akainu, already wounded, found himself vulnerable. Kenpachi seized the opportunity, striking him on the shoulder with a blade before elementalization could take effect. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. "Seize the chance. Eliminate him," Lin Feng urged, locking eyes with Kenpachi as their attacks converged on Akainu. "If you wish to kill me, then you may certainly try." Faced with such peril, Akainu went mad, disregarding everything else. His fruit's power surged forth, magma spreading beneath his feet. In an instant, the surroundings morphed into a hellish scene. Demon dog, upon awakening, Akainu roared, his fists transforming into two monstrous hounds that met Lin Feng and Kenpachi's onslaught. Boom! A chilling tremor reverberated as Akainu, fueled by madness, managed to block their attacks. Yet he too suffered. The myriad elemental effect from the cherry blossom blade directly assaulted his body, inflicting immense pain. Kenpachi's nearly primal slashes nearly dislocated his left arm. Kenpachi, once more, he cannot withstand it. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed as he glanced at Kenpachi, who nodded in understanding. In an instant, they launched another wave of attacks against Akainu. That moment, Akainu suddenly shouted behind him, "If you don't appear now, I will truly meet my end here." Chapter 78, The Unexpected Arrival. Hearing this, Lin Feng's heart sank. Indeed, there were others besides Akainu. Esigarp. Are the five elders here as well? Lin Feng pondered, yet his actions remained unceasing as he and Kenpachi continued their assault on Akainu. Suddenly, a sigh echoed through the air. Following that, several shadowy figures surged from the darkness, one of whom swung a fist imbued with armed haki toward Lin Feng. "Who are you?" Lin Feng gasped, but before he could finish his question, the fist descended, the powerful blow whistling through the air like a windstorm, seemingly intent on tearing through the very atmosphere. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly altered his attack. The cherry blossom blade coalesced into the form of 1,000 cherry blossoms, gripped tightly in his hand as he slashed toward the incoming fist. Upon impact, a sound akin to iron clashing resonated, revealing the incredible hardness of the fist. This moment, Lin Feng discerned the identity of the assailant. The distinctive scar, coupled with short hair, unmistakably identified him as the Navy's hero. Monkey D. Garp. Garp. Lin Feng's expression darkened considerably. Garp's arrival took him by surprise. Yet upon reflection, it also made sense, as Garp was a high-ranking Navy officer and a symbol of prestige. It would be odd for him not to appear at such a critical juncture. Simultaneously, Kenpachi found himself obstructed by another unexpected figure. Lin Feng turned his head, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. How could this person be here? Clad in a black coat, a floral shirt, and possessing an eagle-like sharp gaze. Their identity was clear: Dracul Mihawk. Lin Feng could hardly believe his eyes. The ever-elusive Mihawk stood alongside the Navy, an utterly bewildering sight. I hope you've been well. Noticing Lin Feng's gaze, Mihawk turned, a smile gracing his features. Lin Feng was utterly flabbergasted. What was happening? Don't come here with your pleasantries. Fahai, you will not leave this place today. Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, Garp's voice boomed, and his other fist came crashing down toward the 1,000 cherry blossoms. The tremendous force nearly causing Lin Feng to lose his grip. With a powerful kick in midair, Garp instantly appeared beside Lin Feng, his unmatched iron fist descending with overwhelming force. Not good. Lin Feng's heart raced. A surge of crimson light erupting from his hand as he retaliated against Garp. The attack from the red fire cannon momentarily halted Garp's advance. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng darted toward Kenpachi. Shouting, "Kenpachi, we must leave now." Hearing the call, Kenpachi swung his blade at Mihawk, unleashing a spirit-infused strike aimed to push him back, thus granting them a chance to escape in the face of the incoming attack. Mihawk remained unfazed, murmuring, "I'm sorry, but you cannot escape." Swish! In an instant, Hawkeye unleashed a slash that was by no means inferior to that of Kenpachi, the black and white strikes clashing together and ultimately dissolving into nothingness in midair. Remarkable. Lin Feng paused, his gaze fixed on Hawkeye, uttering these two words. Indeed, the opponent had grown significantly stronger since their initial encounter. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to withstand Kenpachi's strike. One must remember that even Akainu had to exercise extreme caution when facing Kenpachi's onslaught. Although this was partly due to Kenpachi's relentless review of the battle at Holy Land over the past 2 years. Nevertheless, this does not diminish Kenpachi's combat prowess. In certain respects, he might even surpass Akainu. The mere fact that such formidable power was countered by Hawkeye was something Lin Feng found hard to accept. That you've made considerable progress over the past 2 years, Hawkeye, Lin Feng said coldly. As expected, Hawkeye replied, glancing at Lin Feng. The battle with you has indeed elevated my skills. Lin Feng scoffed, clearly skeptical of Hawkeye's words. To think that one could improve to such an extent from a single encounter. Did Hawkeye truly believe himself to be the chosen one like Luffy? By the way, Hawkeye continued, seemingly indifferent to Lin Feng's disbelief, pausing for a moment. No, it might be more fitting to refer to you as Fahai now. Lin Feng was tempted to retort, "Who do you think you are?" But given the current circumstances, he refrained that he needed to progress to a level akin to Fahai, at least above 80, to speak so freely. Otherwise, he would certainly attract the system's ire. Noticing Lin Feng's silence, Hawkeye spoke again. "Fahai, out of a semblance of past camaraderie, let me offer you a warning." "Speak," Lin Feng replied in a low, icy tone. That it would be wise for you to surrender to this individual. I have no desire for my blade to be stained with blood. Hawkeye lifted his gaze to Lin Feng, his hawk-like eyes seemingly capable of penetrating one's very soul. Surrender. A smirk appeared at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. As if he had just heard the grandest of jokes, he then turned to Kenpachi. "Kenpachi, he suggests I surrender. What do you think?" All follows the master's command. Kenpachi grinned widely. Before suddenly recalling something, he looked at Lin Feng, unperturbed. "Actually, I have an immature suggestion." "Speak," Lin Feng said, curious about Kenpachi's proposition. Unexpectedly, Kenpachi's expression hardened as he surveyed everyone present except Lin Feng, and coldly declared, "Cut them all down." Lin Feng was rendered speechless. This suggestion was indeed far from mature. At that moment, Karp's figure landed not far from Lin Feng, directing his gaze at Kenpachi. "If you wish to cut us all down, you must first see if your blade is swift enough." With that, Karp vanished from his position, appearing beside Lin Feng in an instant, his dark fist aimed directly at Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng nearly spat blood in frustration, hastily responding, cursing inwardly. Wait, the hatred was stirred by Kenpachi. Why are you attacking me? On Kenpachi's side, upon witnessing Lin Feng being assaulted by Carp, he immediately intended to rush over in aid. However, before he could take a step, a black blade entered his line of sight. It was Hawkeye. Still want to play with me? Kenpachi retorted coldly, his blade swinging as he struck downward toward Hawkeye, and the two instantly became embroiled in battle. Meanwhile, Akainu had also recovered from his previous state, regaining about 50 to 60% of his combat power. Kenpachi, Fahai, he observed the two engaged in combat with Hawkeye and Carp, a murderous intent surfacing on his face as he advanced toward Lin Feng. Dog bite Red Lotus. Accompanied by Akainu's voice, an intensely heated lava attack surged toward Lin Feng. Red Dog, a chill crept into Lin Feng's eyes. He was already at a disadvantage against Carp, barely managing to defend himself. And Akainu's involvement only escalated the pressure, but he believed that it would not be long before he would undoubtedly face defeat. What to do? Lin Feng's expression hardened as he defended against the two's assault while contemplating his next move. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Magellan in the distance. How could I forget you? Lin Feng thought to himself, swiftly employing Shunpa to dart toward Magellan. Chapter 79. The Eerie Carp? Stop him! Mr. Carp, Akainu called out, realizing Lin Feng's intentions as he glanced in Lin Feng's direction. Upon hearing this, Carp did not respond, but his figure began to close in on Lin Feng, his dark fist poised to strike. Just then, Kenpachi, engaged in battle with Hawkeye, noticed this scene and let out a low roar. Using the momentum from a strike against Hawkeye, he swung his Zanpakuto toward Carp, unleashing several slashes. Stop right there! Swish, swish, swish! Kenpachi's slashes were earth-shattering, causing the ground to erupt in their wake, as if anything in their path would be obliterated. Yet to Carp, such an attack was merely child's play. He cast a fleeting glance at Kenpachi, his advance toward Lin Feng unwavering. The pitch-black fist bore down on Lin Feng's vital point. Simultaneously, a golden flash surged from a distance. Hurtling toward the attacks unleashed by Kenpachi. It was Kizaru. Kenpachi, do not disturb Mr. Carp. Kizaru's voice remained languid, though the underlying murderous intent was unmistakable. Damn it! Kenpachi gritted his teeth, trapped between Kizaru and Hawkeye, unable to assist Lin Feng. Was he left with no choice but to resort to Bankai? Kenpachi pondered, reluctant to use that state unless absolutely necessary, for in that form, friend and foe alike would be indistinguishable. If he inadvertently harmed Lin Feng, it would be a grave loss. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, undeterred by Carp's formidable strike, gritted his teeth and charged toward Magellan. But he understood that in this critical moment, the only way for him and Kenpachi to survive was to subdue the opponent. Senbenzakura Kageyoshi, Shinjitsu, Hakutiken. Lin Feng roared, the brilliant white light emanating from his Senbenzakura as he lunged toward Carp. This is, for the first time, astonishment crossed Carp's face as he swiftly sidestepped, recognizing the threat of the White Emperor's sword. Even he had to retreat 3 steps in the face of such power. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Feng swiftly executed Shunpa, lifting Magellan from the ground and placing him at a distance. Carp, let us go. Lin Feng's expression was cold, his gaze fixed on Carp, the murderous intent radiating from his eyes. Is this your solution, Fahai? Carp remarked, his eyes shifting to the Magellan in Lin Feng's grasp. Indeed, Lin Feng replied, his voice low, though somewhat despicable. Surely your navy cannot disregard the life of a comrade. This is my bargaining chip. Either you let me and Kenpachi go, or Magellan dies here. With that, Lin Feng pressed the White Emperor's sword against Magellan's throat. The threat unmistakable. Fahai. Carp pondered, remaining silent. When it came to his comrades, he could not simply turn a blind eye. This was a trait inherent in the older generation of the Navy, valuing loyalty and righteousness. Unlike Akainu and others, who clung to a nearly twisted sense of justice. Very well, I shall let you go. Ultimately, Carp sighed, voluntarily stepping aside to grant Lin Feng passage at the same time upon hearing these words. Hawkeye ceased his assault and stood still. It was evident that Carp held a position of authority among them. However, at that moment, Akainu's voice rang out. His face twisted. Mr. Carp, you truly intend to let Fahai go just like that? My superior has given orders. With that, he launched an attack toward Lin Feng, but was halted by a large hand. Sakazuki, Magellan cannot die. Carp's expression darkened. He represented the justice of impelled down. Did Akainu wish to bring shame upon this place? Faced with Carp's questioning, Akainu, though reluctant, extinguished the magma in his hands, silently glaring at Lin Feng. Carp was correct. Magellan represented too much. The justice of impelled down required oversight, and that person was Magellan, although he had faced emotion. Any discerning individual knew that he was the soul of impelled down, as long as he remained. The criminals within would not revolt. Have you come to an agreement? Lin Feng asked Carp and the others. His tone calmed at, if so. I and Kenpachi shall take our leave, as he spoke. Lin Feng carefully moved toward Kenpachi, wary of Akainu and Kizaru intervening to rescue Magellan. When Lin Feng finally reached Kenpachi's side, he breathed a sigh of relief. Carp appeared nonchalant, but Lin Feng was genuinely fearful of Akainu's actions. He was all too aware of the terrifying nature of the near-twisted justice that burdened Akainu's heart. Let us go, Kenpachi. Lin Feng exchanged a knowing glance with Kenpachi, who understood immediately and positioned himself behind Lin Feng to prevent Akainu and the others from launching a surprise attack. The duo fixed their gaze upon everyone present, gradually making their way towards the exit. Just as they were nearing their destination, Carp's voice rang out. Fahai, wait a moment. What is it? Upon hearing the voice, Lin Feng's expression tightened, and he cast a wary glance at Carp. His sword, Senbenzakura, inched closer to Magellan's neck, the threat unmistakable, as if to say, if you dare to make a move, I will not hesitate to end Magellan's life. Relax, I will not go back on my word. Noticing Lin Feng's tension, Carp gestured for him to calm down and continued, You may leave, but how can you guarantee Magellan's safety? How can I trust you? Carp's intentions were clear. He feared that Lin Feng might renege on their agreement and eliminate Magellan once they felt secure. You have no choice. Lin Feng discerned Carp's meaning, his words unwavering, his stance resolute. No, this. Carp shook his head slowly and replied, We have options. It is you who lacks them. Although Magellan is important, he pales in comparison to you. I only agreed to let you leave out of concern for potential upheaval and impel down. However, to put another way, if Magellan were to perish in battle, it would not be inconceivable for a naval hero to take his place in guarding impel down. Lin Feng was rendered speechless, astonished that Carp would entertain such a notion, a chill of dread running down his spine. Akainu, Kizaru, and the others exchanged incredulous glances upon hearing Carp's words. Was this truly the straightforward Carp they knew? Capable of such sharp rhetoric? Seeing that Lin Feng had fallen silent, Carp extended 2 fingers, calmly stating, Fahai, I present you with 2 choices. The first is to bring Kenpachi over for an exchange. And when you're safe, you may trade him for Magellan. That is impossible, Lin Feng declared resolutely, unwilling to place Kenpachi in danger once more. Then it seems, Carp was not surprised by Lin Feng's reaction and continued. The second option is for you to sever one of your own arms, thereby diminishing your combat capabilities so that I may feel assured about Magellan's safety. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. He felt as though he was facing a different Carp. The Carp from the original story would never utter such words. Who exactly are you? Lin Feng demanded, voicing his inner turmoil that I see you've caught on. Carp's expression turned enigmatic at Lin Feng's words, yet he did not linger on the topic. Instead, he spread his hands and said nonchalantly, Fahai, choose, it is only fair to select one of the 2. 80 Chapter, Kenpachi's Resolve Fair. Lin Feng scoffed inwardly, thinking, what a joke. You want me to mutilate myself as if I were some heroic figure. Choose, Fahai. I will give you 10 minutes. Carp fixed his gaze on Lin Feng. The earlier enigmatic expression returning to in 10 minutes. A naval hero will take command of impel down. Lin Feng's face darkened. The options Carp had presented were indeed difficult to navigate. Either surrender Kenpachi or mutilate himself. Both choices would plunge him and Kenpachi into peril once again. Why not gamble on it? Lin Feng pondered. He still had a trump card. Worst case, he could abandon the system's task and engage in a direct confrontation as Fahai, while the outcome might not be favorable. At least he could ensure the safety of himself and Kenpachi. Amidst his thoughts, Kenpachi's voice echoed in Lin Feng's ear. Master, agree to the first option. What? Lin Feng looked at Kenpachi incredulously and exclaimed, "Kenpachi, what are you thinking? Would I once again throw you into the hands of the enemy?" He had been haunted by the events at the Holy Land, although he had acted out of necessity. Yet Kenpachi's capture and impelled down, enduring countless hardships over 2 years, weighed heavily on Lin Feng's conscience, and he vowed never to let such a thing happen again. Seeing Lin Feng's inner conflict, Kenpachi grinned widely and said, "Master, don't dwell on the past. If it weren't for you, I would never have found such worthy opponents, nor would I have had such exhilarating battles." Kenpachi, hearing his words, only deepened Lin Feng's turmoil. Just as he was about to respond, Kenpachi interrupted him. "Master, don't overthink it. Just hand me over to them." Kenpachi spoke softly, then reassured him, "Rest assured, I will be fine. I swear to this." "Oh, you." Observing Kenpachi's insistence, Lin Feng sighed, and then said earnestly, "Kenpachi, if anything happens to you, I will raise the Navy headquarters to avenge you. Such melodramatic words. A few people couldn't possibly kill me." Kenpachi laughed heartily. That moment, Carp's voice broke in. "Have you made up your minds? You have 3 minutes left. Shut up. I'm already coming out." Upon hearing Carp's words, Kenpachi stepped forward, sheathing his sword and striding toward Carp. As he moved, Akainu and the others remained on high alert, closely watching Kenpachi's every action. Finally, Kenpachi halted just a meter away from Carp, sitting cross-legged on the ground in plain view, casually declaring, "I shall be the hostage." Kenpachi's audacious act left everyone present in a state of shock. To be a hostage with such nonchalance was indeed a rarity. "Carp, this..." Kizaru glanced at Kenpachi seated on the ground, momentarily at a loss, and turned to Carp for guidance. "Nothing to worry about. Just remove his sword and bind him with his sea stone shackles." Carp narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. "Understood." Kizaru nodded, vanishing from sight in an instant, only to reappear moments later with a sea stone chain in hand. Naturally, Kizaru did not make direct contact with the chains, instead using gloves as a barrier. However, even so, the sea stones still had some effect on him. Next, Kizaru approached Kenpachi, intending to disarm him. "Here, take this." Kenpachi, having heard Carp's earlier words, threw his blade away before Kizaru could act, leaving him momentarily stunned. Yet Kizaru quickly regained his composure, using the sea stone shackles to bind Kenpachi securely, then dragging him before Carp. This scene nearly caused Lin Feng to crush Senbenzakura in his grip, as it became evident how he felt in that moment. For the second time, Kenpachi had fallen into enemy hands. Lin Feng thought bitterly, "Navy headquarters, you have done well. Once I escape, I shall ensure that new marine fort sinks into the depths of the sea." "All right, Carp." After completing the task, Kizaru spoke slowly to them. Carp nodded, then turned his gaze to Lin Feng, stating coolly, "You may leave. Once you're outside and impelled down, we will proceed with the exchange. That I hope you won't go back on your word." Lin Feng replied solemnly, then darted towards the exit, followed closely by Carp and the others. Before long, Lin Feng emerged from the depths of impelled down, reaching the outer perimeter. The sky had turned ominous, thick clouds looming oppressively overhead, making it difficult to breathe. The humidity in the air was palpable, signaling an impending storm. Enemies, all units on alert. The moment Lin Feng appeared, the remaining watch teams at the entrance of impelled down sprang into action, all artillery trained on him, poised to attack. However, upon seeing Magellan in Lin Feng's grasp, they halted abruptly. "Attention! Vice Warden Magellan is in the enemy's hands. Do not act rashly," the squad commander shouted, signaling his team to avoid accidental fire that might harm Magellan. Then took out a loudspeaker to bellow at Lin Feng, "Put down Vice Warden Magellan." Unfazed by the squad commander's outburst, Lin Feng's gaze remained fixed on the exit of impelled down. Soon, several figures emerged from within. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed as he pressed the blade against Magellan's neck, his demeanor icy. "Drop your weapons." Upon witnessing this, the squad commander grew anxious and shouted at Lin Feng. But in the next moment, he froze, murmuring as he recognized the figures emerging from impelled down: Carp, Admiral Akainu, Admiral Kizaru, and Mihawk and Kenpachi. The squad commander was flabbergasted. Among the group, he had not been surprised to see Kizaru, but with every additional figure he recognized, a storm of disbelief surged within him that he was baffled as to when these high-ranking officials had arrived at impelled down. Furthermore, when had Kenpachi been captured, there had been no news of this on his end. Then, as if struck by a revelation, he glanced at Lin Feng, a tempest of realization brewing in his mind. Could it be that these formidable figures had come for him? Adding to the presence of the earliest warring states gentlemen, along with Warden Peckman and the likes of General Mole, this lineup is even more extravagant than the peak war of 2 years ago. Who on earth is this person? The team commander was utterly bewildered, his mouth agape as he attempted to articulate something, yet his voice was caught in his throat, unable to escape that moment. Kizaru stepped forward, his languid voice resonating. You have done well. I now command you to gather the remaining Navy and guards, and have them all enter impelled down to handle the battlefield there. Yes, Admiral Kizaru. The team commander managed to force the words trapped in his throat out, then shouted to the stunned team members. The Admiral's orders. Everyone, proceed into impel down. Understood. The team members, initially taken aback, soon hurried toward impel down, realizing that this battle formation no longer required their presence. After they departed, Garp's voice rang out, a peculiar expression on his face. Fahai, release Magellan first, and I will let him go shortly after. What do you say? Are you joking with me? Lin Feng scoffed, pressing his sword, 1,000 cherry blossoms, forward, a line of blood appearing on Magellan's throat as he coldly declared. Either you release him, or Magellan dies here. You're seeking death. Garp remained silent, but Akainu's furious voice erupted. Seeking death. You can certainly try. Chapter 81. You cannot. Lin Feng showed no signs of retreat, and as he spoke, the tip of 1,000 cherry blossoms had already grazed Magellan's neck, blood flowing along the blade's edge. Do you dare? Akainu barked, unable to believe Lin Feng would act so recklessly, unless he had no concern for Kenpachi's fate. Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Feng sneered, pushing the blade further. A portion of the tip had already pierced in, and with just a bit more force, it would surely claim Magellan's life. You. Seeing this, Akainu was at a loss for words. Astonished that Lin Feng actually dared to go this far. Did he truly not care about Kenpachi's life? Amid his thoughts, Kizaru had already conjured the Amitsukami sword, pressing it against Kenpachi that moment. Garp's voice echoed, Fahai. As per our agreement, you have extricated yourself from danger. Now release Magellan. You intend for Kenpachi to accompany him to the grave? With that, Garp waved his hand, and Kizaru's Amitsukami sword lunged toward Kenpachi. No, Lin Feng cried out in alarm, about to retract 1,000 cherry blossoms, but the next scene left him frozen in place. The tip of the Amitsukami sword met Kenpachi's body as if obstructed by an unseen force. Unable to penetrate, it was as though an invisible barrier was preventing the blade from advancing. You think you can stain my hands with blood? Kenpachi grinned, a mocking glint in his eyes. How could this be? Kizaru was perplexed. He had not exerted full force initially, yet upon summoning all his strength to thrust forward, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, revealing the Admiral's true might. But to his astonishment, despite his full effort, he still could not breach Kenpachi's defense. This was indeed quite embarrassing him. Kizaru's face flushed with embarrassment. What on earth was this situation? Here he was, an admiral, and he couldn't even break through the defenses of a restrained opponent. What are you doing, Borsellino? This scene was witnessed by Akainu, who instantly seethed with rage, suspecting Kizaru was deliberately holding back for fear of angering Lin Feng, the sword of molten lava, filled with brutality, formed in his hand, and he aimed it at Kenpachi. Break for me. Akainu growled, yet the same outcome occurred as with Kizaru. The molten sword tip halted upon contact with Kenpachi's body, as if something was hindering its advance. What the hell is this? Akainu fumed, realizing at that moment that Kizaru had not been holding back. Meanwhile, Kenpachi looked on with indifference, a smirk of derision plastered on his face. That red-clad boy. You're no better than Kizaru. You all thunder and no rain, Kenpachi taunted. Akainu was incensed, withdrawing the molten sword as white smoke began to rise from his body. Kenpachi, what did you say? I said you're all thunder and no rain. Is there a problem? Unfazed by Akainu's fury, Kenpachi replied coolly, a look of disdain resting on his features. Die for me. Inazuka Red Lotus. Kenpachi's words sent Akainu into a rage, his intention to obliterate Kenpachi entirely. Enough! Don't make a fool of yourselves! At that moment, Garp's voice cut through the tension, his tone frosty. Upon hearing this, Akainu immediately halted his assault, suppressing his raging fury deep within. Lin Feng, observing this action, was taken aback. When did Akainu become so obedient to Garp? There must be something amiss. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Curiosity piqued regarding Kenpachi's defense. Others might not notice, but he could see the potent spiritual energy coalescing around Kenpachi's body. This defensive technique astonished Lin Feng. That it was neither a Aikido nor a binding technique of any kind, but rather a new method that Kenpachi had presumably developed himself. With this thought, Lin Feng felt considerably relieved. No wonder Kenpachi had earlier insisted on being sent out. With such a technique, it would be difficult for him to perish. As Lin Feng pondered, he remained unaware that this defense was exceedingly taxing on spiritual energy. Although Kenpachi appeared calm on the surface, in reality, resisting the attacks of Kizaru and Akainu had already drained most of his spiritual energy. He could withstand 2 more assaults before his defense would crumble, putting Kenpachi's life at risk. Fahai. Garp turned to Lin Feng, a smile gracing his face. And no wonder you chose Kenpachi as a hostage. We're alike in that regard. You don't wish to eliminate me here. Don't deny it. I can sense your murderous intent. Lin Feng replied indifferently, noting that Garp had emanated chilling, killing intent several times. This aura had never been felt before, in Lin Feng's view. It was a presence that did not belong to Garp. If he had to compare, he had only sensed such an aura from the 5 elders. Had this happened inside Impelled Down, Lin Feng would have had no confidence at all. But the circumstances had changed. Although he was unsure how the system made its determinations, the moment Kenpachi appeared outside the gates of Impelled Down, the notification of task completion rang out abruptly. To Lin Feng's astonishment, his portrayal level surged from 40% to 60%. His combat power also escalated from a 9-fold enhancement to an 11-fold one at that moment. Lin Feng was momentarily dazed, but adeptly concealed his elation. It was precisely for this reason that he dared to take action against Magellan. After all, strength was the ultimate currency, and Lin Feng was not lacking in that regard. Haha. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Garp chuckled, seizing Kenpachi and tossing him toward Lin Feng. Mr. Garp, you. This action caused Kizaru and others to tense up. Was he really going to throw Kenpachi to the other party? Was he not concerned that Lin Feng would renege on the deal with Magellan? Garp ignored their puzzled expressions and fixed his gaze on Lin Feng, saying, Fahai, it's your turn. Garp's actions were indeed unexpected for Lin Feng. He had not anticipated Kenpachi being tossed over so readily. Did Garp not fear for Magellan's safety at all? Or had Garp never been concerned for Magellan and was merely orchestrating everything to facilitate Lin Feng's escape? No way. Lin Feng thought to himself. If Garp truly wanted to release him, he could have simply let it happen from the very beginning. Why wait until now to act so? Moreover, the demeanor of Akainu and Kizaru towards Garp was puzzling. After all, he was an admiral. No matter how powerful Garp was, or how high his standing in the military, it should not warrant such treatment from the 2 admirals. As he contemplated, a bold hypothesis suddenly surfaced in Lin Feng's mind. Could it be that Garp was indeed under someone else's control, his mind completely dominated by another? If that were the case, who would be the one controlling Garp? Was it the master Akainu mentioned? Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, Garp's voice echoed once more, pulling Lin Feng from his reverie. Fahai, you wouldn't dare breach our agreement, would you? Garp's tone was calm, yet his voice carried a potent resonance, as if whispering directly into Lin Feng's ear. Chapter 82. Escape from Impelled Down. Rest assured. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, unbinding the restraints on Kenpachi, then lifting Magellan to hurl him toward Garp. But the moment Lin Feng threw Magellan, an eerie smile suddenly appeared on Garp's face, and his form vanished from sight. Not good. In an instant, Lin Feng felt a chilling sensation permeate his pores as he swiftly grasped his sword and activated the Shunpa technique, dashing toward the sea. The moment he departed, the ground beneath him erupted violently, the tremendous shockwave rendering the stone bridge precarious. Almost immediately, a shadow clad entirely in darkness emerged from the chaos. It was Carp. "Fahai, you certainly run fast," Carp remarked, his presence now exuding an aura utterly foreign to Lin Feng. Savage, cruel, and bloodthirsty. These descriptors flashed through Lin Feng's mind in rapid succession. "You are not Carp," standing suspended in midair. With his feet resting upon the spiritual energy he had conjured, Lin Feng gazed down at Carp, his expression grave at O. A smile crept across Carp's face as he bared his menacing teeth toward Lin Feng. "Suspended in the air, I never claimed to be Carp. That is merely your assumption." The moment his words hung in the air, Carp's body contorted into an unbelievable arc, one foot raised high above him, aimed at Lin Feng in a brutal kick. Raging foot! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Countless dark slashes erupted from Carp's foot, raining down upon Lin Feng in a relentless barrage. 1,000 cherry blossoms. Annihilation. Lin Feng unleashed the 1,000 cherry blossoms technique. An array of blades manifesting on either side of him that he then wielded his hands, shouting, "Ultimate technique." One bite at 1,000 blades flower. Whoosh! An innumerable quantity of colossal blades descended from above, denser than Carp's raging foot strikes. The raging foot slashes were instantly obliterated, yet their momentum remained unyielding as they surged toward Carp. This was Lin Feng's first time employing this technique, a lethal move unlocked only when his transformation reached over 50%. No matter who you are, this technique will be sufficient to test your combat prowess. Lin Feng's expression remained serious. His objective was not to vanquish Carp and his allies, but to gauge their strength. To ascertain the nature of the adversary he faced, based on his understanding of Carp, under the one bite of 1,000 blades flower. Even if he could not be defeated, Carp would gain no advantage. Well, Carp's expression remained unchanged in the face of the overwhelming blades, though a hint of curiosity flickered within his gaze. What an intriguing technique. Carp regarded Lin Feng and remarked coolly, as his voice faded. Carp sprang into action, his foot crashing down with such force that it nearly shattered the stone bridge. In the next moment, he soared into the air, swinging his fists madly at the oncoming blades. Boom! Explosions erupted continuously as Carp's punches flew with terrifying speed, each strike shattering vast swathes of blades that fell like petals. How is this possible? Lin Feng was taken aback. He had anticipated Carp's formidable strength. Yet not to such an astounding degree. That moment, Carp resembled a humanoid behemoth, instilling a sense of dread. "Is this all you've got, Fahai?" Just as Lin Feng was reeling in shock, Carp's voice pierced through, tinged with a hint of disappointment. Lin Feng paid little mind to Carp's taunts, but beside him, Kenpachi could no longer contain himself, his temper flaring as he shouted, "What are you pretending for? Let me have a go at you." With that, he brandished his blade, ready to charge at Carp. "Damn it!" Lin Feng cursed under his breath as he swiftly pulled Kenpachi back, thinking, for heaven's sake, I barely managed to save you, and now you want to stir trouble? "Master," he mocked you. "Aren't you going to retaliate?" Kenpachi exclaimed, pointing furiously at Carp. "No, we must retreat for now." Lin Feng shook his head and, without another word, darted away, leaving Kenpachi momentarily stunned. Although reluctant, he chose to follow. In the blink of an eye, the two vanished from Carp's sight. "Mr. Carp, should I?" Kizaru inquired, addressing Carp in mid-air. "And no need," Carp replied, shattering the last of the blades before leaping to the ground, addressing Kizaru and the others. "You are not his match at this moment." Kizaru and the others displayed expressions of shame. "There is no need for such concern. I will surely eliminate Fahai." Carp spoke solemnly, having gained a clear understanding of Lin Feng, strong, yet not overwhelmingly, so that he was confident in his ability to defeat and even kill him. That would be best. Seeing this, Kizaru and the others agreed. Next, spread the word that Fahai's prison break has suffered a grievous blow and is in dire straits. "Yes, Mr. Carp." Carp then turned his gaze toward the direction Lin Feng had departed, murmuring, "Fahai, we shall meet again, and the day will not be far off." As Carp finished speaking, his body trembled as if struck by a powerful blow, shaking violently before he collapsed to the ground. Surprisingly, Kizaru and the others did not rush to assist him, creating an oddly tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had left the confines of Impel Down and was making his way toward the location of the little bull-headed creature. Along the way, Kenpachi incessantly muttered in his ear about how he would surely beat Carp half to death upon their next encounter, declaring that otherwise, he would not be known as Kenpachi Zaraki. Though he spoke thus, his words carried a hint of grievance toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. It was not that he was unwilling to engage, but rather that he lacked absolute confidence in defeating Carp and his companions. Moreover, Carp was undoubtedly hiding some secret in that state. His demeanor was entirely different from that during the Marineford incident. Though age had left him susceptible to the risks of dementia, Carp's recent behavior did not entirely suggest such an ailment. His combat prowess was such that even binding him with Kenpachi would not suffice to withstand the onslaught. Enough, Kenpachi, that I will reclaim this honor. For now, let us find a place to recuperate. Lin Feng interjected. Cutting through Kenpachi's incessant chatter, I will follow your lead, master. Kenpachi replied obediently. Soon, Lin Feng, guided by the directions provided by his robe, arrived at a desolate island where the little bull-headed creature was digging 2 pits. This piqued Lin Feng's curiosity, and he approached stealthily, unnoticed by the creature, who was engrossed in its task. As Lin Feng drew near, his expression shifted to one of bewilderment. The little bull-headed creature had excavated 1 large and 1 small pit. But that was not the crux of the matter. The focus lay on a wooden plank placed before the smaller pit, upon which a distorted figure was drawn. Though the depiction was peculiar, it vaguely resembled a monk, as the figure was holding what appeared to be a popsicle stick-like staff. This a gravestone. Lin Feng mused silently, utterly speechless at the sight before him. He had not yet perished. Yet a gravestone had already been erected. He could hardly fathom what thoughts occupied the little bull-headed creature's mind. Oh, master, this seems to be you. Suddenly, Kenpachi exclaimed, pointing at the makeshift gravestone. He then glanced at Lin Feng, exclaiming in admiration, Master, I must say, the drawing is quite accurate. It resembles you in your monk-like state perfectly. Resemblance, my foot. Lin Feng snapped, his face darkening as he unusually let slip a curse while in the guise of Baika. Moo! The duo's antics drew the attention of the little bull-headed creature, which promptly leaped out of the pit, its face a mask of vigilance as it emitted a series of hostile sounds. Moo Moo. Chapter 83. A killing force that no one dares to challenge. Observing the little bull-headed creature's demeanor, Lin Feng smiled and said, It's me. No need to be alarmed. Moo, the little bull-headed creature, clearly perplexed, continued to scrutinize Lin Feng with caution. Oh dear, you can't recognize me. Lin Feng sighed, his form beginning to shift as he transformed into the likeness of Fahai in an instant. Although maintaining this form required 3 days, it was particularly straightforward for Lin Feng. Moo, witnessing Lin Feng's transformation, the little bull-headed creature's expression shifted from disbelief to excitement, as Lin Feng's new appearance breached the boundaries of its understanding. However, once the little bull-headed creature recognized Lin Feng's identity, it let out an ecstatic bellow and charged toward him. Moo, moo! The little bull-headed creature enveloped Lin Feng in a warm embrace, its massive head nuzzling against him in joyous celebration. All right, Lin Feng chuckled, stroking the little bull-headed creature's head with a smile. See, I'm perfectly fine. There is no need to be so enthusiastic. Moo. The little bull-headed creature nodded eagerly, detaching itself from Lin Feng and then casting a wary glance at Kenpachi. Emitting a low growl, it sensed considerable pressure emanating from Kenpachi, a feeling that filled it with trepidation. This little fellow is quite amusing. Upon witnessing the scene, Kenpachi grinned, finding the reaction of the little bull head not only amusing but also intriguing. At that moment, Kenpachi had concealed his entire aura, and the fact that the little bull head could perceive the difference indicated that he was no ordinary being. Had it been anyone else, they might have felt nothing at all. There was no need for concern. Although Kenpachi's appearance was somewhat fearsome, he was one of their own. Lin Feng gestured towards Kenpachi, reassuring the little bull head. Moo! Upon hearing the sound, the little bull head, though relieved, still retained a certain wariness in his bones, for in his eyes, Kenpachi resembled a ferocious beast exuding murderous intent, posing a significant danger, more so than anyone he had encountered before. Noticing the little bull head's continued caution, Lin Feng refrained from further reassurance, understanding that the other party needed time to adapt. Subsequently, Lin Feng approached two pits, one large and one small, with an expression of curiosity. He addressed the little bull head, asking, "What is the purpose of digging these two pits?" He knew that one of them was meant for him, but what about the larger one? Pointing to the slightly larger pit, he mused that it couldn't possibly be intended for Kenpachi. If that were the case, Kenpachi would surely be infuriated. However, to Lin Feng's surprise, the little bull head vigorously shook his head, stepped into the deep pit, and lay down within, emitting a series of mooing sounds. His intent was unmistakable. The larger pit was prepared for himself. He feared Lin Feng might not return, hence he had preemptively created their shared grave. It was evident what sentiments the little bull head harbored for Lin Feng. "I see now." Lin Feng stroked his chin, feeling a sense of relief. He had initially thought the pit was designated for Kenpachi. It seemed he had overthought the matter. "Get up. Do not lie there," Lin Feng commanded the little bull head, as lying in a grave was certainly not acceptable. "Moo!" Upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, the little bull head sprang from the pit and quietly stood by Lin Feng's side, his eyes occasionally darting towards Kenpachi, still brimming with vigilance. "Kenpachi, I intend to lie low for a while to evade the current storm. What are your thoughts?" Lin Feng inquired slowly, as he sought to avoid the relentless pursuit of the Navy and the government. After all, countless eyes were watching their every move. For Lin Feng, lying low was the wisest course of action under these circumstances. Upon hearing this, Kenpachi scratched his head, struggling to comprehend Lin Feng's words. Had it been in the past, he would have certainly exclaimed, lying low, "Let us just charge in." But now, Kenpachi was acutely aware of the threat posed by figures like Carp to Lin Feng. The idea of charging in was one he could not vocalize. As time passed, Kenpachi pondered deeply, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, showcasing the pressure Lin Feng's suggestion placed upon him. After a lengthy pause, Kenpachi seemed to have arrived at a conclusion and spoke to Lin Feng. "Master, I believe this is not very prudent at the hotel," Lin Feng replied, raising an eyebrow in anticipation of Kenpachi's insights. "To be frank, in terms of combat, Kenpachi was unmatched, but he significantly lagged in strategy. In the past, if Kenpachi had nothing to contribute, it was of little consequence." However, following the confrontation with Carp, Lin Feng had come to understand that to topple the Navy headquarters and the world government, sheer strength alone would not suffice. A measure of wisdom was also essential. What Lin Feng sought was to encourage Kenpachi to think critically and delve into strategy. It was vital to recognize that sometimes intellect could surpass brute force. Knowledge has the power to change the world. This is an unchanging truth through the ages. "Master, I think," Kenpachi began, his expression unusually grave, as if he had conceived a truly remarkable idea. "Fear not, speak freely. There are no outsiders here," Lin Feng encouraged, and under his expectant gaze, Kenpachi stood up slowly, his gaze fixed on the distance as he declared, "First, let us go to the Navy headquarters and wreak havoc. Some individuals only learn to fear when they are confronted with death, when they are made to tremble in terror. We must strike fear into the hearts of all, so that none dare to challenge us." Kenpachi's words were fervent, his bloodthirsty nature fully unleashed, as his speech dripped with deadly intent, sending shivers down the spine. The little bull head, listening nearby, felt his fur stand on end, eyes wide with palpable fear. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was taken aback by Kenpachi's words, his mind momentarily adrift. Kenpachi was correct. In the face of adversaries, instilling fear was the key to ensuring no one dared to provoke him. Perhaps due to his prolonged role-playing, Lin Feng had been lacking in the ruthless aspect required in this world. He had always thought that living well was enough, and everything else was mere folly. However, today, Kenpachi's words had unleashed the ferocious beast that had long been suppressed within Lin Feng's heart. "Master, did I say something wrong?" Seeing Lin Feng remain silent for an extended period, Kenpachi scratched his head nervously, fearing he had inadvertently angered Lin Feng. "No." Lin Feng slowly shook his head, his gaze piercing as he looked at Kenpachi. "You did not speak incorrectly. Rather, you spoke quite rightly. In the past, I harbored compassion for this world, but it appears that such sentiments are unwarranted." Pausing, Lin Feng's eyes ignited with a fierce glint, his tone chillingly resolute. "As long as we instill fear so that none dare to claim enmity against us, Our troubles will naturally resolve themselves. At that moment, Lin Feng resembled a fallen deity, radiating an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. The very sky dimmed. Seemingly fearing the state Lin Feng was in, suddenly, he turned to Kenpachi and the little bull head, his voice cold as if it emanated from the depths of the abyss. Our target is the Navy headquarters. Let us deliver punishment to those wretches. With that, Lin Feng waved his hand, causing his robe to float in the air as he took a step forward. Kenpachi and the little bull head exchanged a glance, both recognizing the fear reflected in each other's eyes. Obey the master's command, Kenpachi roared, and unlike the little bull head, his eyes sparkled more with excitement than fear. He followed Lin Feng, stepping onto the floating robe. Moo! Seeing this, the little bull head let out a low roar and also stepped onto the robe, choosing to follow Lin Feng's orders without question. Let us proceed. Witnessing their resolve, a smile appeared in Lin Feng's eyes, that he laughed heartily as the robe surged forth like a sword piercing the void, heading towards the new Navy headquarters. Chapter 84. An Unexpected Encounter. The appearance of red-haired Shanks. On the way to the Navy headquarters, Lin Feng maintained a calm demeanor, though deep within his eyes flickered a chilling brilliance. Master, how shall we exact our revenge? Shall we directly obliterate them? Or, Kenpachi asked Lin Feng, excitement evident in his tone, for no one relished combat more than he did. Unleash havoc. I want the entire world to remember the consequences of provoking me, Lin Feng replied coldly. Then closed his eyes as if to rest. That moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind, reminding Lin Feng that to complete Byakuya's mission, he must recruit members in Byakuya's form. However, Lin Feng paid little mind to this, knowing he would have ample time to fulfill those tasks after today. For now, he was solely focused on ensuring the world government understood the dire consequences of crossing him. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Akainu and Kizaru returned with their fleet, prompting cheers from the Navy at the port. Meanwhile, Mihawk and Carp did not share a ship with Akainu, but instead sailed at the rear of the fleet. Carp stood on the deck, gazing at the new Navy headquarters with a solemn expression. No one knew what thoughts occupied his mind, while Mihawk stood silently behind him. Mihawk, with this, your dealings with the government are complete. What are your plans moving forward? Carp inquired, his gaze carrying a deeper meaning. I have yet to decide, Mihawk replied, shaking his head nonchalantly, fully aware of the implications behind Carp's words, according to the decisions made by the government's upper echelons. The title of Warlord of the Sea would undoubtedly be revoked. At that point, Mihawk would stand in opposition to the government, a scenario Carp was evidently keen to avoid. Why not join my side? Carp suggested, his calm words causing Mihawk's eyes to widen in shock. Not interested. I am accustomed to my freedom and dislike being bound by others, Mihawk said slowly, though a sense of tension began to rise within him. Oh, what a pity, Carp lamented, though his words sent a chill through those who heard them. Mr. Carp, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. My identity as a pirate imposes many restrictions here. Hawkeye offered a respectful nod to Carp before gracefully leaping from the warship onto a small boat. How cautious you are, Hawkeye. Carp fixed his gaze on the direction in which Hawkeye had departed, his eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a different expression. The final words he uttered were barely audible, yet Hawkeye seemed to sense something, turning back for a deep glance at the warship. Carp. Hawkeye murmured softly, then steered his boat away without looking back. On the warship, Carp's eyes suddenly gleamed with intensity as he coldly watched Hawkeye's retreating figure, his fists darkening ominously, as if lost in thought. Well, I suppose I should give Shanks some face, after all. He is one of them. Finally, as if struck by a realization, Carp muttered to himself and made his way towards the Navy headquarters. The meaning behind his words remained a mystery to all. Meanwhile, Lin Feng encountered an unexpected situation during his flight that he and Kenpachi were intercepted by a group of individuals. With a scar over his left eye and short, crimson hair, it was none other than Shanks. One of the four emperors, standing on a ship, Shanks shouted into the sky at Lin Feng. Fahai, I wish to speak with you. Speak? Lin Feng's expression darkened. How Shanks had found them was now inconsequential. What mattered was that he actually wanted to talk, and at such a critical juncture, IT was clearly intentional. What is there to discuss, Shanks? Lin Feng stood atop his kasaya, looking down at Shanks with a cold tone. Though I do not know how you have tracked my movements, I hope this is the last time. With that, Lin Feng prepared to steer his Kasaya away. Wait, Shanks quickly called out to Lin Feng. We truly need to talk. It concerns the world situation. Lin Feng chuckled, veins popping on his forehead. What concern is the world situation to me? You have attempted to obstruct me time and again. Do you believe I am too timid to make a move? As he spoke the last words, Lin Feng's staff erupted with blinding light, and behind him, Kenpachi and the bull demon instantly assumed a defensive stance. A great battle loomed on the horizon. Why go to such lengths? At that moment, Shanks sighed deeply, then said, Fahai, I truly bear no ill will. With that, he drew the famed sword Griffin, gazing at Lin Feng and imploring, Fahai, please grant me a favor. Let us descend and converse. Is this how one requests a favor? Lin Feng scoffed. Since Shanks had drawn his sword, it indicated that he had positioned himself as Lin Feng's adversary. With enemies, Lin Feng felt no need for pleasantries. He would directly unleash the great might of the heavenly dragon. With a whoosh, Lin Feng's entire being radiated with Buddhist light, and he swung his staff, which instantly expanded to a colossal size, resembling a massive hammer, leaving Shanks's crew in a state of shock. What on earth? If that were to fall, wouldn't it obliterate the entire ship? Jesus Burgess and the others swallowed hard. Just then, Beckman approached Shanks, his expression grave. Captain, if it comes to that, we may have to force the issue. Beckman. Shanks cast a glance at him, then shook his head resolutely. No, this matter must be clarified with him. Very well. Acknowledging Shanks's insistence, Beckman understood that further persuasion would be futile and stepped back, joining Shanks in facing Lin Feng. Shanks, I give you one last chance. Step aside. By this point, Lin Feng had gathered enough force. With a mere flick of his hand, he could likely obliterate their ship. Yet, he did not wish to do so, as Shanks had deep ties to Rayleigh, and he had indirectly benefited from Shanks's goodwill. The warnings Rayleigh had provided while Lin Feng was in prison were likely orchestrated by Shanks. Initially, Lin Feng had been quite grateful, but upon arriving at Impel Down, his perspective had shifted dramatically. The schemes that had lured him into Impel Down were unknown even to high-ranking naval officers like Director Hannibal. How could a Four-Emperor be privy to such information? That was one aspect. Furthermore, every moment spent within Impel Down had nearly cost Lin Feng his life. Had it not been for Karp and the others arriving later than expected, he would have long been captured by the Navy. In light of all this, Lin Feng believed Shanks had informed Rayleigh about his confinement, making it a crucial part of the Navy's plot against him. This was a blatant conspiracy, a thoroughly calculated scheme, disguised as assistance, rendering it impossible for Lin Feng to find fault with Shanks. Such a move was incredibly meticulous. Nevertheless, despite all this, Lin Feng could not deny that he had indeed received favors from Shanks. For that reason, Lin Feng allowed Shanks the opportunity to choose. Fahai, I will not step aside. The same applies to you. We must talk. In the face of Lin Feng's assertiveness, Shanks chose not to retreat, maintaining his expression as if he genuinely wished to engage in a meaningful dialogue. However, Lin Feng would not easily place his trust in him. Once betrayed was enough, he would not grant Shanks a second chance. Say farewell to your ship. Lin Feng spoke coolly as his massive staff descended upon Shanks with overwhelming force. Chapter 85. Showdown. The Red-Haired Pirates. Fahai. Shanks's expression darkened as he firmly grasped Griffin, focusing intently on the incoming staff. Even he, despite his might, had to exercise caution against Lin Feng's assault, as Lin Feng was capable of contending with the Navy's peak strength. Abandon ship. Shanks commanded swiftly, wishing to confront Lin Feng's staff alone. Yet, none aboard the vessel obeyed. Everyone was gathered around Shanks, determined to face the threat together. How could we abandon our captain and flee? Our captain is a Four-Emperor. What kind of scene has he not witnessed? Do you think a mere Fahai could vanquish us? The crew looked at Shanks with unwavering resolve, showing no signs of fear. For a moment, Shanks was at a loss for words. Then a smile broke across his face as Griffin sliced through the air. Aiming for Lin Feng's staff, the Conqueror's haki enveloped the blade's tip, as if it sought to pierce the heavens themselves. In response, Lin Feng did not underestimate the attack. The Buddhist energy surged within him, causing the staff to grow larger, overshadowing Shanks and his crew's vision. Boom! As Griffin and the staff clashed for the first time, the tremendous shockwave left both Lin Feng and Shanks astounded. Shanks had not anticipated that their initial confrontation would place him at a disadvantage. Lin Feng, surprised that a strike capable of sending a vice admiral flying was met with resistance, contemplated, is a four-emperor truly a four-emperor? With renewed determination, Lin Feng increased his force, utilizing the great vulture step to its fullest as he leaped from the Kisaya. Launching himself at Shanks, he relinquished the staff, opting for the most primal form of combat, bare fists, great might of the heavenly dragon. His golden fist radiated an overwhelming threat, momentarily stunning Shanks. Yet Shanks was equally decisive. Griffin became enveloped in a layer of darkness, transforming into a black blade. With a deft flick, he sent Lin Feng's staff flying. The absence of Lin Feng's control made Shanks's maneuver seamless. Following this, Shanks sidestepped, swinging Griffin to block Lin Feng's golden fist. Bang! A muffled grunt echoed as Shanks was sent flying across the deck, landing heavily and coughing up blood. "Captain, Shanks!" The crew erupted in excited cries, raising their weapons against Lin Feng, their expressions filled with deep-seated rage. "You are no match for him. Stand down." Beckman and Jesus Burgess were about to launch an attack when Shanks's voice rang out from behind them. "Captain, so what if it's Fahai? We are the four emperors," Jesus Burgess declared defiantly, his sniper rifle aimed at Lin Feng. Bang! In the next instant, before Shanks could intervene, the bullet from the Sniper King was already hurtling towards Lin Feng's head. This shot, Jesus Burgess believed, could even send a vice admiral reeling. In his mind, he envisioned Lin Feng meeting a gruesome fate. However, what unfolded next shocked him. Lin Feng did not flinch or evade. A blinding golden light erupted from him. Just as the bullet was about to strike Lin Feng's head, a large hand appeared, intercepting the bullet and crushing it effortlessly. Lin Feng then opened his palm, revealing the crumpled bullet within, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at Jesus Burgess. "Is this what you call a Sniper King?" Lin Feng's words ignited a burning embarrassment on Jesus Burgess's face. He had always looked down on underhanded tactics. Should he manage to kill Lin Feng, it would have been one thing. But now his attack had not only failed, but had also been met with Lin Feng's merciless ridicule. At that moment, Jesus Burgess wished he could find a corner to hide in. "Shanks, it seems the combat strength of your crew is rather lacking." Lin Feng cast a sweeping glance, surveying the formidable Iron Wall pirates. Renowned for their balance, in his eyes, these individuals were rather unremarkable. Most balanced? Nonsense. Among the crew of the Red Hair Pirates, there were quite a few loafers, and in Lin Feng's assessment, there were hardly any who possessed true strength. Fahai. Red-haired Shanks had somehow positioned himself behind Jesus Burgess, coldly fixated on Lin Feng, uttering the words that had ensnared Luffy. "You may do as you please to me, but insult my comrades, and you shall pay a grievous price." As his voice resonated, the Conqueror's haki surged forth from red-haired Shanks, unsettling the previously somber sky. Thick clouds above parted suddenly, allowing sunlight to stream through the fissure, casting an entirely different aura upon Shanks. "Bully King." Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged. Seeing Shanks in this moment, the term Bully King slipped effortlessly from his lips. Though somewhat trite, it fittingly described Shanks at this juncture. Griffin Ligua. Grasping his obsidian blade, Shanks swung it down towards Lin Feng with ferocity. The Conqueror's haki enveloped the blade, exuding an aura that suggested invincibility. Any timid soul would have succumbed to the overwhelming pressure at the moment Shanks struck, falling into unconsciousness. Yet, who was Lin Feng? The Conqueror's haki had little effect on him. He merely summoned his staff and directly met Shanks' assault. The clash between the black blade and the staff erupted into a fierce collision, the residual force alone rendering the surrounding novice crew members unconscious. Beckman and Jesus Burgess could only watch, unable to intervene in the duel between Shanks and Lin Feng, even if they were inclined to join. A pair of battle-hungry gazes from above had already locked onto them. Any slightest movement on their part would invite a thunderous strike from Kenpachi. "Calf, let us descend," Kenpachi addressed the little bullhead, a moniker that incited immense displeasure in the latter, who bellowed in indignation, "Isn't it just a title? What is wrong with it?" Kenpachi, unfazed by the little bullhead's fury, leaped down from the robe, landing on the ship. Moo! The little bullhead roared, following suit and landing behind Kenpachi, brandishing its hefty hammer to strike. However, at that moment, Kenpachi's voice rang out. "You can hit me, but not now." Kenpachi spoke coolly, turning to the little bullhead. A glint of battle intent crossing his face. "Once this battle is over, we will have ample time to spar. Moo!" The little bullhead was horrified, its face paling as it realized the danger Kenpachi represented. He was a notoriously combative individual. Ignoring the little bullhead's dismay, Kenpachi surveyed Beckman and the others, ultimately locking his gaze on a Jesus Burgess. With a menacing smile, he licked his lips and declared, "Were you the one who ambushed my master?" Jesus Burgess felt a tightening in his chest, instinctively sensing dread in the face of Kenpachi's imposing presence. Yet, recalling that this was his territory, he regained his composure. Forcing a calm demeanor, he replied, "Yes, I did." "What will you do about it?" "What will I do?" Kenpachi grinned, drawing his Zanpakuto and pointing it at Jesus Burgess. "I hope your tone remains this defiant when I slay you." With that, he unleashed his shuriken, releasing his spiritual energy instantaneously. Swish! Kenpachi executed his shuinpa with remarkable finesse, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Chapter 86. Kenpachi strikes Beckman in dread. As Kenpachi reappeared, he was already at Jesus Burgess' side, delivering a devastating strike with his Zanpakuto. "Not good." Jesus Burgess' expression shifted, his body freezing in fear. At that moment, a figure emerged before him. "Beckman. Hey, your murderous intent is overwhelming. It's truly frightening." Beckman, wielding a long spear forged from an unknown metal, aimed it at Kenpachi's blade. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as Beckman surprisingly matched Kenpachi's strength. The two weapons locked in a stalemate, neither yielding an inch. "That I'm curious. How did you detect my movements?" Kenpachi asked, grinning at Beckman. It was well known that Kenpachi's shunpa had reached extraordinary heights. He could even match or surpass Kizaru's speed. Under such circumstances, one would think no one could evade his assault. Yet, Beckman had noticed and countered that I mentioned earlier. "Your killing intent is too strong." Beckman replied, maintaining his composure. In truth, he had remained highly vigilant since Kenpachi boarded the ship. When Kenpachi made his move, Beckman had already predicted his target and positioned himself beside Jesus Burgess, thus facilitating the earlier scene. Tisish. Hearing this, Kenpachi scoffed, clearly unimpressed with Beckman's explanation. He then shifted the angle of his blade, striking towards Beckman's other side. Beckman was startled, not expecting Kenpachi to alter his attack mid-strike. He immediately retreated, attempting to evade the incoming blow. However, Kenpachi was relentless. As Beckman stepped back, Kenpachi advanced, closing the distance. The battle appeared intensely contested. In that moment, Beckman made a bold move, standing his ground and allowing Kenpachi's blade to come crashing down. "Get out of the way, Beckman!" The sight shocked the red-haired pirates, who urged him to flee. Kenpachi, equally perplexed, wondered if Beckman had truly given up resistance. Such a reaction was unlike him. Kenpachi's gaze sharpened. Regardless of Beckman's intentions, he would show no mercy. His Zanpakuto, infused with immense spiritual pressure, was aimed at Beckman's vital point. Just this, as the Zanpakuto descended, a gleam sparked in Beckman's eyes. His body twisted in an extraordinary manner, reminiscent of the life restoration on Judicial Island. Twisting his form, he evaded the strike, and to Kenpachi's astonishment, Beckman floated several meters away, his hand pulling the trigger of his firearm repeatedly, unleashing several flames, one of which silently arced towards the ground. "Not good." Kenpachi's eyes widened as he crossed his Zanpakuto before him, slashing wildly to deflect the incoming bullets. Crack! 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 He believed he had blocked every shot. But suddenly, a jolt of pain surged through his right arm, blood trickling down. Kenpachi stared in disbelief at Beckman, unable to comprehend how he had been hit despite his successful defenses. Unbeknownst to Kenpachi, during the moment Beckman twisted his body, he had discreetly planted a bullet on the ground. The barrage of fire was merely a distraction, while the bullet on the ground was the true lethal strike. In that chaos, one bullet struck the one on the ground, propelling it towards Kenpachi's vital point. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely met their demise. Kenpachi Zaraki, indeed, lived up to the rumors. A monstrous being akin to a feral beast, Beckman regarded Kenpachi, softly uttering, as powerful as a monster. The brief exchange had given him a clear understanding of Kenpachi's combat prowess. Like the tea that moment, Kenpachi emerged from his shock, the pain in his arm igniting his thirst for battle. Are you prepared to meet your doom? A bloodthirsty gleam flickered across Kenpachi's face, his entire being resonating with the call of battle. In that instant, he was wholly enveloped in the thrill of combat. However, just as he was about to charge at Beckman, an unexpected shift in the battle between Lin Feng and red-haired Shanks halted his advance. Not just him. Beckman and the others also paused, their expressions tense as they turned their attention toward Lin Feng and Shanks. Within the fray, Lin Feng stood resolutely, wielding his staff against Shanks, who brandished a blade of deep purple-black, an emblem of the highest caliber among swordsmen, known as the Black Blade. The term Black Blade does not refer to a type of sword, but to a swordsman who has mastered the art of wielding a blade to its utmost potential, achieving a harmonious bond with their weapon through the pinnacle of Haki. Only in this state can one rightfully bear the title of swordsman. Fahai, there is no purpose in our conflict. I implore you to allow me to explain. Red-haired Shanks, grasping the griffin, sought to elucidate matters with Lin Feng, having come to understand the source of Lin Feng's deep-seated animosity towards him following their recent skirmish. This hostility stemmed solely from the message conveyed to him by Rayleigh. During their confrontation, Shanks had attempted on multiple occasions to clarify this misunderstanding. Yet Lin Feng offered him no respite for explanation, relentlessly pressing his advantage with the formidable Dwei Tianlong, forcing Shanks into a dire predicament. There is little to explain. For the sake of Mr. Rayleigh, I shall grant you one last chance, Lin Feng declared, shaking his head slightly. He then extended his finger toward Shanks, his voice cold as he commanded. Leave or perish. The choice is yours. In response, Shanks sighed deeply, earnestness in his tone as he said, Fahai, this is truly a misunderstanding. Lin Feng retorted with a scoff, denying Shanks the opportunity to speak further. His staff moved with purpose, and the ethereal visage of the Dharma appeared behind him, as he executed a series of intricate hand seals. Dawei Tianlong, world-honored K. Itagarba, Praj Buddhas. With each incantation, Lin Feng's aura intensified, and the spectral figure behind him grew ever more substantial. Ultimately, the azure-skinned, benevolent king of Hell's apparition manifested fully, stepping forth from Lin Feng's rear, brandishing a colossal sword aimed menacingly at Shanks. The entirety of the realm was suffused with the sacred incantations of the king, resonating with transcendent Buddhist tones. Shanks was taken aback, feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from the immovable king, a sensation akin to standing on the precipice of death. In that moment, he comprehended that Lin Feng's prior assertions were not mere bravado. He possessed the genuine strength to annihilate him. The king vanquishes evil, severing the ties of the mortal world. The Dharma's voice reverberated, dismantling Shanks' psychological defenses. With a swift motion, the colossal azure sword descended, and in an instant, Shanks envisioned his own demise. No, I cannot die. Why, the very least. Not before Luffy claims the throne. His eyes sharpened, and the instinct for survival, previously battered by the pressure of the Dharma, reignited fiercely within him. The captain's mission remains unfulfilled. I cannot perish, Shanks roared, the pinnacle of his conqueror's haki enveloping the griffin as he swung it against the oncoming blade. That moment, a figure appeared between the Dharma and Shanks. Arms crossed over his chest. The atmosphere began to fracture, a powerful shockwave dispersing the techniques of both Lin Feng and Shanks. Chapter 87. The unexpected arrival of Whitebeard. Lin Feng's suspicions boom. The techniques of Lin Feng and Shanks were sent spiraling away, crashing into the distant sea, the sheer force of destruction rendering the ocean tumultuous. Instantly, towering waves surged, the oncoming tsunami seemingly intent on engulfing Lin Feng and his companions. Just then, the earlier figure swung an arm down toward the tsunami with tremendous force. Crack! Crack! The air shattered like glass where his arm struck, and the towering tidal wave, as if thwarted by its nemesis, was dissipated by the shockwaves summoned by this individual, transforming into a torrential downpour. Master, I trust you are well. Having completed this feat, the figure bowed respectfully towards Lin Feng, his demeanor exuding reverence. With his crescent-shaped beard and dark headscarf, his identity was unmistakable. He was Edward Newgate, better known as Whitebeard, the man reputed to be the strongest in the world. What brings you here? Lin Feng inquired, his expression impassive, betraying no emotion as he uttered, Whitebeard, I've come to put an end to this senseless battle. Whitebeard replied respectfully, a smile gracing his features. Senseless battle? Lin Feng murmured, then suddenly chuckled. You claim this conflict is meaningless? Seeking vengeance after being wronged is meaningless? When someone unexpectedly intervenes while you're preparing to act, without any provocation, is that also meaningless? If that is the case, then pray tell, Whitebeard, what constitutes meaning? Lin Feng's voice was soft, yet the fury underlying it was palpable. Taken aback by Lin Feng's intense reaction, Whitebeard hastily clarified, Master, that is not what I meant. Then what do you mean? Lin Feng retorted sternly, then pointed toward Shanks, asking, Are you here to protect him? Or to join forces against me? Not at all. Master, how could I dare? Whitebeard rapidly gestured in denial. His life was saved by Lin Feng. There was no way he would conspire against him, as that would be an act of betrayal, the gravest sin among pirates. Whitebeard would never stoop to such treachery. In truth, he had come specifically to assist Lin Feng. He had received intelligence indicating that the Marines were plotting a series of schemes against Lin Feng, which deeply concerned him, prompting him to gather his forces and rush to this location in support of Lin Feng. However, to his surprise, the other two emperors, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido of the Beasts, had somehow learned of this information, whether through their own means or by the instigation of unknown individuals, and had allied to ambush him in the New World. Yet these two were no match for Whitebeard, who, having recovered from his injuries, engaged them with ferocity, breaking through their encirclement single-handedly. Realizing that continued conflict would lead to devastating losses and lacking any desire to slay Whitebeard, Linlin and Kaido allowed him to depart unscathed. Thus, Whitebeard hurriedly made his way from the New World, only to discover Lin Feng already had saved Kenpachi. With this in mind, Whitebeard intended to lead his fleet back to the New World. But he did not anticipate encountering the battle between Lin Feng and Shanks. Given his close ties with Shanks and Lin Feng being his savior, Whitebeard resolved to intervene. Yet unexpectedly, his words had aroused Lin Feng's suspicions. Lin Feng, unaware of Whitebeard's circumstances, regarded him coolly, stating, Since you are not here for that, are you here to be a mediator? Whitebeard faltered, realizing Lin Feng had hit the nail on the head. Indeed, he had come to serve as a mediator. However, observing the current situation made Whitebeard internally lament that being a peacemaker was proving to be no easy task. After a moment's thought, Whitebeard slowly spoke, Master, while I am uncertain of the grievances between you and Shanks, it is clear that this location is ill-suited for battle. How so? Lin Feng inquired, curious to see what Whitebeard's strategy would be to persuade him to cease hostilities. Master, consider this. We are perilously close to the Navy. Should Sengoku, Akainu, or others arrive, it would undoubtedly cause a commotion, placing you in a perilous position. If anything were to happen to you, the loss would be insurmountable. Would you not agree? Upon finishing, Whitebeard turned his gaze toward Lin Feng. His previously dignified expression now tinged with a hint of obsequiousness, which nearly made Lin Feng retch. Was this truly the invincible Whitebeard, or had he been replaced by an impostor? Pondering this, Lin Feng scrutinized Whitebeard closely, his demeanor grave as he asked, Whitebeard, when did we last part ways, and what were the final words exchanged? Master, why are you asking about that? Whitebeard replied, perplexed, unsure of Lin Feng's motives for such a query. Just answer the question. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Lin Feng insisted, his tone now low and serious, mentally preparing for combat. If Garp could be controlled, the likelihood of Whitebeard being subjected to manipulation was equally high. Master, please wait a moment. I need to think, Whitebeard responded, his mind racing as he tried to recall the last encounter with Lin Feng. Time passed slowly, and it seemed that whether due to age or as Lin Feng suspected, Whitebeard had indeed been influenced by external forces. He could not immediately recollect their final meeting. Where did I last see the master? Why can't I remember? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Whitebeard turned to Lin Feng. A hint of embarrassment in his expression that I have grown old and my mind is not as sharp. Could you offer me a hint? Instantly, Lin Feng's guard was up, his gaze icy enough to freeze. He was uncertain whether Whitebeard genuinely could not recall or if he was under someone else's control. After deliberation, Lin Feng decided to provide a hint. A small island. A cave at a small island. A cave. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard fell into deep thought, his expression suddenly brightening as he exclaimed, I remember now. He then addressed Lin Feng. The last time I met with the master was on the deserted island discovered by Marco. At that time, I had given you some items that we intended to celebrate, but you declined, and after exchanging a few words, you departed. I recall you left aboard a robe. I was wondering when I would have the chance to meet you again. Little did I expect that this parting would last over 2 years. As he spoke, the old man with the white beard felt tears welling up in his eyes, seemingly overwhelmed with emotion at the sight of Lin Feng once more. Witnessing such a display from the white-bearded elder, Lin Feng's initial wariness dissipated significantly. Thankfully, he was not under anyone's control, for otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to take action against the elder. After all, he shared a bond of friendship with the white-bearded man, and it was a bond of considerable depth. Master, is what I've said sufficient? I truly cannot recall the details, Lin Feng remarked, his silence prompting the elder to assume he had omitted something important. Chapter 88. Both emperors stunned. Lin Feng's proposal. That's enough. There is no need for further elaboration, but a smile graced Lin Feng's face as he bowed respectfully to the elder, stating earnestly, I apologize for my earlier suspicions. The white-bearded elder, somewhat bewildered by the undercurrents in Lin Feng's words, replied casually, no worries, as long as master is happy. That's what matters, ha ha ha. Hearing the elder's laughter, Lin Feng also chuckled in response. Subsequently, he turned to the white-bearded elder and spoke earnestly. Do you genuinely wish to resolve the conflict between me and the red-haired one? To some extent, yes. However, if master truly does not wish to, I shall remain an observer. I will not involve myself in your matters. The elder nodded, confirming his desire for Lin Feng and the red-haired one to reconcile, albeit on mutually agreeable terms. Yet, if Lin Feng truly intended to take action against the red-haired one, the elder would not vehemently oppose him, for it was Lin Feng who was his genuine savior, far more than the red-haired individual. The white-bearded elder had already made significant concessions by not aiding Lin Feng against the red-haired one. Had it been any of the other 4 emperors, the elder would have long since brandished his 10-meter-long sword and charged forth. Rather than plead for the red-haired one, however, an unexpected turn of events unfolded as Lin Feng pondered for a moment before declaring, White-bearded elder, I will grant you this favor. I can forego fighting the red-haired one. Really, master? If that is the case, it would be splendid. The elder was taken aback, never anticipating that Lin Feng would extend him such a courtesy. Do not rejoice too soon. I have another condition. You must convince the red-haired one to comply before I relent. Lin Feng's words fell like a bucket of cold water, causing the white-bearded elder to shudder. He turned to Lin Feng with caution etched on his face. Master, you do not mean to inflict severe harm upon the red-haired one, do you? Such a condition is something that lad cannot possibly accept. Not at all. Lin Feng shook his head, gesturing for the elder to come closer, and whispered a few words into his ear. Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes widened in disbelief as he remarked, I have no objections, but are you certain the red-haired one will agree? Let us give it a try. If it fails, I won't suffer any loss. At worst, I can continue my battle with the red-haired one. Lin Feng replied, his tone remarkably nonchalant. Very well, I shall make the attempt. The white-bearded elder, after observing Lin Feng's demeanor, refrained from further comment, and, with a peculiar expression, approached the red-haired one. Meanwhile, the red-haired individual was keenly observing the interaction between Lin Feng and the white-bearded elder. Initially, upon the elder's arrival, he had hoped that he could mediate the conflict. After all, given the elder's esteemed status and his past connection with Lin Feng, it seemed plausible that a peaceful resolution could be reached. However, the subsequent actions of the white-bearded elder left the red-haired one dumbfounded. Their relationship was not merely one of old ties, but rather one of profound gratitude bestowed by Lin Feng. Instantly, a chill ran down the red-haired one's spine, mentally preparing himself for a desperate fight. Even he understood that it was impossible to face both the white-bearded elder and Lin Feng simultaneously. Should an unexpected turn of events arise, he would have to make a choice as he watched the approaching elder. Each step he took weighed heavier on the red-haired one's heart. Just as he thought he would face the white-bearded elder and Lin Feng alone, the elder suddenly halted before him, wearing an unusual expression to that red-haired one. The master has said that he is willing to clear up any misunderstandings between you two, but there is one condition. What condition? The red-haired one's expression darkened, his mind racing with countless thoughts, wondering how Lin Feng might leverage or complicate the situation. The condition is, the white-bearded elder leaned in, whispering Lin Feng's words directly into the red-haired one's ear. With each phrase, the color drained from the red-haired one's face, and by the time the elder had conveyed the entirety of Lin Feng's message, his expression was one of utter shock. His mouth agape, as if it could swallow an entire sea king. He took a moment to regain his composure before incredulously asking the elder, "Is that all?" "Indeed." The elder nodded, affirming, "What the master has stated is precisely that. If you can agree, then the conflict will cease. Otherwise, it will continue, and I shall merely observe. Think carefully and convey your decision to the master." With that, the white-bearded elder turned and departed, just as he had mentioned, settling down on the ship's deck to await the red-haired one's decision. "Lin Feng, what exactly are you trying to accomplish?" After hearing the elder relay Lin Feng's message, the red-haired one fixed his gaze on the distant figure of Lin Feng, attempting to discern any clues from his expression. Yet no matter how intently he observed, he found nothing. Lin Feng stood there, impassive, awaiting his response. "Red-haired one, you have the duration of a stick of incense to deliver it." At that moment, Lin Feng spoke, producing a stick of incense seemingly from nowhere, igniting it with a radiant light, and suspending it between himself and the red-haired one, as if to remind him of the limited time he had. "Lin Feng," the red-haired one murmured, glancing back at his companions before falling into deep contemplation, as if weighing the terms proposed by Lin Feng. Strangely, the passage of time during such deliberations often felt fleeting. In the blink of an eye, the incense stick that stood between him and Lin Feng had burned down considerably, leaving only the tip still ablaze, poised to extinguish at any moment. It appeared that the red-haired one was unlikely to agree. On the deck, the white-bearded elder spoke to himself, a flicker of sympathy crossing his eyes. Were it not for Lin Feng's past benevolence towards him, he would never entertain such a reckless proposition. The terms Lin Feng had presented were nothing short of audacious. A joint assault on the Navy headquarters. What a preposterous notion. Should war erupt, it would likely engulf the entire world. Fortunately, Lin Feng had stipulated that only elite forces would be mobilized, targeting vice admirals and above, rather than seeking indiscriminate slaughter. This reassurance alleviated some of the elder's concerns. Yet, even with those conditions, such a plan was still exceedingly reckless. Regardless of the outcome of the ensuing conflict, the relationship between the Navy and the four emperors would undoubtedly reach a state of extreme tension. The unspoken rules of the past would no longer hold sway. The dynamics of the Grand Line would undergo a radical transformation. "Have you made your decision?" Just as the elder was lost in thought, Lin Feng's voice pierced through, prompting him to look up. That moment, Lin Feng was poised for battle, his staff resembling a sword, radiating a sharp brilliance. Should the red-haired one refuse, a cataclysmic clash was imminent. "Lin Feng, are you suggesting we only bring our officers?" The red-haired one did not respond directly to Lin Feng's words, instead posing a question, which indicated that he was already leaning towards accepting Lin Feng's terms. However, Lin Feng paid no heed, his eyes fixed intently on the incense stick that stood between them, calmly stating, "You have 10 seconds left." His tone remained remarkably detached, as if the only thing that mattered was that incense stick. Its extinguishment would signify the commencement of battle. With Lin Feng's demeanor, the atmosphere heightened to a state of palpable tension. "Lin Feng, if we're only to bring our officers, I will agree." Noticing Lin Feng's indifference, the red-haired one remained calm, asserting, "An assault on the Navy headquarters is a formidable challenge. You must ensure the safety of my companions. You have 5 seconds." In response to the red-haired one's statement, Lin Feng continued to disregard him, as he was not merely engaging in casual conversation, but compelling the red-haired one to acquiesce to his demands. To put it mildly, it was a negotiation. To put it bluntly, it was a threat. Lin Feng, I am sincerely attempting to negotiate with you. Must you adopt such a stance? The red-haired one glared at Lin Feng, unfazed by his disregard, but the dismissal of his companions was intolerable. You have 3 seconds. Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged, his voice cold as ice. The red-haired one faltered, rendered speechless by his frustration at Lin Feng's blatant disregard. 2 seconds remaining. Lin Feng continued to ignore the red-haired one's agitation, maintaining his calm demeanor as he spoke, while a radiant light erupted from his staff. The beads of his prayer beads circled around Lin Feng's form, each one imbued with immense power. 1 second. In that instant, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed sharply, and the staff in his hand vibrated with an ominous hum as the spiritual energy within it surged at an astonishing rate, transforming into the power required to manifest the King of Wisdom. Boom! A resounding voice echoed through the air, and behind Lin Feng emerged the ethereal figure of a formidable king. Unlike the immovable king, this one possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, each arm wielding a sacred Buddhist artifact. Various instruments such as swords, demon-slaying staves, and golden umbrellas were grasped tightly in hand. The identity was unmistakable. It was the demon subduing king, the one who commands the arts of slaughter within the Buddhist realm. What is this? The appearance of the demon subduing king instilled immense psychological pressure upon the onlookers, as though a dense fog had enveloped their hearts. Fahai, who exactly are you? The red-haired individual fixated on the hovering figure of the demon subduing king, his eyes widening in horror. This marked the first instance where he felt fear towards Lin Feng. What kind of force could cultivate such a being? In that moment, the red-haired man completely capitulated, not for any other reason, but because he perceived an invincible aura emanating from Lin Feng. Such a feeling, apart from Lin Feng, he had only encountered once in his life. Just as he pondered, the demon subduing king charged toward him, presenting an imposing and unmatched stance with its 6 arms. I agree. At the instant the demon subduing king launched its attack, the red-haired man's voice rang out, urgency evident in his tone. Too late. Lin Feng regarded the red-haired man with indifference, slowly articulating, I've already afforded you an opportunity, which you did not cherish. I merely wished to converse amicably, yet you treated me as if I were easy to handle. Truly unrepentant. As he spoke, the 6 arms of the demon subduing king moved in unison, the sacred artifacts in hand radiating an extraordinary brilliance, forming a luminous circular ring upon its chest. It was none other than the Buddhist demon suppression technique. This pinnacle of mastery, passed down by Kizaru Bodhisattva, could only be wielded by a select few, including the demon subduing king, within the entire Buddhist realm. Should one be struck by this technique, they would eternally fall into the AVCI hell, forever trapped in the interstice of the 6 realms. There, time does not exist, nor does the sensation of passing. One would remain until selfhood is completely lost. Fahai, I have conceded. What more do you want? Observing this, the red-haired man hurriedly called out to Lin Feng, a hint of terror gleaming in his eyes. He felt a tremor of anxiety emanating from the luminous ring, and though he could not discern its nature, intuition warned him that should he be struck, he would surely vanish from this world. Ignoring the red-haired man's plea, Lin Feng directed the demon subduing king to hurl the radiant ring toward him. However, just as the ring was about to be released, a voice echoed from a distance, causing Lin Feng to pause. Master, the red-haired lad has already agreed. Please spare him. Whitebeard. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Feng turned to the source. Whispering indeed, the speaker was none other than Whitebeard. The latter wore an expression of hope, gazing expectantly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not respond immediately, but instead inquired, Whitebeard, after so many instances for the sake of the red-haired one, do you not fear my wrath? Whitebeard was momentarily taken aback, falling silent, before a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes as he replied, Master, with your benevolence, how could you possibly be angry? Moreover, you and I are eternal friends. Who would hold anger toward their own friend? Wouldn't you agree, Master? By the end of his statement, a smile adorned Whitebeard's face, and he beamed at Lin Feng. In response, Lin Feng also smiled. Whitebeard's words were quite flattering. With a grand gesture, he dispersed the manifestation of the demon, subduing King. As the manifestation vanished, Lin Feng's voice resonated. Very well, Whitebeard, I shall grant you this favor. At this, Whitebeard rejoiced, bowing deeply to Lin Feng. Thank you, Master. No need for such formalities, Lin Feng replied with a smile. He had few friends in this world, and since Whitebeard regarded him as one, he certainly could not allow his friend to lose face. With a sigh of relief, the red-haired man felt the cold sweat soaking his back. He had steeled himself for death, never expecting Whitebeard to advocate for him so fervently. Logically speaking, their bond did not warrant such loyalty. So how could this be? Contemplating this, the red-haired man sunk into reflection, recalling the various encounters he had with Whitebeard. The feeling of surviving a calamity left his mind remarkably clear. Memories of the past flickered through his mind like a lantern show. Just as he was lost in thought, Lin Feng's voice broke through. Red-haired, you have 1 hour to recuperate. We shall depart for New Malinvinto in 1 hour. Upon hearing this, the red-haired man emerged from his reverie, nodding in acknowledgement of Lin Feng's words. Seeing his response, Lin Feng paid it no mind. Being threatened with force is unpleasant for anyone, let alone a dignified figure like the four emperors. Having said that, Lin Feng bounded over to Whitebeard's side and casually remarked, protecting the bloodline of the former captain must be quite the arduous task. Whitebeard instinctively nodded, but then seemed to recall something and quickly shook his head. Tossing it about like a rattle, he then stared at Lin Feng with a look of bewilderment in his eyes. Master, what did you say? I don't quite follow. Whitebeard spoke nervously, his voice trembling. It's nothing, just a jest. Lin Feng chuckled, patting Whitebeard's robust arm to soothe his emotions, before finding a spot to sit cross-legged. Observing this, Kenpachi and the little bull rushed over from a distance, standing beside Lin Feng like guardians of the Buddhist realm. No need for such formality. Just sit. Lin Feng smiled at this sight, recognizing that due to the earlier incident, Kenpachi and the little bull had cultivated even greater respect for him. All right, Master. Upon Lin Feng's words, Kenpachi relaxed, plopping down beside him. The little bull, however, remained steadfast, feeling that standing beside Lin Feng was a mark of honor. Moo. The little bull cast a disdainful glance at Kenpachi, as if to say that the latter lacked perception. This little bull. Kenpachi sensed the little bull's sentiment, and a flicker of annoyance crossed his face as he muttered under his breath. Chapter 90. Startling Revelations, the Secret Hidden for 40 Years. Moo. As if sensing Kenpachi's thoughts, the little bull let out a low growl at him, as if declaring that he was the true calf, and that his entire family were calves as well. Oh, are you still unconvinced? Seeing this, Kenpachi abruptly leaped to his feet, drawing his Zanpakudo, and declared, Come, let us spar a bit. He reached for the little bull, intending to drag him to an open area for some practice. Moo. The little bull resisted with all his might, fully aware of what would happen if he were taken away. For a moment, the two were locked in a stalemate. The little bull was unwilling to budge, while Kenpachi was concerned about Lin Feng's potential anger, thus exerting only half his strength, resulting in the impasse. Enough. At that moment, Lin Feng's voice rang out, and instantly, both the little bull and Kenpachi quieted down, their faces reflecting tension as they turned to Lin Feng. Master, it was the little bull who provoked me first. I was merely defending myself. Kenpachi, who often bullied the silent little bull, was the first to explain the situation, inciting the latter to moo in frustration. You? Lin Feng shook his head and chuckled, addressing Kenpachi. You really enjoy picking on the little bull for his silence. Master, you are mistaken. I did not bully him. Kenpachi quickly rebutted, gesturing toward the little bull. Master, just look at him, mooing all day long and unable to speak, that if he could, it would be unbearable. Moo. The little bull protested against Kenpachi's assertion, then nuzzled Lin Feng with his massive head, as if to convey his innocence. Such a large bull, still acting coy. How shameless can you be? Kenpachi scoffed, then glanced at the little bull's lower half, maliciously suggesting, You're so dramatic. You must be a female cow. Right, Moo. Kenpachi's remark thoroughly enraged the little bull, who swung his hammer and charged at Kenpachi. Come at me. Kenpachi narrowed his eyes, dodging the little bull's attack while taunting. Your strikes are soft. You must be a female cow. With that, he leaped toward a nearby deserted island, Moo. The little bull, now furious, pursued Kenpachi closely, disappearing in a flash before Lin Feng. In response, Lin Feng merely smiled and did not intervene. He could see that Kenpachi was intentionally doing this to enhance the little bull's combat abilities, ensuring he could defend himself in the forthcoming battle. At that moment, Whitebeard approached Lin Feng, sitting silently beside him. Is something amiss? Lin Feng gazed at the other person and inquired with a calm demeanor. Just as the white-bearded man was about to speak, his voice caught in his throat, unable to escape, as if some invisible force was restraining him. This was the result of extreme anxiety. Not be tense. If there is something you wish to ask, I shall answer you without reservation. Lin Feng's placid tone alleviated much of the tension felt by the white-bearded The white-bearded man began slowly. And then, as if he had made a crucial decision, he addressed Lin Feng. Master, how did you come to this conclusion? Conclusion about what? Lin Feng feigned ignorance, fully aware of what the white-bearded man was inquiring about. His earlier statement about the arduous task of safeguarding the captain's bloodline was precisely the reason for the other's visit. Master, there's no need to act coy with me. It is rather unbecoming. The white-bearded man replied helplessly. And then, as if a thought crossed his mind, he appeared somewhat deflated, murmuring, Where did you learn of the matter regarding the protection of the captain's bloodline? I guessed, Lin Feng replied candidly, his gaze drifting towards the distant figure of the red-haired man. Such an astute guess, truly befitting of a master, the white-bearded man remarked with resignation, for Lin Feng's response was akin to saying nothing at all. Not be so disheartened, my friend. In truth, this matter is not difficult to deduce. Lin Feng said, looking at the white-bearded man. Not difficult to deduce? The white-bearded man was taken aback, somewhat exasperated. Master, are you implying that you are insulting my intelligence? This has been a closely guarded secret for over 40 years. You claim it is not difficult to guess? Lin Feng laughed heartily at the white-bearded man's expression, continuing, It must be quite a challenge for you to keep such a secret for 4 decades. The white-bearded man fell silent, his gaze fixated on the red-haired man in the distance, as if he were seeing another person in him, powerful, reckless, and willing to destroy everything. Enough with the sighing. I shall keep this matter confidential, Lin Feng reassured the white-bearded man, then continued. Initially, I too had not anticipated this, but your actions betrayed you. You and the red-haired man are both emperors of the sea. In terms of status, it would not be an exaggeration to describe him as your enemy. Yet, you chose to provoke me for his sake and acted as a mediator, which must surely have deeper implications. At first, I refrained from delving deeper, as your bond with Roger is quite profound. Perhaps it was merely out of friendship for an old comrade. With each word Lin Feng spoke, the expression on the white-bearded man's face transformed. So, Master, how did you deduce it? The white-bearded man stared at Lin Feng, feeling for the first time that the other was a formidable presence, not in sheer combat prowess, but psychologically. At that moment, Lin Feng exuded the aura of a sage from ages past, each word striking at the very core of his being. Lin Feng glanced at the white-bearded man, a smile gracing his face, his gaze returning to the distant red-haired man as he spoke slowly. From my understanding, it has been precisely 38 years since the fall of that figure in God Valley. The age of the red-haired man should be between 38 and 39, combined with your attitude towards him. I deduce that he is most likely the offspring of that figure, and even if he is not, he surely bears a significant connection to him. Otherwise, you, a rival sea overlord, would not treat him with such regard. Upon finishing, Lin Feng looked at the white-bearded man, his smile unwavering, oblivious to how his words weighed heavily upon the latter's heart. The white-bearded man stared blankly at Lin Feng, unsure of how to respond. Eventually managing to utter, Are you so certain? Not certain. Lin Feng shook his head, explaining, I explicitly stated that all of this is merely my conjecture. Pausing for a moment, Lin Feng's expression brightened again, but judging by your reaction, I must be correct, am I not? You, the white-bearded man was at a loss for words, suddenly realizing that the other had indeed initiated this speculation. Had he not pressed further, he might never have drawn out such a definitive stance from the master. Very well, my friend. I shall keep this matter to myself. Rest assured, I merely wish to understand why you protect him so fervently, nothing more. After saying this, Lin Feng gradually rose to his feet, stretching his limbs. He had not lied. He genuinely sought to comprehend the white-bearded man's motives for safeguarding the red-haired man. The events surrounding Karp had sown seeds of doubt in Lin Feng's heart, leading him to harbor no absolute trust in anyone in this world. Thus, he needed clarity on the white-bearded man's intentions. Otherwise, he would remain unsettled. Thank you. The white-bearded man stared at Lin Feng, finally uttering these words with utmost seriousness and no need for thanks. Lin Feng chuckled, helping the white-bearded man to his feet. His expression tinged with apology. Ultimately, it is I who have pried too deeply. If anyone ought to express gratitude, it should be I thanking you. Chapter 91. The red-haired man's evaluation. Strength exceeding royal level. As the sound echoed, the white-bearded man chuckled heartily, Lin Feng's words dispelling the gloom that had settled within him. After all, the matter was exceedingly obscure. If Lin Feng were to publicly declare it, the repercussions would be beyond his control. If that were the case, the red-haired man would likely face a siege from the other four emperors. Neither Ling Ling nor Kaido would spare any regard for the so-called camaraderie of captains. They had been the target of hostilities aboard the ship in the past. Very well, time is of the essence. You should inquire if the red-haired man is ready, Lin Feng said, glancing at the white-bearded man. By my reckoning, he should be nearly prepared. Understood. The white-bearded man nodded, rising to approach the red-haired man. The white-bearded man. The imposing figure of the white-bearded man cast an immense pressure upon Beckman and the others. All eyes directed toward him. Relax. I harbor no ill will. The white-bearded man spoke slowly, then turned to the red-haired man. How goes your preparations? Fahai sent me to inquire have a four emperor deliver a message. Fahai truly commands some respect. The red-haired man replied without speaking further, while Jesus Burgess beside him expressed his displeasure. Did I ask you? Upon hearing this, the white-bearded man's gaze turned icy, his aura surging like a tempest. A stark contrast to his demeanor before Lin Feng. The mercy of a lion is contingent upon the recipient. Before Lin Feng, the white-bearded man regarded him as family, as a benefactor. Thus, his attitude remained unperturbed. But with the crew of the red-haired man, it was a different story. Aside from the red-haired man himself, the white-bearded man had little rapport with the others, so there was no need for restraint. Jesus Burgess stuttered, overwhelmed by the white-bearded man's imposing presence. His heart chilled. How could he jest with the world's strongest man? Jesus Burgess, stand down. At that moment, the red-haired man's voice rang out, reprimanding Jesus Burgess, before turning to the white-bearded man. Although he did not comprehend why the latter extended his help, he was certain that the white-bearded man's actions were out of kindness. I apologize, white-bearded man. My companions have yet to recover from the earlier incident and may speak with some resentment. Please do not take offense. Humph. Seeing the red-haired man's demeanor, the white-bearded man shot a glare at Jesus Burgess, his irritation dissipating significantly. Please inform Fahai that the entire crew of the red-haired pirates is ready and can set sail at any moment. The red-haired man stated once more. Understood. The white-bearded man nodded, preparing to depart when the red-haired man called out to him. Wait. The red-haired man's gaze was piercing as he looked at the white-bearded man. His expression intriguing. There's something else? The white-bearded man turned slowly to face the red-haired man, his heart skipping a beat as he met the other's gaze. Could it be that this young man has discerned something? The white-bearded man mused internally, yet he did not flinch, maintaining direct eye contact with the red-haired It is nothing. The red-haired man scrutinized the white-bearded man for a long moment before finally shaking his head. I merely wish to formally express my gratitude for your support during that time, and no need for thanks. I acted out of respect for Roger. I simply did not wish for his apprentice to vanish into the vastness of the sea. The white-bearded man replied nonchalantly, using Roger as a pretext. After speaking, he swiftly turned away, leaving no opportunity for the red-haired man to probe further, making his way back towards Lin Feng. Once the white-bearded man departed, the red-haired man turned to Beckman beside him and whispered, Beckman, how much truth is there in the white-bearded man's words? Beckman remained silent, his gaze lingering on the white-bearded man's retreating figure as he contemplated. After a moment, he responded, "I cannot discern. Given his stature, you should be his competitor. His actions are rather opaque to me. One thing is certain. The white-bearded man harbors no ill will toward us. But the same cannot be said for that Fahai. He is exceptionally strong, and with his reckless ambitions, he could very well become the next sovereign to stir the seas, the next emperor. You say?" The red-haired man fixed his gaze on Lin Feng not far away, then shook his head. "No, it would not be an exaggeration to say he could be the next pirate king." Upon the utterance of these words, the red-haired pirates were left in a state of shock. The evaluation provided by Shanks was indeed excessively high. One could even deem it outrageous that moment. Beckman interjected, acknowledging that if one were to assess solely based on combat power, it could indeed warrant the title of Pirate King. However, the position of Pirate King is not merely contingent upon strength alone. Shanks spoke slowly, his tone unremarkable. As a former member of the Raja Pirates, no one held greater authority than he then added. While that may be the case, the power of Fahai had indeed reached an astonishing level. It was likely that even the captain at his peak would struggle to contend with him. This statement elicited disbelief not only from Jesus Burgess and others, but also from Beckman, whose expression mirrored their incredulity. Could it truly be that Fahai was so formidable that even Mr. Roger at his zenith could not rival him? Shanks cast a sidelong glance at Beckman, remaining silent yet slowly nodding his head. This silence from Shanks represented his tacit acknowledgement of Lin Feng's strength. Once again, the members of the red-haired pirates were unable to sit still. Collaborating with such an individual was akin to seeking the skin of a tiger. Should any mishap occur, the adversary would hold absolute dominion. They would essentially become lambs to the slaughter. That moment, someone stepped forward to dissuade Shanks, saying, "Captain, you have nearly recovered. Why not we?" The speaker, sporting a monkey atop his head and dark circles under his eyes, appeared quite intimidating. Though his words remained unfinished, the implication was clear. Either they should eliminate Lin Feng at all costs or hastily depart. And no need. Shanks waved his hand dismissively. He had his own thoughts. Despite his reluctance to ally with Lin Feng, he was more inclined to discern how those fellows in Mariewal would respond. After all, he had a transaction pending with them. Understanding the strength of that faction would greatly assist him in his forthcoming endeavors. Just then, Lin Feng's voice resonated, unrestrained as he surveyed the crowd. "Set sail. Our destination is the new Marine headquarters." With that, he summoned his Kasaya and prepared to ascend with the bull-headed figure and Kenpachi. "Wait, Master," Whitebeard suddenly interrupted Lin Feng's actions. "What is it, Whitebeard?" Lin Feng queried, perplexed, pondering whether the other party was having second thoughts at such a juncture. Yet his concerns were unfounded, as Whitebeard produced a din-din mushi and whispered a few words. In an instant, a colossal pirate ship erupted from the depths of the sea, advancing towards Lin Feng's direction. It was none other than the Moby Dick, the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, a symbol of freedom. "Master, your Kasaya is too conspicuous. Come aboard my ship." Having completed this, Whitebeard addressed Lin Feng with a smile that, "All right." Lin Feng hesitated, nodding in agreement, feeling an inexplicable sense of awkwardness, as if Whitebeard were adopting him as a son. "Master, long time no see." On board the Moby Dick, Marco was the first to spot Lin Feng, soaring towards him in his phoenix form. Chapter 92, titled The Secret Order of Salvation. Marco, upon seeing Marco flying across the sea, a smile graced Lin Feng's face. The fellow's pineapple head had left a lasting impression on him. "Father." Marco landed before Lin Feng, first greeting Whitebeard, then turning to Lin Feng with a beaming smile. "Master, it's been a while." "Indeed, it has," Lin Feng responded, equally cheerful. "Master, where have you been these past 2 years? Do you still want devil fruits? I've gathered quite a few for you." Marco was genuinely delighted, bombarding Lin Feng with questions about his recent circumstances. "Marco, let's save the reminiscing for later. Come aboard, and I'll tell you about the Master's plans." Noticing Marco's eagerness to chat, Whitebeard quickly interjected, all right." Marco nodded, wisely closing his mouth. "Let's go." Master, at this moment, the Moby Dick had already docked alongside the red-haired pirate ship, and Whitebeard gestured for Lin Feng to head over to Lin Feng acknowledged with a sound, following behind Whitebeard as they boarded the Moby Dick under the watchful eyes of the red-haired pirates. Subsequently, the massive vessel slowly powered up, setting course towards the new Marine headquarters. Phew. The red-haired pirates collectively exhaled in relief, and then the earlier speaker, the one with the monkey on his neck, remarked, "Captain, now that Fahai has left. What do you think?" Fendi, no need. Shanks understood the implication, waving his hand dismissively and speaking in a colder tone. "Rather than leaving, I am more interested in seeing how the Marine headquarters will handle the Emperor Alliance." "Captain," upon hearing this, Fendi's face grew tense. He was about to step forward to dissuade Shanks, but was stopped by Beckman. "We must simply obey Shanks' decision. You know we cannot sway him." "This?" Fendi sighed deeply, shaking his head and falling silent. Just as Beckman had stated, they could not dissuade Shanks from his decision. "Let us proceed. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, the world situation will undergo a significant transformation," Shanks declared solemnly, his haki radiating unmistakably as his gaze fell upon Lin Feng aboard the Moby Dick. The latter was the orchestrator and instigator of this war, that in a certain sense, the current state of the world was entirely in his grasp. After articulating this, the red-haired pirate's ship also set sail, closely trailing the Moby Dick. The Whitebeard and red-haired crews departed in succession. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a seagull equipped with communication devices peeked out from where they had left, before soaring off into the distance. Simultaneously, at the Marine headquarters in the new Marine Ford, a meeting convened by Fleet Admiral Akinu quietly concluded. This assembly saw the attendance of all naval officers of the rank of Rear Admiral and above. Without exception, the conference room was packed to the brim, yet not a single soul dared to voice a complaint. For within this meeting, not only was Akainu present, but also the Commander-in-Chief Kong presided over the proceedings. Their sole focus was the discussion of how to eliminate Fahai, namely, Lin Feng. The meeting stretched on for a considerable duration, with every face bearing an expression of shock to varying degrees. None knew what the Commander-in-Chief Kong had articulated. They only knew that following this meeting, Lin Feng was placed on the Marine and government's assassination list. A secret order was quietly issued. First, any Marine who discovers Fahai's whereabouts, regardless of rank, shall be promoted one level, with the exception of those above Rear Admiral. Second, any Marine participating in the encirclement of Fahai, should they fall in battle, will receive tenfold compensation. Third, an operation to eliminate Fahai must be conducted with the presence of at least 3 admirals or equivalent combat power to ensure he cannot escape. Upon the issuance of these 3 secret orders, the entire military was thrown into an uproar. In the Fleet Admiral's office, Commander-in-Chief Kong sat firmly in his seat, with all the Marine Rear Admirals present. They did